Stalin, too, understood the power of words, calling writers the engineers of the human soul. The Soviet leader had a way of expressing himself with industrial bluntness. The production of souls, he stated, is more important than the production of tanks. Stalin engineered a conformity of Soviet thought by executing writers, intellectuals, and artists who did not toe the party line, or by exiling them to the gulag's frozen extremities.
The CIA's methods of cultural engineering were far more subtle but no less effective. The agency spent an inestimable fortune on the war of ideas, subsidizing the intellectual and creative labors of those who were deemed politically correct and seeking to marginalize those who challenged the crackpot realism of Cold War orthodoxy. The main front organization used by the CIA to spread its largesse and influence was the Congress for Cultural Freedom, a kind of cultural NATO, in one critic's words, founded in 1950 to counter the propaganda efforts of the Soviet bloc. The Congress for Cultural Freedom grew to become one of the biggest arts patrons in world history, sponsoring an impressive array of book publishing startups and literary magazines, including the influential Encounter and Paris Review, as well as art exhibits, literary prizes, concert tours, and international conferences held in Paris, Berlin, and the Rockefeller Foundation's Bellagio retreat over Lake Como. There was a seductive appeal to the CIA's cultural patronage, for it offered not only the satisfaction of doing one's patriotic duty and resisting Stalinist tyranny, but also a comfortable reprieve from the financial anxieties of the freelance, creative life. These stylish and expensive excursions must have been a great pleasure for the people who took them at government expense, remarked Jason Epstein, former Random House editorial director and co-founder of the New York Review of Books. But it was more than pleasure because they were tasting power. Who wouldn't like to be in a situation where you're politically correct and at the same time well compensated for the position you've taken? Many leading artists and intellectuals fell into the ranks of the CIA's generously funded culture war, including Arthur Schlesinger Jr., Mary McCarthy, Robert Lowell, Dwight MacDonald, Daniel Bell, Isaiah Berlin, George Plimpton, Peter Matthiessen, and Mark Rothko. But the recipients of CIA sponsorship paid a price, their intellectual independence. As historian Francis Stoner Saunders observed, the individuals and institutions subsidized by the CIA were expected to perform as part of a propaganda war. Those who took agency funds became cheerful robots of the Cold War, in C. Wright Mills's memorable phrase. Mills, one of the few prominent American scholars to actively resist the siren calls of the Cold War intelligentsia, was predictably attacked in these circles. While Mills was coming under fire in the pages of CIA-funded publications like Encounter, he was embraced by leftist intellectuals in Europe, such as Ralph Miliband, father of British Labour Party leader Ed Miliband, and historian Edward Thompson, who declared, "Wright is fortunate in his enemies." Mills was fortunate in other ways, too. His intellectual gifts and personal fortitude allowed him to carve out a prominent public position for himself, even at the height of Cold War conformity in America. But most of those who challenged the era's mandatory spirit of American triumphalism soon found themselves intellectually isolated and professionally invisible. Under the reign of CIA-approved thought, unpleasant realities about the U.S. imperium were considered out of bounds for scholarly or journalistic exploration, including the bloody regime changes in Iran and Guatemala and the boiling cauldron of racial injustice at home. The grants, literary prizes, journalism awards, and academic endowments went to those who saw America as the hope of the world, not to those who focused on its deep flaws. Those CIA-approved intellectuals who dared to assert their independence soon found that once welcoming doors were closed to them. In 1958, Dwight MacDonald, a frequent intellectual sparring partner of his friend Mills, broke out of the Cold War thought bubble with a cranky article for Encounter titled "America, America," in which he railed against the idiocy of the country's mass culture. There was nothing particularly surprising about MacDonald's highbrow lament about the spread of primitivism in pop culture, but the article was deemed unacceptable by the editors of Encounter, and though MacDonald was a former editor of Encounter, the magazine refused to publish it. Like many of the CIA-sponsored literary projects, Encounter reflected the aesthetics of James Jesus Angleton, the CIA's unofficial cultural commissar. As a Yale undergraduate, Angleton had founded the avant-garde literary magazine Furioso and befriended Ezra Pound and E. E. Cummings. The spy wizard was a devotee of the modernist school of poetry, particularly its high priest, T.S. Eliot, and the pages of Encounter were dominated by an Iliadic sensibility, though Eliot himself shunned the London-based publication as so obviously published under American auspices. A new generation of beat poets led by Allen Ginsberg was beginning to challenge the reign of literary modernism, invoking the lush populism and unabashed deviancy of Walt Whitman. As the Beats laid siege to Eisenhower-era cultural banality, the CIA-funded poetry establishment struggled to keep these barbarians outside the gates. Years later, Ginsberg imagined a confrontation between himself and Angleton's favorite poet on the fantail of a boat in European waters. "What did you think of the dominance of poetics by the CIA?" Ginsberg asks Eliot. "After all, wasn't Angleton your friend?" The old master admits he knew of the infamous spook's literary conspiracies, but insists they were of no importance to literature. But Ginsberg passionately disagrees. The CIA, he tells Eliot, secretly funded a whole field of scholars of war and nourished the careers of too many square intellectuals, thereby undermining efforts to create an alternative, free, vital, decentralized culture. The result, as Ginsberg wrote in his 1956 masterpiece, Howl, was the unchallenged rise of the American Moloch, vast stone of war, whose soul is electricity and banks, and a culture that devoured the souls of its own children. Angleton carried an elaborate portfolio at the CIA, from the politics of art to the metaphysics of assassination. In December 1954, Dulles officially named him Chief of Counterintelligence, the department tasked with blocking enemy penetration of the agency. But in reality, his manifold duties were as hard to get a hold on as the smoke curling up from the chain of cigarettes he inhaled throughout the day. "I remember Jim as one of the most complex men I have ever known," recalled Dick Helms, one of Angleton's vital defenders and patrons within the agency. One did not always have to agree with him to know that he possessed a unique grasp of secret operations. As a friend remarked, Jim had the ability to raise an operational discussion not only to a higher level, but to another dimension. It is easy to mock this, but there was no one within the agency with whom I would rather have discussed a complex operational problem than Angleton. Angleton's activities ranged from purloining documents at foreign embassies to opening the mail of American citizens. He once jocularly referred to himself as the postmaster, to wiretapping the bedrooms of CIA officials. It was his job to be suspicious of everybody, and he was, keeping a treasure trove of sensitive files and photos in the locked vault in his office. Each morning at CIA headquarters, Angleton would report to Dulles on the results of his fishing expeditions, as they called his electronic eavesdropping missions, which picked up everything from gossip on the Georgetown party circuit to Washington pillow talk. As Dulles was well aware, Angleton had even tucked away explosive secrets about the CIA director himself. That is why Dulles had rewarded him with the most sensitive job in the agency, Angleton confided to journalist Joseph Trento near the end of his life. "You know how I got to be in charge of counterintelligence? I agreed not to polygraph or require detailed background checks on Allen Dulles and 60 of his closest friends."
They were afraid that their own business dealings with Hitler's pals would come out. Angleton's selection as the top hunter of Soviet moles struck many in the agency as peculiar. During and after the war, Angleton had been badly fooled by his close chum in British intelligence, the legendary double agent Kim Philby. The witty, bibulous, stammering Philby, who had betrayed his class and country by secretly going to work for Soviet intelligence as a young Cambridge graduate in the 1930s, forged a tight friendship with Angleton in London during the war. Philby and the Anglophilic Angleton, who had attended the upper-crust British boarding school Malvern, renewed their relationship when Philby was posted to Washington, D.C. in 1949 as the British Secret Intelligence Service liaison. The two men shared long, sodden lunches at Harvey's, a Washington Power restaurant also favored by the likes of Hoover and his companion Clyde Tolson. Angleton's children remembered the drunken nursery games played by Philby and his friends Guy Burgess and Donald MacLean, who belonged to the same secret ring of Cambridge-bred traders, when they were invited to the Angleton home in Arlington for dinner. They'd start chasing each other through the house in this little choo-choo train, according to Siri Hari Angleton, the spy master's youngest daughter, these men in their Eton ties screaming and laughing. At another raucous party, she recalled, Philby's wife passed out and was just lying on the floor. Mummy said, "Oh, Kim, don't you want to see how Mrs. Philby is doing?" And he said, "Ah," and just stepped right over her to get another drink. Angleton struck people as a wispy figure of a man. He was known as the Gray Ghost in agency circles, a tall, stooped, ashen-faced figure with a bony clothes-rack frame draped in elegant European-tailored suits and wreathed in his customary rings of smoke. But around Philby, Angleton seemed to come alive, to glow. They were boarding school boys again. After Philby was finally exposed, ultimately fleeing to Russia, Angleton's anti-Soviet sentiments hardened into a fundamentalism that clouded his judgment. "I have no doubt that the exposure of Kim Philby was lodged in the deepest recesses of Jim's being," Helms later commented. "If he were the sort of chap who murdered people," Angleton told a friend in British intelligence, "I would kill Philby." The betrayal was painfully intimate, and it bred a paranoia that bloomed darkly within Angleton. When he was named counterintelligence chief, he saw traitors and signs of Soviet treachery everywhere. His compulsive mole hunting ruined the careers of dozens of CIA agents, doing more to damage agency security than to fortify it. "I couldn't find that we ever caught a spy under Jim," said William Colby, the CIA director who finally terminated Angleton's long tenure in 1975. But under Dulles, Angleton enjoyed free rein to pursue his demons. He dreamed up Cold War phantasms and bogeymen, and then invented all too real methods of destroying these horrible apparitions. He operated a kind of virtual CIA within the CIA, reporting only to Dulles himself, and even the top spy master was not fully aware of his murky activities. "My father once said, 'I'm not a genius, but in intelligence I am a genius,'" recalled Sirihari Angleton, who changed her name from Lucy as a young woman after following her mother and older sister into the Sikh religion. Dulles and Angleton went way back together to the dark maze of post-war Rome. Like Helms, Dulles admired Angleton's complex mind and the deep calculus of his spycraft. "Jim," Dulles once told Angleton's wife Cicely, "is the apple of my eye." Angleton, in turn, grew deeply fond of Dulles, whom he looked up to as a father figure, and of Clover Dulles, too, with whom he shared a creative temperament. "Angleton was fascinating," recalled Joan, Dulles Talley. "My mother liked him a lot. He was very talkative, very intellectual. He was an odd one. He fussed over the orchids he grew, which I think was a wonderful obsession of his, and he drank too much. But he was lots of fun for anyone to talk to. You'd never know where the conversation was going to go. He jumped from orchid colors to fly fishing to poetry and music. He was a real scholar, and he was an oddball, a totally unique creation." Angleton expressed an appreciation for Clover's art, and he once begged her for a self-portrait that she had painted. Clover suspected that the aesthetic spy was in his cups when he made the request, but she agreed to give it to him, as she later told Joan, because Jim labors day and night for CIA and Dad. The two couples enjoyed each other's company, and the Angletons were often invited for dinner at Q Street. Cicely Angleton came from a prosperous family that had made a fortune in Minnesota iron ore, and, educated at Vassar, she shared Clover's interests in spirituality and the arts. Cicely later published several volumes of poetry, taking the creative path that her husband otherwise might have gone down. Dulles and Angleton shared a disdain for Washington bureaucracy and for the governmental oversight that comes with a functioning democratic system. Later, in the post-Watergate 70s, when the Church Committee opened its probe of CIA lawbreaking, Angleton was called to account for himself. As he completed his testimony, the Gray Ghost rose from his chair and, thinking he was now off the record, muttered, "It is inconceivable that a secret intelligence arm of the government has to comply with all the overt orders of the government." It was a concise articulation of the Angleton philosophy. In his mind, CIA overseers were a priestly caste that, because the fate of the nation had been placed in its hands, must be allowed to operate unfettered and above the law. "Alan wasn't red tape, and neither was Daddy," said Sirihari. "You know, back then, people were much more interesting. I don't think it was a case of resenting bureaucracy, because the bureaucracy just never came that close to them anyway, so why would they resent it? They probably just felt, a little beyond it, a little above it." Dulles entrusted Angleton with the agency's most vital and sensitive missions. He was the principal CIA liaison with the key foreign intelligence services, including those in frontline Cold War nations like France, West Germany, Turkey, Taiwan, and Yugoslavia, as well with Mossad, the Israeli spy agency. Angleton developed a special bond with the Israelis, forging a realpolitik relationship, with both parties conveniently overlooking Angleton's role in the Nazi rat lines after the war. The Israelis maintained close ties to the American espionage oracle until the end of his life. Several members of Mossad came to Angleton's home as he lay dying in the spring of 1987 to pay their last respects and perhaps to make certain the vapory gray ghost was indeed finally leaving this mortal coil. Dulles also put Angleton in charge of the CIA's relationship with the FBI, a delicate task considering the rivalry between the two agencies. At the same time he was working with the Federal Bureau in charge of fighting organized crime, Angleton was also pursuing a CIA partnership with the Mafia. Angleton possessed one of those rare intellects and characters that allowed him to lead a life filled with contradiction. He easily passed back and forth between Washington's overworld and the criminal underworld. He was the sort of man who could crossbreed a new orchid, cook a delicious pasta with slivered truffles imported from Ristorante Passetto in Rome, and then sit down with a criminal mastermind to discuss the fine points of murder. Though he dined and drank with Georgetown high society, Angleton's work also brought him into close contact with the agency's rougher characters, including Chef Edwards' security cops who helped install Angleton's bugs, and Bill Harvey, the hard-drinking gun nut who figured prominently in a number of the agency's assassination jobs.
It was all of a piece in the intricately wired mind of Jim Angleton, countering dangerous ideas by publishing CIA-vetted literature, or by eliminating the intellectuals and leaders who expounded these ideas. One day, shortly after Fidel Castro took power in Havana, Angleton had a brainstorm. He summoned 2 Jewish CIA officers, including Sam Halpern, who had recently been assigned to the agency's covert Cuba team. Angleton asked them to fly to Miami and meet with Meyer Lansky, organized crime's chief financial officer, who had been forced to flee Havana ahead of Castro's revolutionaries, leaving behind the Mafia's highly lucrative casino empire. Lansky was part of the Jewish mob, but had close business ties to the Italian Mafia. Angleton told Halpern and the other Jewish CIA agent to see if they could convince Lansky to arrange for the assassination of Castro. Angleton's emissaries met with Lansky, but the crime mogul drove too hard a bargain for his services, and the deal fell through. This was only the beginning of the CIA's endless, Ahab-like quest to kill the Caribbean Leviathan, however. Castro would never stop haunting the dreams of the CIA High Command. The Cuban revolutionary was not only intellectually formidable and politically fearless, his dream of national liberation was backed up with guns. Castro and his equally charismatic comrade Che Guevara made it clear from the start that they would not share the fate of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. They would fight fire with fire. Che, a 25-year-old doctor and adventurer in search of a grander meaning to his life, was living in Guatemala City when Arbenz was overthrown. He saw what happened when Arbenz's moderate reforms came up against the imperial force of United Fruit and the CIA. "I am not Christ or a philanthropist, old lady," Che wrote to his mother Celia in the bantering style he had developed with her as he and Fidel prepared to board the leaky yacht Granma in Mexico with their band of guerrillas to make history in Cuba. "I fight for the things I believe in with all the weapons at my disposal and try to leave the other man dead so that I don't get nailed to a cross." To avoid Arbenz's fate, Castro and Guevara would do everything he had not. Put the hardcore thugs of the old regime up against a wall, run the CIA's agents out of the country, purge the armed forces, and mobilize the Cuban people. By militarizing their dream, Fidel and Che became an audacious threat to the American empire. They represented the most dangerous revolutionary idea of all, the one that refused to be crushed. It was after midnight on September 20, 1960, when Fidel Castro came uptown to Harlem. The white terracotta facade of the Hotel Theresa on 7th Avenue and West 125th Street, the Waldorf of Harlem, gleamed under a battery of police spotlights as brightly as a Hollywood movie premiere.
Outside the hotel entrance, a boisterous crowd was steadily growing, in defiance of the pelting rain and the intimidating phalanx of policemen, awaiting the international political celebrity who was rumored to be checking in. Suddenly, a lusty roar went up from the throng as an official-looking car suddenly glided to a stop outside the hotel, and the familiar, tall, bearded figure emerged from the vehicle. "Cuba sí, Yankee no," shouted the crowd as a beaming Castro swept his arms through the air before being hustled into the hotel. The Cuban leader and his 50-member delegation, who were in New York for the annual United Nations General Assembly meeting, had not received such a warm welcome at their first choice of accommodations, the Midtown Shelburne Hotel. When the Cuban delegation checked in 2 days earlier at the Shelburne, they were greeted by a militant group of anti-Castro exiles calling itself La Rosa Blanca, the White Rose, which threatened to blow up the hotel. The Shelburne management promptly informed Castro's party that they would need to put up a $20,000 security deposit, and an outraged Fidel, insisting that his government did not have ready access to that kind of cash, announced that they would leave the hotel and pitch tents outside the UN if necessary. Castro's 1960 trip to New York marked a sharp turning point in U.S.-Cuba relations. The previous year, in April 1959, the Cuban leader had enjoyed a much more hospitable reception during his 11-day visit to the United States. Fresh from his revolutionary victory on New Year's Eve, Fidel was still something of a political mystery to the Eisenhower administration, and the media embraced him as the silver-tongued conqueror who had liberated the Cuban people from Fulgencio Batista's gangster reign. During his earlier visit to New York, a city he loved, Fidel roamed the streets followed by packs of reporters and photographers, dropping by a Queens elementary school where the children all wore cardboard cutout beards in his honor, and the Bronx Zoo, where he gulped down a hot dog and an ice cream cone, and alarmed zoo guards by sticking his hand through the bars of a cage to pat the cheek of a Bengal tiger. "This is like prison. I have been in prison too," said Fidel, who had survived Batista's cages. Even the CIA seemed charmed by Castro during his 1959 visit. After meeting with the Cuban leader in his New York hotel suite, an ecstatic CIA agent reported, "Castro is not only not a communist, but he is a strong anti-communist fighter." But there had been many changes over the following year, as Castro moved to deliver on the promise of the revolution, nationalizing the sugar and oil industries, and beginning to transform Cuba from a vassal state of the United States to a sovereign nation. By early 1960, Dulles had resolved the debate within his intelligence agency over Castro's true identity, deciding that he was a dedicated communist and a serious threat to U.S. security. The CIA director's hardening line mirrored that of friends in the business world like William Pauly, the globe-trotting entrepreneur whose major investments in Cuban sugar plantations and Havana's municipal transportation system were wiped out by Castro's revolution. One of a coterie of vigorously anti-communist international businessmen who provided the CIA with foreign information and contacts, as well as guns and money, Pauly began lobbying the Eisenhower administration to take an aggressive stand against Castro when he was still fighting Batista's soldiers in the rugged peaks of the Sierra Maestra. After Fidel rode into Havana on a tank in January 1959, Pauly, who was gripped by what Eisenhower called a pathological hatred for Castro, even volunteered to pay for his assassination. As the Eisenhower administration took an increasingly belligerent posture toward the Castro regime, Pauly found himself at the center of the action, boasting that he was in daily touch with Allen Dulles. The Eisenhower administration responded to Castro's expropriation of American-owned plantations, factories, and utilities by cutting imports of Cuban sugar, the country's economic lifeblood, and by launching a secret campaign aimed at sabotaging Castro's government. In February 1960, mercenary pilots hired by the CIA dropped bombs on Cuban sugar mills, and in March, a French freighter loaded with Belgian weapons was blown up in the Havana harbor, killing dozens of sailors and stevedores. A second explosion killed many more, including firefighters and emergency medical workers, as they rushed to the scene. The same month, President Eisenhower approved a plan to train a paramilitary force outside of Cuba for a future invasion. The operation, which was spearheaded by Vice President Nixon and the CIA, would culminate the following year on the beaches of the Bay of Pigs. The explosion in Havana's harbor was a milestone in the Cuban Revolution. At a funeral ceremony the next day at Colón Cemetery, an emotional Castro vowed that Cuba will never become cowardly in the face of U.S. aggression.
He ended his oration with the declaration that became a ringing slogan of the Cuban Revolution, Patria o muerte, venceremos. Determined that Cuba would not become another Guatemala, Castro turned to the Soviet Union for economic and military aid, and the tragic dance began, locking Cuba, the United States, and Russia in a fateful embrace for years to come, and nearly ending in a nuclear inferno. When Castro and his retinue landed at New York's Idlewild Airport on September 18, 1960, he appeared to be in a subdued mood, reported the New York Times, for reasons that were not yet known to the American people. The Cuban airliner that flew the delegation to the United States had to be immediately refueled and flown back to Havana to avoid being impounded, as a result of legal claims against the revolutionary government by U.S. business interests. It was just one of the numerous ways that Castro's delegation was subjected to harassment during his week-long visit to New York, as the Eisenhower administration maneuvered against the Cuban leader on multiple fronts. By the time his retinue was forced out of the Shelburne Hotel, Castro seemed persona non grata in New York. The State Department had ruled that the Cubans could not leave Manhattan, and no city hotel was willing to accommodate them. If New York was incapable of providing hospitality to world leaders, Castro fumed, perhaps the UN should be moved to another city, such as Havana. But then Castro turned his humiliation into a propaganda triumph. As the Cuban delegation was preparing to leave the Shelburne, a political sympathizer put them in touch with Black Muslim leader Malcolm X, who intervened on their behalf with the operators of Hotel Teresa. The tallest building in Harlem, the 13-story hotel, was a lofty, if somewhat worn-down, landmark in the Black community. In its heyday, the Teresa had accommodated a glittering array of African-American celebrities when they were not welcome at New York's downtown hotels, including Josephine Baker, Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Nat King Cole, and Lena Horne. In June 1938, Joe Louis celebrated his heavyweight championship victory over Max Schmeling, Nazi Germany's Great White Hope, at the Teresa, as thousands of fans cheered on the streets outside. When word spread that the Cuban delegation was headed uptown, Love B. Woods, manager of the Teresa, immediately came under the same political pressures as other New York hotel operators. Even Harlem's outspoken Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. opposed Castro's relocation to Harlem, calling it a publicity stunt. Powell told reporters, "We Negro people have enough problems of our own without the additional burden of Dr. Castro's confusion." But Woods, an elderly and unruffled man who had grown up in Jim Crow, South Carolina, knew what it was like to be denied a roof over your head. Woods stood his ground and opened the doors of Harlem's finest hotel to the Castro delegation. "We don't discriminate against anybody," he said. Other prominent figures in Harlem also stuck out their necks for Castro. Knowing that Woods might have trouble cashing the Cubans' check because of the rising political tensions between the two countries, a Harlem attorney named Conrad Lynn arranged to have a local gambling kingpin put up $1,000 in cash to cover the delegation's hotel costs. The gangster was not a communist or politically developed, Lynn recalled, but something told me that this was a man, and that he wanted to help. And he did. Young Harlem activists also rallied around Castro, like Preston Wilcox, who was among those cheering the Cuban leader outside the Teresa. Wilcox saw a spiritual connection between Fidel's decision to come to Harlem and the rising dynamism of the civil rights movement. He noted the color division between the opposing lines of Cubans. The black Cubans were pro-Castro, while those loudly denouncing him were lighter shaded. Whenever Juan Almeida, Castro's black military commander and a hero of the revolution, left the hotel during the delegation's stay and went strolling through the neighborhood, enthusiastic crowds swirled around him. The New York Citizen Call, an African-American newspaper, commented, "To Harlem's oppressed ghetto dwellers, Castro was that bearded revolutionary who had told white America to go to hell." Harlem's show of hospitality for Castro turned out to be a public relations disaster for the Eisenhower administration. By moving to Harlem, the Cuban leader not only shamed the U.S. government for its lack of manners, but focused a sharp spotlight on the nation's seething racial tensions.
Some of the city's finest hotels suddenly offered entire floors to the Cuban delegation, free of charge, but Castro refused to move. When world leaders, including Khrushchev, Nasser, and Nehru, began coming uptown to meet with Castro, with TV camera crews close behind, Washington's embarrassment only grew. Castro's mastery of the media game was on full display during his Harlem sojourn. After Eisenhower snubbed him by not inviting him to an official reception for Latin leaders, the Cuban premier responded by inviting the Teresa's all-black staff to a steak dinner in the hotel banquet room with him and the popular Almeida. When articles suddenly began appearing in New York newspapers alleging that the Teresa was overrun with disreputable individuals, Fidel again parried the propaganda thrust, declaring in his speech at the UN, "They began spreading the news all over the world that the Cuban delegation had lodged in a disreputable establishment. For some, a humble hotel in Harlem, a hotel inhabited by Negroes of the United States, must obviously be such an establishment." By the time he delivered his speech before the UN General Assembly on September 26, Castro had seized the moral high ground in his growing war of words with Washington. His UN speech, a marathon performance that stretched for over 4 hours, was a passionate defense of Cuba's autonomy. For years, his colonized nation had no voice in world affairs, Castro told the International Assembly. "Colonies do not speak. Colonies are not recognized in the world. That is why our and its problems were unknown to the rest of the world. There was no independent republic. There was only a colony where orders were given by the ambassador of the United States." But now, at long last, Castro was giving Cuba a full-throated voice. What had his small, impoverished nation done to so offend its powerful neighbor, asked Castro. "We instituted an agrarian reform that would solve the problems of the landless peasants, that would solve the problem of the lack of basic foodstuffs, that would solve the great unemployment problem on the land, that would end, once and for all, the ghastly misery which existed in the rural areas of our country." Was it radical, asked Castro, with the rhetorical skill he had mastered as a young lawyer when his own life was on the line in Batista's courtrooms? It was not very radical. We were not 150% communists at the time. We just appeared slightly pink. We were not confiscating lands. We simply proposed to pay for them in 20 years, and the only way we could afford to pay for them was by bonds which would mature in 20 years at 4.5% interest, which would accumulate annually. See, Castro was telling the world, revolutionary Cuba had been willing to play by capitalist rules. But this was not enough for Washington. Caba's new government had been too bold. It had clashed with the international mining trusts, it had clashed with the interests of United Fruit Company, and it had clashed with the most powerful interests of the United States. So then, the example shown by the Cuban Revolution had to receive its punishment. Punitive actions of every type, even the destruction of Cuba's foolhardy people, had to be carried out against the audacity of the revolutionary government. Journalist I.F.
Stone pronounced Castro's oration, which he delivered hour after hour by consulting just a single page of notes, a tour de force. It was unlike anything ever heard before in the United Nations. A scholarly, eloquent, and heartfelt broadside against the arrogance of imperial power, delivered in the capital of world finance by a charismatic rebel leader who had risked his life to challenge that power. If Allen Dulles' Imperial Guard still had any doubts about how serious a threat Fidel Castro represented, his dramatic performance at the UN that day thoroughly dispelled them. The CIA knew how seductive Fidel's appeal was, even in the West, particularly among college students, intellectuals, and artists. In April 1960, Robert Tabertha, the first African-American reporter for CBS News, who had scored an exclusive interview with Castro when he was still fighting in the mountains, stirred liberal circles by purchasing a full-page ad in the New York Times that passionately endorsed the Cuban Revolution. The appeal was signed by an impressive list of literary names, including Jean-Paul Sartre, Simone de Beauvoir, Norman Mailer, James Baldwin, and Truman Capote, and sparked a wave of popular interest in the Cuban cause that led to the formation of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, FPCC.
Within 6 months, the committee had enrolled 7,000 members in 27 adult chapters across the country and had struck a chord on college campuses, where 40 student councils were formed. While Castro was staying at the Teresa, the FPCC organized a party in his honor in the hotel's shabby ballroom. Among the guests were Allen Ginsberg, Langston Hughes, and C. Wright Mills, whose own impassioned defense of the Cuban Revolution, Listen Yankee, had sold 400,000 copies within months. Mills' book was based on his brief tour of the island, including 3 18-hour days in the indefatigable company of Fidel, a man who, in the words of his friend Gabriel Garcia Marquez, was addicted to the habit of conversation. He rests by talking. These were the early honeymoon days of the revolution, before Castro's caudillo tendencies had hardened, and before the Soviet partnership with Cuba had become its own kind of colonialism. The relentless U.S. pressure on the island would never succeed in toppling Castro, but it would help turn his nation into the tropical police state that CIA propagandists insisted it was from the very beginning, amounting to a victory of sorts for Washington hardliners. But there was still a glow around Castro as he and his retinue settled into the Hotel Teresa. It was the dawn of the 1960s. The gray Eisenhower Dulles reign was coming to an end, and the world seemed to shimmer with new possibilities. The most electric moment of Castro's week in Harlem came one evening when Malcolm X, wearing a long, double-breasted black leather coat and ties, swept past the press pack in the hotel lobby and was whisked to Fidel's suite on the 9th floor. Fidel invited Malcolm to sit next to him on the bed, the only comfortable oasis in a room thick with cigar smoke and crowded with aides, bodyguards, and a few specially selected members of the African American press. The two revolutionary icons seemed hesitant with each other at first, their communication made precarious by their language differences. But as Castro plunged ahead with his uncertain English, they slowly found common ground. Fidel told Malcolm that the Cubans appreciated the warm reception given them in Harlem. "I think you will find the people in Harlem are not so addicted to the propaganda they dish out downtown," Malcolm replied. Castro's young foreign minister, Raul Roa Curi, later said that he thought the meeting between the two revolutionaries, though lasting only a half hour, turned out to be historically significant, because it helped broaden the black Muslim leaders' narrow racial parameters. Malcolm began to understand that blacks were not the only poor and oppressed group, said Curi, and the struggle of all was a common struggle. Afterward, Malcolm maintained a strong interest in the Cuban Revolution, saying, "The only white person that I have really liked was Fidel." He planned to visit Cuba but never had the chance. The meeting between Fidel and Malcolm sent shudders through U.S. security circles, where a potential alliance between the Cuban revolutionary and the militant black nationalist was seen as the stuff of nightmares. Malcolm's broadening political outlook, which accelerated after his split with the Nation of Islam in 1964, made him an increasingly dangerous figure, and Curi, among others, was convinced that it led to his assassination in 1965. By 1960, Malcolm was the target of intensive FBI surveillance. In fact, one of the people who had squeezed into Castro's hotel bedroom that evening was an undercover FBI agent, who later reported back to the Bureau on the two men's conversation. According to a confidential FBI memo based on the source's report, Malcolm told Fidel that he was predisposed to like him, because usually, when one sees a man whom the United States is against, there is something good in that man. By the time Castro came to Harlem, he too was the target of increasingly ominous U.S. intelligence scrutiny. Just days before the Cuban delegation checked into Hotel Teresa, Bob Maheu, on orders of the CIA, met at another Manhattan hotel with Johnny Rosselli, the handsome, silver-haired mafia lord who presided over the underworld's Las Vegas empire, to develop a plan to assassinate Castro. Maheu and Rosselli were joined at the Plaza Hotel meeting by Jim O'Connell, Maheu's handler in the CIA security office, who posed as an American businessman who had been dispossessed by Castro's revolution and was willing to pay for his elimination. But the savvy Rosselli was not fooled. He quickly figured out that the Mafia was being recruited for a top-secret government assignment. Once again, Bob Maheu found himself at the center of a lethal CIA operation. Near the end of his life, he recalled what he went through when the CIA asked him to serve as the main emissary with the Mafia in the Castro assassination plot. Sitting with two visitors in his ranch house on the edge of a Las Vegas golf course, sipping vodka on the rocks as golf balls periodically clunked off the roof, Maheu recounted a long night of soul-searching as he wrestled with the CIA request. Chef Edwards and Jim O'Connell framed their pitch to Maheu in terms a good Catholic would understand. Killing Castro was an act of just war, they said. It would save thousands of lives. They made it clear that the execution order came from the top of the agency, from Old Man Dulles himself. Nonetheless, Maheu realized that he would have blood on hands. To ponder the morally difficult question, Maheu went down to the recreation room in the basement of his Virginia home, where he made all of his big decisions, and listened all night long to classical music on the state-of-the-art sound system that the CIA had installed for him. In conversation with his visitors years later, Maheu tried to make it seem like his decision was a tortured process. But it actually sounded like a relative no-brainer for the security contractor. The CIA had made Bob Maheu's career. He owed everything to the agency, even the extravagant stereo system that made his Bach and Glenn Miller records sound like they were coming out of everywhere, even the wastepaper baskets. He wasn't about to give it all up to spare the life of a bearded, bombastic Cuban revolutionary. Maheu told the CIA yes. When it came down to it, he didn't mind having Castro's blood on his hands, or that of his brother Raul Castro and Che Guevara for that matter. It was the beginning of a long U.S.
intelligence campaign to kill the Cuban leader, stretching over several presidencies and involving untold numbers of accomplices, including mobsters, soldiers of fortune, disaffected members of the Havana regime, and security contractors like Maheu. As Castro prepared to return home at the end of his tumultuous week in New York, he gave a spirited press conference at the airport. Why was the Cuban delegation departing on a Soviet jet? A reporter shouted. Because the United States had impounded all of Cuba's airliners as a result of claims against his government, he responded. What do you want us to do? Castro asked plaintively. You leave us without petroleum. Khrushchev gives us petroleum. You, our sugar, Khrushchev buys our sugar. You take away our planes, Khrushchev gives us his plane. The CIA knew what it wanted Castro to do. Shortly after the Cuban leader arrived home in Havana, as he addressed a teeming crowd from the balcony of the presidential palace, a bomb went off in the park behind the palace, followed by a second explosion within the hour. Later in the day, a third bomb, more powerful than the other two, rocked Havana. The CIA-sponsored terror campaign aimed at killing Castro and destroying his government was quickly escalating. 2 weeks after Fidel Castro checked out of the Hotel Theresa, another young dynamo made an appearance at the hotel. On the afternoon of October 12, 1960, Senator John F. Kennedy brought his presidential campaign to Harlem, speaking to a large crowd from a platform erected in front of the hotel. Kennedy was well aware that Castro had just put the Harlem Hotel on the world map. JFK was fascinated by the charismatic Cuban, whose biography bore some resemblance to his own. Both men were the products of Catholic immigrant families who had worked their way up to wealth and success. Castro's father had immigrated from Spain. Both were the second sons of shrewd, entrepreneurial fathers and devout mothers. Both were educated at elite schools, and both had rejected their class privilege, dedicating themselves to improving the lives of those less fortunate and to making their countries beacons of change. After Castro's triumph over Batista, Kennedy had warm words for the victorious revolutionary, declaring, "Fidel Castro is part of the legacy of Bolivar, who led his men over the Andes Mountains, vowing war to the death against Spanish rule." The young senator criticized the Eisenhower administration for not giving Castro a more friendly greeting in his hour of triumph when he visited Washington in April 1959. But during the presidential campaign, Kennedy, determined not to be tarred by Nixon as soft on the global communist threat, carved out a position on Cuba that was even more militant than the Republican candidates, declaring that Castro had betrayed the ideals of the Cuban Revolution and calling his regime a communist menace that has been permitted to arise under our very noses, only 90 miles from our shores. Kennedy went so far as to suggest that the United States should take decisive action to remove the threat. His militant campaign rhetoric evoked a heated response from Castro during his epic UN speech, who called JFK an illiterate and ignorant millionaire with no understanding of Cuba's plight. In truth, Kennedy was keenly aware of Cuba's colonial history and was outspokenly critical of how U.S. business interests had despoiled the country. In the same campaign speech in which he attacked Castro as a dangerous enemy on our very doorstep, JFK ripped into America's corporate plunder and political domination of the island in surprisingly unvarnished terms. He also denounced Washington's shameful practice of propping up dictators throughout Latin America, including the bloody and repressive Batista. Kennedy's campaign rhetoric on Cuba revealed a man who was painstakingly trying to work out the correct position for himself and his country on the revolutionary convulsions that were shaking the world. He did not want to appear naive about communist exploitation of these national liberation movements, but he was even more concerned that the United States be on the right side of history by supporting the aspirations of the peoples of Latin America, Africa, and Asia as they threw off their colonial shackles. On that brisk fall day outside the Hotel Theresa, where Kennedy was joined on the platform by a formidable supporting cast of Democratic dignitaries, including Eleanor Roosevelt and Congressman Powell, the presidential contender sounded more like a supporter of the bearded revolutionary in whose wake he was following than an enemy. "I am happy to come to this hotel, a little late, but I am happy to come here," he began, to loud applause from the crowd. Behind the fact of Castro coming to this hotel, Khrushchev coming to Castro, there is another great traveler in the world, and that is the travel of a world revolution, a world in turmoil. I am delighted to come to Harlem, and I think the whole world should come here, and the whole world should recognize that we all live right next to each other, whether here in Harlem or on the other side of the globe. We should be glad came to the United States. We should not fear the 20th century, for the worldwide revolution which we see all around us is part of the original American Revolution. The man who was soon to become America's youngest elected president showed Harlem that day that he too could deliver a speech, perhaps with less fire than Castro, but with equal passion and vision and a bit more wit. Declaring that America's revolutionary ideals continue to inspire people throughout the world, Kennedy said, "There are children in Africa called George Washington. There are children in Africa called Thomas Jefferson. There are none called Lenin or Trotsky or Stalin in the Congo, or Nixon. There may be a couple called Adam Powell," he added, to loud laughter from the audience, which was well aware of the congressman's reputation for womanizing. America could not continue to inspire the world, Kennedy went on, unless it practiced what it preaches at home. If a Negro baby is born here and a white baby is born next door, the Negro baby's chance of finishing high school is about 60% of the white baby. This baby's chance of getting through college is about a third of that baby. His chance of being unemployed is 4 times that baby. All that must change, JFK told the audience. White people are a minority in the world, he said. They could no longer hold back the dreams of the rest of the world. Kennedy vowed that if he were elected, he would align America with the winds of change. "I believe it is important that the President of the United States personify the ideals of our society, speak out on this, associate ourselves with the great fight for equality." In the next 3 years, as Cuba became the flaming focal point of U.S. foreign policy, Kennedy would continue to wrestle with his relationship to Castro and the revolutionary change that he represented. As president, JFK's posture on Cuba gradually softened, with the White House inching awkwardly toward a state of peaceful coexistence with the neighbor whom Kennedy once called dangerous. The fitful process of rapprochement with Cuba would set off a turbulent reaction in Washington, particularly within the national security circles still dominated by Dulles hardliners. In these men's minds, it was not just Havana that loomed as a hotbed of dangerous ideas. It was the Kennedy White House. The torch is passed. The cruel circus of American politics has a way of exposing a candidate's inner self, particularly the hurly-burly of congressional campaigns, where the battle is fought up close and on one's home turf. Allen Dulles briefly threw himself into the political arena in August 1938 when he declared himself a candidate in the Republican primary for the 16th Congressional District on Manhattan's Upper East Side, where he and Clover maintained a townhouse. Like Foster, who later ran a similarly ill-fated campaign for the U.S. Senate, Allen had a nuanced feel for power but not for politics. The brothers were imbued with a sense of public service, but in their minds, democracy was something to be saved from the demos. Democracy works only if the so-called intelligent people make it work, Allen told the press on the eve of his campaign. You can't sit back and let democracy run itself. Dulles's patrician sensibility did not play well in the campaign, even with the posh Republican voters on the Upper East Side. During the race, he put together all of the right elements, like a corporate lawyer meticulously building his case. He lined up the support of prestigious Republicans, such as Elihu Root Jr., the son of Teddy Roosevelt's Secretary of State, who served as his honorary campaign chairman. He secured the endorsements of the leading New York newspapers, including the Times and the Herald Tribune. And he opened up a campaign office at the Belmont Plaza Hotel, where Clover dutifully wrote several hundred letters soliciting support from women voters in the district, like a junior league doyenne volunteering for a favorite charity. But there was no passion in the Dulles campaign. His speeches were stilted, and his debate performance was lawyerly and bloodless. The month-long primary campaign pitted Dulles against the incumbent, a conservative Democratic congressman named John J. O'Connor, who had cross-filed in the Republican primary after President Roosevelt announced his intention to purge O'Connor as a traitor to the New Deal. During the brief race, Dulles tried to carefully parse his attacks on the popular president, expressing sympathy with FDR's broad social aims while denouncing his dictatorial attitude. But O'Connor, who had established himself as one of the more effective opponents of the New Deal in Congress, came across as a more muscular enemy of Roosevelt. And when the battle-scarred political warhorse turned his invective on Dulles, accusing him of selling out his country to international interests and Wall Street titans like J. Pierpont Morgan, Dulles could only muster a rational-sounding but feeble reply. On Election Day, September 21, Dulles went down to a thumping defeat, losing the Republican nomination by a 3-2 margin to a man who did not even belong to the party. Dulles promptly returned to the world of discreet power that he knew best, never again subjecting himself to the slings and arrows of electoral combat. On the surface, John F. Kennedy seemed similarly unsuited for the rough and tumble of democracy. Privileged, reserved, and physically frail, young Jack Kennedy was a far cry from his glad-handing political forebears, such as his maternal grandfather, John Honey Fitzgerald, the perennial Boston politician who wooed voters with his gift for song and blarney. Late into his career, JFK continued to worry that he was too introverted for politics. In January 1960, 3 days after declaring his presidential candidacy, Kennedy confided to friends over dinner, "I'm not a political type." In contrast to his grandfather, who wanted to talk to everybody, added Kennedy, "I'd rather read a book on a plane than talk to the fellow next to me." When he made his political debut in 1946, running for Congress from the Boston-Cambridge 11th District, the 28-year-old Kennedy was far from a shoo-in, despite his father's wealth and connections. The sprawling district encompassed a slew of tough Irish and Italian working-class neighborhoods and slums, and the Choate and Harvard-educated candidate seemed too aloof a character to outrun the crowded pack of experienced political pros that he faced in the Democratic primary. Joe Kennedy tried to outfit his son with the best campaign brain trust that money could buy, but JFK preferred to work with young war veterans like himself. Jack Kennedy sought out Dave Powers, an Air Force veteran who had grown up in scruffy Irish Catholic Charlestown and was a local political wise guy. The son of a dock worker who had died when Powers was 2, leaving his widow with 8 children to raise, the political operator knew the dreams and heartaches of the families crowded into the neighborhood's 3-decker tenements. Powers ushered 5 masses every Sunday at St. Catherine's Church and played second base on the parish baseball team. I knew just about everybody in Charlestown. When Kennedy first approached him in a Charlestown tavern to ask him to join his campaign, Powers turned him down flat. A millionaire's son running for Congress in a shot and beer district? He didn't stand a chance. Kennedy didn't seem cut out for Boston's brawling politics. In fact, the young man, who would soon be diagnosed with Addison's disease and told that he would not live past 40, did not seem long for this world.
As the 1946 campaign got underway, Kennedy was plagued by severe back and abdominal distress that he had suffered ever since he was a teenager and had been aggravated during his war service in the South Pacific, where he had also picked up a case of malaria. He was painfully thin, and his skin had an unhealthy yellow tinge. Whether from the atabrine he took for his malaria or from his Addison's, it was unclear. Kennedy's shy manner and boyish good looks made him seem more a poet than a politician to Powers. But he soon discovered that JFK was aggressively shy. Even after Powers turned him down over drinks at the bar, Kennedy kept dogging him, showing up a few nights later at his family's three-decker flat and peppering him with questions. Well, if you were running in the district, what would you do? He was very inquisitive. He could pick your mind. A few days later, when Kennedy invited him to come to his first campaign appearance, Dave Powers gave in to his political destiny. JFK was addressing a group of Gold Star mothers, women who had lost sons during the war, at the Charlestown American Legion Hall. As Kennedy began to speak, a polite hush fell over the crowd. Powers stood listening in the back of the room, and at first, the political operator, who was used to the stem-winding oratory of Boston legends like James Michael Curley, cringed at what he was hearing. The young candidate was painfully nervous, stuttering, and visibly struggling for a way to connect with his audience. And then it happened. Kennedy, whose own family had lost its firstborn son, Joseph Patrick Kennedy Jr., in the final days of the war, found his voice. "I was getting sort of nervous," recalled Powers years later, "and then looked out at all these wonderful ladies and said, I think I know how you feel, because my mother is a Gold Star mother too. And all the years I've been in politics, smoke-filled rooms, and from Maine to Anchorage, Alaska, this reaction was unbelievable. He immediately was surrounded by all these Charlestown mothers, and in the background I can hear them saying, 'He reminds me of my own John or Joe or Pat, a loved one they had lost.' Even I was overwhelmed." After the event, as they walked back to Kennedy's hotel suite in an old political hangout on Beacon Street, the young candidate asked Powers how he had done. "It was great," said Powers. And then he reached out his hand and said, "Then will you be with me?" And I shook his hand, and I was with him from that day to Dallas. Kennedy went on to win the Democratic primary and the general election by landslides. He spent the rest of his life in politics, a profession he regarded as honorable, at which he displayed a unique talent, even if he never felt entirely comfortable with its showmanship. As he prepared to run for president, he expressed hope that the country was ready for a new style of politics.
Perhaps you didn't have to be a backslapping, happy warrior like Hubert Humphrey, a leading rival for the 1960 Democratic nomination. I just don't think you have to have that type of personality to be successful today in politics, JFK told friends, a bit wishfully, early in his campaign. I think you have to be able to communicate a sense of conviction and intelligence, and rather, some integrity. Those three qualities are really it. Every great life in politics has a theme. With John Kennedy, it was his horror of war and the endless suffering it brings. He felt it in a way that most politicians, blithely untouched by the savagery and idiocy of war, never feel it. "All war is stupid," Kennedy had written home as a naval lieutenant in the South Pacific, where he had nearly lost his own life when his PT boat was carved in two by a Japanese destroyer. The death of his older brother only confirmed his deep disgust with war. "He was very close to my brother Joe, and it was a devastating loss to him personally," recalled Senator Edward M. Kennedy, JFK's youngest brother, near the end of his life. "He was a very different person when he came back from the war. I think this burned inside of him." Allen Dulles had also felt the personal impact of war when his son and namesake returned from Korea irreparably damaged. But his own family tragedy provoked no deep agonizing within Dulles about war or his central role in Washington's machinery of violence. The spymaster liked to talk, in a way that sounded almost boastful, about his ability to dispatch men, including his own loyal agents, to their deaths. In contrast, during his years in the White House, Kennedy continually wrestled with ways to avoid bloodshed, again and again deflecting belligerent counsel from his national security advisors. Dulles came to see this as weakness, while Kennedy would conclude that his CIA director was a man of the past, recklessly provoking Cold War confrontations when the world was crying out for a new vision.
Though it was largely hidden from the public, the duel between Kennedy and Dulles would define Washington's deep politics in the early 1960s. Dulles first met Kennedy in winter 1954, while JFK was at his family's Palm Beach mansion recovering from another agonizing round of back surgery. The freshman senator from Massachusetts, who had not yet made much of a political mark, did not strike the graying Washington power fixture as the sort of man with whom he would one day cross swords. Kennedy was so enfeebled from his latest surgical ordeal, which had put him in a coma, prompting a priest to administer the last rites, that he could barely hobble a few steps. He lay in bed most days, with nurses helping to turn him, reading and taking notes for an article that would grow into his best-selling book, Profiles in Courage. From an early age, Kennedy's afflictions had given him an acute sense of his fragile mortality. At least one half of the days that he spent on this earth, his brother Robert later observed, were days of intense physical pain. As president, JFK came to represent the very picture of youthful vigor and political revitalization. But in private, particularly during periods of extreme physical distress, Kennedy seemed to belong as much to the afterlife as to the living. In October 1953, while relaxing on Cape Cod after their wedding, Kennedy recited his favorite poem to his new wife, Jacqueline, "I Have a Rendezvous with Death." Written by a young American poet named Alan Seegert, the uncle of folk singer Pete Seeger before he died in battle in World War I, the poem spoke to the shadows in Kennedy's soul, even in the bloom of marriage to a beautiful and vivacious young woman. God knows, 'twere better to be deep pillowed in silk and scented down, where love throbs out in blissful sleep, pulse nigh to pulse and breath to breath, where hushed awakenings are dear. But I've a rendezvous with death, at midnight in some flaming town, when spring trips north again this year, and I to my pledged word am true, I shall not fail that rendezvous. Dulles was a frequent houseguest of the Kennedys' Palm Beach neighbors, Charles and Jane Wrightsman. Charlie Wrightsman was a globe-trotting oil millionaire who had met his much younger wife when he was pushing 50 and she was a 24-year-old department store swimsuit model. Under his bullying tutelage, Jane Wrightsman grew into a world-renowned art collector and high society hostess who would mentor Jacqueline Kennedy during the First Lady's elaborate restoration of the White House. Charlie Wrightsman was a blunt-spoken former oil wildcatter whose ruggedly Republican values were right out of the pages of Ayn Rand. Wrightsman and Dulles, who served as the oil man's attorney when he worked at Sullivan and Cromwell, forged a tight, mutually beneficial friendship. Wrightsman generously shared his lavish lifestyle with the less affluent Dulles, inviting the intelligence chief for frequent winter retreats at his Spanish-style estate in Palm Beach, with its Renoirs and Vermeers and its parquet floors acquired from the Palais Royal in Paris. The oil baron also sometimes enticed Dulles to join his wife and him on their yachting expeditions in the Mediterranean, as well as their aviation adventures in their Learstar jet. Jane and I are leaving Paris on Thursday, August 20 for Stavanger, Norway and points north, Wrightsman wrote Dulles in July 1953 from the Hotel du Cap d'Antibes. If you will join us, I will promise not to mention during our entire cruise that Senator McCarthy might be the next president of the United States. Dulles, in turn, opened doors for Wrightsman in far-flung oil capitals like Baghdad and Tripoli, providing him with introductions to ambassadors, government ministers, and sheiks. The oil man made sure to keep the spy chief in the loop, reporting back to him on the political intrigues in Europe and the Middle East. Clover resented the way that her husband slid so easily into the lap of luxury provided by millionaires like Wrightsman. Spending time in this gilded atmosphere brought out all of Clover's mixed feelings about the world of privilege, a world where Alan served but did not fully belong. The mere mention of the Wrightsmans, recalled Mary Bancroft near the end of her life, was apt to set off one of those fights when they went at each other like a pair of fighting eagles, with Clover always being defeated by Alan's stronger claws until she retreated from the fray with feathers awry and deep wounds from those claws. It was terrible to witness how they fought. Clover blamed the Wrightsmans for bringing out her husband's more reprehensible characteristics, Bancroft observed, namely that he liked good food, good wine, and the chance to swim in a heated pool, and afterwards to dry himself with a large, soft, expensive towel that had been warmed ahead of time so you won't get a shock. Clover liked luxury herself, but she certainly fought this weakness tooth and nail and was always forcing herself to do uncomfortable and unpleasant things that she thought good for the soul, like the most rigid of the Puritan fathers. It was the Wrightsmans who introduced the Dulleses to young Jack Kennedy. Charlie Wrightsman was no fan of the New Dealer Joe Kennedy, but he and his wife found themselves charmed by Jack and Jackie, who seemed to have the air of American royalty. Years later, after JFK was dead, Dulles recalled the day in early 1954 that he met the young senator. Invited by Joe Kennedy to drop by the family's Palm Beach home while he was staying with the Wrightsmans, Dulles first came upon JFK as he was flat on his back. He was suffering a good deal of pain, and he was lying on the sofa there in the study in Joe Kennedy's house, Dulles remembered, and that was the first time that I saw him. As the two men discussed various international hotspots, JFK would get up from time to time, wincing with pain, and gingerly walk a few paces before returning to the sofa.
He obviously wanted to learn, said Dulles. On another occasion, JFK was invited to dinner at the Wrightsmans when both Dulles brothers were in attendance. Jack Kennedy was quite a modest man in those days, recalled the CIA chief. I remember my brother was there. I don't say was overawed, but he was very respectful. Thus began a relationship that Dulles regarded as tutorial, the education of a promising young man who had the proper regard for his elders. He was always trying to get information. I don't mean secrets or things of that kind particularly, but to get himself informed. He wanted to get my views, and when my brother was there, his views on what we thought about things, and we had many talks together. This, in Dulles' mind, was the proper order of things. Kennedy as prince and acolyte, and the Dulles brothers as court regents. If Dulles' attitude toward young Kennedy was condescending, his wife was odd. Clover's first real opportunity to become acquainted with JFK came in August 1955, when she and Alan were vacationing with the Wrightsmans on the beaches of southern France. At Antibes, we did the usual thing, Clover wrote to Alan Jr., sitting in the cabana, swimming, eating good meals at good restaurants. But the most memorable occasion, she wrote, took place when they dined with the Kennedy clan, who were also on holiday in France. Joe Kennedy's son, the senator, was there. He is 36, but looks no older than a college boy, is nice-looking and so straightforward, sincere, intelligent, and attractive and likable that I haven't been so enthusiastic about anybody for ages. The aging Dulles, who still regarded himself as something of a ladies' man, must have found his wife's schoolgirl crush on the young senator somewhat unnerving. But JFK also brought out tender, motherly feelings in Clover, calling to mind her own disabled son. We talked of you, Clover wrote Alan Jr., for he too was wounded and only last winter had some operation on his back, so that he was on crutches. Talking with the bright, boyishly handsome, and attentive senator must have reminded Clover of what could have been if her own son had not been so badly hurt in Korea. The Dulles brothers were slow to realize that if young Senator Kennedy was their pupil, he was an increasingly rebellious one. Kennedy began questioning the rigid Cold War paradigm that dominated Washington policymaking as early as 1951, when he undertook a fact-finding mission to Asia while still a congressman. His stopover in Vietnam, where the French colonial regime was struggling to put down a growing national rebellion led by Ho Chi Minh, made a particularly deep impression on Kennedy. When he landed in Saigon, the U.S. congressman with the prominent family name was immediately swarmed by French officials. But he slipped away and met with independent-thinking diplomats and journalists. Saigon was a city on the edge when JFK arrived in October 1951, with explosions rumbling in the distance, French agents whisking suspects off the streets at night, and headless bodies found floating in the Saigon River by morning. At the rooftop restaurant of the Hotel Majestic, overlooking the gaslit, Parisian-tinged streets below, Kennedy met with an astute American embassy officer named Edmund Gullion. The diplomat told the inquisitive congressman that the French would never win. He said that Ho Chi Minh, who had once worked as a baker at JFK's favorite Boston hotel, the Parker House, and who was inspired by the blazing ideals of the American Revolution, was seen as a national hero. Ho had awakened thousands of his fellow Vietnamese, who would rather die than continue to live under their French colonial masters. By April 1954, when Kennedy stood up on the Senate floor to challenge the Eisenhower administration's support for the doomed French war in Vietnam, he had become an informed critic of Western imperialism.
Even as France headed toward its Waterloo at Dien Bien Phu that spring, the Eisenhower administration insisted that massive U.S. military aid and firepower could help turn the tide for the embattled French forces. But, as Kennedy told the U.S. Senate, to pour money, material, and men into the jungle of Indochina would be dangerously futile and self-destructive. The young senator had a much firmer grasp of the realities of national insurgencies than Eisenhower and his aging Secretary of State. I am frankly of the belief that no amount of American military assistance in Indochina can conquer an enemy which is everywhere and at the same time nowhere, an enemy of the people which has the sympathy and covert support of the people. History would soon prove him right. Kennedy had an instinctive sympathy for the downtrodden subjects of imperial powers, one that was rooted in his Irish heritage. His political rhetoric often reverberated with extra passion when he addressed the subject of popular uprisings against imperial rule. In July 1957, Kennedy once more took a strong stand against French colonialism, this time France's bloody war against Algeria's independence movement, which again found the Eisenhower administration on the wrong side of history. Rising on the Senate floor 2 days before America's Independence Day, Kennedy declared, "The most powerful single force in the world today is neither communism nor capitalism, neither the H-bomb nor the guided missile. It is man's eternal desire to be free and independent. The great enemy of that tremendous force of freedom is called, for want of a more precise term, imperialism. And today that means Soviet imperialism, and, whether we like it or not, and though they are not to be equated, Western imperialism." Thus, the single most important test of American foreign policy today is how we meet the challenge of imperialism, what we do to further man's desire to be free. On this test, more than any other, this nation shall be critically judged by the uncommitted millions in Asia and Africa, and anxiously watched by the still hopeful lovers of freedom behind the Iron Curtain. If we fail to meet the challenge of either Soviet or Western imperialism, then no amount of foreign aid, no aggrandizement of armaments, no new pacts or doctrines or high-level conferences can prevent further setbacks to our course and to our security. Kennedy's speech was a bold challenge to the Eisenhower Dulles worldview, which interpreted all international events through the prism of the Cold War, and allowed no space for developing nations to pursue their own path to progress. Breaking from the Cold War orthodoxy that prevailed in the Democratic as well as Republican parties, JFK suggested that Soviet expansionism was not the only enemy of world freedom. So too were the forces of Western imperialism that crushed the legitimate aspirations of people throughout the Third World. Kennedy's thinking about the historical imperative of Third World liberation was remarkably advanced. Even today, no nationally prominent leader in the United States would dare question the imperialistic policies that have led our country into one military nightmare after another. Kennedy understood that Washington's militant opposition to the world's revolutionary forces would only reap a bitter harvest. If the United States stifled these legitimate forces of national self-determination, he said, then rising generations around the globe would be left with a grim choice between radicalism and feudalism. Kennedy's Algeria speech was a political bombshell. Ike sounded off about JFK's speech at a cabinet meeting, sourly commenting, "That's fine, everybody likes independence. We can all make brilliant speeches. But these things are rather difficult problems, and maybe somebody ought to make a speech to remind the senator that they're not so easy." Eisenhower began referring to Kennedy as "that little jerk."
Meanwhile, Secretary Dulles icily told the press that if the senator from Massachusetts wanted to crusade against imperialism, maybe he should target the Soviet variety. JFK brushed aside the Eisenhower and Dulles criticisms as predictable croaks from Washington's Ancien Régime. Kennedy had little respect for Eisenhower, seeing him as a disengaged leader who would rather play golf with his millionaire cronies than confront the world's emerging new realities. "I could understand if he played golf all the time with old army friends," Kennedy once told Arthur Schlesinger. "But no man is less loyal to his old friends than Eisenhower. He is a terribly cold man. All his golfing pals are rich men he has met since 1945. As for Foster, Kennedy dismissed him as an aging pontificator who saw the world through slogans, simplistic axioms like godless communism and Soviet master plan that seemed increasingly false or irrelevant to the new phase of competitive coexistence in which we live.
While Kennedy's denunciation of French colonialism in Algeria brought sharp rebukes at home, even from Democratic standard-bearers like Adlai Stevenson, who called it terrible, and the New York Times, which found the speech insufficiently delicate, it stirred hopes overseas, particularly in Africa, a continent swept by the anti-colonial tempest. Dignitaries from African countries began calling regularly on Kennedy at his Capitol Hill offices, praising him for his courageous position on Algeria, in the words of an Angolan revolutionary. One of the senator's aides had to spend much of her time trying to find housing in segregated Washington for the steady stream of African visitors. If Room 362 of the Senate Office Building was becoming a center of African aspiration, the Eisenhower administration remained a reactionary bastion. The president and his top advisors were convinced that the African people were not ready to take responsibility for their own affairs, and that any revolutionary mischief on the continent would only play into communist hands. At one National Security Council meeting, Vice President Nixon observed, "Some of the peoples of Africa have been out of trees for only about 50 years," to which Budget Director Maurice Stans, who would later serve as President Nixon's Commerce Secretary, replied that he had the impression that many Africans still belonged in trees. The president did nothing to elevate the discussion, remarking with assurance that in Africa, man's emotions still have control over his intelligence. On other occasions, Eisenhower expressed resentment when he had to invite those niggers, by which he meant African dignitaries, to diplomatic receptions. But by spring 1959, the Eisenhower Dulles regime was coming to an end. Foster was rapidly declining as the colon cancer he had been fighting since 1956 spread throughout his body. On April 11, Allen, who was vacationing at the Wrightsmans in Palm Beach at the time, was summoned by his brother to the nearby Hobe Sound estate of State Department Undersecretary C. Douglas Dillon, where Foster was resting between hospital visits. Allen found a gaunt-looking Foster in bed, writing a letter of resignation on one of the yellow legal pads that he always kept close at hand. "I could see that my brother was in great pain," Allen later remembered. "He told me that he felt the time had come for him to resign, and he wanted me to go to see the president and persuade the president to accept his resignation." Allen chartered a plane and flew to Augusta, Georgia, where Eisenhower was staying in his little White House on the carpeted greenery of the famed golf course. At first, the president refused to accept Foster's resignation, a gesture of respect for the Secretary of State's centrality in the administration that Allen would always appreciate. But Foster, whose resignation was effective April 22, was soon forced to return to Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, where he died just after dawn on May 24, 1959, at age 71. Foster's implacable Cold War philosophy remained stiffly intact to the very end, as he brushed aside narcotic painkillers and went stoically to his death. The one burst of passion in his businesslike resignation letter came when he reminded Eisenhower of their long struggle against the formidable and ruthless challenge from international communism, an evil force that had made it manifestly difficult for their administration to avoid the awful catastrophe of war. In his deathbed conversations with his brother and other close administration officials, Foster urged them to continue steering a vigilant course, warning them not to be bewitched by the enemy's siren songs of peace. Nixon dutifully took notes while listening to his mentor's parting words of wisdom. So did Foster's younger brother. Foster had only days, maybe hours to live, and he knew it, Allen wrote. Speech came hard as the cancer gripped him. I saw there was something very special he wished to tell me. Every word of what he said was a struggle and cost pain. This was his last legacy to me. Foster's final testament, as recorded by Allen, was a remarkable war cry, undimmed by pain or the creeping fog of death. It was a gift of forged steel from a dying knight to his loyal brother-in-arms. Remember, Foster told his younger brother, America was facing no ordinary antagonist. The Soviets sought not a place in the sun, but the sun itself. Their objective was the world. Somehow, the American people must be brought to understand the issues, their responsibilities, and the need for American leadership anywhere, maybe even everywhere in the world. This is what my brother said to me on that May Day. This was his last message to me. To defeat relentless communism and to project U.S. power everywhere in the world, Allen Dulles was determined to continue pursuing his brother's holy war. But with Foster buried at Arlington National Cemetery, the younger Dulles had lost his principal Washington ally. Allen had never been as close to Eisenhower as Foster. The president had given his CIA director a long leash, but he never felt fully confident in his judgment. The relationship between the two men would sharply fracture in May 1960 when a high-flying U-2 spy plane operated by the CIA was shot down over the Soviet Union, sabotaging an upcoming summit meeting with Khrushchev and ruining Eisenhower's final chance for a Cold War breakthrough. Eisenhower was agonizingly aware of the political risks he was taking by authorizing the U-2 spy missions over Soviet territory, calling his on-again, off-again approval for the surveillance flights one of the most soul-searching questions to come before a president. But Dulles had repeatedly assured Eisenhower that the high-altitude spy planes were safe from Russian anti-aircraft missiles. On May 1, the president found out his CIA director's assurances were hollow when a Soviet missile slammed into a U-2 plane flying over Russia's Ural Mountains, resulting in the downing of the aircraft and the capture of CIA pilot Francis Gary Powers. The flight on the eve of the Paris summit seemed so badly timed and planned that at least one close observer, Air Force Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, suspected that the CIA had intentionally provoked the incident in order to ruin the peace conference and ensure the continued reign of Dulles dogmatism. Prouty, a liaison officer between the Pentagon and the CIA, who was summoned by Dulles whenever CIA spy flights ran into trouble, later wrote that the U-2 shoot-down was a most unusual event that grew out of a tremendous underground struggle the peacemakers led by President Eisenhower and the Dulles inner elite. John Eisenhower, who was generally reluctant to give his father advice, was so disturbed by the deceitful way that Dulles handled the U-2 affair that he urged Ike to fire him. The president erupted at his son, yelling at the top of his voice for me to drop dead. But the younger Eisenhower sensed that his father's rage came from the realization that he should have fired Dulles long before. The president told White House aides Andrew Goodpaster and Gordon Gray that he never wanted to set eyes on Dulles again. In the final days of his presidency, Eisenhower was presented with yet another set of recommendations for getting Allen Dulles' CIA under control, this time by the President's Board of Consultants on Foreign Intelligence Activities, which urged the spy agency to de-emphasize the cloak and dagger adventures of which Dulles was so fond in favor of intelligence gathering and analysis. But it was far too late for Eisenhower to do anything about his spy master and the parallel government that he seemed to run. "I've tried," Ike told Gray. "I cannot change Allen Dulles." At a meeting of national security advisors convened in the White House to consider the panel's reform proposals, Dulles brushed aside any suggestion that his management of the CIA was flawed. It would be folly for him to delegate any responsibility for running the agency, he insisted. Without his leadership, the country's intelligence apparatus would be a body floating in thin air. Dulles' display of arrogance at last triggered an explosive reaction from Eisenhower. He had delegated far too much of his presidency to the Dulles brothers, and he suspected that history would not be kind to him. In a scolding tone, the president told Dulles that the CIA was badly organized and badly run, and as commander-in-chief, he had been utterly powerless to do anything about it, despite one blue-ribbon presidential task force after the next. He would leave the next president a legacy of ashes, Eisenhower bitterly remarked. Dulles had little reason to take Eisenhower's words to heart. He had already ensured his continued reign in the incoming Kennedy administration. As the 1960 presidential election approached its climax, JFK's criticisms of Eisenhower-Dulles foreign policy grew sharper, focusing on the Republican administration's irresponsible record of nuclear brinksmanship as well as its disquieting ignorance of international affairs. Foster, who had little interest in the world beyond the central poles of power, once mixed up Tunisia and Indonesia, and his State Department staff had a difficult time distinguishing between Niger and Nigeria.
But Allen Dulles did not let Kennedy's often cut-in campaign rhetoric disrupt their relationship. Dulles knew that the race between Kennedy and Nixon would be close. He was confident of his continued command of the CIA if the Republican candidate, a longtime disciple of the Dulles brothers, won the November election. But Dulles realized that if his job were to survive a Democratic presidential victory, Kennedy would require more charm and effort on his part. During JFK's run for the White House, Dulles received inside reports on the Kennedy camp from a number of mutual friends, including Charlie Reitzman and Mary Bancroft. Reitzman, whose Kennedy ties seemed to trump his Republican values, reported to Dulles on the growing confidence within the Kennedy family circle as the election neared. Meanwhile, Dulles' former mistress, who met John and Robert Kennedy through her Democratic Party activism in New York City politics, became increasingly smitten with JFK. In July 1959, Bancroft wrote Kennedy a gushing letter after meeting him at a New York political gathering, vowing that she would support his ambitions all of the way, and not just for 60, but forever. Dulles and Kennedy engaged in a careful minuet during the 1960 campaign. Both men knew they belonged to different political worlds, but there was some social overlap between their circles, and neither man sought any reason to antagonize the other. Kennedy knew that Dulles ruled a powerful empire that could help or hurt his campaign, and he made an effort to stay in the spy master's good graces, going as far to add his late brother's name to the honorable roster of political heroes Kennedy wrote about in Profiles in Courage. It was Jackie Kennedy who tipped off Dulles to the pleasures of James Bond, giving him a copy of From Russia with Love, which became one of his favorite spy novels. After he got hooked on Ian Fleming, the CIA director would send copies of new Bond novels to the senator and his wife as soon he got his hands on them. In typical fashion, Dulles played both sides of the 1960 presidential campaign, currying favor with Kennedy as well as Nixon. On July 23, the CIA director met with the Democratic candidate at the Kennedy family compound in Hyannisport to give him an intelligence briefing. After the election, Nixon charged that Dulles had given his opponent an unfair advantage at this meeting by briefing JFK about the CIA's plans for a paramilitary invasion of Cuba. In his memoir, Six Crises, Nixon accused Kennedy of using this inside information to straitjacket him on the Cuba issue. When JFK demanded militant action on Cuba on the eve of the final presidential debate, Nixon, who could not reveal that the administration was indeed secretly planning such a course, was forced to take a cautionary posture, chiding Kennedy for his dangerously irresponsible recommendations. Dulles later strongly denied Nixon's accusation, insisting that he did not brief Kennedy about the Bay of Pigs operation until after the election. But his denial had a slippery feel to it. Nixon indicated he thought he'd been double-crossed, Dulles told former CIA colleague Tom Braden in 1964. I said this is all a misunderstanding, because as far as I know, President Kennedy did not know about the training, from me anyway. He didn't know anything about it from me until after the election took place. Dulles did not spell out whether any other CIA official might have tipped off Kennedy on the CIA chief's authorization. If Dulles used his Kennedy briefings to win points with the Democratic nominee, he also used these private sessions to gain inside information for the Nixon camp. On a Saturday evening in September 1960, Robert Kennedy, his brother's notoriously aggressive campaign manager, phoned Dulles at home, interrupting a dinner he was hosting, to inform the CIA director that Jack wanted another intelligence briefing on Monday morning at his Georgetown home. It was the kind of brusque request that CIA officials would grow used to receiving from Bobby, who was not known for his patience or ingratiating manners when his brother's pressing needs were at stake. Dulles was not used to being summoned in so peremptory a fashion, particularly by political operatives like Bobby Kennedy, who was more than 3 decades his junior. But still eager to please the Kennedys, he showed up at JFK's townhouse at the appointed hour. When the presidential candidate, who was meeting with Senator Albert Gore Sr. of Tennessee at the time, kept the CIA director waiting, Dulles did not complain, and he even graciously allowed another waiting guest, a minor Middle Eastern prince, to see Kennedy before him. But after Dulles's half-hour meeting with the Democratic nominee, the spymaster promptly sent a memo about their conversation to Andy Goodpaster in the White House, knowing that Eisenhower's staff would certainly relay it to the Nixon campaign.
The September 21 Dulles memo focused on the U-2 controversy, of which Kennedy had already made a campaign issue. The CIA director, who was acutely aware of his responsibility for the crisis and how it was being exploited by the Democrats, informed Goodpaster that JFK asked him for his reaction to Countdown for Decision, a new book by retired Army General J.B. Madaris that was sharply critical of the Eisenhower administration's handling of the U-2 affair.
As I mentioned to you, Dulles wrote the White House aide in a follow-up memo a few days later. I have reason to believe that this book will be cited in the campaign in view of certain statements which were made to me by Senator Kennedy when I briefed him last Monday. Despite Dulles's efforts to help the vice president by informing on the Kennedy campaign, Nixon continued to hold a grudge about the CIA chief's duplicity. Until the end of his Washington career, Nixon would harbor suspicions about the CIA and its political treachery. Nixon, who had carried water for the Dulles brothers ever since the Alger Hiss affair, had expected the spy master's uncompromising support in his run for the White House. But Dulles was not concerned with personal or political loyalties. By playing both sides of the closely contested 1960 race, Dulles ensured that he would be the victor, no matter who won. On Wednesday evening, November 9, the day after JFK's breathtakingly close victory, the president-elect and several members of his inner circle sipped cocktails in the living room at Hannisport, recovering from their all-night ordeal and savoring the hard-won moment. At one point, the group of insiders began discussing what Kennedy should do first as president. The group was keenly aware of the historical turning point and of the unique opportunities open to JFK with his generational changing of the guard. The first thing he should do, suggested one insider, is fire J. Edgar Hoover. While he was at it, said another, Kennedy should get rid of Allen Dulles. Both men were symbols of a reactionary past, and there was something sinister about their interminable reigns. A relaxed Kennedy encouraged the free-flowing conversation, and the guests retired to their rooms at the compound that night under the impression that the new president was in step with their recommendations. But the next morning, they were unpleasantly surprised to read in the daily papers that Kennedy had already announced that he was retaining both Hoover and Dulles. Kennedy later explained to Arthur Schlesinger that, considering his slim margin of victory, he didn't feel that he had sufficient political capital to uproot two Washington pillars like Hoover and Dulles. Jettisoning these national icons, as Schlesinger described them, would have provoked a sharp backlash from the influential network of allies that they had accumulated in the Washington bureaucracy and among the Georgetown and Manhattan chattering classes. Schlesinger, ever eager to put Kennedy's actions in the best possible light, later called JFK's decision to include prominent Republicans in his administrations, such as Dulles and C. Douglas Dillon, who was appointed Treasury Chief, part of the youthful president-elect's strategy of reassurance. The Harvard historian played a unique role in Kennedy's life: special assistant to the president, political advisor, court chronicler, and liaison to the liberal and intellectual circles with which JFK had a complicated and often prickly relationship. "Here's Arthur," JFK Riley remarked one evening, as his advisor joined a casual staff gathering in the Oval Office. "He used to be a liberal. Maybe he can explain why they do these crazy things." The bow-tied, bespectacled scholar seemed an unlikely member of the new frontier inner circle, where handsome men of action, the kind who could throw a long, tight spiral and skipper a sailboat, dominated. But Kennedy had a respectful, if sometimes teasing relationship with Schlesinger, often using him as a sounding board for new ideas and appointments that he was considering, as well as a voice of conscience. When Schlesinger communicated to Kennedy liberals' growing concerns about his political appointments, the president told him he understood, but they shouldn't worry. What matters is the program. JFK assured his advisor that his policies would be solidly liberal, no matter who held positions in his administration. Besides, said Kennedy, he had given men like Dulles only a temporary reprieve. They would be gone soon enough. "We'll have to go with this for a year or so. Then I would like to bring in some new people." But Kennedy was not naive about the workings of Washington power. After a thoughtful pause, he added, "I suppose it may be hard to get rid of these people once they are in." Kennedy already knew the man he wanted to replace Dulles: tall, brainy Richard M. Bissell, Jr., the Groton and Yale-educated chief of clandestine operations for the CIA.
Bissell, a popular member of the Georgetown set, had managed to survive the political fallout from the U-2 disaster, even though he was in charge of the Spy in the Sky program. With his impressive academic credentials, which included a degree from the London School of Economics, and his grasp of the latest surveillance technology, Bissell struck JFK as a man of the future. In February, soon after Kennedy's inauguration, Dulles organized a well-lubricated mixer for his top CIA men and Kennedy's White House team at the Ally Club, his favorite Washington watering hole. The Venerable Gentlemen's Club, located in an old brick townhouse that had changed little since the days of its founding, in the mutton shop era of President Chester A. Arthur, catered to an exclusive membership list, including Supreme Court justices, Joint Chiefs chairmen, and former presidents. After breaking the ice with a pleasant three-cocktail dinner, as one guest described it, the CIA men got up, one at a time, to explain their mysterious roles to the White House aides. Dulles himself was used to dominating these occasions, but on this evening it was Bissell who took the spotlight. Dulles's deputy introduced himself by saying, "I'm your basic man-eating shark," an opening with just the right mix of bravado and self-mockery to charm the new frontiersmen, as historian Evan Thomas observed. The president made no secret of his plan to shake up the CIA and to replace Dulles with his number 2 man. Kennedy's father had served on the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board that had urged Eisenhower to overhaul the management of the spy agency. Joseph P. Kennedy had made his son fully aware of Dulles's dangerously unsupervised management style. After the November election, a member of Kennedy's transition team, aware of his low opinion of the CIA's leadership, asked him, "There must be someone you really trust within the intelligence community. Who is that?" Kennedy could think of only one man. "Richard Bissell," he answered. But Allen Dulles had no intention of relinquishing power anytime soon, not even to one of his right-hand men like Bissell. To Dulles, the Kennedy transition was just one more seasonal Washington cycle that had to be finessed. In the days leading up to Kennedy's inauguration, the press was filled with stories about all the fresh new faces in Washington. But many of the Kennedy appointments had closer ties to the Dulles old guard than they did to the new president. Among them was McGeorge Bundy, the owlish Harvard dean whom Kennedy appointed National Security Advisor. The long ties between Dulles and the Boston Brahmin Bundy family had been fortified when the CIA director rescued Mac Bundy's brother, CIA officer Bill Bundy, from Joe McCarthy's pyre. Mac Bundy regarded Dulles as a benevolent uncle, maintaining a warm correspondence with him that lasted until the end of the elder man's life. When Bundy became dean of Harvard's Faculty of Arts and Sciences in 1953, at age 34, the youngest in the school's history, he used his post to identify future prospects for the CIA among the student body's best and brightest. Dulles could be assured that with Mac Bundy in the White House, and with his brother Bill moving to Kennedy's Defense Department, where the press dubbed him the Pentagon's Secretary of State, the CIA director had eyes and ears in 2 of the most important command posts in the Kennedy administration.
Kennedy's new frontier was laced throughout with other Dulles loyalists, especially in the Foreign Service and national security agencies. General Lyman Lemnitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff whom Kennedy inherited from Eisenhower, had a long partnership with Dulles, going back to their wartime intrigues in Operation Sunrise. Kennedy's choice for Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, was well known to the Dulles brothers from their membership in the Council on Foreign Relations and the Rockefeller Foundation, where Rusk served as president and Foster as a trustee. Rusk's State Department continued to be filled with Dulles men and women, including Eleanor Dulles herself, who remained at the German Affairs desk. Even Jackie Kennedy's social secretary, Letitia Beldridge, had worked for the CIA in the early 1950s, specializing in psychological warfare. The doyenne of decorum had also served as an assistant to Dulles' close ally, Ambassador Claire Booth Luce, in the U.S. Embassy in Rome. Dulles was confident enough that the Dullest era would continue under JFK that he made boasts to that effect on the Washington dinner party circuit, within full earshot of Kennedy loyalists. Shortly after Kennedy took office, the painter William Walton, a close friend of JFK and Jackie, found himself at a gathering at Walter Lippmann's house where Dulles was a fellow guest. After dinner, the men sat around a while in an old-fashioned way and started boasting that he was still carrying out his brother Foster's foreign policy. He said, "You know, that's a much better policy. I've chosen to follow that one."
Walton, who loathed the CIA boss, couldn't believe Dulles' audacity. The spymaster knew that Walton was one of Kennedy's inner circle, but he felt no need to hold his tongue. Dulles was clearly sending the new president a message, and Kennedy's close friend duly delivered it. Early the next morning, Walton phoned JFK at the White House and reported what Dulles had told Lippmann and his guests. "God Verret," swore Kennedy, "did he really say that?" "The torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans," Kennedy declared in his inaugural address. But in fact, the Dulles old guard was deeply reluctant to give up power to the new frontier team. In fact, the power struggle between the new president and his CIA director started before Kennedy was even sworn in, when Dulles took advantage of the transition period to carry out a brazen act of insubordination. Patrice Lumumba was fleeing for his life. Sworn in less than 6 months earlier as the Congo's first democratically elected leader, following the end of Belgium's brutal colonial rule, Lumumba was now on the run from the CIA-backed Congolese military forces that had deposed him. Lumumba had broken free from house arrest in the capital Leopoldville on the evening of November 27, 1960. He was now making his way through a tropical downpour across the countryside to Stanleyville, a bastion of loyal nationalism some 750 miles to the east, where he hoped to raise an army and reclaim his office. Lumumba was driven in a new blue Peugeot with his wife, Paulina Opongo, and their 2-year-old son, Roland, part of a 3-car convoy that included other high officials from his toppled government. The election of Lumumba in June 1960 had electrified the Congo, a nation that had been enslaved and plundered by its Belgian rulers for over 3/4 of a century. In the late 19th century, King Leopold II had carved an empire out of this benighted African territory through a system of forced labor so vicious that Joseph Conrad modeled the colonial nightmare in his novel Heart of Darkness on it, calling Leopold's rape of the Congo the vilest scramble for loot that ever disfigured the history of human conscience. The hands chopped from the arms of Congolese men who refused to work under their colonial master's yoke became a world symbol of Belgium's vile rule. After Leopold, the looting of Congo continued, with rubber and ivory being replaced by gold, diamonds, copper, and tin as the objects of Western desire. Global mining companies turned the mineral-rich African nation into their private jewelry box, with huge fortunes amassed in Brussels, London, and New York. But Patrice Lumumba's election threatened this long reign of greed. Lumumba, a slender, graceful man with glasses and a trim mustache and goatee, looked more like the postal clerk he had once been, one of the few civil service jobs open to Africans under Belgian rule. But he spoke with a heartfelt eloquence that dazzled his followers and alarmed his enemies. On June 30, the Congo's independence was formally celebrated in the flag-draped National Palace in Leopoldville. King Baudouin of Belgium, a young monarch who never fully took to his role and would become known as the Sad King, delivered a fatuous speech, praising his royal predecessors for bestowing the fabric of civilization on the primitive nation. The handsome king, who wore a white colonial uniform and round spectacles that gave him the wide-eyed look of silent screen comedian Harold Lloyd, seemed oblivious to the country's shameful past. It fell to Lumumba, who followed the king to the microphone, to set him straight. The Congo's colonial history, said the new prime minister, was much too painful to be forgotten. Lumumba spoke passionately about his people's struggle against the humiliating bondage forced upon us, years that were filled with tears, fire, and blood. But he ended on a hopeful note, vowing, "We shall show the world what the black man can do when working in liberty, and we shall make the Congo the pride of Africa." Lumumba's ardent remarks lifted up the Congolese people, who danced in the streets of the capital to celebrate their freedom. But King Baudouin and the other Western representatives who attended the independence ceremony were insulted by the Prime Minister's frank remarks. Lumumba had marred the ceremony, sniffed the New York Times correspondent. After Lumumba's Independence Day speech, national security officials in Washington and Brussels, who were already monitoring the rise of the charismatic Congolese leader, began regarding him as a serious threat to Western interests in the region. More than his defiant rhetoric, it was Lumumba's refusal to be bought off by the multinational corporations controlling the Congo's wealth that undoubtedly sealed his fate. In speeches to his followers, Lumumba opened a door on the corrupt backroom dealings that continued to dominate African capitals in the neo-colonial era, The United States, he declared, was rubbing its hands over the Congo's uranium deposits, the same deposits that supplied the uranium for the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Speaking to dinner guests at a political event in October 1960, Lumumba said that he could have made millions of dollars if he had been willing to mortgage the national sovereignty. Dulles, Doug Dillon, then serving as a State Department undersecretary, and William Burden, the U.S. ambassador to Belgium, led the charge within the Eisenhower administration to first demonize and then dispose of Lumumba. All three men had financial interests in the Congo. The Dillon family's investment bank handled the Congo's bond issues. Dulles' old law firm represented the American Metal Company, later Amex, a mining giant with holdings in the Congo, and Dulles was friendly with the company's chairman, Harold Hochschild, and his brother and successor, Walter, who served in the OSS during the war. Ambassador Burden was a company director, and Frank Taylor Ostrander Jr., a former U.S. intelligence official, served the Hochschild brothers as a political advisor. Corporate executives with major stakes in Africa were able to mingle and confer with U.S. national security officials at prestigious organizations like the Manhattan-based Africa-America Institute.
The Institute, which Harold Hochschild helped launch in 1953, sponsored the American education of future generations of African leaders, a goal the CIA found strategically valuable enough to help fund the group. Years later, after the Africa-America Institute was exposed as a CIA front, Hochschild appeared chagrined when the subject came up with his son, Adam. The younger Hochschild co-founded Mother Jones magazine and later authored King Leopold's Ghost, a powerful indictment of the Belgian reign of terror in the Congo. After the CIA ties to the Institute were exposed, Hochschild Fils later recalled, seemed uncomfortable. He defended the link, saying that in its early years there was nowhere else the Institute could have gotten enough money for its work. But he was clearly embarrassed that the whole thing had to be kept secret. The Eisenhower administration's increasingly militant policy toward Lumumba took shape over cocktails in club-like environments such as the Africa-America Institute and the Council on Foreign Relations. The men driving the policy had little feel for the suffering or longing of the Congolese people. Ambassador Burden was a Vanderbilt heir, big, paunchy, high society boozer who was stuffed full of the imbecilities and prejudices of his caste. He was not fond of Jews, and he treated his legions of nameless servants as if they were indentured. Not particularly bright, he represented what his granddaughter, Wendy, would later call the dead-end gene pool. Everything was marvelous in Burden's world. He said it the way a character in a Fitzgerald novel would, Wendy Burden recalled in a family memoir. Marvelous. He said it about 100 times a day, as if it were the only adjective that could aptly describe the talents of a chef, or the plate of Bellon oysters before him, or the Chateau Petrus he was drinking, or how he felt about the overthrow of the Libyan government. Burden, who had acquired his ambassadorship by contributing heavily to the 1956 Eisenhower campaign, spent his days in Brussels attending diplomatic receptions where he soaked up the finest champagnes along with the racial prejudices of Belgium's shriveling empire. It was the ambassador who first raised alarms about the rising Patrice Lumumba, whom the Belgians only yesterday were calling a dirty monkey, but now were labeling Satan. Burden began sending agitated cables to Dulles in Washington well before Lumumba's election, suggesting that the growing aspirations of the Congolese people were Soviet-inspired and urging that strong measures be used to put down African unrest. Dear Alan, Burden wrote in a November 1959 cable, misspelling his chum's name, "Have your organization and defense done much work recently in studying the type of rioting which is occurring and might occur in the various countries of Africa? The degree to which new weapons, such as some of the newer gases, might enable such difficulties to be controlled?" By the following summer, Burden was cabling Washington to destroy Lumumba government as a threat to our vital interests in Congo. Dulles quickly embraced the idea that Lumumba was a diabolical agent of communist subversion. In truth, Lumumba had less of a connection to Moscow than any other emerging African leader. He explicitly tried to keep his struggling nation out of the superpower vortex, vowing that the Congo would never be a satellite of Russia or of the United States. "We want no part of the Cold War," Lumumba declared. "We want Africa to remain African with a policy of neutrality."
But in the Dulles worldview, there was no such thing as neutrality, and anyone who professed such notions belonged to the enemy camp. At a July 22, 1960, National Security Council meeting in the Eisenhower White House, just 3 weeks after Lumumba's Independence Day speech, Dulles denounced the Congolese leader as a Castro or worse. It is safe to go on the assumption that Lumumba has been bought by the communists. Doug Dillon strongly backed Dulles's distraught view of Lumumba as a Soviet accomplice. It was an alarmist view calculated to convince Eisenhower that the African leader had to be terminated. As it turned out, the president required little persuasion. By the summer of 1960, Ike was sick, tired, and cranky, and he had little patience or understanding for Third World freedom struggles. Conferring with the British Foreign Minister Lord Home, Eisenhower quipped that he hoped Lumumba would fall into a river full of crocodiles. At an NSC meeting in August 1960, Eisenhower gave Dulles direct approval to eliminate Lumumba. Robert Johnson, the minutes taker at the NSC meeting, later recalled the shock felt in the room. There was a stunned silence for about 15 seconds, and the meeting continued. Johnson said there was nothing ambiguous about Eisenhower's lethal order. I was surprised that I would ever hear a president say anything like this in my presence or the presence of a group of people. I was startled. Over the next several months, the CIA, working with its allies in Belgian intelligence, engineered a military coup led by a cocky, ruthless 29-year-old colonel named Joseph Mobutu that forced Lumumba out of office and placed him under house arrest. But that was not enough for the CIA. Lumumba would remain a grave danger, Dulles told an NSC meeting on September 21, 1960, as long as he was not yet disposed of. 3 days later, Dulles made it clear that he wanted Lumumba permanently removed, cabling the CIA's Leopoldville station, "We wish, give every possible support in eliminating Lumumba from any possibility resuming governmental position." Washington ascribed a kind of witchcraft-like power to Lumumba. Dulles marveled at the man's political survival skills, and Dillon was amazed at his powers of persuasion. He had this tremendous ability to stir up a crowd or a group, said Dillon, and if he could have gotten out and started to talk to a battalion of the Congolese army, he probably would have had them in the palm of his hand in 5 minutes. To prevent that from happening, the CIA recruited 2 cutthroats from the European criminal underworld whom they codenamed QJ Win and Y Rogue. These Tweedledum and Tweedledee assassins were such loathsome mercenaries that even their CIA handlers found them unsavory. Rogue was the kind of morally unhinged man who would try anything once, at least, said his agency supervisors, untroubled by the pangs of conscience. While Rogue went about trying to organize an execution squad to kill Lumumba, Win focused on penetrating the protective ring of UN troops that encircled the house where the Congolese leader was in custody. QJ Win had been supplied with a tube of poisoned toothpaste which had been delivered to the CIA station in Leopoldville by Sidney Gottlieb, the agency's wizard of toxins. Dr. Ewan Cameron of the notorious Allen Institute had analyzed Lumumba at the CIA's request and determined that he must brush his teeth regularly since they looked gleaming white in photos. Therefore, Ewan assured Dulles, chemically altered dental products were the key to getting rid of Lumumba. In the end, the CIA did not go through with the toothpaste plot, apparently deciding that poisoning a popular leader while he was under UN protective custody in his own house would be too flagrant a deed, one that, if traced back to the agency, would lead to unpleasant international repercussions. It would be wiser, the agency decided, to deliver Lumumba to his murderous political rivals in the Congo and let them do the job. And so, Lumumba fled house arrest, or was allowed to escape, miraculously slipping past not only the UN troops that were guarding him, but Mobutu's hostile forces, and making his dash for Stanleyville. As Lumumba's convoy made its way along muddy and bumpy roads, he was pursued by Congolese troops led by Captain Gilbert Pongo, Mobutu's notorious security chief.
Pongo buzzed after Lumumba's party in a helicopter that had been provided courtesy of Claire Thimberlake, the dapper, mustachioed U.S. ambassador who worked closely with the CIA delegation in the Congo. Lumumba's flight was slowed whenever his convoy drove through villages, where he was thronged by the local people and urged to deliver speeches. When he spoke, he gave voice to their dreams. Our program is clear: complete independence, Congo for the Congolese, he told a group huddled around a fire one night. 14 million Congolese want work, a better future for their children. They want to be citizens with full political rights. They want a new life. When Lumumba's military pursuers drew too near, villagers delayed their advance by putting up roadblocks and tearing down bridges. On the evening of December 1, Lumumba's group reached the small village of Lodi on the west bank of the Sankuru River. This wide, muddy stretch of the river was the last serious obstacle that lay between the group and sanctuary in Stanleyville. The other side of the river was a bastion of pro-Lumumba nationalism. There was only one canoe on the riverbank. Lumumba and a few of his top aides crossed first. As they disembarked from the dugout, they heard a commotion on the other side of the river. Mobutu's soldiers had caught up with the group left behind, including Lumumba's wife and toddler. Lumumba's compatriots begged him not to return across the river, telling him the life of the whole nation is at stake. But he could not stand to hear the cries of his wife. "When one struggles for one's country," he said as he got back into the canoe, "one has to expect a tragic end." As Lumumba's canoe glided back to the other side of the river, the soldiers waded into the water and grabbed him. Lumumba tried winning over Mobutu's men. For a while, his words seemed to work their magic. The soldiers were ready to join the cause of freedom and march with him to Stanleyville. But then Captain Pongo intervened, reminding his soldiers of the dire consequences that would befall them and their families if they did not do their duty. They turned in an instant and began beating Lumumba and even his little son. Lumumba was hustled onto Pongo's helicopter and flown back to Leopoldville, where he emerged in the glare of TV news cameras only to be subjected to another vicious round of beating by Mobutu's thugs while the cameras rolled. Throughout it all, Lumumba maintained the serene dignity of the martyr that he soon would become. On Lumumba's dazed face was the look of a man who did not yet believe that fate could be against justice for his people, remarked André Blouam, the beautiful black pasionaria of the Congolese independence struggle and chief of protocol in Lumumba's government. His white shirt was now spotted with blood, but his head was still erect. He personified the best of the race that would never again be slaves. Over the next several weeks, Lumumba's fate became the focus of a tumultuous international drama, as the symbol of African freedom languished in a military prison south of Leopoldville. World leaders, including Khrushchev, Nasser, and Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, issued fervent pleas for his release, with the Soviet leader promising that the colonialists will be thrown out of the Congo once and for all. Lumumba's followers prayed that he could survive until the inauguration of Kennedy, whose election the Congolese leader had praised. But in Leopoldville, U.S. and Belgian agents were feverishly maneuvering to ensure that no such release took place. The man at the center of this intrigue was Lawrence R. Devlin, the CIA station chief in the Congo, a Harvard man who had been handpicked for the spy service by his dean, Mac Bundy. Larry Devlin's aggressive campaign against Lumumba had won him the admiration of the agency's top command, including Dulles himself. At the end of November, when Mobutu's troops were in pursuit of Lumumba, Devlin had flown to Rome to meet with Dick Bissell, whom Dulles had put in charge of the Lumumba assassination. The CIA was still determined to carry out Eisenhower's termination order. But Devlin and his CIA superiors knew that time was running short. U.S. intelligence officials continued to fret about the Congo situation, even after Lumumba's capture. With Mobutu's rule still shaky and Congolese politics in chaos, Devlin realized that Lumumba's imprisonment could not be ensured indefinitely. In fact, by the second week of January 1961, when Lumumba's jailers briefly mutinied and threatened to free him, his captivity seemed less secure than ever. Meanwhile, Dulles and his Congo team were acutely aware that the presidential transition underway in Washington also put their Lumumba operation in jeopardy. Kennedy, whose inauguration was scheduled for January 20, had already signaled that he would shift U.S. policy in favor of African nationalists like Lumumba.
In late December, after returning from a 5-week tour of the Congo and other African countries, a Democratic fact-finding delegation that included JFK's brother Edward M. Kennedy predicted that the new administration would align itself with the continent's movement for freedom and self-determination and expressed strong sympathy for Lumumba's plight. Ted Kennedy later went further, calling for the release of Lumumba and suggesting his brother agreed with this position. The raging battle over Lumumba's future broke into the U.S. press, with the CIA's media assets predicting drastic consequences if the Congolese leader returned to power. As the Congo crisis reached its climax, a new correspondent for the New York Times showed up in Leopoldville with a distinctly anti-Lumumba bias. Paul Hoffmann was a diminutive, sophisticated Austrian with a colorful past. During the war, he served in Rome as a top aide to the notorious Nazi general Kurt Maltzer, who was later convicted of the mass murder of Italian partisans. At some point, Hoffmann became an informer for the Allies, and after the war he became closely associated with Jim Angleton. The Angleton family helped place Hoffmann in the Rome bureau of the New York Times, where he continued to be of use to his friends in U.S. intelligence, translating reports from confidential sources inside the Vatican and passing them along to Angleton. Hoffmann became one of the Times' leading foreign correspondents, eventually taking over the newspaper's Rome bureau and parachuting from time to time into international hotspots like the Congo. The New York Times coverage of the Congo crisis had always been slanted against Lumumba, with columns and commentaries labeling him inexperienced and irresponsible and a virtual dictator. But Hoffmann's Congo coverage was so virulent in its bias that it seemed as if he were acting as a psy-war conduit for U.S. intelligence. In article after article, during the critical Congo endgame, Hoffmann portrayed Lumumba as a dangerous bogeyman, a wily conspirator in some pieces and a mentally unbalanced buffoon in others, the weirdest character in a sort of Alice in Tropical Wonderland, as the Times man wrote. Even behind bars, Lumumba continued to work his dark mischief, Hoffmann told his readers, plotting the murders of whites and bringing a flow of Soviet arms into the country, all while living the life of luxury in military prison with 3 houseboys at his service. The message behind Hoffmann's relentless barrage was clear. Despite the crocodile tears cried by the Soviet Union over Lumumba's plight, no man as treacherous as this deserved mercy. In its explosive 1975 report on CIA assassination plots against foreign leaders, the Church Committee absolved the agency of responsibility for Lumumba's murder. It does not appear from the evidence that the United States was in any way involved in the killing, concluded the Senate panel. This became a convenient myth, one that is still routinely repeated in the press. But the truth is far less comforting.
As a new wave of historical research has determined, the CIA ensured Lumumba's violent end by making certain that he was delivered into the hands of his mortal enemies. Among his tormentors in the final hours of his life were CIA-funded goons. Devlin, the CIA's man in the Congo, later tried to portray himself as a blissfully ignorant player in the Lumumba affair, and indeed as a man who found assassination morally repugnant. But as former congressional aide and scholar Stephen Weissman has observed, the CIA was not the innocent bystander, and its Congo operatives not the paragons of morally sensitive professionalism they claimed to be. In particular, Devlin was a key participant in the Congo government's decision to approve Lumumba's fatal rendition. In fact, Devlin appears to have been more a driver of the action leading to Lumumba's death than a participant. On January 17, 1961, 3 days before Kennedy's inauguration, Lumumba was taken from his jail cell and hustled onto a Belgian chartered plane. Congolese authorities took this action under strong pressure from Devlin, who was the kingmaker behind the Mobutu regime. With Devlin's full knowledge, Lumumba was then flown to Katanga, a mineral-rich province that had broken away from the Congo and was run by violent enemies of Lumumba. The CIA station chief later acknowledged that Lumumba's transfer to Katanga amounted to a death sentence. I think there was a general assumption, once we learned that he had been sent to Katanga, that his goose was cooked, Devlin told the Church Committee years later.
Devlin knew of Lumumba's imminent transfer by January 14, 3 days ahead of time, but he did nothing to inform Washington until January 17, when Lumumba was already well on the way to his doom. Devlin knew that cabling Washington risked tipping off Africa policymakers in the incoming Kennedy administration, who likely would have intervened to save Lumumba. By keeping quiet, Devlin sealed Lumumba's fate. Larry Devlin was no rogue agent. He was an up-and-coming intelligence officer whose Congo exploits had won glowing marks back at CIA headquarters. The Congo station chief's decision to keep Lumumba's fate quiet until it was too late to do anything about it was clearly made in consultation with his supervisors. Devlin suffered no agency reprimands for his actions in the Congo, and, in fact, his intelligence career continued to thrive after Lumumba's demise. Before retiring from the CIA in 1974 to pursue a new career in the Congo's lucrative diamond industry, Devlin rose to become chief of the CIA's Africa division. Patrice Lumumba suffered a terrible martyrdom during his final hours on Earth. He was beaten bloody during the flight to Katanga, and clumps of hair were torn from his head. When the plane landed, he was seized by armed guards sent by Moise Tshombe, Katanga's ruler, and subjected to another round of abuse. As he suffered the rain of blows, Lumumba maintained a resigned silence. He was then dragged to a jeep and driven to a remote farmhouse, where a group of men connected to U.S. and Belgian intelligence beat him to death, an orgy of sadism that stretched over several hours. According to one account, even Tshombe and his ministers appeared at one point to contribute to Lumumba's suffering, kicking and hitting what remained of his nearly lifeless body. Despite the agency's evasions, CIA officer John Stockwell, who was stationed in the Congo in the tumultuous aftermath of the Lumumba assassination, had no doubt who was responsible for the African leader's death. Eventually, he was killed, not by our poisons, but beaten to death, apparently by men who had agency cryptonyms and received agency salaries, Stockwell concluded. Years after Lumumba's death, Stockwell fell into conversation with one of his more peculiar CIA colleagues, a glisteningly bald man whom Stockwell anointed Goldfinger. The man regaled Stockwell with a story of the evening when he had driven around the capital of Katanga with Lumumba's battered corpse in the trunk, trying to decide what to do with it. After Kennedy's inauguration, the CIA continued to keep Lumumba's death under wraps. On January 26, Dulles briefed the new president on the Congo. The CIA director said nothing about Lumumba's assassination, though his fate was well known by then within the agency. In early February, Devlin and Ambassador Timberlake were called back to Washington to participate in discussions about Congo policy with the new Kennedy team. The old Congo hands were alarmed by the administration's new position paper, which envisioned disarming Mobutu and freeing Lumumba. Devlin considered JFK's admiration for rising African nationalism naive. Timberlake, meeting with Kennedy in the White House, argued that the Congolese people were too primitive for a functioning democracy. Neither Timberlake nor Devlin took the opportunity to inform Kennedy or his staff that any discussion about Lumumba's future was a moot point. The Kennedy White House remained in the dark about Lumumba for a full month after his murder. When JFK finally heard of the leader's death, the news came not from Dulles, but from UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson. Jacques Lowe, the young photographer who had been unobstructively documenting the Kennedy story from the earliest days of his presidential run, was in the Oval Office when JFK received the phone call from Stevenson. Lowe, a German Jew who had survived the war as a child by making himself unseen, deftly inserted himself into the ongoing Kennedy family drama, taking black and white pictures of John and Robert and their clan that would become iconic in their simple intimacy. After JFK's victory, the president-elect asked Lowe to stick around and record my administration. "Don't worry," he added, "I'll make it worth your while." Kennedy made good on his promise. The photos Lowe was allowed to take during the intense rush of JFK's brief presidency were windows into its troubled soul. None was more powerful than the picture that the young photographer snapped at the moment when Kennedy was told of Lumumba's fate. The photo is one of the most searing documents of the Kennedy presidency. In the close-up shot, JFK looks physically stricken as he absorbs the news on the phone, with his eyes squeezed shut and his hand clasped to his face. It was an image of such anguish that it seemed to come from some harrowing time deep in his presidency, instead of in its earliest bloom. The picture contains all of the sorrows that were to come. Lowe later recalled the moment. "I was alone with the president. His hand went to his head in utter despair. 'Oh no,' I heard him groan." Lumumba was considered a troublemaker and a leftist by many Americans. But Kennedy's attitude toward Black Africa was that many who were considered leftists were in fact nationalists and patriots. He felt that Africa presented an opportunity for the West, and, speaking as an American, unhindered by a colonial heritage, he had made friends in Africa. The call therefore left him heartbroken, for he knew that the murder would be a prelude to chaos. It was a poignant moment. When the killing of Lumumba was finally announced, furious street protests swept the world, from New Delhi to Warsaw to Tokyo. Lumumba's fellow leaders in the Third World, including Egypt's Nasser and Nkrumah of Ghana, who had been a mentor, were particularly outraged by his murder, lashing out at the West and at the UN for failing to protect him. Brazilian delegates to the UN expressed horror and repulsion over Lumumba's slaying. But, as much of the world mourned, the Western press continued its snide coverage of Lumumba, exhuming the martyred leader only to subject him to more abuse. Time magazine snickered at the traditional way his widow Pauline chose to mourn her husband, marching bare-breasted through the streets of Leopoldville in a funeral procession.
Meanwhile, the New York Times continued to demean Lumumba, sometimes resorting to the most shop-worn neo-colonial stereotypes of the era. Lumumba combined the skills of the late Senator McCarthy with the brashness of a ward healer and the magic touch of an African witch doctor, wrote Henry Tanner in the New York Times Magazine. Then there was Name, musical, easily pronounced in all languages, and yet exotic, African-sounding like the drums in the jungle. After her husband's funeral procession, Pauline Lumumba crumpled to the floor in the dark corner of a friend's house, too spent to cry anymore. She raised her arms in the air and let them hang there, as if in surrender. Her husband's murderers did not even have the decency to give her his body, Pauline's brother told reporters. As little Roland Lumumba hovered anxiously over his mother, the room was filled with the wails of women. "Our strong leader is gone. Our great father is no more." In his final letter to his wife, Patrice Lumumba vowed, "Neither brutality, nor cruelty, nor torture will ever bring me to ask for mercy, for I prefer to die with my head unbowed." It was an oath that Lumumba had kept throughout his ordeal. Lumumba also told his wife, "History will one day have its say, but it will not be the history that is taught in Brussels, Paris, Washington, or in the United Nations. Africa will write its own history, and to the north and south of the Sahara, it will be a glorious and dignified history." This promise did not come true for the Congo. The mourners at Lumumba's wake knew how profound a loss it was, and what it meant for their nation. "There is nothing for us to do now," muttered Lumumba's brother-in-law. "He is gone. There is no one to take his place." With one of Africa's brightest lights extinguished, the Congo slid into an endless nightmare of tyranny and corruption. Propped up by the United States, Mobutu began a 32-year dictatorship that looted the country of its wealth and left the nation in ruins. In his rampant thievery, Mobutu modeled himself on King Leopold. So smug was the dictator in his iron-fisted rule that he declared Lumumba a national hero, a sick joke that only he could afford to enjoy. The CIA officials responsible for Lumumba's murder also had a change of heart about the man who had once haunted their days. In 1962, shortly after Dulles' departure from the CIA, he remarked, "I think we overrated the Soviet danger, let's say, in the Congo." And Devlin, for his part, insisted he had never thought Lumumba's assassination was essential to U.S. security. "I didn't regard Lumumba as the kind of person who was going to bring on World War III," he later told the Church Committee. These expressions of remorse, if they can be called that, came far too late for the man who was the hope of the Congo. Contempt. On Monday, April 17, 1961, as over 1,400 CIA-trained anti-Castro exiles waded ashore at Cuba's Bay of Pigs, an operation that would quickly become the biggest debacle of Allen Dulles' career, the CIA director was sunning himself about 1,000 miles away at a Puerto Rico resort. Dulles, who had flown down to San Juan that weekend, was the featured speaker at a Young Presidents Organization conference, a global network of chief executives under age 40 that had CIA affiliations. The gathering was held at La Concha, a new oceanfront luxury hotel that epitomized the Caribbean cool of the tropical modernism movement. The hotel's signature restaurant was shaped like a giant seashell, with wavy gaps to let in the sunshine and ocean breeze. Dulles spent the weekend swimming and playing golf with the young executives. On Monday morning, when Dulles strode on stage to deliver his remarks, he looked like a man without a worry in the world. The CIA director's speech, which followed a panel discussion featuring Margaret Mead and Dr. Benjamin Spock on the subject of "Are we letting our children down?", was a plea for globe-trotting American businessmen, like those gathered in the conference hall, to join the clandestine war against communism. Afterward, there was more time to relax by the pool. The spy master had brought Clover with him on the trip, completing the carefree picture. They seemed, to all the world, to be just another well-to-do American couple enjoying a long weekend in the Caribbean sun. But by that evening, as Dulles and his wife flew home, the Bay of Pigs operation was on the verge of collapse, and with it, the spy master's long, storied career. Dick Bissell, whom Dulles had put in charge of the invasion, sent one of the top men in the Cuba task force to pick him up at the airport, thinking that the CIA director would want to be briefed immediately on the growing calamity. Richard Drain, chief of operations for the Bay of Pigs expedition, rolled onto the runway at Baltimore's Friendship Airport in his well-traveled, CIA-issued Chevrolet as Dulles' small plane taxied to a stop. The CIA chief emerged from the plane with his wife and a young aide, wearing a dinner jacket and the relaxed smile of a man of leisure. Drain stepped forward and offered his hand. "I'm Dick Drain. I was sent to brief you, sir." "Oh, yes, Dick. How are you?" Drain drew Dulles away from the others. "Well, how is it going?" asked Dulles. "Not very well, sir." "Oh, is that so?" Dulles wore an oddly bemused look, as if the unfolding tragedy was too remote to affect him. Back at Quarters I, the CIA headquarters in downtown Washington, battle-hardened men were on the verge of hysteria. Bissell, who prided himself on his cool performance under pressure, seemed frozen. On the brink of failure, the Cuba operation lacked the kind of muscular leadership that could rescue the men pinned down by Castro's forces. Drain was hoping that Dulles would save the day, but he found the old man's unflappability disturbing. Clover and the young aide were bundled into the Chevrolet, and Dulles and Drain drove back to Washington in the director's Cadillac. "It's a fast-breaking situation," Drain told him. "We're hanging on by our fingernails." Dulles puffed quietly on his pipe as his deputy steered the car onto the highway heading to the Capitol. "Today's airstrike was killed," Drain told him, a stunning piece of news since Dulles knew that the operation was damned unless President Kennedy agreed to escalate the action and provide the embattled anti-Castro brigade with U.S. air cover. "Why did they do that?" Dulles asked softly. There was no anger or outrage in his voice. The emotion all belonged to Drain. "If you're asking my guess is this thing is all going to hell." By the disastrous end of the operation, when Castro's forces had killed more than 100 of the invaders and taken the rest prisoner, Drain would be so wrung out that he vomited. Like the rest of the CIA planning team, Drain had worked closely with the exile leaders who were trapped on the desolate stretch of sand and shrubbery, and they took the men's fate personally. But Dulles' mind seemed elsewhere as he and Drain drove to the director's Georgetown residence. They rode in silence for a long time until Drain let out a fatal burst of emotion. "If it isn't presumptuous of me, sir, I wish your brother was still alive." Drain had served as the CIA liaison to Foster in the final months of his life. If he thought that invoking the memory of Dulles' late brother would light a fire under the spy master, Drain was wrong. Dulles simply nodded and stared ahead at the road. By the time they reached the house on Q Street, Drain was deeply uncomfortable in his boss's presence and eager to flee back to his CIA command post.
But Dulles insisted that he come inside for a drink. When the two men settled into armchairs in Dulles's library with tumblers of scotch in hand, Drain thought the chief would finally grill him on the details of the failing operation. Instead, the evening only became more surreal. "Dick, you served in Greece, didn't you?" Dulles inquired.
I have to go to the White House tomorrow to a reception for Karamanlis. Can you refresh my memory about him? The stunned CIA officer strung together some kind of reply and made his exit shortly after. For years after the Bay of Pigs, Washington insiders and scholars tried to unravel the mystery of Dulles' AWOL behavior during the critical CIA operation. Some explained that his absence was part of his modus operandi. He was in the habit of leaving Washington on the eve of critical missions to make it seem as if nothing significant was about to occur. Dulles himself airily dismissed his strangely timed Puerto Rico trip. He had planned the young president's speaking engagement months before, he explained, and if he had canceled at the last minute, it would have created suspicions. Besides, he added, I knew I could get back with the speed of aircraft. It was only a question of 6 or 8 hours. But the CIA's own official history of the Cuba fiasco, prepared in the late 1970s and early 80s, concluded that Dulles' absence was inexcusable. Dulles, the report added, was the one man who might have persuaded the president to permit the D-Day strike. Some of the sharpest criticisms of the Bay of Pigs operation, in fact, came from within the CIA itself. Dick Drain was among those who later aimed fire at Dulles when he spoke with Jack Pfeiffer, the CIA historian who prepared the voluminous report on the Bay of Pigs. Drain was a gung-ho officer who fit the agency profile, right down to membership in Yale's secretive Skull and Bones Society, class of '43. But years after he picked up Dulles at the Baltimore airport, Drain vented about the agency's handling of the doomed Cuba enterprise. He was astounded by the poor quality of the staff assigned to the high-stakes Bay of Pigs operation, Drain told Pfeiffer, despite Dulles' insistence that it would be run by the agency's best and brightest. Alan Dulles, always meaning what he said, would say repeatedly, "Now I want the very best people assigned to this project. There is nothing more important that we are doing than this. I want people pulled out of tours overseas if necessary. This thing must be manned." But in truth, said Drain, the Bay of Pigs operation drew agency cast-offs. We would tend to get the people that the division chiefs found excess, which normally meant found insufficient. With many notable exceptions, we did not get the very best people available. Even he himself, Drain admitted, was not qualified to play a leading role in the operation. I don't mean to be unduly immodest, but really, I didn't have any qualifications for this, except I was there and unemployed, had no Spanish language whatsoever, and my entire exposure had been punching cows in Arizona in 1940. That doesn't really bring you up much on Latin America and Latinos and any of that. I had never been on amphibious operations, and if that was characteristic of my qualifications, it really characterized the whole very operation, about which, it seemed to me, there was a good deal of well-meaning hypocrisy. Drain's criticisms of the enterprise echoed those in an earlier CIA report, the damning internal investigation carried out by the agency's Inspector General, Lyman Kirkpatrick, in the months immediately following the disaster. The Kirkpatrick report, one of the most surprisingly honest self-evaluations ever produced within the CIA, found that despite Dulles' insistence on high-quality personnel, the Bay of Pigs operation was staffed largely by the agency's losers. According to CIA files, 17 of the 42 officers assigned to the operation were ranked in the lowest third of the agency, and 9 were ranked in the lowest 10th. The IG's report concluded that Dulles had allowed his division chiefs to dump their disposal cases on the Cuba project. Robert Amory Jr., the CIA's highly respected chief of analysis, was one of those who was inexplicably kept away from the Bay of Pigs operation despite his extensive experience with beach landings as an Army Corps of Engineers officer in the South Pacific during World War II. Amory, who had literally written the book on the subject, Surf and Sand, a regimental history of his 26 amphibious operations, was stunned by Dulles and Bissell's decision to keep him on the sidelines. The CIA men sent to Miami to work with the exile leaders and to Guatemala to help train the brigadistas were a bunch of guys who were otherwise not needed, Amory later recalled. They were a strange bunch of people with German experience, Arabic experience, and other things like that. and most of them had no knowledge of Spanish, and absolutely no sense or feel about the political sensitivities of these. I think we could have had an A team instead of being a C- team. The Kirkpatrick report detailed a number of other glaring errors made by Dulles, Bissell, and their Bay of Pigs team. When plans for the Cuba invasion grew more ambitious and began leaking to the press as early as November 1960, the report stated, the CIA should have terminated its role in the mission since it had outgrown the agency's covert capability. When the project became blown to every newspaper reader, the report noted acerbically, the agency should have informed higher authority that it was no longer operating in its charter. The criticisms went on and on, each one more devastating than the last. As the project grew, the agency reduced the exiled leaders to the status of puppets. The project was badly organized. The agency became so wrapped up in the military operation that it failed to appraise the chances of success realistically. Furthermore, it failed to keep policymakers adequately and realistically informed of the conditions essential for success. Kirkpatrick, who prepared his devastating report with the help of 3 investigators, flatly rejected the main CIA alibi for the failed mission, that Kennedy was to blame by blocking the agency's last-minute requests for airstrikes. The invasion was doomed from the start by the CIA's poor planning, the Inspector General concluded. Even if the airstrikes had allowed the invaders to move inland from the shore, his report stated, the men would eventually have been crushed by Castro's combined military resources, strengthened by Soviet bloc-supplied military materiel. Perhaps the most devastating revelation about the CIA operation emerged years later, in 2005, when the agency was compelled to release the minutes of a meeting held by its Cuba task force on November 15, 1960, 1 week after Kennedy's election. The group, which was deliberating on how to brief the president-elect on the pending invasion, came to an eye-opening conclusion. In the face of strong security measures that Castro had implemented, the CIA task force admitted their invasion plan was now seen to be unachievable, except as a joint action. In other words, the CIA realized that its Bay of Pigs expedition was doomed to fail unless its exiled brigade was reinforced by the power of the U.S. military. But the CIA never shared this sobering assessment with the president. Nor did Dulles and Bissell share with Kennedy their other magic bullet for success in Cuba, the agency's ongoing plot with the Mafia to assassinate Castro, which had been authorized by Eisenhower. With Cuba's revolutionary government decapitated, CIA officials were certain that the regime would soon topple. But the Cuban leader had learned from the annals of imperial history and had wisely taken precautions against such plots. He would thwart his enemies for decades to come as he grew from a young firebrand to a gray-bearded legend. Dulles and Bissell knew that Kennedy was deeply torn over the Cuba invasion plan. His denunciations of Western imperialism had raised high hopes throughout the hemisphere that the days of heavy-handed Yankee interference were coming to an end. Kennedy's election has given rise to an enormous expectancy throughout Latin America, Schlesinger noted in his journal in early February 1961. They see him as another FDR. They expect great things from him. But Kennedy had also campaigned for a strong, though undefined, response to Castro. Eisenhower's final words of advice to him were to take out the Cuban leader, and he left behind an invasion plan and assassination plot to do just that. As William Bundy observed, the old general had handed Kennedy a grenade with the pin pulled. If he didn't use it, it could blow up in his face, with serious political consequences. Kennedy agonized over giving final authorization for the Bay of Pigs plan to the very end. He kept downsizing the operation to make it as little noisy as possible. What the president really wanted, it seems, was for the CIA to pull off the neat trick of invading Cuba without actually invading it. An immaculate invasion, as it were. Without all the messy business along the way, observed historian Jim Rassenberger. Dulles kept accommodating the anxious Kennedy, convinced that once the brigadistas hit the beaches, JFK would be forced to do anything necessary for success, even if that meant getting very noisy and messy. The wily CIA chief set a trap for Kennedy, allowing the president to believe that his immaculate invasion could succeed, even though Dulles knew that only U.S. soldiers and planes could ensure that. Years after the Bay of Pigs, historians, including the CIA's own Jack Pfeiffer, painted a portrait of Dulles as a spy master in decline, bumbling and disengaged, and maybe too advanced in years, at age 68, for the rigors of his job. Only a spy chief with a shaky grasp on the tiller could have overlooked the deep flaws embedded in the Bay of Pigs strategy, it was stated. But, as usual, there was method to Dulles' seeming carelessness. It is now clear that the CIA's Bay of Pigs expedition was not simply doomed to fail, it was meant to fail. And its failure was designed to trigger the real action, an all-out U.S. military invasion of the island. Dulles plunged ahead with his hopeless paramilitary mission, an expedition that he had staffed with C- officers and expendable Cuban puppets, because he was serenely confident that, in the heat of battle, Kennedy would be forced to send the Marines crashing ashore. Dulles was banking on the young, untested commander-in-chief to cave in to pressure from the Washington war machine, just as other presidents had bent to the spymaster's will. It was Dick Bissell, the man in charge of the high-stakes operation, who stood to lose the most when the motley brigade of Cuban patriots and cutthroats inevitably bogged down on the beaches. That was perfectly fine with Dulles, who had been content all along for Bissell to take the lead on the Bay of Pigs, and also the heat. Bissell supported Dulles' decision to fly off to Puerto Rico on the eve of the mission. The ambitious deputy director was eager to run his own show. JFK had put out the word that Bissell was going to replace Dulles by July, and the supremely confident Bissell thought it was time to show what he could do. "I was prepared to run it as a single-handed operation," he later said. "I was impatient if Dulles raised too many questions." Dulles was only too pleased to accommodate his rising deputy. As the mission went to hell, the CIA chief would be far from the Washington inferno. By the time Dulles returned home from his Puerto Rico retreat, he would look like one of the grown-ups riding to the rescue. The spymaster and the Pentagon brass would make the new president see that he had no choice. He had to escalate the fighting in Cuba and march all the way to Havana. Afterward, as the dust settled, if Bissell suffered an unfortunate career reversal because his ill-conceived escapade had to be salvaged by the big boys, well, so be it. After all, he was the face of the Cuba mission, just as Dulles had made him the front man for the risky U-2 enterprise and the assassination operations against foreign leaders. Years later, Bob Amory would acknowledge that JFK was indeed a little bit trapped by the CIA on the Bay of Pigs, though Amory himself had nothing to do with it. But if Dulles thought he could force Kennedy to carry out his Cuba plan, he had seriously underestimated the young man in the White House. Around midnight on Tuesday, April 18th, in the midst of the unfolding fiasco, some of the principal advocates for a bigger war in Cuba made one final assault on Kennedy, gathering with him in the Oval Office after the annual congressional party in the East Room. Among those pressing the case for escalation were Bissell and two longtime Pentagon allies of Dulles, Joint Chiefs Chairman Lyman Lemnitzer and Navy Chief Arleigh Burke. Dulles was absent, still keeping his distance from the mess and hoping that Bissell would take the fall for it. The CIA director was placing his confidence in Lemnitzer and Burke, hoping that the two blunt-spoken, highly decorated warriors could strong-arm Kennedy into unleashing the U.S. military. The president was still in formal white tie and blacktails attire from the East Room party, and the military men were in their full dress uniforms. But there was nothing polite or decorative about the intense discussion in the president's office. Admiral Burke was especially gruff with Kennedy, treating him as if he were a weak-kneed ensign. Without informing the president, Burke had already taken the liberty of positioning 2 battalions of Marines on Navy destroyers off the coast of Cuba, anticipating that U.S. forces might be ordered into Cuba to salvage a botched invasion. It was one of many extraordinary acts of Pentagon and CIA insubordination that plagued the Kennedy presidency from the very beginning. Now the Navy chief was browbeating Kennedy into taking the first steps toward a full-scale war with Castro. "Let me take 2 jets and shoot down the enemy aircraft," growled 31-knot Burke, who had become legendary for his speed and daring as a destroyer squadron commander in the South Pacific during the war, while JFK was a mere PT boat captain. But by this point in the unfolding disaster, Kennedy was not inclined to take any more advice from his national security wise men, even if they were World War II idols. "What if Castro's forces return fire and hit the destroyer?" Kennedy sensibly asked. "Then we'll knock the hell out of them," Burke bellowed. Now Kennedy began to show some of his own icy, if more restrained, temper. He had made it clear all along that he did not want the Bay of Pigs to blow up into an international crisis with the United States, and here was his Navy chief urging just such a course of action.
"Burke, I don't want the United States involved in this," he firmly repeated one more time. "Gosh, Mr. President," the admiral shot back, "but we are involved." But Kennedy stood his ground. As he had repeatedly warned them, there would be no airstrikes, no marine landings, and the fate of the Bay of Pigs operation was sealed. "They were sure I'd give in to them," Kennedy later told Dave Powers. "They couldn't believe that a new president like me wouldn't panic and try to save his own face. Well, they had me figured all wrong." JFK was even more vehement when he spoke with another old friend, Paul Red Fay Jr., whom Kennedy installed as Undersecretary of the Navy. "Nobody is going to force me to do anything I don't think is in the best interests of the country," he vented. "We're not going to plunge into irresponsible action just because a fanatical fringe in the country puts so-called national pride above national reason." As the last of the brigadistas were rounded up by Castro's troops in the swamps surrounding the Bay of Pigs, Dulles seemed shell-shocked. He had never suffered a humiliation like this in his career. Seeking consolation, Dulles made a Thursday night dinner date with his old protege, Dick Nixon.
The spymaster was acutely aware that if Nixon had been the one sitting in the White House, the events in Cuba would have taken a much different course. When he finally arrived at the Washington residence that Nixon still maintained, over an hour late, Dulles did not seem himself. It looked to Nixon like he was under great emotional stress. The CIA chief shuffled in, wearing slippers, a sign that he was in the midst of another agonizing gout attack, the recurring affliction that seemed to strike whenever Dulles was entangled in a high-stress operation. After asking for a drink, the old man collapsed into a chair and exhaled, "This has been the worst day of my life." If Dulles thought he could escape Kennedy's wrath by making Bissell the scapegoat, he was deeply mistaken. Both CIA officials would eventually be ousted, but JFK placed most of the blame squarely on the top man. The CIA chief later swore that he never sold the president on the Bay of Pigs scheme. "One ought never to sell anybody a bill of goods," he told an interviewer for the JFK Presidential Library. But Kennedy knew the truth. Dulles had lied to his face in the Oval Office about the chances for the operation's success. "I stood right here at Ike's desk," Dulles told JFK on the eve of the invasion, "and I told him I was certain our Guatemalan operation would succeed, and, Mr. President, the prospects for this plan are even better than they were for that one." Kennedy and Dulles had not gotten off to a good start with each other during the first months of the new presidency. The minor rifts and strains began accumulating from the very beginning. Still wedded to the Ancien regime, Dulles never hung an official portrait of President Kennedy in the CIA headquarters. The CIA director immediately created an atmosphere of distrust between his agency and the White House, telling his deputies to make sure that they retrieved any sensitive documents they showed to Kennedy's staff so they didn't wind up in White House files. Dulles didn't really feel comfortable with Kennedy, observed Bob Amory. The spymaster regarded the young new frontiersmen Kennedy brought into his administration as if they were an alien force. In February 1961, Adam Yarmolinsky, one of the young Ivy League-educated whiz kids assembled by Defense Secretary Robert McNamara to modernize the management of the Pentagon, scheduled an appointment with Dulles. Before the meeting, the spymaster requested a report on Yarmolinsky from CIA General Counsel Lawrence Houston, as if he were meeting a foreign official. Dulles was briefed about Yarmolinsky's liberal inclinations by Houston, who then phoned the director's office with additional observations about the young Kennedy official. "Mr. Houston says Yarmolinsky is an extremely bright fellow," reported the Dulles aide who took the phone call, "although not particularly personally attractive. He is of Russian Jewish background." Dulles insisted on personally handling all of the agency's briefings at the White House, but JFK, who was more widely traveled and sophisticated about global affairs than his age would indicate, did not think much of the CIA chief's presentations. He found Dulles patronizing and uninformative. According to White House aide Theodore Sorensen, Kennedy was not very impressed with Dulles' briefings. He did not think they were in much depth or told him anything he couldn't read in the newspapers. But if relations between Kennedy and Dulles were strained before the Bay of Pigs, afterward they were all but non-existent. Kennedy made it clear that he no longer wanted to be briefed by Dulles, so the agency began sending him briefing booklets called the President's Intelligence Checklist, filled with short summaries of world developments.
Kennedy clearly preferred this method, firing off follow-up questions to the agency, along with requests to see source materials, such as the complete text of speeches by foreign leaders and the unabridged versions of CIA reports. In public, the president took full blame for the Cuba fiasco, and Kennedy remained personally courteous in his face-to-face dealings with Dulles. There was never any recrimination on the president's part, Dulles later recalled. I might well have lost to some extent in the measure of confidence he placed on me. That's inevitable in things of this kind, I think, but I may say in his personal attitude toward me, in the many meetings we had, he never let that appear. But behind the scenes, Dulles waged a vigorous battle with Kennedy to control the media spin on the Bay of Pigs and to hold on to his command of the CIA. The intelligence chief took immediate steps to rally his corporate base of support. On May 1, Dulles convened a private meeting of CEOs to discuss current problems confronting business enterprise in Latin America and specific ways of meeting them. The gathering at New York's Metropolitan Club, which Dulles emphasized was strictly off the record, gave the spy master and his corporate clientele an opportunity to reevaluate their strategy in the post-Bay of Pigs climate. Dulles's corporate circle encouraged his aggressive political tactics by sending him supportive messages. Charles Hills Jr., executive vice president of ITT, was among those who wrote Dulles to buck him up after the Cuban catastrophe. I have the greatest admiration for your calmness and fortitude and for your devotion to the country's good, wrote Hills on May 4, and I sense that I am one of an overwhelming majority. The following month, a conservative New York corporate attorney named Watson Waddy Washburn, known as a tennis wizard in his youth and later as the attorney who defended P.G. Wodehouse against the IRS, offered Dulles more militant encouragement. Washburn urged Dulles to slough off his earlier failure and organize a new invasion of Cuba to liberate the Bay of Pigs captives from Castro's prison on the Isle of Pines. This would be mere child's play as a military operation, assured Washburn, and would qualify as a humanitarian enterprise rather than imperialism. If Dulles had lost the battle at the Bay of Pigs, he was determined to win the war of ideas over the failed operation. He began his Psy-War campaign by sending an all-station cable to CIA personnel with his version of the Cuba disaster. According to Ralph McGehee, a 25-year CIA veteran serving in Vietnam at the time, Dulles's cable to his troops implied that had events taken their planned course, we would have been victorious in invasion of Cuba. The Dulles message, which the old man continued to promote for the rest of his life, was emphatically clear. The mission had been doomed by Kennedy's failure of nerve, or, as he put it more diplomatically in his unpublished article for Harper's, by the president's lack of determination to succeed. Years after the Bay of Pigs, Dulles was still spinning reporters, scholars, and anyone else who showed an interest in the fading story. In April 1965, when a Harvard Business School student named L. Paul Bremer III, who would find his own place in the annals of American disasters as President George W. Bush's proconsul in Iraq, sent Dulles his dissertation on the Bay of Pigs, the spy master sought to correct the young man's impression that it was a CIA failure. It was Kennedy's final decision to eliminate the air action that had killed the expedition, Dulles wrote Bremer. I can assure you that it would never have been mounted if it had been even suspected that this vital element of the plan would be eliminated. Dulles's spin on the Bay of Pigs began appearing in the press as soon as the smoke cleared from the invasion. His version received prominent play in a September 1961 Fortune magazine article titled "Cuba, the Record Set Straight." The article was written by Fortune staff writer Charles Murphy, a journalist so close to Dulles that the spy master used him as a ghostwriter.
The previous year, Murphy had fawningly agreed to write a Dulles memoir telling the CIA chief, "You have honored me with your invitation to me to lend a hand with your book, and I am looking forward to the association." Much of Murphy's article in Fortune sounded like it was dictated directly by Dulles, shifting blame from the CIA to the White House. Murphy later claimed that Admiral Burke had been his source, but the Kennedy brothers suspected that Dulles' deputy, General Charles Cabell, was also involved. Kennedy was furious about the Fortune article, and he had the White House prepare a point-by-point rebuttal for publisher Henry Luce. The media-savvy president knew that he was confronting a formidable opponent in the war of ideas over Cuba.
At his first press conference following the Bay of Pigs, JFK put the Washington press corps on alert, telling reporters, "I wouldn't be surprised if information wasn't poured into you from interested agencies." If the president could not match Dulles' wide network of media assets, he brought his own impressive skills to the public relations war with the CIA. Kennedy was adept at massaging influential journalists like New York Times Washington columnist James Scotty Reston. While the Bay of Pigs disaster was still unfolding, JFK invited Reston to lunch at the White House, confiding to him, "I probably made a mistake in keeping Allen Dulles on. I have never worked with him, and therefore I can't estimate his meaning when he tells me things. Dulles is a legendary figure, and it's hard to operate with legendary figures. It's a hell of a way to learn things, but I have learned one thing from this business, that is, that we will have to deal with the CIA." Word quickly got back to CIA headquarters that if Kennedy was taking the blame in public for the Bay of Pigs, he was privately stabbing Dulles and the agency with his sharp invective, vowing to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. Kennedy deployed two of his most passionately loyal White House aides, Sorensen and Schlesinger, in the war of words with Dulles Empire. Both men brought a cutting eloquence to the political duel. The week after the Bay of Pigs, Schlesinger, who had adamantly opposed the operation, observed, "We not only look like imperialists, we look like stupid, ineffectual imperialists." Allen Dulles and Dick Bissell brought down in a day what Kennedy had been laboring patiently and successfully to build up in 3 months. Dulles knew that JFK was maneuvering to dump him, but he made it clear that he would not go without a fight. On May 23, Schlesinger discussed the CIA director's fate with Dulles' mole in the White House, Mac Bundy. Bundy, no doubt channeling his headstrong patron, told Schlesinger that there would be serious difficulties about procuring the resignation of Allen Dulles. According to Bundy, Dulles believed that his only mistake was in not having persuaded the president that he must send in the Marines. As JFK's national security advisor, Bundy was in a delicate position, trying to earn the confidence of the president whom he had just begun serving, while at the same time subtly advocating for Dulles. In the midst of the Bay of Pigs crisis, Bundy had tried to turn Bissell into the scapegoat. He told Schlesinger that Dulles actually had more misgivings about the project than he had ever expressed to the president, and that he had not done so out of loyalty to Bissell. Bundy added that he personally would not be able to accept Dick's estimates of a situation like this again. Bundy, who had endorsed the Bay of Pigs plan, was clearly acting on Dulles' behalf when he threw Bissell under the bus, but he failed to halt the White House momentum that was building for Dulles' termination. The battle over Dulles' future as CIA director came to a head during the presidential investigation of the Bay of Pigs debacle. A few days after the failed invasion, Kennedy appointed General Maxwell Taylor to chair the official inquiry. Taylor, who would later become JFK's military advisor, was closely aligned with Dulles. Fletcher Prouty, an astute observer of Dulles' far-flung Washington network, later called Taylor another key CIA man at the White House. Dulles, who was appointed to the Taylor Committee, along with his ally Admiral Burke, must have thought he had the Bay of Pigs panel tightly wired, just the way he had controlled the Blue Ribbon CIA oversight committees during the Eisenhower era. But Max Taylor also felt a sense of loyalty to Kennedy, who had championed the handsome, ramrod-straight general when Taylor broke with the Eisenhower-Dulles policy of massive retaliation in favor of a more nuanced strategy he called flexible response. JFK, who was influenced by Taylor's 1959 book, The Uncertain Trumpet, called the scholarly Taylor "my kind of general." As chair of the investigation, Taylor maintained a delicate balance, striving diplomatically to avoid putting too much blame on the CIA or the Pentagon. But Taylor's strongest tilts, in the estimation of CIA historian Jack Pfeiffer, were toward deflecting criticism of the White House. Meanwhile, Bobby Kennedy, whom Pfeiffer archly observed crossed all lines as the president's alter ego, used his position on the Taylor Committee to make sure his brother would be protected. The young, sharp-elbowed Attorney General proved to be a tougher advocate for the White House than Dulles and Arleigh Burke were for their respective institutions. RFK deftly blocked the two Kennedy antagonists from focusing blame on the president. As the committee completed its report, Dulles and Burke were reduced to lobbying Taylor to at least insert a footnote stating that if Kennedy had approved air coverage of the landing, it could well have caused a chain reaction of success throughout Cuba, with resultant defection of some of militia, the uprising of the populace, and eventual success of the operation. But this hypothetical scenario was a pipe dream that only Dulles and Burke were smoking. Nearly 2 decades later, Pfeiffer's Bay of Pigs history still reflected agency resentment at how JF outmaneuvered the CIA and Pentagon during the Taylor investigation. At the conclusion of the testimony of the witnesses, Pfeiffer wrote, "It was clear that Burke and Dulles were headed for the elephant's burial ground, thanks to Robert Kennedy's denigration of them and their agencies, and, in no small part, in the case of Dulles, to his abysmal performance as a witness." By the end of the investigation, wrote Pfeiffer, the outplayed Dulles and Burke were nattering at each other over how much of the responsibility for the disaster the Navy should share with the CIA. If the Taylor Committee, which presented its findings to Kennedy on May 16, badly damaged Dulles, the Kirkpatrick report sealed his fate. Tall, handsome, athletic, and charming, Lyman Kirkpatrick had been one of the agency's rising stars. A graduate of Deerfield and Princeton, he served with the OSS and as an intelligence advisor to General Omar Bradley during the war. A streak of daring ran through the Kirkpatrick family. His sister, Helen, was an intrepid war correspondent, riding with the tanks of the Free French forces to liberate Paris. Photos of the attractive reporter in a combat helmet and tailored uniform gave her dispatches for the Chicago Daily News a glamorous flair. After the war, Lyman Kirkpatrick joined the CIA in its infancy and made his way quickly up the ranks, becoming CIA Chief Beadle Smith's right-hand man. Kirkpatrick appeared to be on a fast track to the top of the agency, as covert action chief and then perhaps director. But in 1952, he was stricken by polio while on assignment in Asia. After a long hospitalization, including a nightmarish ordeal at Walter Reed Hospital where Dulles had pulled strings to get him admitted, Kirkpatrick returned to the CIA.
He was paralyzed from the waist down and confined to a wheelchair, but he was determined to resume his career. Dulles, who had just taken over the CIA, appointed Kirkpatrick's Inspector General, an unpopular post since it involved monitoring the agency's internal affairs. By accepting the job, Kirkpatrick was acknowledging that his hopes for the top office were gone. But he demonstrated integrity as IG, recommending that the CIA employees who were responsible for the 1953 death of MK Ultra victim Frank Olson be punished, although they never were. Kirkpatrick also went on record within the agency as opposing the assassination of Lumumba. Kirkpatrick, who had worked with Joe Kennedy on Eisenhower's Intelligence Advisory Board, belonged to the pro-Kennedy faction inside the CIA. Kirkpatrick and JFK were on friendly terms. The president, who knew how important swimming exercises had been for the polio-afflicted Franklin Roosevelt, invited Kirkpatrick to use the White House pool, where Kennedy swam to ease his own back ailments. It was Kirkpatrick who noticed that there was no official portrait of President Kennedy on display at CIA headquarters, and, after Dulles had left the agency, the Inspector General arranged for one finally to be hung. Still, Kirkpatrick was a lifelong CIA man, and he owed his resurrected career to Dulles. So the old man felt deeply betrayed when Kirkpatrick handed him and his deputy, Charles Cabell, copies of the highly critical Bay of Pigs autopsy. A furious Dulles denounced the report as a hatchet job. Dulles and Cabell were both exceedingly shocked and upset, irritated and annoyed and mad and everything else, Kirkpatrick recalled. Agency loyalists like Sam Halpern began spreading the word that Kirkpatrick was acting out of acrimony. The report was basically Kirk's vendetta against Bissell, said Halpern years later, still promoting the agency line. He had been a real rising star. Once he had polio, he got sidetracked and became a bitter man. But, in truth, Kirkpatrick was a man of conscience. When you speak honestly about what people did wrong, you're going to step on toes, said Kirkpatrick's son, Lyman Jr., a retired Army intelligence colonel. But that was his job. Dulles succeeded in suppressing the Kirkpatrick report, It would remain locked away until the CIA was finally compelled to release it in 1998. But as word spread in Washington circles about the harsh report, it added to the anti-Kennedy passions flaring within the CIA. The Bay of Pigs debacle produced a stuttering rage among CIA officers aligned with Dulles, according to CIA veteran Joseph B. Smith, especially among those on the Cuba task force. "I had the feeling all those there felt almost that the world had ended," Smith remembered. In August, months after the failed venture, when longtime veteran Ralph McGahey returned from Vietnam to agency headquarters, he too found the CIA in turmoil. Rumors spread that Kennedy was going to exact his revenge by slashing the CIA workforce through a massive reduction in force, codenamed the 701 program by the agency. It seemed that the RIF program was aimed more at the CIA than other agencies, McGahey observed. This was a tension-filled, dismal time. The halls seemed filled with the strained, anxious looks of the soon-to-be unemployed. When Kennedy's axe did fall, McGahey was stunned by the carnage. About 1 of every 5 was fired. The tension became too much for some. On several occasions, one of my former office mates came to the office howling drunk and worked his way onto the 701 list. The anti-Kennedy rage inside CIA headquarters also reverberated at the Pentagon. Pulling out the rug, fumed Joint Chiefs Chairman Lemnitzer, was unbelievable, absolutely reprehensible, almost criminal. Years later, the name Kennedy still made 31-knot Burke boil over. Mr. Kennedy, the admiral told an oral historian from the U.S. Naval Institute, was a very bad president. He permitted himself to jeopardize the nation. The Kennedy team, he added, didn't realize the power of the United States or how to use the power of the United States. It was a game to them. They were inexperienced people. If Kennedy's national security mandarins were filled with contempt for him, the feeling was clearly mutual. On the heels of the Bay of Pigs, when Lemnitzer urged militant action in other hotspots such as Laos, the president brushed him off. He disliked even being in the same room with the men who had led him astray on Cuba. JFK dismissed de Gaulle as a bunch of old men, Schlesinger recalled years later. He thought Lemnitzer was a dope. Kennedy's vice president, Lyndon Johnson, was disturbed by JFK's growing estrangement from the military and the CIA. Of course, Johnson was a great admirer of the military, recalled Jack Bell, a White House reporter for the Associated Press. He didn't believe that Kennedy was paying enough attention to the military leaders. Chatting with Bell one day, LBJ told the reporter, "You don't hardly ever see the chiefs of staff around anymore." As Johnson was painfully aware, he was not part of JFK's inner circle either. He just sat around with his thumb in his mouth, as Bell put it. It was Bobby, the tough kid brother reviled by Johnson, who was the president's indispensable partner. "Every time they have a conference down there, don't kid anybody about who was the top advisor," Johnson bitterly told Bell. "It isn't McNamara, the chiefs of staff, or anybody else like that. Bobby is first in and last out, and Bobby is the boy he listens to." It was Cuba that created the first fracture between Kennedy and his national security chain of command. But while the Bay of Pigs was still dominating the front pages, the CIA mucked its way into another international crisis that required the president's urgent attention. The Cuba invasion has all but erased this second crisis from history. But the strange events that occurred in Paris in April 1961 reinforced the disturbing feeling that President Kennedy was not in control of his own government. Paris was in turmoil. At dawn on Saturday morning, April 22nd, a group of retired French generals had seized power in Algiers to block President Charles de Gaulle from settling the long, bloody war for Algerian independence. Rumors quickly spread that the coup plotters were coming next for de Gaulle himself, and that the skies over Paris would soon be filled with battle-hardened paratroopers and French foreign legionnaires from Algeria. Gripped by the dying convulsions of its colonial reign, France braced for a cat-and-mouse showdown. The threat to French democracy was actually even more immediate than feared. On Saturday evening, 2 units of paratroopers totaling over 2,000 men huddled in the forest of Orléans and the forest of Rambouillet, not much more than an hour outside Paris. The rebellious paratroopers were poised for the final command, to join up with tank units from Rambouillet and converge on the capital, with the aim of seizing the Élysée Palace and other key government posts. By Sunday, panic was sweeping through Paris. All air traffic was halted over the area, the metro was shut down, and cinemas were dark. Only the cafes remained open, where Parisians crowded anxiously to swap the latest gossip. News that the coup was being led by the widely admired Maurice Chalais, a former Air Force chief and commander of French forces in Algeria, stunned the government in Paris, from de Gaulle down. Chalais, a squat, quiet man, was a World War II hero, and, so it had seemed, a loyal Gaullist. But the savage passions of the war in Algeria had deeply affected Chalais and left him vulnerable to the persuasions of more zealous French officers. He had promised Algeria's French settlers and pro-French Muslims that they would not be abandoned, and he felt a soldierly responsibility to stand by his oath, as well as by the memory of the French servicemen who had lost their lives in the war. In his radio broadcast to the people of France, the coup leader explained that he was taking his stand against de Gaulle's government of capitulation so that our dead shall not have died for nothing. De Gaulle quickly concluded that Charles must be acting with the support of U.S. intelligence, and Élysée officials began spreading this word to the press. Shortly before his resignation from the French military, Charles had served as NATO commander-in-chief, and he had developed close relations with a number of high-ranking U.S. officers stationed in the military alliance's Fontainebleau headquarters. Charles and American security officials shared a deep disaffection with de Gaulle. The stubborn 70-year-old pillar of French nationalism was viewed as a growing obstacle to U.S. ambitions for NATO because he refused to incorporate French troops under Allied command and insisted on building a separate nuclear force beyond Washington's control. De Gaulle's enemies in Paris and Washington were also convinced that the French president's awkward steps toward granting Algerian independence threatened to create a Soviet base in strategic, oil-rich North Africa. In panic-gripped Paris, reports of U.S. involvement in the coup filled newspapers across the political spectrum. Geneviève Tabouy, a columnist for Paris Jour, zeroed in directly on Dulles as the main culprit in an article headlined "The Strategy of Allen Dulles." Other news reports revealed that Jacques Soustelle, a former governor-general of Algeria who joined the secret army organization, Organisation de l'Armée Secrète, OAS, a notorious anti-de Gaulle terrorist group, had a luncheon meeting with Richard Bissell in Washington the previous December. De Gaulle's foreign ministry was the source of some of the most provocative charges in the press, including the allegation that CIA agents sought funding for the Charles coup from multinational corporations, such as Belgian mining companies operating in the Congo. Ministry officials also alleged that Americans with ties to extremist groups had surfaced in Paris during the coup drama, including one identified as a political counselor for the Loose Group, who was heard to say, "An operation is being prepared in Algiers to put a stop to communism, and we will not fail as we did in Cuba." Stories about the CIA's French intrigues soon began spreading to the American press. A Paris correspondent for The Washington Post reported that Charles had launched his revolt because he was convinced he had unqualified American support. Assurances, Charles was led to believe, emanating from President Kennedy himself. Who gave these assurances? The Post reporter asked his French sources. The Pentagon? The CIA? It's the same thing, he was told. Dulles was forced to issue a strong denial of CIA involvement in the putsch. Any reports or allegations that the Central Intelligence Agency or any of its personnel had anything to do with the general's revolt were completely false, the spymaster declared, blaming Moscow for spreading the charges. C.L. Sulzberger, the CIA-friendly New York Times columnist, took up the agency's defense, echoing Dulles's indignant denial. "To set the record straight," Sulzberger wrote, sounding like an agency official, "our government behaved with discretion, wisdom, and propriety during the insurrection. This applies to all branches, the CIA." Years later, investigative reporter Carl Bernstein exposed the ties between Sulzberger and the CIA. "Young Cy Sulzberger had some uses," a CIA official told Bernstein. "He was very eager, he loved to cooperate." Bernstein conveniently left unexamined the long history of cooperation between the CIA and his own former employer, The Washington Post. But the New York Times' Scotty Reston was more aligned with the sentiments of the Kennedy White House. Echoing the charges circulating in the French press, Reston reported that the CIA was indeed involved in an embarrassing liaison with the anti-Gaullist officers. Reston communicated the rising fury in JFK's inner circle over the CIA's rogue behavior in the wake of the Bay of Pigs fiasco and the French escapade.
All this has increased the feeling in the White House that the CIA has gone beyond the bounds of an objective intelligence-gathering agency and has become the advocate of men and policies that have embarrassed the administration. Allen Dulles was once again making his own policy, this time in France. There was a long history of acrimony between Dulles and de Gaulle dating back to World War II and the complex internal politics of the French resistance. As OSS chief in Switzerland, Dulles favored a far-right faction of the resistance that was opposed to de Gaulle. In his war memoirs, de Gaulle accused Dulles of being part of a scheme that was determined to silence or set aside the French general. Pierre de Benevol, a right-wing resistance leader on Dulles's OSS payroll, was later accused of betraying Jean Moulin, de Gaulle's dashing representative in the French underground, to the Gestapo. After he was captured, Moulin was subjected to brutal torture before being beaten to death by the notorious war criminal Klaus Barbie, according to some accounts. After de Gaulle was elected president in 1958, he sought to purge the French government of its CIA-connected elements. Dulles had made heavy inroads into France's political, cultural, and intelligence circles in the post-war years. According to some French reports, during his visits to Paris, the spymaster would set himself up at a suite in the Ritz Hotel, where he would dispense bags full of cash to friendly politicians, journalists, and other influential figures. Some were wined and dined and offered various forms of entertainment. De Gaulle was particularly determined to shut down the secret stay-behind army that Dulles had organized in France, a network of anti-communist militants with access to buried arms caches who were originally recruited to resist a potential Soviet invasion, but were now aligned with the rebellious generals and other groups plotting to overthrow French democracy. De Gaulle ordered his young security advisor, Constantin Melnik, to shut down the murky, stay-behind network of fascists, spooks, and criminals, which Melnik agreed was very dangerous for the security of France. But Melnik, who was trained at the Rand Corporation, a leading think tank for the U.S. national security complex, was another admirer of Dulles, and the stay-behind underground continued to operate in France. Melnik, who was the son of a white Russian general and the grandson of Tsar Nicholas II's personal physician who was executed along with the imperial family, was as passionately anti-Soviet as his U.S. security colleagues. In May 1958, when de Gaulle returned to power in Paris after a 12-year absence, Dulles flew to Paris for a face-to-face meeting with the legendary Frenchman to see if their differences could be resolved. Dulles had great confidence in his personal powers of persuasion, but the proud de Gaulle refused to see the spymaster, handing him off to one of his close associates, Michel Debré. A formal dinner was organized for Dulles and Jim Hunt, the CIA station chief in Paris, which was also attended by Melnik. Dulles seemed unfazed by de Gaulle's slight. But, as French journalist Frédéric Charpier later commented, upon returning to the Ritz Hotel, Dulles drew some lessons from the evening, which confirmed his fears. De Gaulle promised to be a tough and hostile partner who was sure to put an end to the laissez-faire attitude which up until then had characterized the bank. World leaders defied Allen Dulles at their peril, even leaders like Charles de Gaulle, whose nation's warm, fraternal relations with the United States dated back to the American Revolution. After Dulles flew home to Washington, the CIA's reports on de Gaulle took a sharper edge.
At a National Security Council meeting convened by Eisenhower in September 1958, gloomy prognostications were made about the French leader's ability to settle the Algerian crisis to America's satisfaction. The possibility of overthrowing de Gaulle and replacing him with someone more in tune with U.S. interests was openly discussed, but the idea was discarded at that point as too risky. However, by the time Kennedy took office in January 1961, the CIA was primed for a power switch in Paris. On January 26, Dulles sent a report to the new president on the French situation that seemed to be preparing Kennedy for de Gaulle's imminent elimination, without giving any hint of the CIA's own involvement in the plot. A pre-revolutionary atmosphere reigns in France, Dulles informed JFK. The Army and the Air Force are staunchly opposed to de Gaulle, the spymaster continued, exaggerating the extent of the military opposition, as if to present the demise of the French president as a fait accompli. At least 80% of the officers are violently against him. They haven't forgotten that in 1958 he had given his word of honor that he would never abandon Algeria. He is now reneging on his promise, and they hate him for that. De Gaulle surely won't last if he tries to let go of Algeria. Everything will probably be over for him by the end of the year. He will be either deposed or assassinated. Dulles clearly knew much more, but he wasn't sharing it with Kennedy. When the coup against de Gaulle began 3 months later, Kennedy was still in the dark. It was a tumultuous time for the young administration. As he continued to wrestle with fallout from the Bay of Pigs crisis, JFK was suddenly besieged with howls of outrage from a major ally, accusing his own security services of seditious activity. It was a stinging embarrassment for the new American president, who was scheduled to fly to Paris for a state visit the following month. To add to the insult, the coup had been triggered by de Gaulle's efforts to bring French colonial rule in Algeria to an end, a goal that JFK himself had ardently championed. The CIA's support for the coup was one more defiant display of contempt, a back of the hand aimed not only at de Gaulle but at Kennedy. JFK took pains to assure Paris that he strongly supported de Gaulle's presidency, phoning Hervé Alphand, the French ambassador in Washington, to directly communicate these assurances. But, according to Alphand, Kennedy's disavowal of official U.S. involvement in the coup came with a disturbing addendum. The American president could not vouch for his own intelligence agency. Kennedy told Alphand that the CIA is such a vast and poorly controlled machine that the most unlikely maneuvers might be true. This admission of presidential impotence, which Alphand reported to Paris, was a startling moment in U.S. foreign relations, though it remains largely unknown today. Kennedy then underlined how deeply estranged he was from his own security machinery by taking the extraordinary step of asking Alphand for the French government's help to track down the U.S. officials behind the coup, promising to fully punish them. De Gaulle would be quite ready to take all necessary measures in the interest of good Franco-American relations, whatever the rank or functions of incriminated people, Alphand cabled French Foreign Minister Maurice Couve de Merville. To solidify his support for de Gaulle, Kennedy ordered U.S. Ambassador James Gavin to offer the French leader any help he might need, clearly indicating that U.S. troops would even fire on rebel forces from Algeria if they tried to land at American military bases in France. De Gaulle proudly declined the offer as well-intentioned, but inappropriate, perhaps horrified at the prospect of American GIs killing French soldiers on his nation's soil. But Kennedy did arrange for U.S. base commanders to take steps to camouflage landing sites in case rebel planes attempted to use them. In the wake of the crises in Cuba and France provoked by his own security officials, Kennedy began to display a new boldness. JFK's assertiveness surprised CIA officials, who had apparently counted on Kennedy to be sidelined during the French coup. Agency officials assured coup leaders that the president would be too absorbed in the Cuban affair to act decisively against the plot. But JFK did react quickly to the French crisis, putting on high alert Ambassador Gavin, a decorated paratrooper commander in World War II who could be counted on to keep NATO forces in line. The president also dispatched his French-speaking press spokesman, Pierre Solinger, to Paris to communicate directly with Élysée Palace officials. As Paris officials knew, the new American president already had something of a prickly relationship with de Gaulle, but he had strong feelings for France, and they made sure to absolve JFK of personal responsibility for the coup in their leaks to the press. French press accounts referred to the CIA as a reactionary state within a state that operated outside of Kennedy's control. After JFK's death, Alphand spoke fondly of the bonds between Kennedy and France. He thought that harmonious relations between the U.S. and France were a fundamental element of world equilibrium. He knew France as a boy. He came to France for his holidays, the south of France, and he knew France also through his wife. Jacqueline made many trips to Paris. I know that Jacqueline helped him very much to understand France. She loves France, she has French blood, she speaks our language very well, and she asked him to read the memoirs of General de Gaulle. Kennedy's strong show of support for de Gaulle undoubtedly helped fortify French resolve against the rebellious generals. In the midst of the crisis, the American president issued a public message to de Gaulle, telling him, "In this grave hour for France, I want you to know of my continuing friendship and support, as well as that of the American people." But it was de Gaulle himself and the French people who turned the tide against the coup. By Sunday, the second day of the coup, a dark foreboding had settled over Paris.
"I am surprised that you are still alive," the president of France's National Assembly bluntly told de Gaulle that morning. "If I were Charles, I would have already swooped down on Paris. The army here will move out of the way rather than shoot. If I were in the position Charles put himself in, as soon as I burst in, I would have you executed with a bullet in the back, here in the stairwell, and say you were trying to flee." De Gaulle himself realized that if Charles did airlift his troops from Algiers to France, there was not much to stop them. But at 8 o'clock that evening, a defiant de Gaulle went on the air, as nearly all of France gathered around the TV, and rallied his nation with the most inspiring address of his long public career. He looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes, but he had put on his soldier's uniform for the occasion, and his voice was full of passion. De Gaulle began by denouncing the rebellious generals. The nation had been betrayed by men whose duty, honor, and raison d'etre it was to serve and to obey. Now it was the duty of every French citizen to protect the nation from these military traitors. "In the name of France," de Gaulle shouted, thumping the table in front of him, "I order that all means, I repeat, all means, be employed to block the road everywhere to those men." De Gaulle's final words were a battle cry: "Français, Français, aide-moi!" And all over France, millions of people did rush to the aid of their nation. The following day, a general strike was organized to protest the putsch. Led primarily by the left, including labor unions and the Communist Party, the mass protest won broad political support.
Over 10 million people joined the nationwide demonstrations, with hundreds of thousands marching in the streets of Paris, carrying banners proclaiming peace in Algeria and shouting, "Fascism will not pass." Even police officers' associations expressed complete solidarity with the protests, as did the Roman Catholic Confederation, which denounced the criminal acts of the coup leaders, warning that they threatened to plunge the country into civil war. Hundreds of people rushed to the nation's airfields and prepared to block the runways with their vehicles if Charles' planes tried to land. Others gathered outside government ministries in Paris to guard them against attack. André Malraux, the great novelist turned Minister of Culture, threaded his way through one such crowd, handing out helmets and uniforms. Meanwhile, at the huge Renault factory on the outskirts of Paris, workers took control of the sprawling complex and formed militias, demanding weapons from the government so that they could fend off rebel assaults. In many ways, France, and particularly Paris, relived its great revolutionary past Sunday night and Monday the past, of the revolutionary barricades, of vigilance committees, and of workers' councils, reported the New York Times. De Gaulle's ringing address to the nation and the massive public response had a sobering effect on the French military. Charles' support quickly began melting away, even humiliatingly, within the ranks of his own military branch, the Air Force. Pilots flew their planes out of Algeria, and others feigned mechanical troubles, depriving Charles' troops of the air transport they needed to descend on Paris. Meanwhile, de Gaulle moved quickly to arrest military officers in France who were involved in the coup. Police swooped down on the Paris apartment of an army captain who was plotting pro-push street riots, and de Gaulle's Minister of the Interior seized the general in charge of the rebel forces that were gathered in the forests outside Paris. Deprived of their leader, the insurrectionary units sheepishly began to disperse. By Tuesday night, Charles knew that the coup had failed. The next day, he surrendered and was flown to Paris. Charles emerged from the plane carrying his own suitcase, looking crumpled and insignificant in civilian clothes, according to Time. He stumbled at the foot of the landing steps, heavily on his hands and knees. It was an ignominious homecoming for the man who had fully believed that, with U.S. support, he was to replace the great de Gaulle. Charles expected to face a firing squad, but de Gaulle's military tribunal proved surprisingly merciful, sentencing the 55-year-old general to 15 years in prison. After the failed coup, de Gaulle launched a new purge of his security forces. He ousted General Paul Grossin, the powerful chief of SDC, the French Secret Service, and he shut down its armed unit, the 11th Shock Battalion, which he suspected of being a breeding ground for the coup. Grossin, who was closely aligned with the CIA, had told Frank Wisner over lunch that the return of de Gaulle to power was equivalent to the communists taking over in Paris.
The 11th Shock had grown into a dangerously unhinged killing unit, targeting representatives of the Algerian independence movement and their European supporters, even on the streets of France. Those branded enemies of the French Empire were gunned down, blown up, or poisoned by SDC's action arm. Aided by ex-Nazi agents of Reinhard Gellen's organization, the 11th Shock's assassination campaign reached the point where liquidations an almost daily routine, according to Philippe Thiraud de Vagelis, a veteran SDC agent who served as the liaison to the CIA. Shortly after pushing out Grossin, de Gaulle also jettisoned his security advisor, Konstantin Melnik, Dulles' close ally. Late into his life, Melnik continued to insist that the CIA was always a friend to de Gaulle, which would have come as a surprise to the French president. Writing in his 1999 memoir, Politically Incorrect, Melnik flatly declared, "I can testify that." Despite suspicious yelping by Gaullist camp followers, the CIA always was a faithful ally of General de Gaulle, even of his often torturous Algerian policies. After de Gaulle dumped Melnik, Dulles, who by then had also been fired, immediately offered to hire him for a new private intelligence agency he was planning in the Third World. But Melnik declined, instead pursuing a career in French publishing and politics. For the rest of his 10-year presidency, which ended with his retirement from politics in 1969, de Gaulle continued to take strong countermeasures against forces he regarded as seditious threats. In 1962, he expelled CIA station chief Alfred Ulmer, a gung-ho veteran of Dulles' Cold War battlegrounds. In 1967, de Gaulle evicted NATO from France to regain full sovereignty French territory, after discovering that the military alliance was encouraging Western European secret services to interfere in France's domestic politics. Following the Algiers putsch, de Gaulle remained an assassination target, particularly during the explosive months before and after he finally recognized Algerian independence in July 1962. The most dramatic attempt on his life was staged the next month by the OAS, an ambush made famous in the Frederick Forsyth novel and movie The Day of the Jackal. As de Gaulle's black Citroën sped along the Avenue de la Libération in Paris, with the president and his wife in the rear seat, a dozen OAS snipers opened fire on the vehicle. 2 of the president's motorcycle bodyguards were killed, and the bullet-riddled Citroën skidded sharply. But de Gaulle was fortunate to have a skilled and loyal security team, and his chauffeur was able to pull the car out of its spin and speed to safety, despite all 4 tires being shot out. The president and his wife, who kept their heads down throughout the fusillade, escaped unharmed. The French president demonstrated that he was willing to fight fire with fire. According to de Vagelis, de Gaulle loyalists in SDC even recruited their own secret assassins, including a particularly violent group of Vietnamese exiles who blew up cafes in Algeria frequented by enemies of de Gaulle and kidnapped, tortured, and murdered other OAS combatants, deemed a threat to the president. Democracy in France in the early 1960s was sustained as the result of a vicious underground war that the old French general was willing to fight with equal ferocity. Because of the severe security measures he took, Charles de Gaulle survived his tumultuous presidency. He died of a heart attack the year after he left office, just short of his 80th birthday, slumping over quietly in his armchair after watching the evening news. President Kennedy met only once with de Gaulle on his state visit to Paris at the end of May 1961, a month after the failed coup. The president and first lady were feted at a banquet in Élysée Palace, where the old general, dazzled by Jackie, leaned down closely to hear every breathy word she spoke to him, in fluent French. During the 3-day visit, the 2 heads of state discussed many pressing issues, from Laos to Berlin to Cuba. But Kennedy and de Gaulle never broached the touchy subject of the coup, much less the CIA's involvement in it. As French journalist Vincent Jalvert later observed, why wake up old demons who had barely fallen asleep? Kennedy knew that he would have to resume wrestling with those demons as soon as he returned home. He would have to decide how deeply to purge his own security agencies, as de Gaulle had already begun to do in France. Kennedy knew there would be steep political costs involved in taking on the CIA and Pentagon. But, as Walter Lippmann had told Schlesinger, Kennedy will not begin to be president until he starts to break with Eisenhower. Continuity in Washington was no longer the new president's concern.
Shaken by the traumatic events in Cuba and France, JFK was ready to remake his government. A few weeks after the Bay of Pigs and the foiled French coup, JFK asked Jackie to invite Dulles for drinks or tea at the White House. Charlie Reitzman and his wife were also dropping by, and Kennedy wanted to make a point. The Florida tycoon had self-righteously told Kennedy that he was not going to be seeing his old friend Dulles during his trip to Washington, his way of snubbing the spymaster for bungling the job in Cuba. The president was disgusted by Reitzman's disloyalty to Dulles, according to Jackie, so he went out of his way to include the disgraced CIA leader in the White House's get-together. By now, enough time had elapsed since the disasters of April, and with Dulles on his way out, Kennedy was feeling magnanimous toward the old man. Was so loyal always to people in, trouble, the First Lady later recalled. And he made a special effort to come back from and sit around with Jane and Charlie Reitzman, just to show Charlie what he thought of Allen Dulles. And, it made all the difference to Allen Dulles. I was with him about 5 minutes before Jack got there. He just looked like, Cardinal Mindsenti on trial, she said, referring to the Hungarian prelate who was sentenced to life in prison after being found guilty of treason by a Soviet-run show trial. Just a shell of what he was. And Jack came and talked to him, put his arm around him. Well, wasn't that nice? It was just to show Charlie Reitzman. But it shows something about Jack. He knew Dulles had obviously botched everything up. He had a tenderness for the man. But poor Allen Dulles, as Jackie took to referring to him, was likely untouched by the president's gesture. The CIA director's resentment of Kennedy was growing by the day, as his fingers slowly lost their grip on power. Feeling the young man's arm wrapped paternally around his shoulder would have chilled Dulles, not warmed him. The spymaster had served every president since Woodrow Wilson, and now here he was, being comforted by this weak pretty boy who did not belong in the same company as the great men who preceded him. It was appalling that he, Allen Dulles, should be consoled by such a man. Though Dulles himself kept his fury carefully concealed, his most loyal aides and political allies freely vented their feelings against the Kennedy White House on the old man's behalf. Howard Hunt, who worked as the CIA's political liaison with the volatile Cuban exile community on the Bay of Pigs, called Dulles and Bissell scapegoats to expiate administration guilt. Hunt, whose anti-communist passions equaled those of his militant Cuban compadres, was deeply moved by the way his boss comported himself during his slow fade-out at the CIA. As a member of Dulles' staff, Hunt remembered, I lunched in the director's mess, seeing him return from each committee session more drawn and gray. But on taking his place at the head of the table, Mr. Dulles' demeanor changed into hearty cheerfulness. A joke here, a baseball bet there, came from this remarkable man whose long career of government service had been destroyed unjustly by men who were laboring unceasingly to preserve their own public images. The summer following the Bay of Pigs, Prescott Bush, the CIA's man in the Senate, and his wife Dorothy invited Dulles to dinner at their Washington home. The spymaster showed up with John McCone in tow, the Republican businessman and former Atomic Energy Commission chairman Kennedy had just privately tapped as Dulles' replacement. Bush, who was still unaware that Dulles had been officially deposed, was surprised to see McCone, whom he later recalled in a letter to Clover, we had not thought of as a particular friend of Allen's. But Allen broke the ice promptly and said that he wanted us to meet his successor. The announcement came the next day. The dinner conversation around the Bush family table that night was awkward. We tried to make a pleasant evening of it, Bush wrote, but I was rather sick at heart, and angry too, for it was the Kennedys that brought about the fiasco. And here they were making Allen seem to be the goat, which he wasn't and did not deserve. I have never forgiven them. On November 28, 1961, Dulles was given his formal send-off at the CIA, in a ceremony held at the agency's brand-new headquarters, a vast, modernist complex carved out of the woods in Langley, Virginia. It was a day of clashing emotions for Dulles. The gleaming new puzzle palace, which Dulles had commissioned, was seen by many a monument to his long reign, but he would never occupy the director's suite. Now some agency wits were snidely christening the Langley edifice the Allen Dulles Memorial Mausoleum. President Kennedy was gracious in his farewell remarks, as he bestowed the agency's highest honor, the National Security Medal, on Dulles.
"I regard Allen Dulles as an almost unique figure in our country," he told the crowd gathered in a sterile, fluorescent-lit theater, including a somber-faced Clover and Eleanor Dulles, and an equally stern-looking General Lemnitzer and J. Edgar Hoover, who almost certainly were wondering when they would be next to go. "I know of no man," the president continued, "who brings a greater sense of personal commitment to his work, who has less pride in office, than he has." This last piece of flattery was particularly overblown, as Kennedy well knew, because there were few men in his administration brimming with as much self-admiration as Allen Dulles. The departing CIA director had made sure that invitations to his medal ceremony were sent out to a who's who list of Fortune 500 executives, including the chiefs of General Electric, General Motors, Ford, DuPont, Coca-Cola, Chase Manhattan, U.S. Steel, Standard Oil, IBM, CBS, and Time Life. He kept copies of all the flowery farewells that poured in from the corporate world, including letters from 20th Century Fox movie mogul Spiro Skouras and conglomerate tycoon J. Peter Grace, who wrote, "It is almost unbelievable that one family could produce two men of the caliber of yours and your late sorely missed brother." But after the ceremony, Dulles looked a bit lost and forlorn as he waved to Kennedy's departing helicopter from the front steps of the headquarters he would never occupy. The following day was even more melancholy for Dulles, as JFK swore in McCone at the old CIA building on E Street. Clover dropped him off at the ceremony in the family car, since Dulles was no longer entitled to a CIA limousine and driver. "Clover, I'll be home later in a taxi," the old man told his wife as he climbed out of the car. He was overheard by Lawrence Red White, the agency's efficient nuts-and-bolts administrator, who insisted that Dulles be driven home in an official car. Dulles made a show of protesting, but accepted the kind gesture, one of the few bright spots in what colleagues described as a very dark day for the espionage legend. His morale, White recalled, was pretty low on his last day as DCI. Retired at home in Georgetown, the old spy master's funeral mood did not lift as Kennedy proceeded to rid his administration of remnants of the fallen Dulles dynasty. First to go were the Dulles deputies most closely associated with the Bay of Pigs, Dick Bissell and Charles Cabell. Then Attorney General Bobby Kennedy, his brother's vigilant watchman, tracked down Eleanor Dulles, who was still working quietly on German affairs in Foggy Bottom, and had Secretary of State Rusk fire her. "I don't want any more of the Dulles family around," the Attorney General was heard to say. Eleanor took it hard. "It was silly, I suppose," she later remarked. "I was 66 years old, and a lot of my friends asked why I should want to go on working. Well, I had psychological and financial reasons. My job at State was a valuable thing to cling to. Besides, I had debts. I had put 2 children through college, and I needed a salary." Over at the Pentagon, JFK had already begun to purge Dulles Cold Warriors like Arleigh Burke, who was drummed out of the Navy in August. Next to go was Lemnitzer, who was replaced as Joint Chiefs Chairman by Maxwell Taylor in November, the same month Dulles himself was shown the door. Kennedy took further steps to signal that the Dulles era was over and that the CIA would no longer be allowed to run wild. He placed overseas agents under the control of U.S. ambassadors and shifted responsibility for future paramilitary operations like the Bay of Pigs to the Pentagon. It was the Kennedy brothers, not the Dulles brothers, who now ran Washington. Dulles found it hard to adjust to life on the political sidelines. He had a very difficult time to decompress, said Jim Angleton, his longtime acolyte, but it soon became clear that the Dulles dynasty was not entirely dismantled. In truth, the Kennedy purge had left the ranks of Dulles loyalists at the CIA largely untouched. Top Dulles men like Angleton and Helms remained on the job, and the old man's shadow knights never abandoned their king. They continued to call on him in Georgetown, with Angleton visiting 2 or 3 times a week. They consulted with him on agency affairs as if he were still DCI and not John McCone. They collaborated with him on plans for books and film projects. They continued to kneel before Allen Dulles, their banished commander, and kiss his ring. And soon, Dulles began to emerge from his gloomy refuge, ready for action. By mid-January 1962, the retired spy master was writing an old comrade. "As you know, I am not much of a believer in either retirement or long vacations." The house on Q Street was already on its way to becoming the seat of a government in exile. Dulles had been deposed, but his reign continued. Rome on the Potomac.
By the evening of June 16, 1962, when bow-tied Arthur Schlesinger Jr. went tumbling fully clothed into the swimming pool at Hickory Hill, Robert and Ethel Kennedy's estate in suburban Virginia, the dunking of party guests had become a new frontier ritual. Dinner parties at Hickory Hill, where dogs and children ran wild through the house and across the rolling lawns, were already a colorful part of Washington society lore. Invitations to Bobby and Ethel's backyard fests signaled insider status in the youthful Kennedy court. Judy Garland sang, Harry Belafonte did the twist, national heroes like astronaut John Glenn faced bold new challenges. On this particular evening, Glenn, who had recently become the first American to orbit the Earth, was dared by the rambunctious Ethel to sit with her at dinner on a plank that had been laid precariously across the pool. The astronaut succeeded in staying dry, but Ethel ended up in the pool when Schlesinger and another guest began mischievously bouncing up and down on the wobbly board. Later, as Schlesinger chivalrously leaned down to help Ethel out of the water, a prankster bumped him, and the respected Harvard historian went headlong into the pool, taking the Attorney General's wife down with him. The raucous antics of the Kennedy crowd were greeted by much of the Washington establishment as a welcome relief from the fusty Eisenhower regime. The Kennedy brothers and their team brought such relentless vigor to their jobs, they were allowed to blow off steam in their off hours. There had been no scolding in the press, for instance, the year before when Senator Edward M. Kennedy, the president's fun-loving baby brother, had emerged from his own swimming pool baptism at Hickory Hill, a huge dripping mass in a now hopelessly rumpled dinner jacket, as Schlesinger recalled. But by June 1962, the Kennedy administration was deeply embattled, from within and without, and the Kennedy circle's unrestrained merrymaking now was regarded as unseemly in some quarters. Drew Pearson noted in his column that Southern congressmen were especially interested in the fact that Ethel Kennedy, sister-in-law of the president, twisted with Harry Belafonte, well-known Negro singer. Meanwhile, Schlesinger's swimming pool hijinks were splashed across the front page of the anti-Kennedy New York Herald Tribune. As JFK's main link to the liberal intelligentsia and left wing of the Democratic Party, the White House advisor had become an especially tempting political target. Henry J. Taylor, a syndicated newspaper columnist, led the press campaign against Schlesinger, taking advantage of the embarrassing publicity over his Hickory Hill water sports to level other charges against Kennedy's court philosopher. Taylor accused Schlesinger of violating the White House Code of Ethics by moonlighting as a freelance writer, churning out political essays for publications like the New York Times and the Saturday Evening Post, and doing movie reviews for a chic new glossy magazine called Show. It turned out that the White House had no such ban against outside freelancing, and that Kennedy, an ardent movie lover, thoroughly enjoyed Schlesinger's reviews. One night, when Roger Vadim's arty vampire movie Blood and Roses was being screened in the White House projection room, a bored Kennedy got up halfway through the feature and told Schlesinger he would be content to read his review. Before he left, the president shared some of his own rather sophisticated movie opinions with Schlesinger, urging him to do a comparative review of the Italian film Girl with a Suitcase and A Cold Wind in August, an obscure independent feature. He then declared his disappointment with Breakfast at Tiffany's and expressed his regret that Hollywood had no guts any longer and couldn't do a sharp or interesting film. Taylor's attack on Schlesinger, in which he warned of the liberal historian's pernicious influence on Kennedy policy, spread to other media outlets, including Time magazine, which poked fun at Schlesinger's Hickory Hill frivolity and, taking the opposite tact from Taylor, questioned whether he really did much of anything as special assistant to President Kennedy. Thomas "Tommy the Cork" Corcoran, FDR's legendary advisor and a longtime Washington power broker, didn't like the beating that Schlesinger was getting in the press, and he phoned his young friend at the White House. "I sent a manhunt," Corcoran told Schlesinger. "The play they gave to the swimming pool story was the tip-off. They are out to get you." The Cork warned Schlesinger that he had heard Republicans were spreading a vicious story that they had found someone claiming to be an old Harvard classmate of Schlesinger, and he will swear that he knew you then as a member of the Communist Party. In the midst of the media fervor, Schlesinger felt tempted to offer Kennedy his resignation. Late one afternoon, when Schlesinger went to see the president in the Oval Office on another matter, JFK asked him how he was holding up. "It's been a bad couple of days," he told Kennedy. The president responded in a kindly way, Schlesinger noted in his journal. "Don't worry about it," JFK told his downcast advisor. "Everyone knows that Henry Taylor is a jerk. All they are doing is shooting at me through you." The media attack on Schlesinger bore the fingerprints of the Dulles Group. Though he'd been out of office for half a year, Dulles's influence remained strong in the press, particularly with loose publications like Time. Henry Taylor, too, had ties to the Dulles brothers, having served in Foster's diplomatic corps as ambassador to Switzerland before becoming a syndicated columnist for United Features. On first glance, Schlesinger seemed like an unlikely target for the Dulles network, since he too had enjoyed a friendly relationship with the intelligence chief, dating back to World War II, when the young historian was one of many intellectuals recruited by the OSS.
As an OSS analyst stationed in London and Paris during the war, Schlesinger held strongly anti-communist views. After the war, Schlesinger became a leading architect of Cold War liberalism, joining the anti-Soviet propaganda campaign that was secretly funded by the CIA, and endorsing efforts to root out Communist Party influence in the labor movement, cultural arena, and academic circles. Schlesinger was a passionate believer in New Deal liberalism, which he saw as the only way to civilize capitalism. And he was an equally ardent anti-communist, viewing the anti-Red Crusade as a way to protect the American left by ridding it of the Stalinist contamination that had seeped into Democratic Party circles during FDR's necessary wartime alliance with Moscow. Schlesinger believed that it was vital to purge these Communist Party influences, even though the CP's well-organized shock troops were behind many of the political and labor victories of the New Deal period, in order to fend off attacks from the right that sought to label liberalism as a paler version of Marxist-Leninism. In 1949, Schlesinger endorsed a crude effort by Lucis Life magazine, which the young Pulitzer Prize-winning historian sometimes wrote for, to develop a blacklist of celebrities that the magazine described as dupes and fellow travelers of the Communist Party. Along with the predictable stalwarts of the far left, Life listed such liberal luminaries as Albert Einstein, Arthur Miller, Norman Mailer, Aaron Copland, and Leonard Bernstein. Schlesinger gave the Life magazine blacklist his stamp of approval, calling it a convenient way of checking the more obvious communist-controlled groups. Though Schlesinger was an avid New Dealer, he was also a pampered product of the American elite. The son of esteemed Harvard historian Arthur M. Schlesinger Sr., a graduate of exclusive Phillips Exeter Academy at 15, a summa cum laude graduate of Harvard at 20, and, at 27, winner of the Pulitzer Prize for his masterful work The Age of Jackson. Raised in the rarefied intellectual atmosphere of Cambridge, where the likes of James Thurber, John Dos Passos, H.L. Mencken, and Samuel Eliot Morison circulated through his family home, young Schlesinger never stopped seeming like the brightest student in the class, as the New York Times observed. Critics like C. Wright Mills and revisionist historian William Appleman Williams charged that Schlesinger, coddled by the East Coast establishment and subsidized by CIA front groups, clung to a one-sided view of the Cold War, placing sole responsibility for the tense global standoff on Moscow. Russia was not merely seeking a protective buffer when it took control of Eastern Europe following the epic destruction of World War II, Schlesinger insisted. In his view, the Soviet Union was a messianic state, whose ideology compelled a steady expansion of communist power. Even after the collapse of Stalin's regime, Schlesinger saw no significant modification in this implacable Soviet expansionism. Not surprisingly, Schlesinger maintained friendly, if somewhat remote, relations with Allen Dulles throughout the 1950s. The Cold War consensus that dominated Democratic as well as Republican circles made for unlikely alliances. Schlesinger counted a number of top CIA officials among his friends, including Helms, Wisner, and Bissell, and he often joined them on the Georgetown cocktail circuit. Washington Post publisher Philip Graham and columnist Joe Alsop hosted the parties where the disparate Dulles and Kennedy entourages all intermingled. Schlesinger had his differences with the CIA crowd going back to his OSS days. He had been offended by the notion of American spooks like Dulles and Wisner cheerfully consorting with people like General Reinhard Gehlen. There was something aesthetically displeasing about Americans plotting with Nazis who had recently been killing us against Russians whose sacrifices had made the Allied victory possible. During the Eisenhower-Dulles years, Schlesinger found much more that was aesthetically displeasing about the Republican reign. The Dulles brothers, sniffed Schlesinger's first wife, Marion, years later, were self-righteous and egomaniacal. By the time Kennedy took office, Marion Schlesinger, a product of the same Cambridge background as her husband, regarded Allen Dulles as passé.
But in the name of Cold War fraternity, Schlesinger was willing to make his own political compromises, even with men like Allen Dulles, whose Wall Street republicanism and bullying foreign interventionism represented everything the historian opposed. Schlesinger made an effort to maintain cordial relations with the CIA chief, keeping up a friendly correspondence with Dulles that lasted late into the old man's life. Schlesinger wrote a favorable review of German's Underground, Dulles's 1947 book on anti-Hitler wartime intrigues, which elicited a warm thank you note from the spook. Over dinner at Phil Graham's house in March 1958, they discussed Dr. Zhivago, Boris Pasternak's epic lament about the fragility of love and the human spirit in the grinding machinery of 20th century Russian history. CIA officials believed that the novel, which had been banned in the USSR, had great propaganda value, and they were planning to sneak copies into Pasternak's homeland, though the author himself came to regret the political exploitation of his book. On November 29, 1961, as Dulles was ushered out the door at the CIA, Schlesinger wrote to him again, telling the spy chief that it had been a privilege to work with him and urging him to write his memoirs. "You have had a fascinating life, and you owe it to your fellow countrymen to put it down on paper." Dulles responded warmly 2 weeks later, telling the historian that he was mulling over a couple of book ideas and may seek your wise counsel. Nobody in Washington was better positioned than Arthur Schlesinger Jr. to observe the growing split in Kennedy's government. He had played a leading role in the formation of the Cold War consensus that had held together Washington's opposing political camps. But that consensus began to shatter early in the Kennedy presidency, and Schlesinger found himself maintaining a delicate balancing act with one foot on each side of the divide. In the months following the Bay of Pigs crisis, the cracks continued to lace their way through the administration, as JFK resisted the belligerent advice from his national security advisors and tried to maneuver his way around the minefields of Cuba, Laos, Berlin, and Vietnam. Kennedy drew more ire from his warlords, including men like Lemnitzer and Air Force Chief Curtis LeMay, whom JFK considered mentally unbalanced, when he brusquely dismissed their persistent pleadings for a nuclear confrontation with the Soviet Union and instead pursued a test ban treaty aimed at slowing down the race toward doomsday. Following the Bay of Pigs, Schlesinger found his relations with the CIA strained, but he still was invited to their dinner parties, and his Langley friends, like Helms, Ray Klein, and Cord Meyer, continued to keep him apprised of the agency's mood. Meanwhile, Kennedy, despite his occasional bemusement at Schlesinger's ivory tower liberalism, increasingly drew the historian into his inner sanctum. Schlesinger earned points with JFK not only by giving him the correct advice on the Bay of Pigs, a great mistake, but by resisting the temptation to crow about his wisdom to the press following the disaster, as some administration officials had done. Kennedy soon began seeking the historian's advice on everything, from nuclear policy to the handling of prickly liberal critics like Alfred Kazin, whom Kennedy sought to charm, on Schlesinger's advice, by inviting him for lunch at the White House in August 1961. Kennedy was nervous about meeting the formidable New York intellectual, suggesting that Jackie be invited too. She knows all those obscure French writers. When Cousin arrived at the White House, JFK was at his dazzling best, offering fascinating insights into everyone from Malraux to Khrushchev. But he still fell short with the scholar, who later described the president as slick, cool, and devoid of vision. When Schlesinger reminded him that left-wing intellectuals said the same thing about FDR, Kazin replied that he was one of those who did. "And I still believe today that I was absolutely right," Kazin declared. Schlesinger, however, was the type of intellectual who saw nothing wrong about entering the inner circle of power to serve a Roosevelt or a Kennedy. He derided those cloistered academics who remained on the sidelines, speculating about the twists and turns of history, but never actually participating in their times. In the beginning of his presidency, Kennedy was a bit nervous about having a best-selling historian on his White House staff. Coming across Schlesinger pounding away at his typewriter one day in his remote East Wing office, JFK smiled. "Now, Arthur, cut it out. When the time comes, I'll write The Age of Kennedy." But after the Bay of Pigs, feeling increasingly besieged within his own administration, Kennedy embraced Schlesinger's role as court chronicler. The president encouraged Schlesinger to begin taking notes at White House meetings. "You can be very sure that the CIA has its records and the Joint Chiefs theirs," JFK told him. "We'd better make sure we have a record over here." Schlesinger's journal entries, letters, and memos provide a fascinating and invaluable inside look at the increasingly acrimonious civil war that would tear apart Kennedy's government. Critics often denounced Schlesinger as a toady to power, and there is no doubt that he fell under the spell of Camelot, sharing intimate weekends with the first couple at Hyannis Port and drinking champagne with the Kennedys on board their sailboats off Cape Cod and on the Potomac. During the Bay of Pigs debacle, Schlesinger took a particularly strong blast from the left, with C. Wright Mills denouncing Kennedy and company for "return us to barbarism," and singling out JFK's in-house historian, whom Mills charged had disgraced us intellectually and morally. But critics like Mills were not privy to the internal battles that raged within the Kennedy administration. In reality, Kennedy and trusted advisors like Schlesinger were determined to check the forces of barbarism, not to succumb to them, and their efforts set off a powerful backlash within the president's own bureaucracy. The struggle fought between JFK and the national security elite as Kennedy attempted to lead the country out of the Cold War was largely invisible to the American people. Nor was it fully understood by observers like Mills, who died of a heart attack at 45 in March 1962, before the Kennedy court drama reached its violent climax. Schlesinger himself did not entirely grasp the forces at play as he recorded the daily turmoil of the Kennedy presidency. But the picture that clearly emerges from reading his insightful journals and memos decades later is one of a government at war with itself. The relationship between Kennedy and Schlesinger took a back-and-forth course as the two men began to reevaluate America's Cold War policies. Sometimes it was the president whose thinking was boldest, other times it was his advisor who pushed Kennedy to be more courageous. The president's subtle grasp of U.S.-Soviet dynamics had the effect of making Schlesinger's own Cold War philosophy less rigid and more sophisticated. By 1963, Kennedy would come to the conclusion that the hardliners in the Soviet Union and the United States feed on one another, an observation that struck Schlesinger as wise. Kennedy liked to surround himself with intelligent men, but he was usually the most perceptive man in the room. He had a way of raising the thinking of his best and brightest to a higher level. When it came to domestic politics, JFK was a shrewd strategist, and he thrashed out decisions by reviewing them with longtime political confidants and warhorses, like his brother Bobby and special assistant Kenny O'Donnell. But Kennedy also realized that his political pragmatism could sometimes compromise his vision. So he often relied on New Frontier true believers like Schlesinger to be his voices of conscience and liberal touchstones. At other times, JFK used Schlesinger almost as a comic foil. One day, Schlesinger urged Kennedy to replace Dean Rusk, a bland mouthpiece of Council on Foreign Relations conventional wisdom, with a more stimulating Secretary of State. Kennedy glanced up at his advisor from a paper on his desk that he was perusing. "That's a great idea, Arthur," he said. After Schlesinger left his office, JFK turned to O'Donnell, who had been quietly taking in the bold pitch for revitalizing the State Department, and laughed. "Arthur has a lot of good ideas," the president told O'Donnell. Schlesinger himself sometimes questioned his relevance within the Kennedy administration. "I have the feeling that the president somewhat discounts my views," the White House aide wrote in his journal in September 1962, "primarily because he regards me as a claimant agency for standardized liberalism, partly also because he considers me to be, after all, an intellectual and insufficiently practical and realistic." But by 1963, the president himself was telling his brother and Phil Gramm that he was seriously considering replacing Rusk with Robert McNamara, who had proven a smart and reliable ally in Kennedy's battles with the Pentagon's warlords. Arthur had a lot of good ideas, and though he was careful not to overstep his bounds, he was unfailingly articulate and often persistent in the way he espoused them. His insights and suggestions had a way of working themselves into the recesses of Kennedy's mind. The president had been an avid reader of history since he was a boy, and here on his staff was someone who could raise the big historical questions at the very moment that the administration was making history. No wonder academic colleagues like Richard Revere got somewhat carried away and compared Schlesinger's role in the Kennedy White House to that of Voltaire and Aristotle in the courts of Frederick and Alexander the Great. No prominent intellectual had held such a post of freewheeling influence in U.S. presidential history. Schlesinger's most intrepid moment in the Kennedy presidency would come after the Bay of Pigs, when he boldly schemed to bring the CIA under presidential control, which neither Truman nor Eisenhower had been able to do. It took courage for Schlesinger to confront his old friends at the spy agency, some of whom denounced him as a traitor. The battle to take charge of the CIA would become the most fateful drama of the Kennedy presidency. Schlesinger began lobbying Kennedy to play a big role in reorganizing the CIA even before the smoke had cleared from the Cuba debacle. He wanted to make sure that the current tempest over the agency did not simply fade away, resulting once again in a blue ribbon oversight committee controlled by Dulles stooges, as he put it. In an April 21, 1961 memo to the president, Schlesinger wrote, "It is important, in my judgment, to take CIA away from the club." Schlesinger was not enthusiastic about Kennedy's choice of General Taylor to oversee the White House's Bay of Pigs post-mortem, regarding the general as very pleasant, a man of limited interests and imagination. Nor was Taylor the sort of crusading official who would follow through on Kennedy's angry impulse to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. The general, Schlesinger noted, is quite cautious and does not seem disposed toward drastic reorganization of the intelligence services. But it was Schlesinger whom Kennedy tapped to develop an ambitious CIA reorganization plan, while Taylor was limited to the Bay of Pigs inquest.
The historian was able to convince JFK of his qualifications for the job, reminding him, "I served in the OSS during the war, and I have been a CIA consultant for a good deal of the period since, so that, while I am far from a professional in this field, I am a relatively experienced amateur." Schlesinger threw himself into the CIA study with scholarly dedication, amassing a thick file that contained detailed critiques of the organization by Washington liberals like George McGovern and agency whistleblowers, one of whom wrote, "The Central Intelligence Agency is sick." Schlesinger also compiled disparaging essays and investigative features about the Dulles reign from the liberal press, including The Nation and The New Republic. These were not the sources typically used when the CIA was subjected to reviews by hand-picked friends of Dulles. The White House advisor completed his memo for revamping the CIA on June 30. He acknowledged that his proposal implies a fairly drastic rearrangement of our present intelligence setup. The basic problem with the CIA, as Schlesinger saw it, was that it was out of control. Under his plan, all future covert operations would be closely supervised by a joint intelligence board composed of representatives from the White House and State Department. In addition, the CIA would be divided into two separate organizations, one for clandestine action and one for the collection and analysis of intelligence. Furthermore, the agency's name, a tainted reminder of the Dulles era, would be replaced by some blameless title, Schlesinger suggested, like the National Information Service. Kennedy had already made it clear that he was in strong favor of this last recommendation. If he couldn't raise Dulles's mausoleum to the ground, he would at least give it a new name. No stranger to Washington politicking, Schlesinger attempted to rally support for his plan before submitting it to the president, sending copies to Washington power attorney Clark Clifford, veteran diplomat Chip Bolin, and JFK's trusted aide and speechwriter Ted Sorensen. By the time the final draft was sent to Kennedy, it was a more complicated and unwieldy document than Schlesinger originally intended. When the Dulles forces, including Taylor himself and the CIA's congressional allies, immediately mounted a stubborn resistance to the new plan, Kennedy realized that overhauling the U.S. intelligence complex was going to be a much trickier political process than he had hoped. Taylor argued forcefully against the Schlesinger plan, telling JFK, "This is not the time for surgery, so far as the CIA is concerned, that it would damage the morale of the employees too much." Taylor also opposed changing the agency's name for the same reason. On the morning of July 15, Bobby took Schlesinger aside at the White House and told him that the CIA reorganization was on hold until a replacement for Dulles was found. Undismayed, Schlesinger leaped immediately into the hunt for a new director. The president had briefly considered Bobby for the job, but realized that his abrasive younger brother would be too politically charged a selection. Besides, RFK was already beginning each morning by dropping by CIA headquarters in Langley on his way to work, so that he could keep an eye on the agency for the president. JFK even raised the possibility of putting Schlesinger in Dulles' chair. "I imagine that the president was joking," Schlesinger noted simply in his journal. Fowler Hamilton soon emerged as the leading candidate for the CIA post. Hamilton had solid credentials as a successful Wall Street lawyer, former prosecutor in FDR's Justice Department, and a bombing analyst with the Army Air Force during World War II. Schlesinger gave the choice his blessing, telling JFK that Hamilton was a sober, intelligent, hard-headed lawyer who would do the job well. But there was something about Hamilton that set off the dullest crowd. Perhaps it was simply because he was not one of them. Or it might have been connected to the fact that Hamilton had run the war frauds unit for President Roosevelt and knew too much about the Dulles brothers. In any case, CIA opposition to Hamilton was so strong that Kennedy decided to abandon him, selecting instead an Eisenhower administration fixture, former AEC chairman, Republican counselor, and military industrialist John McCone. Now it was Schlesinger's turn to erupt. Putting an Eisenhower retread in charge of the CIA would be a disastrous move, he warned Kennedy. It would send the wrong signal at the exact moment when the agency needed to be turned upside down. McCone, for all his administrative qualities, is a man of crude and undiscriminatory political views, or to put it more precisely, political emotions, Schlesinger told the president in a memo. He sees the world in terms of a set of emotion-charged stereotypes. But Schlesinger failed to block the announcement of McCone's appointment in September. Afterward, writing in his journal, Schlesinger tried to cheer himself up, but without much success. The possibly consoling thought is that the president has a habit of designating liberals to do conservative things and vice versa. I am sure JFK knows what he is doing, and possibly my concern here will turn out to be as unwarranted as my concern last December over the appointment of Doug Dillon, but I doubt it. In October, still puzzling over McCone's selection, Schlesinger brought up the subject again with Kennedy in the Oval Office. He asked the president if he knew McCone well. Kennedy admitted that he was not very familiar with his new appointee, but he seemed undisturbed by the prospect of working with him. Kennedy then began to vent about his outgoing CIA chief. He was very critical of Dulles, Schlesinger later noted, and implied that, after Dulles, anyone would do. If Kennedy thought that he was getting, in McCone, a respectable Republican frontman who would readily do his bidding at the CIA, he was sorely disappointed. In May 1962, Schlesinger fell into conversation at a French embassy party with his friend, banker-diplomat W. Averell Harriman, the old Democratic Party wise man who had served as FDR's ambassador to Moscow and was now serving JFK as a globe-trotting ambassador at large. Harriman gave Schlesinger an astringent evaluation of the new McCone regime, which he saw as little changed from the Dulles days. This was clear, Harriman confided, from looking at the policy maneuvers around Laos, the Southeast Asia sideshow in which Kennedy was determined not to get embroiled. JFK's policy of neutrality was being systematically sabotaged by the military and the CIA, Harriman warned. McCone and the people in the CIA want the president to have a setback. They want to justify the position CIA took 5 years ago. They want to prove that a neutral solution is impossible and that the only course is to turn Laos into an American bastion. Harriman, a veteran of Washington infighting, then advised Schlesinger how the White House should handle the CIA and military seditionists in its midst. General Marshall once told me that when you change a policy, you must change the men too. CIA has the same men on the desk and in the field who were responsible for the disasters of the past, and naturally they do things to prove they were right. Every big thing the CIA has tried in the Far East has been catastrophic, and the men responsible for these catastrophes are still there. Kennedy's purge of the CIA, Harriman made clear, had not been sweeping enough. The president had lopped off the heads of the top 3 men at the CIA, but Dulles-loyal deputies like Helms and Angleton were still running the show at Langley. And McCone, a CIA outsider who largely shared the former regime's views, was more or less content to go along with the old Dulles policies. McCone has no business in the new frontier, Harriman told Schlesinger in March 1963.
Dulles' successor doesn't believe in the administration, said Harriman, and was full of mischievous ideas and projects. 2 years into McCone's tenure as CIA director, syndicated newspaper columnist Henry Taylor published a surprisingly critical piece about the intelligence agency, calling it a sick elephant and urging it to quit stalking through foreign political back rooms and building its own empire. A few days later, Dulles wrote his old colleague a letter, letting Taylor know that he viewed his column as a personal betrayal and as a direct attack on me. Most of what you say happened while I was director. Taylor quickly replied with a long, groveling telegram, pleading that nothing he had written or ever would write was critical of the spy agency under Dulles' leadership. Certainly you must know that any attack on you by me is inconceivable. No one has served this country with greater distinction, selflessness, and success than you. But Dulles made it clear to Taylor that he was still running the show at the CIA, so any distinction the columnist tried to draw between his tenure and McCone's was false. Since my retirement, Dulles told Taylor, there have been few important policy changes, and I am wholly in support of its new chief and of its recent work. This is precisely what Schlesinger was afraid of when McCone took over the CIA in November 1961, that the Dulles era would continue undisturbed. That month, as Kennedy's special assistant contemplated the new administration's progress, he could not help falling into a glum mood. Recent conversations with liberal friends and colleagues, he wrote in his journal, made me face up to the fact that there is no such thing as the new frontier. We came in last January, after a campaign which promised the American people a new beginning. We have really done very little in the way of bold new initiatives. JFK has given marvelous speeches, but they are almost too marvelous. The words kindle splendid hopes, but the reality remains as dismal as ever. Schlesinger grew anxious whenever he began to sense that the old Eisenhower-Dulles continuities were beginning to reassert themselves. He yearned for Kennedy to break free from the political past, to ignore the wisdom of the establishment, and accept the implications of his own campaign and his own instincts. The liberal counselor's wishes were soon to become true. By 1962, President Kennedy was challenging the bastions of American power on several fronts, including the corporate elite's control of the economy. The steel industry crisis that erupted that spring laid bare the growing tensions between JFK and the Fortune 500 circle. On April 6th, after year-long negotiations between steel companies and unions, which involved the personal participation of the president himself, a deal was announced that prevented the rise of steel prices. The steel agreement, which was based on labor concessions that Kennedy administration officials had helped wring from the unions, was a major victory for JFK. The three-way pact hammered out by industry, labor, and government ensured stability throughout the economy, since rising prices in the core industry had been the biggest inflationary factor in the post-war period. Every time steel prices jump, your pocketbook jumps with pain, Estes Kefauver, chairman of the Senate Antitrust and Monopoly Subcommittee, told American consumers in 1959. But just 4 days after the Kennedy-engineered Steel Pact was signed, U.S. Steel Chairman Roger Blau scheduled a meeting at the White House and stunned the president by informing him that he was going to announce a 3.5% price increase, effective at midnight, a move that would trigger price jumps at other steel companies and send inflationary ripples throughout the economy. Kennedy was furious at Blau's double-cross, which he correctly saw as a direct challenge to his ability to manage the economy. "My father always told me that all businessmen were sons of difficult people," said JFK at the height of the steel industry crisis, "but I never believed it until now," a remark that he was happy to have leaked to Newsweek. While the president saw Blau as a backstabber, Luce's Fortune magazine regarded the steel mogul as a capitalist hero, declaring him a business statesman who was fighting not just for his own company, but on behalf of the entire corporate sector by defying the president's authority. Blau's company occupied a central position in the country's corporate pantheon, which was reflected in the U.S. Steel Board of Directors.
Blau himself was well connected within the power elite, including to Dulles, with whom he served in organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Lafayette Fellowship Foundation, part of the Ford Foundation. Kennedy understood that if Blau and the other colluding Steele executives prevailed, his leadership would be severely undermined, not only at home but abroad. He had staked his reputation with organized labor and American consumers on the deal, and now he was faced with the most painfully embarrassing predicament of his career, in the view of his White House advisors. A steel industry victory would make it clear to the entire world who ran America. Determined to protect his presidency, over the next 3 days, JFK unleashed the full powers of the federal government in an all-out effort to crush the steel industry rebellion. Attorney General Bobby Kennedy announced a grand jury probe of steel price fixing, which he followed by issuing subpoenas for the personal and corporate records of steel executives, and by sending FBI agents to raid their offices. We were going to go for broke, their expense accounts and where they'd been and what they were doing, JFK's brother and political enforcer later recalled. I picked up all their records, and I told the FBI to interview them all, march into their offices the next day. We weren't going to go slowly. Oliver were hit with meetings the next morning by agents. Meanwhile, Robert McNamara's Defense Department announced that it was reviewing its steel purchasing practices, making it clear that it would favor companies that did not follow U.S. Steel's price hike. Kennedy's strong-arm tactics produced quick results. On April 12, Inland Steel, a smaller but still significant company, caved under the pressure, announcing that it would not raise prices. Bethlehem Steel soon followed, and by the next day, U.S. Steel itself waved the white flag. In victory, JFK adopted a genial and magnanimous posture. Over dinner at the White House on May 3rd, Schlesinger asked Kennedy what he had said to Blau when the U.S. Steel chairman surrendered. "I told him that his men could keep their horses for the summer plowing," smiled JFK. But the resentment from the steel showdown never faded away. Corporate executives continued to snipe at the president, spreading the word that his administration had destroyed business confidence by bringing the steel industry to heel. Senator Barry Goldwater, the voice of the rising Republican right, escalated the rhetoric, calling Kennedy's bare-knuckled tactics against the steel barons a display of naked political power never seen before in this nation. "We have passed within the shadow of police state methods." Chatting with Schlesinger in the Oval Office on June 4th, Kennedy said, "I understand better every day why Roosevelt, who started out such a mild fellow, ended up so ferociously anti-business." JFK vowed that he was not going to appease his big business critics by taking what O'Donnell described as a submissive posture. "To counter the corporate assault on his presidency," said Kennedy, "we have to put out the picture of a small group of men turning against the government and the economy because the government would not surrender to them. That is the real issue." Schlesinger discovered that some of the corporate sniping against the president came from within his own administration.
While dining at Joe Alsop's in late July, the watering hole where Schlesinger kept in touch with the CIA crowd, the White House advisor was disgusted to hear McCone fulminate against Kennedy's economic policy, which the former industrialist regarded as too pro-labor. "I have rarely seen a man more completely out of sympathy with the administration's economic direction," Schlesinger observed in his journal. "The CIA director's formula for economic stimulus," wrote Schlesinger, "is to kick labor in the teeth." As he continued to wrestle with the disgruntled corporate community into the fall, Kennedy longed to make the battle over the economy the centerpiece of his presidency, telling Schlesinger that he only wished there were no Cold War so he could debate the future of America with the businessmen. This is a remarkable and all but overlooked statement, indicating, once again, Kennedy's visionary thinking. A year after the April 1962 steel blow-up, Kennedy tried to make light of the controversy as he addressed a Democratic. While dining at Joe Alsop's in late July, the watering hole where Schlesinger kept in touch with the CIA crowd, the White House advisor was disgusted to hear McCone fulminate against Kennedy's economic policy, which the former industrialist regarded as too pro-labor. "I have rarely seen a man more completely out of sympathy with the administration's economic direction," Schlesinger observed in his journal. "The CIA director's formula for economic stimulus," wrote Schlesinger, "is to kick labor in the teeth." As he continued to wrestle with the disgruntled corporate community into the fall, Kennedy longed to make the battle over the economy the centerpiece of his presidency, telling Schlesinger that he only wished there were no Cold War so he could debate the future of America with the businessmen. This is a remarkable and all but overlooked statement, indicating once again Kennedy's visionary thinking. A year after the April 1962 steel blow-up, Kennedy tried to make light of the controversy as he addressed a Democratic fundraising dinner at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. Told that the steel industry was presenting former President Eisenhower with its annual Public Service Award in another banquet hall at the same hotel, JFK grinned mischievously. "I was their Man of the Year last year," he told the Democratic crowd. "They wanted to come down to the White House to give me their award, but the Secret Service wouldn't let them do it." Beset by the rising tensions in his government, Kennedy would bring up the awkward subject of assassination from time to time. In public, as on this occasion, he used it as a comedic device. But in private, with old friends like Red Fay, he mused about it in a more somber vein. The climate of conflict surrounding the Kennedy presidency had a way of evoking the grim topic. Outraged by the president's strong stand against the steel industry, Henry Luce invoked the fate of Julius Caesar in a harsh editorial in Fortune, warning JFK that he should beware the Ides of April. But Kennedy never backed down from his ongoing duel with the steel industry. In October 1963, just weeks before his assassination, JFK's Justice Department filed price-fixing charges against U.S. Steel and other steel companies, based on Bobby's earlier grand jury probe of the industry. To the end of his life, Kennedy made it clear that there would be no submissive appeasement for those corporate powers that tried to undermine his presidency. After Dulles was ousted by JFK in late 1961, the old man's crowd had quickly closed ranks around him. The Luces immediately offered Dulles succor, inviting Clover and him to spend the New Year holiday at their winter home in Phoenix. Claire Booth Luce often used the Arizona estate, with its cactus garden and mesmerizing view of Camelback Mountain, to recover from her own bouts of melancholy, dropping LSD with eccentric friends like Gerald Hurd, a gay Anglo-Irish writer, devotee of Eastern mysticism, and psychedelic pioneer. Clover found the Luce's desert refuge a soothing respite from the Washington vortex, but, as she wrote Mary Bancroft from Phoenix, she knew that Allen didn't share her sentiments. "I do feel an immense relief of burden by sharks being out, which he himself doesn't feel." Dulles's growing sense of resentment toward Kennedy was shared by the Luces, who had known JFK since he was a young Navy ensign. Joe Kennedy had courted Henry Luce's support for his son during the 1960 presidential race, dropping by the magazine mogul's Fifth Avenue apartment for a lobster dinner on the final night of the Democratic Convention, and afterward watching TV together as JFK accepted his party's nomination. "It was a memorable moment in my life," Luce recalled. "It's quite a thing to sit with an old friend and watch his son accept the nomination for the President of the United States." Luce was not the type to let sentiment cloud his political judgment, however, and he remained loyal to the Republican ticket. But Life magazine, his influential flagship publication, gave Nixon a tepid endorsement, leaving the door open for Kennedy. Luce admired JFK's intellect and cultural sophistication, but he questioned whether he would be a sufficiently aggressive foe of communism. After finishing their lobster dinner that night, in fact, Luce had warned Joe Kennedy that he would not stand for it if JFK proved too much of a compromiser in the White House. "If he shows any signs of weakness in general toward the anti-communist cause, or, to put it more positively, any weakness in defending and advancing the cause of the free world, why then we'll certainly be against him," Luce told the Kennedy paterfamilias. The Luce honeymoon with the Kennedy administration had been short-lived. After the Bay of Pigs, Luce's coverage of the presidency turned increasingly negative. By the spring of 1963, JFK was so exasperated with the relentless drumbeat of criticism from the Time Life headquarters in New York that he invited the Luces to lunch at the White House to see if he could somehow sweeten the power couple's disposition. When the press lord launched into a lengthy diatribe on Cuba, demanding that Kennedy invade the island, the president suggested that Luce was a warmonger, and the afternoon came to an unpleasant conclusion, with the Luces marching out of the White House before dessert was served.
Shortly afterward, Luce convened a remarkable war council of his top editors at Time Life, where he declared that if the Kennedy administration was not bold enough to overthrow Castro, his corporation would take on the task. Luce and his wife were already funding raids on Cuba, with the quiet support of the CIA. Now, Luce would escalate his crusade against the Castro regime, in direct defiance of Kennedy. Like the Time Life building in Manhattan, Dulles' brick house on Q Street was a boiling center of anti-Kennedy opposition. The actively retired spy master maintained a busy appointments calendar, meeting not only with retired CIA old boys like Frank Wisner and Charles Cabell, but with a steady stream of top-rank active-duty agency officials, such as Angleton, Helms, Cord Meyer, and Desmond Fitzgerald. More surprisingly, Dulles also conferred with mid-level officials and operational officers, such as Howard Hunt, James Hunt, a key deputy of Angleton and no relation to Howard, and Thomas Karamessines, Helms' right-hand man. McCone, too, routinely checked in with his predecessor, dining with him and sending him cordial notes. Though Howard Hunt did not occupy the same social strata as Dulles, the two men were bonded in bitterness. They both felt they had been made scapegoats for Kennedy's failure of nerve at the Bay of Pigs. The retired spy master sent Hunt his photograph, and Hunt gave him a copy of his angry Cuba memoir. "I wrote this book as an antidote to the despondency that seized me in the wake of the Cuba project," Hunt explained in an August 1962 letter, "and I hope it may give you some diversion now. Serving Dulles," Hunt wrote in an earlier letter, "was an honor I shall always cherish." Fearing that his role in the Bay of Pigs fiasco would stall his CIA career under Kennedy, Hunt sought Dulles' help in starting a new career in the private security field. "It occurs to me that one of your many business contacts might have use for me abroad, particularly if something of my background were known," Hunt wrote Dulles in August. Dulles, who told Helms, "I have always thought well of Hunt and that he was disposed to help him," agreed to get together with Hunt in September. Afterward, Hunt decided to stay in the CIA while moonlighting as a ghostwriter for Dulles. Hunt was a prolific author and had been churning out spy novels under various noms de plume since World War II.
Dulles, who produced 4 books in retirement, including a war memoir, an intelligence handbook, and 2 volumes of espionage adventures, also worked on his literary projects with a young former CIA employee named Howard Roman, whose wife, Jane, was employed in Angleton's deeply submerged counterintelligence unit. The CIA continued to provide a variety of services, large and small, for the former director, in addition to supplying him with ghostwriters and research materials. Chef Edwards, the agency's internal security chief, even stepped in to help Dulles renew his District of Columbia driver's license in early 1963 so that he could keep cruising the streets of Washington in his aging 1955 Pontiac sedan. Amassing wealth and luxuries had never been important to Dulles, but he did expect to be served and pampered, and the CIA continued to oblige him. Dulles also stayed in touch with his extensive network of friends and supporters in the U.S. military, who continued to invite him to speak at defense seminars and to play golf on military bases. He lunched with his fellow Bay of Pigs casualty, Arleigh Burke, at the Metropolitan Club. After Kennedy forced him out of the Navy, Burke quickly found another perch in Washington's far-flung national security complex, becoming chairman of the newly created Center for Strategic Studies at Georgetown University, now the Center for Strategic and International Studies, that he co-founded with David Abshire, a platform he used to publicly air his grievances with the Kennedy administration. Burke made dark allegations about the White House's dictatorial tendencies, charging that his Georgetown offices were the target of a suspicious 1963 break-in. Rising Republican politicians also sought out the retired spy chief, including a young Illinois congressman named Donald Rumsfeld, who, decades later, would achieve notoriety for his own national security reign. Rumsfeld arranged for Dulles to speak about the CIA and Cuba to the 88th Congressional Club in March 1963, an event the ambitious congressman declared a tremendous success. Cuba remained the source of greatest friction within the Kennedy government. In October 1962, these tensions came close to exploding during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when virtually the entire national security circle around the president urged him to take aggressive actions that would have triggered a nuclear conflagration. JFK's lonely stand, which was supported only by his brother and McNamara within his inner council, was a virtuoso act of leadership. As the world held its breath, the president painstakingly worked out a face-saving deal with Khrushchev that convinced the Soviet premier to withdraw his nuclear missiles from the island. Kennedy achieved the compromise by agreeing to remove U.S. missiles from Turkey, which the Soviet Union found equally menacing. In fact, the president had been trying to get the obsolete Jupiter missiles demobilized over a year, but had been stymied by State Department foot-dragging, just one more example of the intransigence and insubordination that bedeviled his administration. JFK was furious when he learned that his original order to remove the Jupiter rockets from Turkey had been ignored. The president believed he was president, and that, his wishes having been made clear, they would be followed and the missiles removed, Bobby Kennedy later wrote in 13 Days, his memoir about the missile crisis. The president believed he was president. It was a striking turn of phrase, one that captured JFK's uncertain grasp on the wheel of power. The searing experience of teetering on the nuclear edge had the effect of creating a survivor's bond between Kennedy and Khrushchev. JFK came to respect the Soviet leader's earthy wisdom and his surprising eloquence on behalf of peace. At the climax of events around Cuba, there began to be a smell of burning in the air. Khrushchev evocatively began a speech he gave a few weeks after the missile crisis, in which he denounced the militarists who had sought a nuclear confrontation. Kennedy read aloud part of the speech to Schlesinger, adding, "Khrushchev certainly has some good writers." The feelings of respect were mutual. The Soviet leader later said he came to greatly admire JFK during the missile crisis. "He didn't let himself become frightened, nor did he become reckless," Khrushchev commented. "He showed real wisdom and statesmanship when he turned his back on right-wing forces in the United States who were trying to goad him into taking military action in Cuba." Kennedy's sincerity in the quest for peace continued to impress Khrushchev the following June, when the U.S. leader gave an electrifying oration at American University, in which he soundly rejected the bellicose assumptions of the Cold War. The address, which would go down in history as the peace speech, carried echoes of Khrushchev's own heartfelt pleas to Kennedy at the height of the Cuban crisis, when he had told JFK that the Russian people were neither barbarians nor lunatics, and they loved life as much as the American people. At American University, Kennedy invoked the same sentiments, in the poetic cadence of speechwriter Sorensen. "We all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's future. And we are all mortal." JFK reinforced his path-breaking speech by dispatching Averell Harriman to Moscow the following month to hammer out a limited nuclear test ban treaty with Khrushchev, the first diplomatic breakthrough in the struggle to control the weapons race. When the triumphant Harriman returned home, his Georgetown neighbors poured into the street outside his brick townhouse on P Street to celebrate his achievement. One young woman, who was carrying a baby in her arms, told the old diplomat, "I brought him because what you did in Moscow will make it possible for him to look ahead to a full and happy life." The crusty millionaire was touched by the effusive neighborhood welcome. Harriman told Schlesinger that by picking him for the mission instead of one of the usual Cold War envoys, Kennedy had persuaded Khrushchev that we really wanted an agreement and were not simply going through the motions. Khrushchev had a fondness for Harriman, whom he called "my friend the imperialist." JFK once confided to his friend Bill Walton, "I am almost a peace at any price president." It was a wry reference to the insult that Barry Goldwater, positioning himself for the 1964 presidential race, had begun flinging at political opponents he deemed insufficiently hawkish. By 1963, the military and espionage officials in Kennedy's government were all too aware of their commander-in-chief's dedication to peace, a growing commitment to détente with the communist world that, in the minds of the National Security High Command, demonstrated JFK's naivete and weakness and put the country at risk. The leadership ranks in the Pentagon and the CIA were convinced that the Cuban Missile Crisis had been the ideal opportunity for Kennedy to finally knock out the Castro regime by launching a full-scale military invasion or even a nuclear broadside. The peaceful resolution of the crisis left Kennedy's warriors in an ugly mood. Daniel Ellsberg, who later became famous for leaking the Pentagon Papers, observed the seething fury among uniformed officers when he was serving as a young defense analyst. There was virtually a coup atmosphere in Pentagon circles. Not that I had the fear there was about to be a coup, I just thought it was a mood of hatred and rage. The atmosphere was poisonous, poisonous. The anti-Kennedy feelings were particularly virulent in the Air Force, which was under the command of cigar-chomping General Curtis LeMay, who had made his savage mark on history with the firebombing of Tokyo during World War II. The president and the general regarded each other with barely concealed disgust.
25 years after JFK's death, LeMay and his top Air Force generals were still brooding about Kennedy when they sat down to be interviewed for an official Air Force oral history project. The Kennedy administration, LeMay growled, thought that being as strong as we were was provocative to the Russians and likely to start a war. We in the Air Force, and I personally, believed the exact opposite. LeMay and his generals continued to angrily replay the lost opportunity of the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was the moment we could have gotten the communists out of Cuba, LeMay declared. We walked Khrushchev up to the brink of nuclear war. He looked over the edge and had no stomach for it, said General David Burchinal, who served as LeMay's deputy during the crisis. We would have written our own book at that time, but our politicians did not understand what happens when you have such a degree of superiority as we had, or they simply didn't know how to use it. They were busily engaged in saving face for the Soviets and making concessions, giving up the Jupiters deployed overseas when all we had to do was write our own ticket. By spring 1963, after 2 years of turbulence, it was clear that Kennedy was searching for a way to defuse Cuba as an international flashpoint. Abiding by his missile crisis agreement with Khrushchev, the president began to crack down on the anti-Castro raids operating out of Florida and to withdraw funding from the militant exile groups. In April, the leader of the Miami-based Cuban Revolutionary Council, the umbrella organization that tied together the anti-Castro movement, announced his resignation, accusing the administration of cutting a deal with Moscow to coexist with Castro. It was now clear that, despite his pronouncements of solidarity with Cuban freedom fighters, Kennedy was not serious about overthrowing the Havana regime. This marked the fateful turning point when the rabid, CIA-sponsored activity that had been aimed at Castro shifted its focus to Kennedy. As Kennedy de-escalated the U.S. campaign against Havana, the violent anti-Castro network of spooks, political extremists, paramilitary adventurers, and assassins went underground. The scheming and hotbeds of exile activity, like Miami, New Orleans, and Dallas, grew more vicious in the spring and early summer of 1963. Mysterious characters with blood in their eyes began to make their appearance on history's stage. One day, Dulles called his former lover, Claire Luce, to warn her about the Kennedy administration's crackdown on the maritime raids she was helping to finance. He said to get out of that boat business, he was well aware of it by the way, because the Neutrality Act has now been reasserted and it was against the law to aid or abet the Cubans in any attempts to free their country. Dulles' old friend Bill Pauley, the right-wing Miami entrepreneur who had long collaborated on secret CIA missions, was also warned about his involvement in the exile raids. But he remained defiant, hatching a plot so ambitious that he claimed it would bring down Kennedy himself. In April, Pauley wrote a long letter to his political comrade, Dick Nixon, declaring, "All of the Cubans and most Americans in this part of the country believe that to remove Castro, you must first remove Kennedy, and that is not going to be easy." Pauley's plan was to assemble a rogue's crew of Mafia hitmen and Cuban desperados and to set sail on his 65-foot yacht, the Flying Tiger II, for the waters off Cuba, accompanied by a reporter and photographer from Life magazine to document the daring mission. Once ashore in Cuba, the raiders were to rendezvous with 2 Soviet military officers based on the island who wanted to defect, bringing them back to the United States with explosive evidence that Khrushchev had double-crossed Kennedy and had never withdrawn his missiles. The mission went nowhere. There were no missiles or Soviet defectors, and the raiders themselves disappeared, presumably into the jaws of Castro's security forces. Years later, 2 of the mercenaries who had slithered through Miami's anti-Castro underworld in the early 1960s claimed that the Pauley raid had really been a cover for yet another CIA Mafia assassination attempt on Castro. The plotting against the Cuban leader continued to flourish, even after the CIA assured the Kennedy administration that it had terminated its alliance with the Mafia. Two emissaries from the CIA informed Bobby Kennedy of the assassination plots at a meeting in his Justice Department office in May 1962. The Attorney General, who had built his law enforcement reputation as an aggressive mob hunter, listened to the CIA men with barely contained fury. "I trust that if you ever do business with organized crime again, with gangsters, you will let the Attorney General know," he said with icy sarcasm. The CIA officials assured Bobby that the Eisenhower-approved plots had been shut down, but in truth, they would continue, without the Kennedys' knowledge, throughout their administration and for many years after. The displays of disrespect for President Kennedy's authority grew more glaring in the clubs and suites of Washington's permanent government. By the spring of 1963, JFK was painfully aware of the profound miscalculation he had made by appointing Eisenhower Dulles holdovers and designating conservatives to do liberal things, particularly in the case of John McCone. In March, the president's secret White House recording system picked up a heated conversation between the Kennedy brothers about their increasingly disloyal CIA director. McCone, Bobby informed his brother, was going around Washington feeding anti-Kennedy information to the press. "He's a real jerk, that John McCone," responded JFK. "Well, he was useful at a time," observed Bobby. "Yeah," replied the president ruefully, "but boy, it's really evaporated." Meanwhile, Dulles, who had made a show of harmony with the White House early in his retirement, telling friends he would continue to consult with the president, no longer felt a need to keep up the pretense. He became increasingly outspoken in his remarks about Kennedy, despite the earlier reticence he had displayed for the good of the country. In June, after delivering a lecture in Cold Spring Harbor near his Long Island home, Dulles told reporters that he doubted he would ever be willing to work again for the Kennedy administration. He also made clear that the president was not serious about ousting Castro. "I don't know of anything that can be done about Cuba, short of intervention," he said. "Once a communist regime gets fastened in a country and the military regime is built up, it's hard to get that changed." In October 1963, Dulles went public with his most direct criticism of the Kennedy administration in a militant address that he titled "The Art of Persuasion: America's Role in the Ideological Struggle." In it, Dulles ridiculed the administration's yearning to be loved by the rest of the world. No country that wishes to be really popular should aspire to or accept the role of leadership. The United States was too rich and too powerful to be loved, Dulles declared, and that's the way it must remain. "I should much prefer to have people respect us than to try to make them love us," he continued. "They should realize that we propose to remain strong economically and militarily, that we have firm principles and a steady foreign policy and will not compromise with communism or appease it." Here it was at last, Dulles's critique of the Kennedy presidency, in stark relief. JFK was an appeaser, a weak leader who wanted to be loved by our friends and enemies, when the man in the White House should be feared and respected. Dulles maintained a busy schedule throughout 1963, speaking, traveling, and meeting with an intriguing mix of intelligence colleagues, high-powered friends, and, at least on one occasion, a member of the anti-Castro demimonde. The pages from Dulles' crowded 1963 calendar that were later released by the CIA contain numerous gaps and blackouts. But, even with the curious blanks, his appointments book has the look of belonging to an active espionage professional who was still fully engaged in a subterranean life. Dulles' calendar pages and other declassified documents give provocative hints about the retired spy chief's life, including the identities of some of the obscure characters with whom he was associating. Here was a man, say these pages, to whom people still look to get things done. In the summer of 1963, Peter Dale Scott, a young English literature professor at the University of California's Berkeley campus, found himself in the thick of anti-Kennedy ferment. Scott, the son of distinguished Canadian poet F.R. Scott, a mentor of Leonard Cohen, had served as a Canadian diplomat to Poland, and much of his social life when he arrived in Berkeley revolved around passionately anti-Soviet Polish émigrés.
One day, a former Polish army colonel who had befriended Scott invited him to a dinner party at the Palo Alto home of W. Glenn Campbell, the intellectual entrepreneur who built Stanford's Hoover Institution into a leading center of the conservative resurgence in America. At Campbell's home that evening, the conversation among the 16 or so guests soon grew heated as it turned to the man in the White House. In those days, I was not very active politically, but I was amazed, even shocked, at how reactionary the conversation became around the dinner table, Scott later recalled. Most of the talk focused on the danger presented to the nation by its aberrant president, John F. Kennedy. His failure to dispose of Castro, especially during the missile crisis, may have been one of the chief complaints, but it was by no means the only one. The complaints threatened to drag on forever, until one man spoke up with authority. I'm not sure, but he may even have stood up to do so. The striking figure who commanded the group's attention was a Russian Orthodox priest in a dark cassock with a crucifix around his neck. He spoke quietly but with confidence, assuring the group that they had no need to worry. "The old man will take care of it," he said simply. At the time, Scott assumed the priest was referring to old Joe Kennedy, who presumably could be counted on to set his son straight. But by 1963, the Kennedy patriarch was confined to a wheelchair after suffering a massive stroke in December 1961 that left him severely debilitated. It was not until years later that Scott realized the Russian priest was more likely referring to someone else. By then, the Berkeley professor was a respected dean of the JFK assassination research community and had devoted years to studying the political forces surrounding the president's murder. In conversation with a fellow Kennedy researcher one day, Scott was reminded of the nickname by which Allen Dulles was affectionately known in intelligence circles, the Old Man. On that summer evening in 1963, the Russian émigré priest spoke with the calm assurance of a man who knew something the other dinner guests did not. "The old man will take care of it." That was enough to calm the heated discussion around the table. The old man will take care of the Kennedy problem. Among the peculiar figures with whom Dulles met in the spring and summer of 1963 was a militant anti-Castro exile named Paulino Sierra Martinez, whose background and affiliations were so murky that even the CIA labeled him a mystery man in a memo dated November 20. According to an internal CIA document, Sierra arranged to meet with Dulles and retired Army General Lucius D. Clay in Washington on April 15, 1963. Dulles and Clay were unusual company for a man who, not long before, had been working as a judo instructor in Miami while studying for his law examinations. Like Dulles, General Clay occupied positions in the top ranks of the American establishment. After serving as the U.S. military governor in post-war Germany, Clay had worked with Dulles in Cold War propaganda projects like the Crusade for Freedom, returning to Germany in 1961 as an advisor to President Kennedy during the Berlin Wall crisis. Clay dangerously escalated the crisis without the president's authorization by threatening to knock down the recently erected wall with U.S. Army tanks. It took all of the Kennedy brothers' back-channel diplomatic skills to defuse the confrontation at Checkpoint Charlie. A disgusted Clay later accused Kennedy of losing his nerve. By 1963, Clay had given up military service for a corporate career, taking a senior partner position with Lehman Brothers, the Wall Street investment firm, as well as board seats at General Motors and other major companies. Paulino Sierra Martinez was not the type of man with whom Dulles or Clay normally dined at the Army and Navy Club or the Metropolitan Club. The son of a Cuban police sergeant, Sierra had worked his way up in Havana society, landing a job in dictator Fulgencio Batista's foreign ministry. But some of his intimates suspected that Sierra's government post was a cover for his true profession, as a Batista assassin. Fleeing Castro's Cuba, Sierra settled first in Miami, but after passing his U.S. bar exams, he went to work in the legal department of the Chicago-based Union Tank Car Company, a railroad freight company that had been built by the Rockefeller family. It was in Chicago that Sierra suddenly emerged as a mysterious player in the confusing and conflict-ridden Cuban exile movement. In May 1963, following his Washington meeting with Dulles and Clay, Sierra, who was virtually unknown in anti-Castro circles, convened a meeting of Cuban exile leaders at the Royalton Hotel in Miami.
The leaders were skeptical about the tall, well-dressed man from Chicago with the long, homely face that put some people in mind of Lincoln. But the anti-Castro movement was in disarray following Kennedy's withdrawal, and Sierra arrived in Miami with an enticing proposition and the promise of big money to go along with it. Sierra told the group that he represented an alliance of major U.S. corporations that wanted to regain their lost investments in Cuba. He did not name the companies, but on other occasions he dropped such Fortune 500 brand names as United Fruit, U.S. Steel, DuPont, and Standard Oil. Sierra claimed that these corporations were willing to put up as much as $30 million if the fractured anti-Castro movement could reassemble itself and mount an invasion of the island. He explained that such an operation would not have Washington's official approval, but would be supported by officers within the U.S. military who would help provide weapons and training bases. Freely spreading money around, Sierra attracted enough support from within the anti-Castro network to form a coalition he ambitiously titled the Junta of the Government of Cuba in Exile. He crisscrossed the country, drumming up support for the new organization and going on a weapons buying spree. The sources of Sierra's funds, which were passed to him through Union Tank Car, remained something of a mystery, although an article in the Miami News indicated that at least some of his money was coming from organized crime lords who were intent on winning back their Havana gambling casinos and prostitution franchises, which, before Castro, had been a source of enormous underworld profits. Law enforcement agencies began tracking Sierra as he pursued his shady agenda, but in June, the FBI terminated its investigation after concluding that he was involved in nothing more than a con job. The Chicago office of the Secret Service, however, suspected that Sierra was a more sinister figure. By November 1963, Chicago, like Miami, New Orleans, and Dallas, had become a nest of anti-Kennedy intrigue. On November 2nd, local Secret Service officials foiled a well-organized assassination plot against President Kennedy.
After landing at Chicago's O'Hare Airport that day, Kennedy was scheduled to ride in a motorcade to Soldier Field for the annual Army-Navy football game. But the motorcade was canceled after the Secret Service exposed a plot to ambush the president from a tall warehouse building as his limousine slowed for a hairpin turn. The plot, which involved a sniper team composed of a disgruntled ex-Marine who worked in the building and at least 2 Cuban marksmen, bore a disturbing resemblance to the series of events that would claim Kennedy's life 20 days later in Dallas. The Secret Service could not connect Sierra to the Chicago assassination plot, but his name did come up in relation to another troubling report. On November 21, the day before JFK's assassination, a serious threat against the president was made by an outspoken anti-Kennedy Cuban exile leader named Homer Echeverria. While negotiating an illegal arms purchase, Echeverria reportedly said that he had plenty of money and would conclude the deal as soon as we take care of Kennedy. Sources told the Secret Service that the Echeverria weapons purchase was being financed by Sierra with mob money. After the president's assassination, the Secret Service planned to pursue an investigation into Echeverria's threat and the Sierra arms deal, but the agency's probe was shut down by the FBI after President Johnson gave the Bureau responsibility for the case. Following Kennedy's death, Paulino Sierra Martinez faded from the front lines of the anti-Castro campaign. Accused by Union Tank Car's legal counsel of wasting the junta's funds, he was eventually replaced as head of the organization. But according to relatives of Sierra, he continued to pursue his underground war against Castro and other left-wing leaders in Latin America. Tough-looking men carrying concealed rifles showed up from time to time at Sierra's Chicago apartment, whom one of his children described as father's banditos. Sierra, who frequently packed his own gun, even when taking his young granddaughter to the zoo one day, continued to travel widely well into the 1970s, including to Chile, where he briefly relocated during the CIA-orchestrated unrest that led to the violent overthrow of President Salvador Allende in 1973. Although Sierra never discussed his hidden life with his son, Paul Sierra became convinced that his father was involved with U.S. intelligence. I think that, personally, father's patriotism and hatred for the communists made him go a little overboard, the younger man concluded. More than a dozen years after the Secret Service's abortive effort to find out more about Paulino Sierra Martinez, the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which reopened the JFK case in the 1970s, again raised questions about Sierra.
The sprawling congressional investigation ultimately concluded that Kennedy was the victim of a conspiracy, but it was unable to pin down the identities of those involved or the source of their funds. Committee investigators were intrigued by Sierra's unsavory connections, including to 3 sketchy characters who showed up with Lee Harvey Oswald at the Dallas home of Sylvia Odio, the daughter of a prominent anti-Castro activist, in September 1963. But, in the end, lacking the time and resources to fully pursue its leads, the congressional panel was forced to acknowledge that the relevance to the assassination of Sierra's activities remained undetermined. At least the House Select Committee on Assassinations tried to shed some light on Sierra and his auspices. The first official inquest into President Kennedy's assassination, conducted by the Warren Commission in 1964, made no serious effort to examine anti-Castro militants like Sierra and their connections to the CIA and organized crime. Despite the Secret Service's suspicions about Sierra, his name appears nowhere in the Warren Report's 26 volumes. Alan Dulles, a prominent member of the Warren Commission, could have revealed what he knew about Sierra, but Dulles never brought up Sierra's name, nor did he ever inform fellow commission members that he had met with someone whom the Secret Service regarded as a person of interest in the Kennedy assassination. It remains one of the many enduring mysteries of the Kennedy case. Why did Dulles meet with Paulino Sierra Martinez in April 1963? What brought together the former CIA director and an obscure Mafia-connected anti-Castro conspirator with a penchant for violent action? As Dulles was keenly aware, organizing a paramilitary operation against the Cuban government was, by the spring of 1963, a violation of Kennedy administration policy and of federal law. By meeting with a character like Sierra, Dulles made it abundantly clear how little regard he had for the president's authority and perhaps for his life. The parting glass. In the summer of 1963, President Kennedy flew to Europe for what would be the final overseas trip of his life. Although he had left Washington, the forces of political tumult set loose by his presidency followed him abroad. These forces came swirling together in Rome during JFK's official visit to the ancient imperial capital, where tour guides still pointed out the stone steps on which Julius Caesar's blood was spilled. On the sultry evening of July 1st, Kennedy was feted by Italian President Antonio Segni at the Quirinale Palace, the official residence of popes, kings, and chiefs of state since the 16th century. At the formal banquet, watched over by the extravagantly uniformed Corazzieri honor guard in their torso-hugging white tunics and gold helmets with flowing horsetails, Segni paid tribute during his toast to Kennedy's recent peace speech at American University. Kennedy's dynamic quest for peace, declared Segni, was a welcome break from the static era of nuclear deadlock. After Segni concluded his welcoming remarks, JFK stood up and reiterated his peace message, telling the assembled dignitaries that war is not inevitable, and that an effective end to the arms race would offer greater security than its indefinite continuation. Invoking Italy's volatile political history, Kennedy then warned of the siren temptation of those with seemingly swift and easy answers on the far right and the far left. It was up to those who advocated social justice and progress and human rights, said Kennedy, to make the more difficult ideals of democracy a reality for people all over the world. Kennedy's Italian itinerary, which included an audience with the new Pope, Paul VI, at the Vatican and a side trip to Naples, was the finale to a triumphant European tour that was highlighted by a sentimental stopover in Ireland and his resounding challenge to Soviet tyranny at the Berlin Wall. Ich bin ein Berliner. The crowds in Rome that greeted Kennedy's motorcade were comparatively sparse, as the presidential limousine and its police motorcycle squadron made the long and winding trip to the Quirinale along the boulevards and narrow streets of the capital. The Eternal City could be blasé about visiting dignitaries, and the summer heat was sweltering. Yet underneath the city's unruffled exterior ran a shiver of excitement about the visiting American president, who cut such a bella figura, particularly in contrast to Italy's aging, white-haired leaders. Even l'Unità, the Italian Communist Party newspaper, appreciatively noted JFK's tall, tanned good looks and his stylish blue-gray suit and purple tie. But as the young American president was taking the spotlight at the Quirinale, the forces aligned against him were converging in Rome. Behind the elaborate festivities at the palace that night was an intense Italian political drama, one with international ramifications. Since the mid-1950s, Italy have been hotly debating l'apertura, a sinistra, the opening to the left, a political deal that would peel away the Socialist Party from its traditional Communist Party allies and result in a left-center coalition with the ruling Christian Democrats.
Pietro Nenni, the wily 72-year-old political survivor who headed the Socialist Party, had been diligently trying to maneuver his party away from its alliance with the Italian Communists ever since the Soviet invasion of Hungary in 1956. Nenni hoped that with a forward-looking new president in the White House, the United States, which had quietly dominated Italian politics since World War II, would finally give its blessing to the apertura. The Eisenhower administration had flatly opposed the opening to the left, seeing a socialist partnership with the Christian Democrats as a slippery slope that would lead to a communist-dominated government in Rome. Eisenhower officials worried that if the socialists were allowed into Italy's government, they would try to steer Rome on a neutral course between Washington and Moscow. The CIA, which had a proprietary sensibility about Italy, dating back to its well-funded, covert campaign to thwart a Communist Party victory in the country's 1948 elections, engaged in its usual schemes, along with its allies in the Italian intelligence services, to block the apertura. The agency's anti-left strategy in Italy was spearheaded by Jim Angleton, who, with his deep personal roots in the country, had turned Rome into a key Cold War battleground. The Eisenhower administration's resistance to the apertura was further enforced by Clare Boothe Luce, Ike's ambassador to Rome. It was Arthur Schlesinger who convinced President Kennedy to break with Eisenhower policy and support Italy's opening to the left. My impression is that Nenni has honestly broken with the communists, the White House aide informed Kennedy in a March 1962 memo. Schlesinger had his own sentimental attachment to Italy, dating back to his boyhood when his father offered sanctuary in Harvard's history department to anti-Mussolini exile Gaetano Salvemini, an Italian socialist politician and historian. Angleton was so furious about the new tilt in favor of Nenni's socialists that he began telling people that Schlesinger was a Soviet agent. Meanwhile, former Ambassador Luce lobbied frantically against the apertura, dashing off a long, somewhat incoherent letter to JFK in February 1963, filled with random observations about the growing threat from the left in Rome. Italy's pro-West government has had one foot on the Moscow banana peel for 17 years, she observed. If the pro-communist socialists were brought into power, the Italian Communist Party will negotiate Italy's future with the USSR. Luce concluded by warning the president not to fall into a left-wing trap during his visit to Rome. In the present climate, there is a real possibility you may be very embarrassed by the enthusiastic reception you will get from the communists. I can see the banners now, Vivo Kennedy et Khrushchev. Frustrated by the stubborn, bureaucratic resistance that Kennedy was receiving from within his own government to his shifting policy on Italy, Schlesinger sent the president an angry memo in January 1963. "Lest you think you run the U.S. government, the matter is still under debate," the White House aide acidly remarked. But President Kennedy eventually ignored the political pushback and embraced Italy's apertura. He became so enamored of the idea of building a strong center-left coalition to anchor Italy's turbulent politics that he arranged for United Auto Workers leaders Walter and Victor Reuther, to whom he had strong political ties, to help fund Nenni's party. JFK's trip to Rome gave him the opportunity to officially anoint the opening to the left. After dinner at the Quirinale, Kennedy used the rest of the evening to quietly communicate his views to the leading Italian political figures gathered at the event. As the president strolled along the gravel paths of the lush palace garden, he was approached by various politicians and officials, including Palmiro Togliatti, the head of Italian's potent Communist Party, with whom he exchanged a few words. When an Italian news photographer snapped a shot of the two men in conversation, Kennedy later asked him for the film, concerned about the impact that the photo might have in Italy's fraught political climate. Amazingly, the photographer obliged the American president. In a far corner of the garden, a low wooden platform bathed in spotlights had been set up for the president to hold private audiences with Italy's dignitaries. The longest conversation that Kennedy held that evening was with the old socialist warrior, Pietro Nenni.
As the two men huddled together on the little stage, their faces nearly touching, they were a study in contrasts. Kennedy, tall, youthful, and glamorous; Nenni, diminutive, bespectacled, and balding. But Nenni clearly felt he had found a political soulmate in Kennedy. The previous year, Nenni had tweaked the U.S. foreign policy establishment with an essay in Foreign Affairs, in which he defended his party's neutralist stand in the Cold War and attacked Western imperialism, charging U.S. and European governments with backing fascist-type dictatorships in the Third World. They have spent hundreds of millions of dollars in shoring up rotten situations doomed in any case to crumble, wrote the Italian. They have opened doors to communists instead of supporting democratic and socialist forces that would be capable of directing the impulse to freedom of the colonial peoples. Now, as a long line of other Italian politicians waited impatiently to speak with Kennedy, Nenni was engaged in rapt conversation with an American president who had voiced the same sentiments. When his audience with Kennedy finally came to an end, Nenni was absolutely enraptured and happy as he could be, according to a U.S. embassy official who was there. Stepping off the platform, the old man wrapped his arms around his wife and murmured something into her ear. As they walked away, Nenni wiped tears from his eyes. Later, Nenni's wife told a group of American diplomats attending the Quirinale event that her husband had been enchanted by JFK. The socialist leader was convinced that his political dream was about to come true. After years of determined U.S. resistance, Italy's democratic left was at last to become part of the government. The president, too, thought his trip to Rome was a considerable success, telling Schlesinger on his return to Washington that he had a good talk with Nenni, and adding, "So far as I could see, everyone in Italy is for an opening to the left." But Allen Dulles and his old cohorts in the CIA's Rome station did not share the president's enthusiasm for the Italian political developments, and they boldly communicated their dissent to Christian Democratic officials. This is a remarkable and, until now, unreported story, one that sheds new light on the growing fissures in the Kennedy administration. Shortly after JFK flew home from Italy, Dino John Ponzio, the CIA's leading operator in Italy at the time, huddled with Sereno Freato, the administrative secretary of Aldo Moro, a rising star in the Christian Democratic Party who would soon become Italy's prime minister. Ponzio, a Skull and Bones member at Yale, class of 1950, and zealous Cold Warrior, was adamantly opposed to the opening to the left. The CIA man wanted to know what Moro had discussed with Kennedy a few days earlier during an afternoon stroll that JFK and the Italian politician had taken through the Quirinale garden. To his great dismay, Ponzio was told that Moro and Kennedy had agreed the apertura should go forward. Dulles and the CIA felt they had a proprietary relationship with the Christian Democrats, ever since those early Cold War days when the agency began funneling money to the Italian party. Dulles himself had confirmed this arrangement when he was CIA director, during a secret meeting with Moro that was held in Freato's Rome office. Following this meeting, the Christian Democratic Party became the beneficiary of CIA funds that arrived promptly on a monthly schedule.
By the early 1960s, the party was receiving 60 million lira a month, about 100,000, from the spy agency. In the beginning, it was Freato who collected the cash in a large suitcase, a duty that later fell to other administrative secretaries of the party. These monthly CIA payoffs to the party were in addition to the under-the-table contributions made to the Christian Democrats during various political campaigns. Pianzio's meeting with Freato put the Christian Democrats on notice. Their budding alliance with the Socialists did not enjoy full support in Washington, particularly in national security circles. Afterward, Moro, who had received conflicting messages from Kennedy and the CIA within a matter of days, could be forgiven if he was confused about who was actually running the U.S. government. The CIA's attempt to subvert the apertura was one more flagrant example of how the agency sought to undermine the Kennedy presidency, as well as Italian democracy. In November 1963, Aldo Moro finally formed a coalition government with the Socialists, despite the less than enthusiastic reaction from the Christian Democrats' patrons in the CIA. Socialist leaders hoped that the historic center-left partnership would lead to a new golden age of social progress for Italy, but their dreams were not fulfilled.
Even before JFK's assassination on November 22, the die-hard opponents of the Apertura in the CIA and Italian intelligence services were actively conspiring to sabotage the deal. When William K. Harvey arrived in Italy in summer 1963 to take over the Rome CIA station, the offensive against democracy in Italy and the United States took a dark turn. Bill Harvey was an odd choice for Rome's station chief. He spoke no Italian, and he had no affinity for the Italian people or interest in their history and culture. A gruff, bulbous man with a frog-like voice, he was born and raised in a small Indiana town and had none of the cosmopolitan polish of his Ivy League-bred CIA colleagues. Harvey began his intelligence career as an FBI gumshoe, but his hard-drinking habits did not go down well in J. Edgar Hoover's stern Ganny culture, and he jumped ship for the newly formed CIA in 1947. The blunt-spoken, pistol-packing Harvey was not a good fit with the CIA either, but the agency would find ways to put him to use. Dulles and Helms thought he had a cop mentality. Harvey, in turn, dismissed the CIA's upper echelons as Fifth Avenue cowboys and really namby-pambies. He was no hayseed, he felt obliged to remind colleagues. He had been raised by a single mother who became a full professor at Indiana State University, and he had a law degree. He liked to rattle the agency's Ivy League types during meetings by pulling out one of the many guns he owned, spinning the cylinder, and checking the load, as if he were about to use it. From his days as an FBI red hunter, when he tracked down communists and fellow travelers in Washington, Harvey became convinced that high society was riddled with traitors. Harvey's class resentments no doubt played a role when he became the first CIA official to sniff out Kim Philby, the witty, urbane, Cambridge-educated double agent who was stationed in Washington from 1949 to 1951. At one of Philby's liquor-soaked parties, Guy Burgess, the most flamboyant member of the Cambridge spy ring, drew a lewd caricature of Harvey's wife, Libby, a boozy Indiana gal who never fit into the CIA social set. A drunken Harvey threw himself at Burgess and had to be pulled away by Angleton. It was the Indiana cop who saw through Philby, not Angleton, who remained forever beguiled by his British friend. Angleton and Harvey were the odd couple of CIA counterintelligence, the poet and the cop, as one observer called them. They would alternately clash and connive together throughout their careers. Harvey's star rose at the agency after he exposed Philby, and he was dispatched to the Cold War front lines in Germany, where he ran the CIA's Berlin station during the 1950s. His reputation continued to grow as he constantly searched for new ways to take the battle to the Soviet enemy. While in Germany, Harvey worked closely with Reinhard Gellen's notorious organization, and Gellen came to consider him a very esteemed, really reliable friend. The Berlin Spy Tunnel, an underground surveillance project that wormed its way into the city's Russian sector, permitting the CIA to eavesdrop on enemy communications, was Harvey's most dramatic coup. Dulles, who always had a soft spot for espionage theatrics, called Harvey's tunnel one of the most daring and valuable operations ever, even though the Soviets quickly discovered the subterranean project and began using it to feed disinformation to the Americans. Despite Harvey's crude ways and his penchant for intemperate action, Dulles, who needed action heroes to boost the agency's image, helped turn him into a CIA legend, awarding him the Distinguished Intelligence Medal, the agency's highest accolade. Dulles brought Harvey back to Washington in 1959. By then, he had a second wife, Clara Grace C.G. Harvey, a big, vivacious woman who had enjoyed her own successful career in the U.S. military and CIA. One of C.G. Harvey's secret assignments involved accompanying former Nazi rocket scientists, including Wernher von Braun, and their families on flights to the United States, where they were put to work on U.S. missile and space projects. When Bill and C.G., whom he called Mommy, returned home, they brought with them their adopted daughter, Sally, whom they had found as an infant when she was left in a cardboard shoebox on the doorstep of their West Berlin home. Back in Washington, Harvey had high ambitions. He wanted to run the agency's Soviet division, a top post that he thought he had earned by his aggressive performance in Germany. But the CIA elite, who continued to think of him as a cop, steered him into rougher assignments. Dulles named Harvey chief of the agency's Division D, the unit in charge of signals intelligence, gathering information through various means of electronic eavesdropping, which the CIA shared with the National Security Agency. But Division D also seemed to have more mysterious functions.
In October 1960, according to one agency document, Harvey made a trip to Europe that was largely intended for him to recruit criminal underworld figures for secret CIA missions. Among those he sought out were safecrackers and break-in specialists. Harvey would soon be dealing with men whose skills were of a more violent nature. In November 1961, Harvey was put in charge of the top-secret CIA operation to kill Castro, codenamed ZR Rifle. He quickly nudged aside Bob Maheu, the independent contractor the CIA had originally hired to run its murder racket in the Caribbean, and began working directly with Mafia ambassador-at-large Johnny Rosselli. The dumpy, baggy-panted cop and the dapper, silver-haired gangster with the tailored suits formed a tight, if unlikely, bond. Harvey invited Rosselli to dinner at his family's spacious Chevy Chase home, where little Sally took to calling him Uncle Johnny. The two men had secret martini-fueled rendezvous in the Miami area, where the CIA maintained its largest station, JMW, and operated a bustling network of paramilitary training bases, as well as safe houses in the posh Coral Gables and Key Biscayne neighborhoods. Harvey provided Rosselli with vials of poison and stockpiles of guns to pass along to the Mafia's hired killers in Cuba. Nothing ever came of the two men's Cuba schemes, and Castro continued to thrive. But Harvey never lost faith in his Mafia partner. Regardless of his criminal background, Rosselli was a man of integrity as far as I was concerned, Harvey would tell Senate investigators years later, a man who was always loyal and dependable in his dealings with me. I loved Rosselli, C.G. Harvey said during an interview at her Indianapolis retirement home in 1999, the year before she died.
My husband always used to say that if I had to ride shotgun, that's the guy I would take with me. Much better than any of the law enforcement people. Rosselli was the kind of guy that if he gave you his desires and friendship, well, he was going to stick by you. And he definitely was Mafia, and he definitely was a crook, and he definitely had pulled off all kinds of stunts with the Mafia. But he was a patriot. He believed in the United States. And he knew my husband was a patriot, and that's what drew him to Bill. In 1962, Helms, who, along with Angleton, had replaced the retired Dulles as Harvey's main patrons at the agency, promoted the agency tough guy, naming him head of the CIA's entire Cuba operation, Task Force W. Helms and Harvey kept much of the operation, including their assassination efforts against Castro, a secret from President Kennedy, as well as from CIA Director McCone. Harvey grew deeply contemptuous of the Kennedy brothers, whom he regarded as rich boys who were playing with the nation's security. He concluded that their subversion program aimed at overthrowing Castro's regime, codenamed Operation Mongoose, was all for show. Harvey thought so little of the man JFK put in charge of Mongoose, Air Force officer Edward Lansdale, that he would lift his ass in the middle of their meetings and let loose a fart or pull out a knife and begin to trim his nails. Harvey came to hate Bobby Kennedy, the CIA overseer who was constantly nipping at his heels, most of all. RFK browbeat Harvey so severely during one White House meeting on Cuba that Max Taylor later told the Attorney General, "You could sack a town and enjoy it." Harvey took to calling RFK that and began suggesting that some of the Attorney General's actions bordered on treason. Bobby Kennedy and my husband were absolute enemies, just pure enemies, recalled C.G. Harvey in her retirement home, channeling Bill Harvey's deep resentments years later. Bowtie was an idiot, and he had no confidence in himself because his brother put him in a job that he really wasn't capable of handling. It made for a lot of stress for the people who were working in law enforcement. The tension between the two men finally exploded in October 1962, when Harvey schemed with the Pentagon to send a series of raiding parties into Cuba at the height of the missile crisis to pave the way for the U.S. military invasion that administration hardliners hoped was imminent. RFK was outraged by Harvey's reckless behavior in the midst of the hair-trigger nuclear crisis. "You were dealing with people's lives," the younger Kennedy brother later exclaimed, "and then you're going to go off with a half-assed operation such as this?" Harvey's protectors acted quickly before Bobby Kennedy could axe him. Helms realized that he would have to relieve Harvey of the Cuba command and hustle him out of Washington. Giving him Rome was Angleton's idea. Angleton thought the CIA station there had gone soft and was not doing enough to snoop on Soviet skullduggery in the Eternal City and not working hard enough to block the opening to the left. Harvey's ruthlessness had not played well with the Kennedys in Washington, but it was just what Angleton wanted in Rome. Helms and Angleton did not tell McCone about Harvey's new assignment until it was a fait accompli. They knew that McCone was something of a snob and a Puritan, in the words of an aide, the kind of executive who liked to keep his hands clean. And the down-and-dirty Harvey just wasn't his cup of tea. Many imperial agents of America would have regarded Rome as a dream assignment. But Harvey and his wife never took to Italy. They were very fond of Germany, and they didn't like anything about Rome, according to one CIA officer. Bill despised the Italian people, whom he called God-very wops. CG complained about being constantly cheated by the locals whenever she went to the market, and she couldn't get used to navigating through the narrow cobblestone streets in the family's hulking Ford station wagon. Once, when CG was driving Sally and the daughter of another CIA officer along the ancient Appian Way on their way to the beach, she snarled, "I just don't understand why they don't bulldoze all this and make it a freeway." Like her husband, who would sit with his back to the wall whenever he dined out in Rome, his .38 revolver within easy reach, CG also felt besieged by enemies. She claimed that people in a communist compound near the Harveys' villa would throw rats over the wall into their garden, forcing CG to chase the scurrying vermin out of the family dining room. According to CG, one of her husband's less savory tasks involved facilitating private arrangements for President Kennedy while he was in Rome. She claimed that during Kennedy's visit, her husband assigned men to arrange these private encounters. She expressed strong disapproval of the individuals involved, calling them a lousy group of people and scum. Despite JFK's reputation for sexual adventurism, it is highly unlikely that the president would have relied on a notoriously anti-Kennedy CIA officer whom his brother loathed and distrusted to act as his facilitator for such arrangements. Nor had Harvey even taken command of the Rome operation by the time of Kennedy's visit. It was, in fact, Harvey who seemed to indulge in a reckless sex life in Rome. Rumors about his sexual indiscretions circulated throughout the Rome station, including a story that Harvey had a child with his young secretary. While stationed in Rome, the Harveys were quartered in a lovely fawn-colored villa on Janiculum Hill owned by the American Academy. Galileo once stargazed in the villa's gardens. But Bill and CG had little interest in ancient history. They spent a lot of time and money redecorating the house. In poor taste, observed Harvey's deputy, F. Mark Wyatt. If the Harveys were the stereotypical ugly Americans, Wyatt and his wife Anne were ideal representatives of the United States. The Wyatts, who had fallen in love in Rome after the war when they were both young CIA agents, were enchanted by the city and spoke Italian fluently. Anne Wyatt took her 3 young children on rambling tours of Rome, tracking down works by Caravaggio and other masters in galleries and churches, and stumbling upon one of the sets where Cleopatra was being filmed at the time. One night, the Wyatts bumped into Marcello Mastroianni in a restaurant and brought home his autograph. Mark Wyatt, who enjoyed good relations with local officials, was supposed to act as a buffer between the brusque Harvey and the CIA's counterparts in Italian intelligence. But Harvey soon bowled his way into the china shop and began throwing his bulk around. Italy's military intelligence unit, SIFAR, Servizio Informazioni Forze Armate, or Defense Information Service, had a long subservient relationship with the CIA, providing the Americans with the results of their spying on Italian political figures and partnering with the United States on Operation Gladio, the secret stay-behind army program to resist left-wing advances in Europe. But now, Harvey pushed CFAR officials to take even more aggressive actions. The CIA station chief urged Colonel Renzo Rocca, a top CFAR counter-espionage chief, to sabotage the center-left partnership that had gained decisive momentum with Kennedy's visit. Harvey pushed Rocca to use his action squads to carry out bombings of Christian Democratic Party offices and newspapers, terrorist acts that were to be blamed on the left. Wyatt was no shrinking violet when it came to covert action. He had served as a CIA bagman during the 1948 elections in Italy, handing over suitcases filled with cash to Italian officials in the luxurious Hotel Hassler overlooking the Spanish Steps. Later, Wyatt was one of the main liaison agents between the CIA and Operation Gladio, frequently visiting the secret Gladio headquarters on the island of Sardinia. Nor was Wyatt one of those delicate desk heroes who had never risked his life. He had grown up in the farm country around Sacramento, picking fruit after school for his father's cannery.
During the war, while serving as a young Navy officer in the South Pacific, Wyatt's ship was attacked by Japanese submarines and kamikaze planes, and he had seen men blown to bloody mist before his eyes. But Wyatt had his limits when it came to carrying out Harvey's orders. Not only did Bill Harvey see nothing wrong with violating Italian sovereignty, but he saw murder as a legitimate political tool. One day, Wyatt was stunned to hear his boss propose recruiting Mafia hitmen to kill Italian communist officials. When Wyatt objected to his extreme suggestions, Harvey would fly into a rage. During one angry showdown between the two men, Harvey pulled a gun on Wyatt. Harvey's secret efforts to subvert Italy's center-left government reached a climax in 1964 when General Giovanni Di Lorenzo, former CFAR director and chief of the Carabinieri, Italy's paramilitary police, threatened to overthrow the government and arrest hundreds of leftist politicians unless socialist officials agreed to abandon their reform proposals and accept a weaker role in the coalition government. The elderly Nenni, who had suffered exile and imprisonment under Mussolini's regime, harbored deep anxieties about a fascist revival in Italy, and he quickly gave in to General Di Lorenzo's demands. Wyatt later insisted that he had no involvement in the coup plot, but Di Lorenzo was widely considered a stooge of the CIA, and there is little doubt that Harvey played a role in the brusque and successful effort to intimidate Italian democracy. By then, Kennedy was dead and could not protect Italy's fragile political experiment as he had intervened against the French military putsch in 1961. When Nenni anxiously asked Schlesinger, who visited Rome in the spring of 1964, whether the new American president, Lyndon Johnson, could be counted on to continue JFK's Italy policies, Schlesinger had to give the old man the chilling truth. Mark Wyatt was attending a meeting at the Gladio base in Sardinia with Bill Harvey when he heard that President Kennedy had been shot at high noon in Dallas. When the telex arrived, in the early evening local time, Wyatt found Harvey collapsed in bed following a late afternoon round of martinis. After Wyatt managed to rouse him, the CIA station chief blurted out some provocative remarks about the events in Dallas that deeply disturbed Wyatt for the rest of his life. According to his 3 children, Wyatt, who died in 2006 at 86, would always suspect that Harvey had some prior knowledge of the Kennedy assassination or was in some way involved. "My dad would sometimes talk about Harvey in the context of the Kennedy assassination," said Wyatt's son Tom. "He talked about the connection between Harvey and the Mafia, not just his involvement with Johnny Rosselli, but with the Mafia in Italy. Those connections in Italy worried my father a lot." Wyatt's suspicions about his Rome boss were so strong that his daughter, Susan, encouraged him to testify before the House Select Committee on Assassinations in 1978, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. "My father really believed in CIA, he really wanted to believe in it, and he was loyal to it, despite all its flaws," Susan recalled. "And he really didn't want to do things that would hurt it." But Wyatt continued to be haunted by Harvey and the Kennedy assassination late into his life. In 1998, when a French investigative journalist named Fabrizio Calvi came to interview Wyatt about Operation Gladio at his retirement home on California's Lake Tahoe, the former CIA official felt compelled to raise the subject, out of the blue, as Calvi was leaving. "As he was walking me out to my car, Wyatt suddenly said, 'You know, I always wondered what Bill Harvey was doing in Dallas in November 1963, Calvi recently recalled. "Excuse me?" said the stunned French journalist, who realized that Harvey's presence in Dallas that month was extremely noteworthy. Wyatt explained that he had bumped into Harvey on a plane to Dallas sometime before the assassination, and when he asked his boss why he was going there, Harvey answered vaguely, saying something like, "I'm here to see what's happening." When Calvi tried to pursue the conversation, Wyatt cut it off as abruptly as he had started it and said goodbye. Calvi himself forgot about Wyatt's remarks until years later. "I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Harvey was in Dallas in November 1963, House Assassinations Committee investigator Dan Hardway, who was assigned by the panel to probe possible CIA connections to JFK's murder, observed years later. "We considered Harvey to be one of our prime suspects from the very start. He had all the key connections to organized crime, to the CIA station in Miami where the plots against Castro were run, to other prime CIA suspects like David Phillips.
We tried to get Harvey's travel vouchers and security file from the CIA, but they always blocked us. But we did come across a lot of memos that suggested he was traveling a lot in the months leading up to the assassination. More recent legal efforts by the author to obtain Harvey's travel records from the CIA also proved fruitless, despite the 1992 JFK Records Act, which required all federal agencies to release documents related to the Kennedy assassination. CIA officials later talked about Harvey's stint in Rome as a sad exile for a once illustrious agent, a drunken last stand before his shameful exit from the agency. But that's not how Harvey himself or his deputy regarded his Rome interlude. Harvey still saw himself at the center of action, crawling through the criminal underworld, stockpiling weapons, conspiring with Italian security officials, in short, doing whatever was necessary for the cause of freedom. As for Wyatt, he saw his boss as a dangerous character rather than a figure of pathos, a man who he would always suspect played a deeply sinister role in American history. If Rome was filled with the greatest amount of political intrigue during JFK's final tour of Europe, then his 4-day stopover in Ireland in late June 1963 brimmed over with the greatest emotion for Kennedy. There was no compelling political reason for the president to visit the Emerald Isle, as Kenny O'Donnell, his fellow Boston Irishman but tough-minded advisor, told him. "It would be a waste of time," O'Donnell said. "You've got all the Irish votes in this country you'll ever get. If you go to Ireland, people will say it's just a pleasure trip." But to Kennedy, exhausted from the constant barrage of Cold War crises abroad and the turmoil within his own administration, that sounded exactly like what he wanted, a pleasure trip to Ireland. For Kennedy, whose 8 great-grandparents had all left Ireland for Boston, part of the heartbreaking depopulation of the island under British colonial rule, returning to Ireland was both a homecoming and a farewell. The first U.S. president to visit Ireland, and an Irish-American one at that, JFK was embraced by the Irish people as one of their own, as he traveled throughout the island, visiting his ancestral homes, drinking tea and eating cold salmon sandwiches with his few remaining Irish relatives. The young and old poured into the streets in Dublin and Galway and Cork and Limerick, cheering and frantically waving little American flags. Women with tears in their eyes held up rosary beads and shouted, "God bless you," as his open presidential limousine crept slowly along the weathered stone streets, with a beaming JFK standing tall in the back of the vehicle. School children sang Danny Boy and the Boys of Wexford, his favorite Irish songs. On jam-packed O'Connell Street in downtown Dublin, a group of nuns broke into a jig for Kennedy. The Secret Service had warned local officials that Kennedy should be kept at a safe distance from the exuberant crowds because the jostling could injure his fragile back.
But Kennedy himself ignored his guards, wading into packs of people who grabbed at him and embraced him and clapped him on the back. Instead of exhausting him, the trip clearly rejuvenated Kennedy. When the president first arrived at the U.S. Embassy in Dublin, where he and his entourage were staying, he looked very tired. And he seemed in a very thoughtful mood, according to Dorothy Tubridy, a longtime Irish friend of the Kennedy family. But as each day went on, he became happier and more relaxed. From the time he stepped off that plane, it was love at first sight. Dave Powers, Kennedy's other indispensable Boston Irishman, later recalled. He fell in love with Ireland more and more after 4 days. And the Irish people fell in love with him, because he was one of theirs. He knew it, and they knew it. He was President of the United States, and he was one of their own. Ireland was still poor, still divided by religion and British rule, still exporting its sons and daughters across the ocean as laborers and hired help. But here was John Fitzgerald Kennedy, a shining symbol of Irish resilience and success, returned to them at last. Here he was, a good-looking man, marvelous teeth, lots of hair, beautiful wife and children, quick intellect. An Irishman and a Catholic, recalled a Dublin journalist who covered JFK's majestic visit. He could have been any of our cousins. The trip brought out Kennedy's fine, dry wit. He seemed to get looser at each public event. When my great-grandfather left here to become a cooper in East Boston, he carried nothing with him except 2 things: a strong religious faith and a strong desire for liberty, JFK told a crowd in the port town of New Ross, from where Patrick Kennedy had shipped out 100 years before.
only to die after 10 years of backbreaking labor in his new homeland, leaving 4 young children behind. But JFK had the Irish gift for turning sorrow into laughter. "If he hadn't left, I'd be working over there at the Albatross Company," he said, pointing in the direction of a local fertilizer business, as the crowd broke into uproarious laughter. Or, Kennedy continued, after a practiced pause, perhaps for John V. Kelly, a local pub owner, which brought new howls from the audience. "In Wexford," Kennedy told the crowd, "there is an impression in Washington that there are no Kennedys left in Ireland, that they are all in Washington. So, I wonder if there are any Kennedys in this audience." A few hands fluttered in the air. "Well," smiled JFK, "I am glad to see a few cousins who didn't catch the boat." But Kennedy was also deeply aware of Ireland's sense of loss and the sweet tragedy of life. And he beguiled crowds with verses of Irish poetry, snippets of Gaelic, the unconquered language, and quotations from the island's literary heroes. JFK had done his homework before the trip, reading and memorizing, and dipping deeply into Ireland's cultural heritage. He knew that words were the key to the nation's heart. In February, as he was preparing for his Ireland trip, Kennedy had even invited the Clancy brothers, the popular Irish singers, to perform for him at the White House. The folk group ended all of their concerts with a traditional drinking song called The Parting Glass, an achingly beautiful tune that captured all of the Irish farewells down through the years. As Kennedy toured the Green Island, he carried within him that unique Irish sensibility, that deep knowingness of the inevitability and the nobility of defeat, and the implacable will to carry on in defiance of one's fate. "He never would have been president had he not been Irish," Jackie Kennedy later wrote to Eamon de Valera, the 80-year-old Irish president and legendary rebel leader who had hosted JFK during his visit. "All the history of your people is a long one of overcoming obstacles." He felt that burden on him as a young Irishman in Boston, and he had so many obstacles in his life: his religion, his health, his youth. He fought against each one from the time he was a boy, and by always striving, he ended as president. He was so conscious of his heritage and so proud of it. Reminiscing about his Ireland trip later with O'Donnell and Powers, JFK said that the emotional highlight for him had been his visit to Arbor Hill, hallowed ground for the Irish people. It was here where the leaders of the 1916 Easter Rising, who had been executed by the British at Kilmainham Jail, were laid to rest. Kennedy, who placed a wreath on their graves, was the first foreign head of state to honor the martyrs of Irish nationalism. It was a poignant moment, as the Irish Army Band played Chopin's Funeral March and a sad folk song called Flowers of the Forest, with the young Irish-American president standing silently next to frail, half-blind de Valera, who, as a young rebel leader, had also faced the hangman's noose at Kilmainham Jail. Kennedy was fascinated by the story of Little Ireland's rising against the mighty British Empire, and he grilled de Valera during the trip about his role in the rebellion. How did de Valera escape the fate of his fellow rebel leaders, JFK wanted to know. "Only because he was born in New York," explained the Irish president, and the British, eager to cajole America into World War I, were reluctant to offend their essential allies. "But there were many times when the key in my jail cell was turned, and I thought my turn had come," the old man told Kennedy. After laying the wreath at Arbor Hill, JFK delivered a nationally televised speech before the Irish Parliament. The speech made clear where Kennedy's sympathies lay in Ireland's long struggle for independence, a struggle that continued in Northern Ireland, where the British still held sway. "The indomitable people of Ireland had inspired the world," Kennedy told the Assembly, "for every nation knows that Ireland was the first of the small countries in the 20th century to win its struggle for independence. By standing up to foreign domination, Ireland is the example and the inspiration to those enduring endless years of oppression." JFK, fresh from his stirring speech at the Berlin Wall, certainly had the peoples of Soviet-ruled Eastern Europe in mind. But there were also echoes in Kennedy's liberationist rhetoric of his earlier speeches about the anti-colonial struggles of Vietnam and Algeria. As Schlesinger noted, Kennedy's speeches stirred the forces of freedom around the world. In Ireland, his visit electrified a new generation struggling to free itself from the medieval domination of the Catholic Church and centuries of colonial backwardness. Later, working on his 1965 White House memoir, A Thousand Days, Schlesinger banged out a random observation on his typewriter that captured the unique global power of the Kennedy aura. JFK accomplished an Americanization of the world far deeper and subtler than anything JFD ever dreamed of. Not a world Americanized in the sense of adopting the platitudes, pomposities of free enterprise, but a world Americanized in the perceptions and rhythms of life. JFK conquered the dream of youth. He penetrated the world as jazz penetrated it, as Bogart and Salinger and Faulkner penetrated it. Not the world of the chancelleries, but the underground world of fantasy and hope. But if Kennedy's presidency gave rise to dreams, it also triggered fear and reaction. To the Cold War establishment and other bastions of the old guard, JFK was not a charismatic symbol of change. He was a stark threat. It was clear by this point in his embattled presidency why Kennedy was so enthralled by legends of the Irish martyrs. Their deaths were his own death foretold. As he prepared for his trip to Ireland, Kennedy had come under the spell of an Irish poem about a fallen leader from days of old, named Ogan Ruad O'Neill, reciting its verses so often in the White House that they stuck in his staff members' heads.
The poem, by the early 19th century Irish patriot and poet Thomas Davis, who himself died young, at age 30, was a lament for a beloved, assassinated leader, poisoned by the treacherous agents of British villainy. Soft as woman's was your voice, O'Neill, bright your eye. Oh, why did you leave us, Yogan? Why did you die? Your troubles are all over, you're at rest with God on high. But we're slaves and we're orphans, Yogan. Why did you die? Kennedy's trip to his ancestral homeland was a celebration, but also a mourning. A melancholy note hovered over the ceremonial events, a sense of past and future loss, even as Kennedy tried to keep spirits high. On his final day in Ireland, while bidding farewell to a crowd in Limerick, Kennedy promised that he would return in the springtime. The same promise made by millions of other young Irish men and women as they left their dearest ones for distant shores. Kennedy's days in Ireland were the happiest of his presidency. The trip meant more to him than any other in his life, Jackie wrote to President de Valera after her husband's death. I will bring up my children to be as proud of being Irish as he was. Whenever they see anything beautiful or good, they say, that must be Irish. Jackie, who was pregnant at the time, had not been able to accompany JFK on the trip. But she wrote to de Valera as if they were connected by blood, as if she had known the old Irish leader for years. I know we were all so blessed to have him as long as we did, she ended the letter, but I will never understand why God had to take him now. The big event. Early in October 1963, Dulles sent Arthur Schlesinger a signed copy of his new book, The Craft of Intelligence, to give to President Kennedy. Schlesinger found the inscription that Dulles had scrawled in the book a little tepid. By now, the White House historian clearly saw through what he later described as Dulles's faux bonhominy. But still committed to maintaining civil relations with the CIA crowd, for his own good and that of the president, Schlesinger typed up an agreeable thank you letter for Kennedy to send Dulles, ending with the vaguely cheery words, I hope you will stop by and see me before too long. Looking over the letter before he signed it, JFK told Schlesinger, that's a good Rooseveltian line. It had not occurred to Schlesinger before, but he immediately realized Kennedy was right. The letter he had written to Dulles, for the president's signature, did indeed recall FDR, a master of the polite brush-off. Dulles's book was published by his friend Cass Canfield, the legendary publisher of Harper & Row. Dulles spiced the book with a few colorful espionage tales, but it was essentially an argument for the kind of aggressive intelligence establishment that he had built. He drew a dire picture of the espionage battlefield in the Cold War, where Soviet agents employed the darkest tools available to achieve victory, while their Western adversaries, hampered by operating in open, democratic societies, were forced to play by more civilized rules. The Soviet spy has been fully indoctrinated in the communist principle that the ends alone count and any means which achieve them are justified, wrote Dulles. Meanwhile, he observed, taking another swing at the Kennedy philosophy of peaceful coexistence, U.S. leaders shy from Soviet-style ruthlessness because of our desire to be loved. There was a strange looking-glass quality to the craft of intelligence. Many of the extreme measures he accused the Soviet espionage network of employing were, in fact, standard operating procedure at the CIA, including secret assassination as a political weapon. According to Dulles, the KGB, the Soviet spy agency, had built an executive action section to murder enemies of the state. But this is precisely what Dulles himself had done within the CIA. Dulles also denounced another flagrant example of Soviet cold-blooded pragmatism, the massive recruitment of Nazi war criminals for intelligence work. Coming from the man who salvaged Reinhard Gehlen and untold numbers of other Hitler henchmen and, in fact, helped build the West German intelligence system out of the poisoned remains of the Third Reich, the utter gall of this statement surely provoked howls of derision inside the Kremlin. Dulles was such a master of the craft of intelligence that he sometimes appeared to believe his own lies. In 1965, he sat for a remarkable interview with John Chancellor of NBC News for a TV special that was titled The Science of Spying, but was actually more concerned with the morality of the CIA. Chancellor spoke with Dulles in his Georgetown study, where the retired spy master usually dished out the artful hooey that was sopped up by the journalists who periodically sought him out. But Chancellor brought a more skeptical edge to his conversation with Dulles than other reporters, and the old man was compelled to justify himself more than usual. Did the CIA operate on a higher moral level than the KGB? Chancellor asked him. Certainly, Dulles replied. The Soviet spy agency was one of the most sinister organizations ever organized. As far as I know, we don't engage in assassinations or kidnappings or things of that kind. As far as I know, we never have. So, Chancellor continued, did Dulles himself adhere to moral standards when he was director of the CIA? Dulles paused briefly, and a calculating look came over his face. Then he leaned confidently into the camera. Yes, I did. And why? Because I don't think, given the caliber of the men and women I had working for me, I didn't want to ask them to do a thing that I wouldn't do. As if reading Chancellor's mind, Dulles felt compelled to further defend his personal sense of morality. All I can say, he went on, is that, I was a parson's son, and I was brought up as a Presbyterian. Maybe as a Calvinist, maybe that made me a fatalist, I don't know. But I hope I had a reasonable moral standard. On occasion, Dulles did give journalists glimpses of the darker truth about the CIA, only to quickly pull the wool over their eyes. When Washington columnist Andrew Tully interviewed Dulles for his 1962 book, which promised the inside story on the CIA, he asked the espionage legend what his organization would do if a foreign agent threatened the security of the United States. "We'd kill him," Dulles replied matter-of-factly. But then his face resumed its genial expression, and he assured Tully that his question was hypothetical and that he could not possibly conceive of such an unpleasant scenario actually occurring. When Cass Canfield asked Dulles to write a book drawing on his long career as a spook, Dulles was initially non-committal, telling the publisher, "First of all, I shall have to persuade myself that I have the aptitude and the skills to do effective writing, as I am not much of a believer in ghosts." It was another less than truthful statement, for Dulles always relied on others, including CIA employees and media assets, to write his books, magazine articles, and speeches. Despite Dulles's retirement status, the craft of intelligence was an agency enterprise, drawing on the writing skills of Howard Hunt, Howard Roman, and friendly Fortune magazine reporter Charles Murphy, as well as the research and editing skills of top CIA analyst Sherman Kent, and Dulles's former right-hand man Frank Wisner, whose career came to an end in 1962 because of deepening mental problems. Dulles also drew on his extensive academic contacts for help, including W. Glenn Campbell at Stanford's Hoover Institution, who provided ready access to his extensive files on the communist threat. Kent also suggested that Dulles use your potent association with Princeton to good effect, and conned Joseph Strayer, the longtime chair of Princeton's history department, into drafting the section of Dulles's book dealing with the medieval roots of espionage.
Dulles was so deeply connected in the media world that the critical response to the craft of intelligence was all but assured when it was published in the fall of 1963. The Washington Post heralded what amounted to little more than a predictable Cold War screed as one of the most fascinating books of our time. The New York Times critic found a clever way to celebrate a book that revealed very little of Dulles' actual spycraft, praising his brilliantly selective candor. The Times Review provided other blurb-worthy quotes for the book, declaring, "There is material enough here on breathlessly high-level sleuthery to keep Helen McInnes and Ian Fleming busy writing all kinds of thrillers, and absurdly exaggerated comment, considering the book's calculatedly tame contents." Dulles had enjoyed a warm relationship with New York Times executives and editors for many years. When Dulles was named CIA director, Times general manager Julius Ox Adler, Julie, as Dulles affectionately called him, warmly congratulated his friend Ali. The Times executive told Dulles that his appointment was the best news I have read in a long time. If Dulles needed any assurance that he continued to be a power player after he left the CIA, the publication of The Craft of Intelligence delivered it. Hailed by the leading publications, the book became an immediate bestseller and won him speaking invitations before influential audiences up and down the eastern seaboard, as well as in California. Dulles was also invited to appear in Texas, where, between October 25 and 29, he met with old friends in Houston and Dallas, and spoke before the Dallas Council on World Affairs. Dulles often used speaking engagements and vacations as covers for serious business, and his detour through Texas bears the markings of such a stratagem. His stopover in Texas stood out as an anomaly in a book tour otherwise dominated by appearances on the two coasts. The Spymaster's datebook during his Texas trip typically left out as much as it revealed, with big gaps in his schedule throughout his stay there. But Dulles was wired into the Texas oil industry, for which his law firm Sullivan and Cromwell had provided legal counsel for many years, as well as into the local political hierarchy, including Dallas Mayor Earl Cabell, the younger brother of his former CIA deputy Charles, a fellow victim of JFK's post-Bay of Pigs house cleaning. With Kennedy's trip to Texas just weeks away, the president was a hot topic in these local circles. Dulles' strongly critical views of the Kennedy presidency were ardently shared by the men in his Texas milieu, where JFK was widely viewed as a dangerously weak leader. E.M. Ted Dealey, the reactionary publisher of the Dallas Morning News, thought so little of Kennedy that he once berated him at a White House luncheon in front of a group of visiting Texas publishers. "We can annihilate Russia and should make that clear to the Soviet government," Dealey lectured Kennedy. "The general opinion of the grassroots thinking in this country is that you and your administration are weak sisters. We need a man on a horseback to lead this nation, and many people in Texas and the Southwest think that you are riding Caroline's tricycle." The cool-tempered Kennedy did not let his anger flash in public gatherings. But he fixed Dealey, the man whose family name was on the plaza where he would die, with a hard look. "The difference between you and me, Mr. Dealey," replied Kennedy in his chilliest Boston staccato, "is that I was elected president of this country and you were not. I have the responsibility for the lives of 180 million Americans, which you have not. Wars are easier to talk about than they are to fight. I'm just as tough as you are, and I didn't get elected president by arriving at soft judgments." The Texas oil crowd was also furious at Kennedy for moving to close their tax loopholes, particularly the oil depletion allowance, which threatened to cost the oil men millions, perhaps billions of dollars a year. This kind of government mischief would have been unthinkable during the Eisenhower-Dulles years. As vice president, Lyndon Johnson, Texas' native son, was supposed to make sure that the man in the White House didn't mess with their wealth. But by the fall of 1963, the once powerful LBJ, former Senate Majority Leader and master of the backroom deal, was a fading figure in Washington, unable to take care of the oil tycoons who had paved his way to power. He had promised to protect them, said petroleum industry lawyer Ed Clark, and he couldn't deliver. He couldn't deliver. JFK had put Johnson on his 1960 ticket to win votes in the South. But as the 1964 campaign approached, LBJ had lost so much clout below the Mason-Dixon line, largely because of his subservient role in Kennedy's liberal pro-civil rights presidency, that he couldn't even be counted on to deliver his home state. With the South looming like a lost cause for Kennedy, it was becoming more and more important to lock up states in the North and the West that he had lost to Nixon in 1960. Johnson began to seem like less of an attractive running mate than someone like Governor Pat Brown of California. On November 13, 1963, when Kennedy convened his first important strategy meeting for the '64 race at the White House, neither Johnson nor any of his staff were invited.
The increasingly panicked vice president took it as one more sign that the Kennedys were maneuvering to dump him from the upcoming Democratic ticket. If the Kennedys were indeed looking to get rid of Johnson, they were given the perfect opportunity by a growing Washington scandal that fall involving Bobby Baker, the Senate Majority Secretary who had long served as LBJ's influence peddler, shakedown artist, errand boy, and facilitator. In September, scandalous stories about Baker's wide network of corruption began appearing in the press, including the campaign slush fund and Capitol Hill party houses stocked with young women who provided illicit services, with which Baker bought the loyalty of Washington politicians. The exposés soon led to Johnson, whom every Capitol insider knew was Baker's puppeteer. Baker, who was referred to as Johnson's protege and Little Lyndon in the press, resigned from his Senate office as the scandal intensified, hoping to protect the man he slavishly admired as the leader. But the heat under Johnson only grew, and the vice president was convinced that it was his longtime tormentor, Bobby Kennedy, who was stoking the flames by quietly feeding damaging information to the press. Lyndon Johnson had entered the 1960 Democratic presidential sweepstakes with cocky self-assurance. He had run the U.S. Senate like it was his personal fiefdom from the moment he took over as majority leader in 1955. He was his party's mover and shaker, the biggest wolf in the 1960 Democratic pack, and he felt confident that the nomination was his for the taking. Even as the Kennedy campaign, under Bobby's wily management, outmaneuvered him at the Democratic convention in Los Angeles that July, LBJ vowed not to give in and accept the vice presidential position. Hand on heart, Johnson told his friends in Los Angeles, the omnipresent Henry and Claire Booth Luce, I wouldn't be on team if he got down on his knees. Months later, on the VIP bus to Kennedy's inaugural ball, Claire found herself seated next to Johnson, and she teased him about taking the number 2 spot. Come clean, Lyndon, she smiled wickedly. What did it feel like for the swaggering Texan to be in the rear position? The big man leaned close and whispered, Claire, I looked it up. 1 out of every 4 presidents has died in office. I'm a gambling man, darlin', and this is the only one chance I got. It was another example of LBJ's coarse humor, but it also revealed something darker in the man. He undoubtedly was keenly aware of the presidential mortality rate. By 1963, however, it was Johnson who was the ghost, a once commanding figure whose future grew dimmer by the day, and he knew it. In March, Susan Mary Alsop, Joe's convenient wife, told Schlesinger that LBJ had unburdened himself to her husband, while the columnist was dining à trois with Lyndon and Lady Bird. According to Alsop's wife, Lyndon had been very dark and bitter about his frustrations and his prospects. After recounting the confessional dinner in his journal, Schlesinger added his own observation about Johnson. He really has faded astonishingly into the background and wanders unhappily around, a spectral and premature elder statesman. Johnson began to even physically fade as the months went by, losing so much weight that his suits hung loosely off his shoulders and his eyes seemed to sink inside their sockets. In January 1963, after listening to Bobby Kennedy deliver an inspiring speech at the National Archives celebrating the centennial of the Emancipation Proclamation, civil rights lawyer Joe Rao passed Schlesinger a note. Poor Lyndon, it said. When Schlesinger asked him what he meant, Rao, a stalwart of the Democratic Party's left wing, said, Lyndon must know he is through. Bobby is going to be the next president. The Kennedys had turned the swaggering Johnson into a useless figure. LBJ used one of his memorable barnyard metaphors to describe his plight. Being vice president is like being a cut dog, he told his old mentor, former Speaker of the House Sam Rayburn. He knew that he was the odd man out in the glamorous Ivy League-groomed world of the new frontier. They're trying to make a hick out of me, he complained to the New York Times' Scotty Reston. And, as usual, he focused his resentment on Bobby Kennedy, whom he blamed, not without reason, for isolating and diminishing him. Bobby symbolized everything Johnson hated, observed Kennedy aide Richard Goodwin, who later worked in the Johnson White House. He became the symbol of all the things Johnson wasn't. With these characteristics of wealth and power and ease and Eastern elegance, with Johnson always looking at himself as the guy they thought was illiterate, rude, crude. They laughed at him behind his back. I think he felt all that. It was a mortifying position for Lyndon Johnson, a pathologically ambitious man with an ego that was as mountainous as it was fragile, to find himself in. And yet, it was only to get worse for the vice president as Kennedy prepared to visit Johnson's home state in November. On November 14th, the day after the White House strategy session on the 1964 campaign, the president privately confirmed that Johnson would not be on the ticket, while conversing with his secretary, Evelyn Lincoln. JFK told her that he was planning major government reforms during his second term, and to accomplish this ambitious agenda, he needed a vice president who believes as I do. Kennedy told Lincoln that he was leaning toward Terry Sanford, the young, moderate governor of swing state North Carolina. But it will not be Lyndon, he said. Dick Nixon, who had weathered his own Dump Nixon movement as Eisenhower's 1956 re-election campaign drew near, was keenly attuned to Johnson's growing humiliation. Nixon was the first major national figure to voice Johnson's agonizing fear, and with typical cunning, he chose to do it in LBJ's backyard. Nixon showed up in Dallas on November 21, 1963, the day before JFK's presidential party was due to arrive in the city. Nixon was there on business, to attend a meeting of the Pepsi-Cola Company, a client of his New York law firm, but he was happy to roil the political waters by sharing his prognostications with the local press. Lyndon Johnson had become a political liability, Nixon told Texas reporters, and if the upcoming presidential race looked close, he predicted that Kennedy would not hesitate to drop him. Nixon's prediction, which was prominently displayed in the Dallas Morning News on November 22nd, was another blow to LBJ's ego. But he had even bigger concerns. Later that morning, a Life investigative team was scheduled to convene in the magazine's New York offices to begin work on a deeper probe of Johnson's involvement in the Bobby Baker corruption scandal. William Lambert, the investigative unit's leader, was certain they were sitting on an explosive story that could bring down the vice president. "This guy looks like a bandit to me," he told his boss, Life managing editor George Hunt. LBJ, he told Hunt, had used public office to amass a fortune, shaking down political favor seekers for cash and consumer goods, even putting the squeeze on an insurance executive for an expensive Magnavox stereo console that Lady Bird coveted. As Bobby Baker later commented, Johnson was always on the lookout for the odd nickel or dime. In fact, that insurance executive, Don Reynolds, was scheduled to testify about Johnson's tawdry influence peddling practices at another meeting on November 22nd, in a closed session of the Senate Rules Committee. The two meetings, one in New York, one in Washington, would have likely determined the political fate of Lyndon Baines Johnson, had they not been overshadowed by events in Dallas that day. Lyndon Johnson's days might have been numbered as vice president, but he was not entirely abandoned in Washington. If LBJ was rapidly losing favor within the Kennedy administration, he had managed to retain the support of many key figures in the national security arena. Johnson had long been the dominant political figure in a state with a booming defense and aerospace industry, and he had long cultivated ties to generals and espionage officials. At the very beginning of Kennedy's presidency, Johnson made a strange power grab, trying to get JFK to grant him extraordinary supervisory powers over the country's entire national security apparatus, including the Defense Department, CIA, State Department, and the Office of Civil and Defense Mobilization. Kennedy did not even bother responding to Johnson's maneuver, simply ignoring the executive order and accompanying letter that LBJ sent over to the Oval Office for his signature. But Johnson's executive order power play was never forgotten in the White House. Even a friend of LBJ, longtime Democratic presidential advisor Jim Rowe, was flabbergasted after Johnson showed him the proposed order, calling it, frankly, the most presumptuous document any vice president had ever sent to his president. Despite the White House rebuff, LBJ continued to enjoy a special bond with national security hardliners during Kennedy's reign, often embracing their aggressive positions on Cuba and other hotspots, as well as leaking inside information about White House policy developments to his contacts at the Pentagon and CIA. Dulles was among those who maintained warm relations with the vice president, even as both men's stars fell within the Kennedy court. In retirement, the spy master continued to invite Johnson to Washington functions,
And, in the summer of 1963, Johnson hosted Dulles at his ranch in the Texas Hill Country, 60 miles west of Austin. Dulles' visit to the LBJ Ranch did not appear in his calendar, but it was briefly noted in a syndicated news photo, which appeared in the Chicago Tribune on August 15th, that showed the vice president astride a horse, while a beaming ladybird and Dulles looked on. Considering how estranged both men were from Kennedy and how notoriously conniving they were, the picture could only have produced a sense of puzzlement in the White House. Those resolute voices in American public life that continue to deny the existence of a conspiracy to kill President Kennedy argue that someone would have talked. This line of reasoning is often used by journalists who have made no effort themselves to closely inspect the growing body of evidence and have not undertaken any of their own investigative reporting.
The argument betrays a touchingly naive media bias belief that the American press establishment itself, that great slumbering watchdog, could be counted on to solve such a monumental crime, one that sprung from the very system of governance of which corporate media is an essential part. The official version of the Kennedy assassination, despite its myriad improbabilities, which have only grown more inconceivable with time, remains firmly embedded in the media consciousness, as unquestioned as the law of gravity. In fact, many people have talked during the past half of a century, including some directly connected to the plot against Kennedy. But the media simply refused to listen. One of the most intriguing examples of someone talking occurred in 2003, when an old and ailing Howard Hunt began unburdening himself to his eldest son, St. John. Saint, as his father called him, was a loyal and loving son who had suffered through the upheavals of the spy's life, along with the rest of his family. Late one night in June 1972, at the family's Witches Island home in suburban Maryland, Hunt had frantically woken up his 18-year-old son. "I need you to do exactly as I say and not ask any questions," said Hunt, who was in a sweaty and disheveled state that his son had never before witnessed. He ordered St. John to fetch window cleaner, rags, and rubber gloves from the kitchen, and to help him rub away fingerprints from a pile of espionage equipment, including cameras, microphones, and walkie-talkies. Later, Saint helped his father stuff the equipment into 2 suitcases, which they loaded into the trunk of his father's Pontiac Firebird. Hunt and his son drove through the darkness to the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, where the spook got out and tossed the suitcases into the murky water. On the way back home, Hunt told Saint that he had been doing some special work for the White House and things had gone south. It was the beginning of the Watergate drama, in which Howard Hunt played a starring role as the leader of the White House plumbers, the 5 burglars who were arrested while breaking into the Democratic Party's national headquarters. All 5 of the men had a long history with Hunt, dating back to the earliest days of the underground war against Castro, and at least 2, Frank Sturgis and Virgilio Gonzalez, were rumored to have played roles in the Kennedy assassination. As the Watergate scandal unfolded, Hunt drew Saint and the rest of his family deeper into his disintegrating life. Saint's beloved mother, Dorothy, an exotic beauty with her own espionage background, would die in a plane crash in the midst of the Watergate crisis, while serving as a mysterious courier for her husband. When her United Airlines flight from Washington's Dulles Airport crashed while landing at Chicago's Midway Airport in December 1972, Dorothy Hunt was carrying over $2 million in cash and money orders, some of which was later traced to President Nixon's re-election campaign. As Nixon frantically tried to cover his tracks in the widening scandal, sketchy money began flowing back and forth. The president was desperate to keep Hunt quiet, and during one White House meeting, Nixon, caught on his secret taping system, figured it would cost $1 million in cash. "We could get our hands on that kind of money." Hunt felt that Nixon owed him and his team. "I had 5 men whose families needed to be supported," Hunt later said, "and I had a big house, stalls for 6 horses, kids in private school. I had needs for contributions that were greater than the average person's." There's a long tradition that when a warrior is captured, the commanding officer takes care of his family. Nixon knew that Howard Hunt had played key roles in some of America's darkest mysteries. On June 23, 1972, while discussing the Watergate break-in with H.R. Heldeman, his devoted political deputy and White House chief of staff, Nixon was taped saying,
Hunt will uncover a lot of things. You open that scab, there's a great many things. This involves these Cubans, Hunt, and a lot of hanky-panky that we have nothing to do with ourselves. Nixon wanted Haldeman to lean on Dick Helms, who was then CIA director, by warning him that if the spy agency did not help shut down the growing Watergate scandal, president's belief, is that this is going to open up that whole Bay of Pigs thing. And it's going to make the CIA look bad, it's going to make Hunt look bad, and is likely to blow the whole Bay of Pigs thing. And we think it would be very unfortunate for the CIA and for the country at this time. Nixon's ploy did not work. When Haldeman sat Helms down in his office and delivered the president's thinly veiled threat about the Bay of Pigs thing, the normally icy cool Helms exploded. "The Bay of Pigs had nothing to do with this," he shouted. Nixon only succeeded in further antagonizing a very powerful Washington institution, one capable of far more deviousness than even he was. What did Nixon mean by the whole Bay of Pigs thing? According to Haldeman, it was Nixon's way of referring to the unspeakable, the Kennedy assassination. Other historians have speculated that it was shorthand for the CIA Mafia plots against Castro. In any case, the Bay of Pigs thing was an apt codename. It conjured all the swampy intrigue that began leaching through the Kennedy administration after Allen Dulles and his agency suffered their humiliation in Cuba, everything the CIA wanted to keep deeply hidden. And Howard Hunt was knee-deep in much of this muck. Hunt's adventures in the spy trade eventually tore apart his family and sent him to federal prison for nearly 3 years. By 2003, the retired spy was living in a modest ranch house in North Miami with his second wife, Laura, who was 27 years younger. She had fallen for him while watching him give a prison interview on Watergate. "I liked all those men. That must seem strange to you," Laura Hunt told a Miami Herald reporter. "Not for what he'd done, I don't admire that, but I admired him for serving the government, and I admired his intellect." At 84, Hunt seemed to be fading out, suffering from a variety of maladies, including hardening of the arteries, which had resulted in the amputation of his left leg and confined him to a wheelchair. He had a new family, including the 2 children he had with Laura. But St. John Hunt felt it was time for his father to finally come clean, for the sake of his first family. Following years of estrangement, Saint began to spend time with his father, watching his favorite Fox News shows with him at his Miami house, and, when the old man felt up to it, dredging up the past. Laura did not want St. John to reopen this history, but he felt strongly that his father owed him this honesty. After his family fell apart, St. John had gone on the road as a rock musician and drug peddler, a trip that eventually deposited him in the coastal redwoods of Northern California. But by the time he reunited with his father, Saint was a sober, middle-aged, law-abiding citizen who was eager to make sense of his earlier life. He was particularly interested in talking with his father about the Kennedy assassination, which he knew his father had long been linked to in conspiracy literature. Saint's father had always insisted that he had nothing to do with Kennedy's death, that he was at home in Washington the day of the assassination, not in Dallas, as many JFK researchers alleged. Hunt claimed that he was shopping for ingredients at a Chinese grocery store in Washington to cook dinner that night with his wife when the news bulletin about Kennedy came over the car radio. But Saint, who was in the 5th grade at the time, had no memory of his father being home that day when he was let out early from school or later that evening. And he found his father's cover story about cooking the Chinese meal, which Hunt told under oath at a trial related to the Kennedy assassination, absurd.
"I can tell you that's the biggest load of nonsense in the world," St. John told Rolling Stone in 2007. "My dad in the kitchen, chopping vegetables with his wife? I'm so sorry, but that would never happen. Ever." His mother told St. John, around the time of the assassination, that his father had indeed been in Dallas. The mystery of his father's whereabouts that day would prey on Saint for years. He was determined to engage his father on the subject before it was too late. By 2003, Howard Hunt was ready to finally talk. He feared that his life was coming to an end, and he was deeply regretful that he had so little to leave his family after all they had endured. For a time, he flirted with the idea of telling all to actor Kevin Costner, who had starred in Oliver Stone's film JFK. Costner dangled a big financial reward in front of Hunt if he revealed everything he knew about Dallas.
But when the money never appeared, Hunt finally dismissed the actor as a numbskull. St. John nonetheless urged his father to continue down the path of full disclosure while he was still of sound mind. He made his plea in a long letter to his father, telling him that it was time to finally reveal what he knew. He owed it, wrote Saint, to himself, the nation, and his family to leave a legacy of truth instead of doubt. Soon afterward, Hunt phoned his son in California and summoned him to Miami. On December 7, 2003, St. John Hunt flew to Florida, where so much of his father's secret life had unfolded, to hear his final testament. When he arrived at his father's house, at the end of a cul-de-sac in the Biscayne Bay neighborhood, Saint found Hunt in bed, looking frail and washed out. But the old man perked up when he saw his son. He asked Saint to wheel him into the TV room, where they shared some soup for lunch and watched an agitated round of Fox News at the high volume required by the hard of hearing Hunt. Finally, Saint broached the subject that he had come to discuss. "Papa, can we talk about my letter?" Hunt suggested that Saint wheeled him back to his bedroom, in case his wife returned. "We don't want her getting upset by this," Hunt told his son. "She believes what I told her, that I don't know anything about JFK's murder." "I think Laura's very naive about the darker side of politics," said St. John. "Well, that's one of the reasons I love her so much," his father replied. Then, after making St. John promise he would never reveal what he was about to tell him without his permission, Hunt launched into a remarkable story of the plot to kill John F. Kennedy. It was, even at this late date in Hunt's life, still a carefully parsed tale. He clearly was not telling everything he knew, and he seemed to be downplaying his own role in the crime, as well as the complicity of former CIA superiors to whom he remained loyal. He also couched much of his narrative in an oddly speculative manner, as if he were not fully certain of the exact configuration of the plot. Nonetheless, what Hunt did tell St. John that day was stunning enough. Over the following months, the spy elaborated on his story as his health occasionally improved. At one point, Saint brought in an expert on the Kennedy assassination and Watergate, Eric Hamburg, a Los Angeles writer-producer and a former aide to Senator John Kerry, to help videotape interviews with his father. Laura Hunt ultimately cut short her husband's extraordinary journey of truth-telling with his son. But before Hunt died in 2007, he left behind video interviews, audio tapes, and notes in his own hand, as well as a somewhat revealing memoir called American Spy. Hunt's confessional trove amounts to a tortured effort to reveal what he knew, while still guarding his family's sensitivities, old professional loyalties, and whatever was left of his good name. After his father died, St. John would make a valiant effort to get Hunt's confessions, which should have been headline news, into the hands of the major media gatekeepers. A 60 Minutes producer spent days poring over St. John's rich material, but he was finally forced to apologize that the story had been spiked from above. In the end, only Rolling Stone, along with a scattering of alternative media outlets, covered the story of Howard Hunt's astonishing final statements about the crime of the century. St. John's own memoir of his father's escapades and his family's ordeal, Bond of Secrecy, was released by a small Oregon publisher and received little promotion or attention. This was the story that Howard Hunt left behind. Sometime in 1963, Hunt said, he was invited to a meeting at one of the CIA safe houses in Miami by Frank Sturgis, a soldier of fortune who had worked under Hunt in the anti-Castro underground, a man with whom Hunt would be forever linked when they were later arrested for the Watergate break-in. Also in attendance at the Miami meeting was David Morales, another CIA veteran of the anti-Castro campaign who was well known to Hunt. Morales, a big, intimidating man who had grown up in a poor Mexican-American family in Phoenix, did not fit the polished CIA profile. But the agency found a use for El Indio, as Morales, with his strong indigenous features, was known by his colleagues. Dave Morales did dirty work for the agency, according to Wayne Smith, a diplomat who worked alongside Morales in the U.S. Embassy in Havana before Castro took power. If he were in the mob, he'd be called a hitman. Thomas Kleins, a colleague of Morales's in the CIA's Miami station, was more complimentary in his description, but it amounted to the same thing. We all admired the hell out of the guy. He drank like crazy, but he was bright as hell. He could fool people into thinking he was stupid by acting stupid, but he knew about cultural things all over the world. People were afraid of him. He was big and aggressive, and he had this mystique. Stories about him permeated the agency. If the agency needed someone action-oriented, he was at the top of the list. If the U.S. government, as a matter of policy, needed someone or something neutralized, Dave would do it, including things that were repugnant to a lot of people. Ruben Carbajal, Morales' lifelong friend from their boyhood days on the streets of Phoenix, was even more blunt about Didi, the man who was like a brother to him. When some jerk needed to be killed, Didi was the man to do it. That was his job. According to Morales' daughter, he was the CIA's peon. Her father was utterly devoted to the agency. He did whatever he was told. They gave him a lifestyle that he would never have had under any circumstances. He did everything for the company. His family wasn't his life. The company was his life. At the secret Miami meeting, Morales told Hunt that he had been recruited for an off-the-board operation by Bill Harvey, with whom El Indio had worked closely on the ZR rifle project to kill Castro. The aim of this off-the-board operation, it soon became clear, was to assassinate President Kennedy. Morales and Sturgis referred to the president's planned demise as the big event. In his account of the meeting, Hunt presented Harvey and Morales as the key operational figures in the plot. Harvey did not attend the meeting, but seemed to loom over it. Hunt suggested that Harvey was in charge of hiring the sharpshooters to kill Kennedy and transporting the weapons to Dallas. According to Hunt, the gunmen were likely recruited from the Corsican underworld. As Harvey once indicated, when it came to highly delicate assignments, working with Corsican gangsters was preferable because they were harder to trace back to the CIA than Italian or American Mafia hitmen. Hunt found Harvey and Morales to be disturbing characters. The two men could have been manufactured from the same cloth, Hunt wrote in his memoir. Both were hard-drinking, tough guys, possibly completely amoral. Morales was rumored to be a cold-blooded killer, the go-to guy in black ops situations where the government needed to have someone neutralized.
I tried to cut short any contact with him, as he wore thin very quickly. To Morales, Kennedy was that no-good, utterly despicable person who was responsible for the deaths of the men he had trained for the Bay of Pigs mission. We took care of that utterly despicable person, didn't we? Morales told his attorney, Robert Walton, in 1973, after an evening of drinking loosened the CIA hitman's tongue. It was one more confession that the media ignored, even after it was reported by one of their own, Gaten Fonzi, a Philadelphia investigative journalist who, after going to work for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, unearthed some of the most important information related to the Kennedy case. Hunt might have been wary of men like Harvey and Morales, but he shared their venomous attitudes toward President Kennedy. Toward the end of the Miami meeting, Sturgis made the group's pitch to Hunt. "You're somebody we all look up to. We know how you feel about the man. Are you with us?" Hunt told the group his main reservation about joining them. It was a tactical concern, not a moral one. "Look," he told Sturgis, "if Bill Harvey has anything to do with this, you can count me out. The man is an alcoholic and a psych—" I tried to cut short any contact with him, as he wore thin very quickly. To Morales, Kennedy was that no-good, utterly despicable person who was responsible for the deaths of the men he had trained for the Bay of Pigs mission. "We took care of that utterly despicable person, didn't we?" Morales told his attorney, Robert Walton, in 1973, after an evening of drinking loosened the CIA hitman's tongue. It was one more confession that the media ignored, even after it was reported by one of their own, Gaten Fonzi, a Philadelphia investigative journalist who, after going to work for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, unearthed some of the most important information related to the Kennedy case. Hunt might have been wary of men like Harvey and Morales, but he shared their venomous attitudes toward President Kennedy. Toward the end of the Miami meeting, Sturgis made the group's pitch to Hunt. "You're somebody we all look up to. We know how you feel about the man. Are you with us?" Hunt told the group his main reservation about joining them. It was a tactical concern, not a moral one. "Look," he told Sturgis, "if Bill Harvey has anything to do with this, you can count me out. The man is an alcoholic and a psycho." Sturgis laughed. "You're right, but that son of a difficult person has the guts to do it." As Hunt related his story to his son, he remained fuzzy about his own involvement in the plot. In the end, he said, he played only a peripheral benchwarmer role in the killing of Kennedy. It was Bill Harvey who was the quarterback, according to Hunt. Despite Harvey's reputation for hard drinking, the agency's assassination chief had the experience and connections to pull off something like the big event. While assembling his Castro assassination team, Harvey had reached out to a variety of underworld professionals, including, with Helm's permission, the infamous European assassin codenamed QJ Win, whom the CIA had recruited to kill Patrice Lumumba. And Harvey was well positioned as Rome's station chief to once again plumb the European underworld for a Dallas killing team. In fact, among the strange and murderous characters who converged on Dallas in November 1963 was a notorious French OAS commando named Jean Suetre, who was connected to the plots against President de Gaulle. Suetre was arrested in Dallas after the Kennedy assassination and expelled to Mexico. Suetre's expulsion brought an urgent inquiry from French intelligence officials to the CIA about the dangerous outlaw's likely whereabouts, since de Gaulle was about to travel to Mexico for a state visit. Hunt's speculations about the Kennedy conspiracy were in line with the suspicions of the House Assassinations Committee. When the congressional inquiry got underway in 1976, the panel's most energetic investigators zeroed in on the CIA's anti-Castro operation as the nest from which the JFK plot had sprung, and Bill Harvey soon emerged as a prime suspect. We tried to get Harvey's travel vouchers and security file from the CIA, but we were never able to, recalled Dan Hardway. Hardway was the bright Cornell Law School student to whom the Congressional Committee gave the weighty task of investigating the CIA's possible links to the assassination. One CIA official told me, "So you're from Congress. What the hell is that to us? You'll be packed up and gone in a couple years, and we'll still be here." But we did come across documents that suggested Harvey was traveling a lot in the weeks leading up to the assassination, while he was supposed to be running the Rome station. Near the end of our investigation, I typed up a memo, making my case against Harvey as a leading figure in the crime. I typed it up in the committee's secure room on the yellow security paper with a purple border marked Top Secret. That memo has since disappeared. While the Miami conspirators made it clear that Bill Harvey was playing a central role in the big event, they assured Hunt that the chain of command went much higher than Harvey. Vice President Johnson himself had signed off on the plot, Morales insisted. Hunt found this plausible. As he observed in his memoir, Lyndon Johnson was an opportunist who would not hesitate to get rid of any obstacles in his way. Hunt was mindful of Washington's strict caste system, but he was convinced that Harvey's rank and position was such that a vice president could talk to him. This is where Hunt began to obfuscate. There is no evidence that Lyndon Johnson and Bill Harvey were ever in close contact, and, in fact, the two men's rank and position were disparate enough to make such communication unlikely. It is simply not credible that a man in Johnson's position would have discussed something as extraordinarily sensitive as the removal of the president with a man who occupied Harvey's place in the national security hierarchy. The man Johnson did know best in the intelligence world was Allen Dulles. Unlike Harvey, Dulles had the stature and the clout to assure a man like LBJ that the plot had the high-level support it needed to be successful. Howard Hunt was fully aware of the seating arrangements at the Washington power table. He knew, in fact, that Dulles outranked Johnson in this rarefied circle. Hunt undoubtedly realized that the vice president might be a passive accessory or even an active accomplice in what would be the crime of the century. But Johnson was certainly not the mastermind. And yet, loyal to the end, even on his deathbed, Hunt could not bring himself to name Dulles, that remarkable man, as Hunt once gushed, whom it had been his honor to serve. In his memoir, Hunt engaged in a kind of sleight of hand, hypothesizing about the likely identities of the conspirators, as if he didn't know for certain. But in his communications with St. John, Hunt was more emphatic about the plotters. In addition to Harvey and Morales, the names David Atlee Phillips and Cord Meyer figured prominently in Hunt's speculations. Phillips was the CIA counterintelligence specialist who had worked closely with Hunt on the Guatemala coup and the Bay of Pigs invasion. Like Harvey and Morales, Phillips did not belong to the Ivy League elite. The Texas-born, roughly handsome, chain-smoking Phillips had been a nose gunner during World War II, not an OSS gentleman spy. After the war, he rambled around Latin America, trying his hand at acting and publishing before being recruited into the CIA.
His covert work won the admiration of Helms, who made him chief of the agency's Cuba operations after Harvey was whisked off to Rome to escape Bobby Kennedy's wrath. In that position, Phillips was free to roam within the yeasty world of anti-Castro and anti-Kennedy ferment, as Senator Gary Hart later described it. Meyer belonged to the agency's Georgetown set. At Yale, he had dreamed of a writing career and, after returning from the war in the South Pacific, partly blinded by a Japanese grenade, he devoted himself for a time to the cause of world peace. But after he was initiated into the spy fraternity, where he fell under the spell of Jim Angleton, he became chief of the CIA's culture war, secretly dispersing cash to the literary types whose ranks he once imagined joining. After his beautiful artistic wife, Mary, left him, Meyer became an increasingly embittered Cold Warrior, and his disposition grew only gloomier when she became a mistress of JFK. Hunt carefully refrained from naming Dulles in his confessions, but nearly every CIA official whom he implicated led directly to the old man. Dulles had recruited them or promoted them or given them the agency's most delicate assignments. Meyer was particularly beholden to Dulles, who had saved his career in 1953 when Joe McCarthy tried to purge the agency of those agents who had once been youthful idealists.
In the fall of 1963, during the weeks leading up to the Kennedy assassination, Meyer was a guest at Dulles's home on more than one occasion, along with another important member of Angleton's shop, Jim Hunt, no relation to Howard, and Angleton himself. Howard Hunt might have been wary about joining a JFK plot managed by Bill Harvey, but if he knew that Allen Dulles was at the top of the chain of command, that would have instilled in him all the confidence he needed. Despite his coyness about his own role, some felt that Hunt had been much more than a benchwarmer. At one point, the CIA itself seemed poised to make Hunt the fall guy in the crime. In the 1970s, as congressional investigators inched uncomfortably close to some of the CIA's most disturbing secrets, Hunt's own colleagues seriously considered throwing him to the wolves. In August 1978, as the House Select Committee on Assassinations entered the final stage of its probe, a former CIA official named Victor Marchetti published an eye-opening article in The Spotlight, a magazine put out by the right-wing Liberty Lobby whose pages often reflected the noxious views of the group's eccentric founder, Willis Carto. Marchetti wrote that CIA officials had decided that if the Assassinations Committee crept too close to the truth, the agency was prepared to scapegoat Hunt and some of his sidekicks, such as Sturgis. Luck has run out, and the CIA has decided to sacrifice him to protect its clandestine services, Marchetti wrote. The agency is furious with Hunt for having dragged it publicly into the Nixon mess and for having blackmailed it after he was arrested. Besides, Hunt is vulnerable, an easy target, as they say in the spy business. His reputation and integrity have been destroyed. In the public hearings, the CIA will admit that Hunt was involved in the conspiracy to kill Kennedy. The CIA may go so far as to admit that there were 3 gunmen shooting at Kennedy. Marchetti described this CIA plan as a classic limited hangout strategy, spy jargon for releasing some of the hidden facts in order to distract the public from bigger, more explosive information. While The Spotlight was a sketchy publication, Marchetti himself had credibility. A former Soviet military specialist for the CIA, he had risen to become a special assistant to Helms before resigning in 1969 over disagreements with agency policy. In 1973, Marchetti wrote a critique of the agency, the CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, which the agency forced his publisher, Alfred A. Knopf, to heavily censor. But Marchetti remained a CIA loyalist at heart, and he retained strong ties to the agency. In the ensuing uproar over the Spotlight article, Hunt sued for defamation of character, insisting that he had nothing to do with the Kennedy assassination, but he ultimately lost his court case. The Liberty Lobby's attorney, famed JFK researcher Mark Lane, succeeded in convincing the jury that Hunt might indeed have been in Dallas, as his own son came to believe. During the trial, Lane uncovered the surprising identities of Marchetti's sources, Jim Angleton and William Corson, a former Marine officer who had served with Dulles's son in Korea and later worked for the Spy Master. Marchetti was clearly a conduit for the deep rumblings from within Langley. His article was a fascinating window into the CIA's organizational psychology during a period of the agency's greatest distress.
Marchetti himself was troubled by the unanswered questions swirling around the Kennedy assassination. "This is a thing in my mind that is not 100% certain. There is that 2 to 3% that remains open," he said. And much of Marchetti's suspicion focused on Hunt. He might have been down there for some other reason, but who knows? Some of the evidence about Hunt that came out during the Liberty Lobby trial, added Marchetti, was just very, very strange. As the CIA prepared its limited hangout strategy on the Kennedy assassination, Hunt was not the only officer considered expendable by the agency. Bill Harvey, too, felt that he was being hung out to dry when he was subpoenaed by the Church Committee to testify about the CIA's assassination plots against foreign leaders. Word circulated in Washington that Harvey had gone rogue. Like Kurtz in Heart of Darkness, it was whispered, he had gone off the rails during his exploits in the espionage wilderness. His thinking had become unsound. Harvey was very familiar with the CIA's character assassination machinery, and he now found himself a target of it. He had never been one of the Fifth Avenue cowboys, and now they were turning on him. Long after he was gone, Harvey's family still resented the CIA High Command for how they had treated him. They threw him under the bus, in the words of his daughter Sally. Harvey's widow, C.G., was bitterly aware of the CIA class system. "Bill always had very good opportunities for travel and learning," she said, still defending her late husband against the agency prejudices. And for these people to turn up their noses and say that Bill was from nothing just because he graduated in law school at Indiana University always made me feel that they were jealous and that they really couldn't carry his briefcase when it came to intelligence. Bill gave his life to his country. All the stories that came spilling out of the agency about Harvey's wild ways, his love of guns, his fondness for birdbath-sized martinis, his eruptions of black fury at the Kennedys, they were all meant to show that he was the type who could blow his top and do anything. But Harvey's consistently glowing CIA fitness reports tell a different story. There was nothing rogue about Bill Harvey in these pages. He was portrayed as a dedicated and highly valued professional. Even after Harvey had enraged Bobby Kennedy with his Cuban antics, he continued to win enthusiastic reviews from his superiors. It is difficult to prepare a fitness report on this outstanding officer, largely because forms do not lend themselves to measuring his many unique characteristics, began Harvey's October 1962 report, which cited his professional knowledge, toughness of mind, and firmness of attitude. Harvey, the report concluded, is one of the few distinctly outstanding officers in the CIA's action arm. Likewise, after the violently inclined Harvey alarmed F. Mark Wyatt, his Rome deputy, so severely that Wyatt asked to be transferred home, Harvey's performance continued to be rated outstanding by agency officials. Harvey's March 1965 report commended his determination to accomplish his basic objectives regardless of the obstacles which he encounters. "The Rome station must be guided with a strong hand," the report continued, "which Mr. Harvey is well able to supply." Dick Helms had sent Wyatt to Rome to help keep an eye on Harvey. But when Wyatt was recalled to Langley and told Helms about the extreme methods that Harvey was employing in Rome, the CIA did nothing to discipline Harvey. Instead, it was Wyatt who found his career stalled. Harvey always vehemently denied that he was a reckless maverick. Testifying before the Church Committee, he insisted that he had never done anything that was unauthorized, freewheeling, or in any way outside the framework of my responsibilities and duties as an officer of the agency. The truly alarming thing is that Harvey was probably telling the truth. But the men who had authorized his extreme actions were quite willing for him to take the blame. Like Hunt, he was an easy target for the spy masters. Bill Harvey and Howard Hunt both prided themselves on being part of the CIA's upper tier. But that's not how these men were viewed at the top of the agency. Hunt liked to brag that he had family connections to Wild Bill Donovan himself, who had admitted him into the OSS, the original Round Table of American Intelligence. But it turned out that Hunt's father was a lobbyist in upstate New York to whom Donovan owed a favor, not a fellow Wall Street lawyer.
Everyone knew Hunt was a writer, but they also knew he was no Ian Fleming. Hunt didn't figure out how these men really saw him until it was much too late. "I thought, mistakenly, that I was dealing with honorable men," he said near the end of his life. To the Georgetown set, there would always be something low rent about men like Hunt, as well as Harvey and Morales.
The CIA was a cold hierarchy. Men like this would never be invited for lunch with Dulles at the Alibi Club or to play tennis with Dick Helms at the Chevy Chase Club. These men were indispensable until they became expendable. Hunt, Harvey, and Morales were among the expendable men sent to Dallas in November 1963. But the most expendable of all was a young ex-Marine with a perplexing past named Lee Harvey Oswald. The fingerprints of intelligence. Lee Harvey Oswald was one of those bright, lost, fatherless boys whom society finds inventive ways of abusing. He never knew his father, Robert, who died of a heart attack before he was born. His mother, Marguerite, suffered from a high-strung disposition and was ill-equipped to take care of her 3 sons. When Lee was 3 years old, his mother placed him in a New Orleans orphanage known as the Bethlehem Children's Home, where his 2 older brothers already resided. Some of the children there fell prey to predatory members of the staff, and Lee was said to have witnessed disturbing scenes at a tender age. Marguerite withdrew Lee from Bethlehem after a year, and his 2 brothers came home several months later. But life in the Oswald family continued on a turbulent course, as Marguerite married for a 3rd time and divorced, put her older sons in a Mississippi military school, and moved with Lee to Fort Worth. When Lee's older brothers fled the domestic chaos and enlisted in the military, he was left adrift with his permanently unsettled mother. In the summer of 1952, when Lee was nearly 13, Marguerite packed up the 2 of them and headed to New York, where they moved in with her oldest son, John, who was now married and living in an apartment on the Upper East Side. Life was no more stable for Lee in New York, and he often cut class, riding the subways and roaming the streets. Arrested for chronic truancy, Oswald was confined for 3 weeks in the city's youth house for psychiatric evaluation. Dr. Renatus Hartogs, a German-trained physician who was chief psychiatrist at Youth House, found the intelligent and free-floating Oswald to be such an interesting case that he made the 13-year-old the subject of one of his seminars. Hartog's psychiatric profile of Oswald, which he would reprise for the Warren Commission a decade later, created the pathological framework by which the alleged assassin would be known for many years to come. Oswald, according to Hartogs, was an emotionally disturbed, mentally constricted youngster who was suspicious and defiant in his attitude toward authority. While a probation officer had found Lee to be a small, bright, and likable boy with a reasonable explanation for his truancy, he thought school was a waste of time and the other children made fun of him because of his Texas drawl and his blue jeans. Hartog saw Oswald as a walking time bomb. The only reason he had not acted upon his hostility in an aggressive or destructive fashion was that he had not yet developed the courage. Hartogs himself was a curious case, one of those intrepid explorers of the human mind who, with government encouragement and funding, had been willing to go to the scientific fringes. His resume included a stint at Montreal's Allen Memorial Institute, where Dr. Ewan Cameron conducted his diabolical sleep room experiments. Hartogs went on to work with Dr. Sidney Mollitz of the New York State Psychiatric Institute, which received funding from the Army Chemical Corps and the CIA to conduct drug experiments on unsuspecting patients involving LSD and mescaline. Later, after Hartogs was drummed out of psychiatry by a sensational sex scandal, he turned himself into a hypnosis expert. Young Oswald had a searching mind. After the teenager was handed a pamphlet on a New York street corner about Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, the spies condemned to death for passing atomic secrets to the Russians, she was moved to learn about communism, forcing himself to read the heavy, Germanic prose of Karl Marx. Oswald dreamed of an exciting world beyond the cramped hysteria of life with Marguerite, where he could make himself into whomever he wanted to be. I Led 3 Lives was his favorite TV show, the serial based on the true story of Herbert Philbrick, the mild-mannered Boston advertising executive who had turned himself into an undercover agent for the FBI. The multi-layered secrecy of Philbrick's life resonated with the boy who yearned to escape the drab one-dimensionality of his own. But, ignored at home and left to fend for himself, Lee's dreams only made him a soft target. As the teenaged Oswald ventured into the world, he was a mooncalf waiting to be exploited.
After returning to New Orleans with his mother in 1954, the 15-year-old Oswald hooked up with the Civil Air Patrol, a group of young men interested in learning how to fly. The military auxiliary group, which was founded during World War II to help defend America's coastlines against German and Japanese attack, not only trained future pilots, it inculcated the patriotic Cold War values of the time. Among its founders was David Harold Byrd, a right-wing Texas oilman and defense contractor. Byrd also owned the Texas School Book Depository, the Dallas warehouse where Oswald would be hired in the fall of 1963 and allegedly establish a sniper's lair on the 6th floor of the building. It was just one of the many curiosities that marked the life of Lee Harvey Oswald. In New Orleans, young Oswald's life began to intersect with older men who saw how he could be of use, including characters who would later have flamboyant walk-on roles in District Attorney Jim Garrison's valiant but doomed investigation of the Kennedy assassination. David Ferry, the Eastern Airlines pilot who supervised the local Civil Air Patrol chapter, was a particularly eccentric personality. Suffering from alopecia, Ferry took to wearing an ill-fitting reddish wig and filling in his missing eyebrows with theatrical slashes of grease paint. Catholic-educated and homosexual, he led a secretive and tortured life. He liked to practice hypnosis techniques on the young cadets under his command and tried to lure them into a drug research program at Tulane University with which he was connected. A passionate anti-communist, Ferry threw himself into New Orleans' steamy anti-Castro politics. After the Bay of Pigs debacle, he denounced Kennedy with such vicious abandon during a speech to a veterans group that he was asked to step down from the podium. The president ought to be shot, Ferry began telling people. In October 1956, Oswald, barely 17 and less than a month into his 10th grade year, followed the same path as his older brothers, throwing off Marguerite's yoke of oppression, as they put it, and joining the Marines. The following year, he was sent to Atsugi, a naval airbase outside of Tokyo, which served as a takeoff point for the CIA's top-secret U-2 spy flights over the Soviet Union. The Atsugi base was also one of the CIA's LSD experimentation. A CIA memo titled Truth Drugs in Interrogation revealed the agency practice of dosing agents who were marked for dangerous overseas missions. An operative who had tripped on acid before, the memo noted, would be less likely to crack up if subjected to hallucinogenic treatments by his captors. Some chroniclers of Oswald's life have suggested that he was one of the young Marines on whom the CIA performed his acid tests. Oswald's overseas tour of duty was a troubled one. He shot himself in the arm with a derringer, apparently by accident.
He was court-martialed twice, once for the illegal possession of a firearm, the second time for pouring a drink over a sergeant in a bar brawl. He suffered a nervous breakdown. But he also continued to be defined by his intelligence and inquisitiveness. He began expressing an interest in traveling to Russia to see for himself what it was like. In short, he was the sort of boy man, unfinished, angry, defiant, and hungry to experience life, who stands out from the ranks and gets attention. At some point, Oswald's growing curiosity about the Soviet Union, the forbidding land beyond the Iron Curtain that an entire generation of Americans had been taught to fear and hate, began to receive support and guidance. Transferred to El Toro Air Station in Southern California in December 1958, he applied himself to learning Russian, a challenging language difficult to master on one's own. J. Lee Rankin, the chief counsel for the Warren Commission, would later suggest that Oswald had received training at the Army Language School in Monterey, California, which was known for giving military and intelligence personnel crash courses in a wide range of languages and dialects. Oswald was now launched on a grand adventure not entirely of his own making. He quit the Marines, claiming, falsely, that his mother was injured and required his help. On September 20, 1959, 9 days after receiving his discharge, he set off for Russia, sailing first to England, where he disembarked at Southampton on October 9, and flying to Helsinki shortly thereafter. Oswald later told his wife, Marina, that he had taken a Hapa U.S. military transport flight to get to Finland, which was the easiest point of entry to the Soviet Union. There was a magical element to Oswald's journey. Despite the fact that he was a broke ex-serviceman who had only $203 in his bank account when he left America, Oswald enjoyed the best accommodations. In Helsinki, he stayed in two of the city's finest hotels, the Torni and the Klauskirki. After checking out, he still had enough money to buy a ticket on the overnight train to Moscow. If Oswald was being moved by an unseen hand, his performance at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, where he arrived on a Saturday morning in October to theatrically announce his defection, seemed a particularly awkward piece of staging. There was a scripted quality to the way he renounced his citizenship and declared his intention to turn over military secrets to the Soviets. Listening to the slightly built young man, American Consul Richard Snyder had the distinct feeling that this was part of a scene he had rehearsed before coming into the embassy. It was a pre-planned speech. But Oswald never seemed certain of the role he was playing during his 2.5 years in the Soviet Union. He clearly was not a genuine defector, since the CIA and other U.S. intelligence agencies reacted to his provocative performance at the U.S. Embassy with a studied nonchalance, even though he threatened to hand over classified information from his tour of duty at the top-secret U-2 base. It took a full year before Angleton's counterintelligence department finally bothered opening up a standard 201 file on the defector. Oswald did not seem particularly threatening to the Soviets either. While KGB officers found him puzzling, they did not regard him as a master CIA spy. He did not snoop around secure areas, and despite his military service, the Russians learned that he was a bad shot. When Oswald went on expeditions with his factory hunting club in Minsk, he never could hit anything. A coworker took pity on him once and shot a rabbit for him. A KGB official described Oswald in one document as an empty person. He was the type who could be used as a dangle by a sophisticated puppet master like Angleton, someone to flush out moles to find out what the Soviets knew about the U-2 program. In the kabuki theater of Angleton's mind, people played parts whose significance only he understood. It was the paper record, the legend, that mattered most to Angleton. Under the covert wizard's direction, a person's file sometimes took on a life of its own, full of actions and dialogue that bore no relation to the subject's real life. To Jim Angleton, the young, pliable American playing the role of defector was a performer who had not yet reached his full potential. He was someone to watch over time. If there was a real Oswald, the picture emerged in flickering light, only to be seen by the very few people he allowed to get close to him. Nobody was in a better position to observe Lee as he went about his new life in Minsk, where Soviet authorities had given him a sparsely furnished but comfortable apartment and a job in a radio factory, than Ernst Titowatz, the medical student who would become Oswald's best friend in Russia. The two young men spent much of their free time together, pursuing women, playing records in their apartments, going to the opera, and debating the positive and negative aspects of life under capitalism and communism. Titowatz would become Oswald's Boswell, chronicling the young American's quotidian life in a revealing memoir that would be published in Russia a half-century later, but remain largely unknown in the United States. Titowatz was better educated and more culturally sophisticated than his American friend. The Russian had to explain to Oswald who George Gershwin was. But in spite of the high school dropout's education gaps, Titowatz recognized that Oswald was an innately smart young man. I had ample opportunity to observe during our debates how quick he was to grasp the essence of an abstract philosophical idea, Titowatz later wrote in his memoir. I carried away an impression of him as a very intelligent, quick-witted person. Oswald, whose childhood hardships had made him sensitive to the exploitation of the poor and weak, was drawn to Marxism's egalitarian promise, and seemed genuinely intrigued by the Soviet system. But, American to the core, he soon began to chafe under the regimentation of life in Minsk, making fun of the omnipresent Lenin posters that loomed over his radio factory, and grumbling about the compulsory exercise sessions and propaganda meetings in which workers had to participate. He once staged a one-man strike to protest what he said were the factory's outdated work practices. Work life in the United States was no paradise, Oswald acknowledged to Titowatz, and racism was a national disgrace. But all in all, American workers enjoyed a higher standard of living and more freedom, he said.
"You live like slaves," Oswald once yelled during a particularly heated discussion with his Russian friend. On the whole, Oswald did not strike Titovates as being the political extremist that he was widely portrayed to be after the Kennedy assassination. Oswald did not produce the impression of a narrow-minded political zealot, nor would he push his ideas on others. A good listener, he was ready to learn new things and kept his mind open to new ideas. Titovates sought his American companion as a work in progress, someone trying to bridge the chasm between East and West and develop his own political philosophy. As he prepared to return to America, Oswald began drafting his vision of the ideal society, one that combined the best features of capitalism and socialism, which he called the Athenian system. One biographer would later describe Oswald as a pioneer, a lonely American anti-hero a few years ahead of his time, working out his social theories thousands of miles away from home, ideas that mirrored the grassroots participatory democracy that would soon be advocated by the New Left. Nothing about the Oswald de Titovates knew conformed to the profile of the angry loner in the Warren Report. He was popular with women, and he had an easy way with children. When tense confrontations arose with other men, like the time he got into an argument with a fellow worker named Max over a shop machine, Oswald seemed to go limp. Even after Max grabbed a fistful of his shirt and shoved him against a steel pillar, Oswald simply stood quietly, contemplating his antagonist, until the man's rage spent itself. "Judging by what I learned about Oswald," concluded Titovates, who studied psychiatry in medical school, "it would have been a psychological impossibility for him to kill a man." While living in Minsk, Oswald displayed a sharp awareness of Soviet surveillance that seemed to indicate some prior training. Oswald kept his apartment in Spartan condition, as if carefully refraining from giving his living quarters any identifying characteristics. He would painstakingly examine his room for KGB bugs and play his record player loud during some conversations to frustrate any eavesdroppers. Visiting his apartment always gave Titovates a vaguely uneasy feeling. I wondered what particular feature about the room generated that uncanny feeling of loneliness mixed with an unreasonable, animal-like feeling of being constantly watched. Nice to discover a sort of creeping paranoia coming over you. As when he was a boy, Oswald continued to be interested in the make-believe world of spies. Perusing Titovates' collection of English-language books one day, he chose to borrow The Quiet American, Graham Greene's mordant tale of a U.S. agent in French colonial Vietnam who wreaks havoc through his shiny idealism. Nonetheless, Titovates doubted that Oswald was an American spy. He seemed to show no interest in intelligence gathering during his years in Russia, and there was no evidence that he was turned by the KGB. Oswald maintained his allegiance to his native country throughout his Russian period, Titovates later wrote. His loyalty was evident in small gestures he made, rather than in flashy, bombastic pronouncements. He was proud of his service with the U.S. Marines. Whenever we compared Russia with the United States, he invariably defended the American side. He would defend the American Army, American English, American girls, American food, and American ways, you name it. But if Oswald was not acting as a paid operative, he was being acted upon. By early 1961, when Oswald notified the U.S. Embassy in Moscow that he wanted to return to America, he was the subject of an enormous amount of secret paperwork in the deep recesses of the CIA, FBI, State Department, and Office of Naval Intelligence. Years later, Richard Schweikert, the Republican senator from Pennsylvania, who was one of the first legislatures to try to unravel the mystery of Lee Harvey Oswald while serving with the Church Committee, eloquently summed up the strange malleability of Oswald's life. "Everywhere you look with him," said Schweikert, "there are the fingerprints of intelligence." Oswald's re-entry into the United States was absurdly easy, considering his treasonous track record. He had tried to renounce his citizenship, he had declared his intention to betray his country by handing over some of its most zealously guarded military secrets, he had lived as if he were a Soviet citizen for well over 2 years. And to top it off, he was bringing back with him a Russian wife, Marina, who had been raised by an uncle who was a KGB officer. Titovates had taken an immediate disliking to Marina, whom he regarded as a chain-smoking, foul-mouthed woman with none of Oswald's intellectual complexity. But Oswald immediately fell under the spell of the sad-eyed beauty with sensuous lips. The girl had a strong allure about her, repellent to me, but perhaps precisely the feature that attracted Lee, observed Tidovets. Lee and Marina were introduced at a dance at the Trade Union House, one of Minsk's popular entertainment centers. Her attire caught his attention, Tidovets recalled. He immediately suspected she was KGB bait for Oswald. When he later asked around about Marina, Tidovets was told that she had been run out of Leningrad by local authorities. Taking into account her past history and her legal problems, he concluded, she certainly had given the KGB a sure hold over her. A month after he met Marina, Oswald proposed to her. It was one more curious episode in Oswald's life. And yet none of his suspicious past or that of his bride caused U.S. authorities to block his return, place him under detention, or subject him to rigorous interrogation. At the height of the Cold War, when paranoia about spies, subversives, and brainwashed GIs ran rampant throughout America, Oswald and his Soviet wife were allowed to pass smoothly into the country. The State Department even provided a $435 loan to help pay for the couple's travel expenses. When the SS Maasdam, the cruise liner from Rotterdam carrying the Oswalds and their infant daughter, docked at a Hoboken pier on the rainy afternoon of June 13, 1962, there were no federal agents awaiting the defector. The Oswalds were greeted only by a Travelers' Aid Society caseworker named Spas Reichen. Despite persistent rumors, Reichen has always vehemently denied that he was working for the CIA. But Reichen, a Bulgarian refugee who was active in anti-communist politics, was politically sophisticated enough to realize that there was something strange about Oswald's uneventful return to the United States. It was one more instance in Oswald's endlessly mystifying life when the dog did not bark. I wondered why there weren't any government officials to meet him, Reichen recalled late in his life. In my mind, there was the idea he could be a spy. I had suspicion, but I did not want to get further involved into this thing. The day after arriving in the United States, the Oswalds flew to Fort Worth, where they moved in temporarily with Lee's brother, Robert. It would take nearly 2 weeks before the FBI got around to interviewing Lee. Oswald was now entering the final act of his abbreviated life. Over the next year and a half, the young man seemed to lead an aimless existence, drifting to New Orleans, returning to Texas, taking a side trip to Mexico City, as he jumped from one job to the next before finally ending up in the Texas School Book Depository. But on closer examination, there was a method to his movements. While in Texas, Oswald and his family came under the watchful care of people who, in turn, were being closely watched. He met quietly with a prominent CIA officer in Dallas. He staged public scenes in New Orleans and Mexico City that called attention to himself as a hot-headed militant, as he had done at the embassy in Moscow. There were invisible wires attached to Oswald, and some of the more intriguing ones led to Allen Dulles. Lee Harvey Oswald was given to grand daydreams. He had big ideas about how to change the world. He wanted to be part of a larger mission than his petty circumstances allowed. But there were others who had their own plans for him. Genrikh Adulowitz did not know who he was really serving, Marina said years later. He was manipulated and he got caught. He tried to play with the big boys. George de Mohrenschilde dropped into the Oswalds' threadbare lives in Fort Worth like a beneficent fairy tale prince. Tall, well-groomed, cosmopolitan, with a network of high-placed friends that stretched from Dallas Oil Society to the European aristocracy, Baron de Mohrenschilde, as he enjoyed being called, was everything Oswald was not. He showed up one afternoon on the doorstep of the Oswalds' humble home, which he later described as a shack near Sears Roebuck, as far as I remember. Very poorly furnished, decrepit, on a dusty road. He was there, he said, on a mission of mercy. A white Russian émigré of noble birth who had done well for himself in America, lending a hand to an impoverished young couple recently arrived from his native land. De Mohrenschilde, a decadent old-world roué when it came to women, did not think much of Marina when he met her that day, finding her not particularly pretty and a lost soul. But he immediately took a liking to Oswald, whom he found charming. Over the following months, de Mohrenschilde and his equally sophisticated wife, Jeanne,
A fellow high-born Russian whose father had run the Far Eastern Railroad in China hovered over the Oswalds, finding Lee jobs, installing the family in new living quarters, making sure that Marina's rotting teeth were fixed and their baby got her immunizations, taking the young couple to parties, and intervening in their quarrels when they became violent. Later, when people remarked on how unlikely the friendship between the sophisticated baron and the high school dropout was, de Mohrenschildt simply shrugged it off. "I believe it is a privilege of an older age not to care what others think of you. I choose my friends just because they appeal to me," and Lee did. De Mohrenschildt explained that he admired his young friend's rejection of the segregationist values of his native South, as well as Oswald's complete disinterest in the rampant materialism of American life, unlike Marina, whom the Baron found crude and money-grubbing. "I am not a turkey which lives only to become fat," Oswald announced with a smile one day, lifting his shirt to show de Mohrenschildt his minimal belly. "Lee, your way of life is so un-American, it scares me to think what may become of you," the older man responded. There was another reason he was drawn to Oswald, de Mohrenschildt later said. The scrawny young man with the big ideas about life reminded him of his only son, Sergei, who had died of cystic fibrosis a year earlier. Sweeping into Oswald's life when he was still grieving the loss of Sergei, de Mohrenschildt came to think of Lee as almost a son. But there were less sentimental reasons why the Baron befriended the wayward young American. De Mohrenschildt was minding the Oswalds for the CIA. George de Mohrenschildt came from that lost world of Russian cavalry officers and Alice balls that had been vaporized by war and revolution. His father, Sergius, had been a czarist official and a director of Noble Oil, the petroleum giant that struck fortune in the abundant Baku fields. When the Bolsheviks took power, Sergius was arrested and sentenced to a Siberian work camp, but the family fled to Poland. The de Mohrenschildts lost most of their old lives in Exodus, including their land and their position, as well as George's mother, who succumbed to typhoid fever. The surviving members of the family, especially Sergius and George's older brother, Dmitri, developed a burning anti-communist rage. His father hated communism, George later said. That was his life's hatred. During World War II, as Poland became a bloodland in the fighting between Hitler's Wehrmacht and Stalin's Red Army, Sergius fled west again, to Nazi Germany, where he was welcomed as a comrade in the war to the finish with Asiatic Bolshevism. Sergius was not a devoted Nazi, but he soon acclimated himself to his new fatherland, doing work for the Abwehr, the German military intelligence agency. "George," he told his son, "the Nazis are no good, and Germany is going to lose the war, but I prefer to be in Germany than in Soviet Russia. At least I am free, and nobody is bothering me." But history finally caught up with Sergius. He was killed near the end of the war, during an Allied bombing raid. Meanwhile, Dmitri von Mohrenschildt, George's brother preferred the German version of the family name, emigrated to America, where he would prosper, one of the cultured white Russians who managed to work their way into East Coast high society. Dmitri married Winifred Betty Hooker, a divorced Park Avenue socialite, and became a prominent scholar, winning appointment in 1950 as the first chairman of Dartmouth's Russian Civilization Department, and launching the Russian Review, an anti-communist journal. Dmitri moved in those circles where millionaires, academics, and spies commingled. He and his wife counted the Bouviers, the parents of future First Lady Jackie Kennedy, as well as the dynastic Bush family among their friends. Dmitri's co-editor at the Russian Review, the conservative author William Henry Chamberlain, was a friend of Allen Dulles, with whom he worked on the Radio Liberty Committee, one of the Cold War propaganda projects launched by Dulles and his associates in the post-war period. Dmitri himself became a CIA asset in April 1950, when, according to an agency memo, he was approved as a contact for foreign intelligence purposes. Dmitri had brought his younger brother to America in 1938. George, who stayed for a time with Dmitri and his wife in their Park Avenue apartment and Long Island estate, envied their good life, but seemed uncertain how to achieve it for himself. George lacked his brother's strong political convictions, veering between Nazi and communist sympathies early in his life, and later between an aristocratic paternalism and a sentimental new leftism.
George was also missing Dimitri's professional discipline and sense of direction. After arriving in America, George tried his hand at selling sports clothes with his girlfriend at the time, and when that venture flopped, he briefly became a perfume salesman. Later, he gave the insurance business a shot, but failed to sell a single policy. Finally, George de Mohrenschildt settled on the oil business, figuring that he would follow in his father's footsteps. He eventually wound up in Texas, where he got a petroleum geology degree from the University of Texas after cheating his way through the final exams. In typical de Mohrenschildt style, he charmed his way out of trouble when he got caught, explaining with an aristocratic wink that everyone in life cheats. De Mohrenschildt, who sported the year-round tan of a yachtsman or skier, continued to rely on his good looks and old-world charm as he pursued his career in the oil business. He had a gift for forming relationships and marrying wealthy women, including an 18-year-old Palm Beach debutante, and then tapping their families for funds to launch his various oil ventures. The second of his 4 wives, Phyllis, was a little bit wild, but very attractive and adventurous, the Baron told the Warren Commission. She was in the habit of walking around the rugged oil field in the Colorado Rockies where de Mohrenschildt was working at the time, wearing only a bikini, a new fashion item in those days that the roughnecks working their drills undoubtedly found intriguing. Albert Jenner Jr., the Warren Commission's co-counsel in charge of questioning de Mohrenschildt, displayed a keen interest in his active love life. The Baron conceded that he was something of a ladies' man. "I am not a queer, you know," he testified, "although some people accuse me of that even." While he knew how to seduce women, de Mohrenschildt could also be cruel to them. Dorothy, his teenaged bride, later said that he manhandled her, once kicking her in the stomach and striking her on the head with a hammer. He also enjoyed kissing and touching other women right in front of her. "The Baron's sexual habits were abnormal," declared Dorothy as she fled the marriage. None of de Mohrenschildt's oil ventures paid off particularly well, and he would soon drift away to try one more roll of the dice with the help of another rich relative or friend. His true skill was cultivating the wealthy and well-connected. One of his first jobs in the oil business was working for Pantapec Oil, the petroleum company founded by the father of William F. Buckley Jr., the CIA-connect conservative publisher and pundit. Later, de Mohrenschildt proved adept at working his connections at the Dallas Petroleum Club, a hotbed of anti-Kennedy ferment whose leading members, including oilmen Clint Murchison Sr., H. L. Hunt, and Sid Richardson, were tied to Dulles, Lyndon Johnson, and J. Edgar Hoover. The Petroleum Club also counted D. H. Byrd, the Texas School Book Depository owner, and Mayor Earl Cabell, brother of Dulles's former CIA deputy, among its regulars.
De Mohrenschildt put Byrd's wife on the board of the charity that he had set up to fund cystic fibrosis research. It all came together at the Petroleum Club, the deals, the good works, and the darker stuff, over drinks in the club's wood-paneled rooms located downtown in the elegant Baker Hotel. The international oil business and the U.S. intelligence establishment were overlapping worlds, and de Mohrenschildt soon found himself with a foot in each one. He alluded cryptically to this early in his Warren Commission testimony when he mentioned that he was involved in a controversial business, international business. But Commission Attorney Jenner quickly steered the conversation away from these dangerous shoals. "Also, I gather that you are a pretty lively character," Jenner interjected inanely. De Mohrenschildt was indeed a colorful character, as Jenner observed more than once during the hearing. But this was a less relevant aspect of the Baron's life than his involvement with American espionage. In the late 1950s, de Mohrenschildt stopped drilling dry wells in Texas and Colorado and started spending more time overseas, as a consultant on petroleum projects in Latin America, Europe, and Africa. His work sometimes took him to Cold War hotspots such as Yugoslavia, which ejected him as a suspected spy, and Cuba. When he returned from his trips abroad, de Mohrenschildt was routinely debriefed by the CIA's Dallas field agent J. Walton Moore. The Baron always insisted that he was not a CIA agent, though his denials could sometimes be convoluted. "I cannot say that I never was a CIA agent. I cannot prove it," he wrote near the end of his life in an unpublished memoir. "I cannot prove either that I ever was. Nobody can." While it was probably true that de Mohrenschildt was not an official agent, he was most certainly an agency asset, gathering confidential information on his foreign business trips under what the CIA called commercial cover. De Mohrenschildt was not motivated by ideology or patriotism. He was not like his brother, whom he described almost bemusedly as really a ferocious anti-communist. The Baron did not believe in anything, either religious or political, said his Dallas neighbor, a fellow White Russian named Igor Voshinin. De Mohrenschildt believed only in himself. He had learned from his rootless, stateless existence to ingratiate himself with whomever had power or money. He was at your service, if he could also serve himself. He wasn't much of an oil man, but having friends in the spy world opened doors for him when doing business overseas. So it was not surprising when de Mohrenschildt showed up at the Oswald's front door that summer afternoon in the company of a man named Colonel Lawrence Orlov, a CIA informant who was a friend and frequent handball partner of J. Walton Moore, the agency's man in Dallas. De Mohrenschildt himself had also become friendly with Moore when the CIA domestic contacts agent began debriefing him after his overseas trips. The Baron thought of his CIA handler as a very nice fellow, and we got along well. Moore, the son of missionary parents, had been born and raised in China, like de Mohrenschildt's wife, Jean. So I invited him and his wife to the house, and he got along fabulously well with Jean, the Baron later recalled. I used to see Mr. Moore occasionally for lunch, a cosmopolitan character, most attractive. After the Oswalds arrived in Texas from Russia, it was Moore's turn to invite de Mohrenschildt to lunch. The CIA man had a request for his Russian-born friend. De Mohrenschildt was apparently tasked with keeping an eye on the young couple, a job he assiduously performed until the following spring, when he and his wife left on business for Haiti. Lee was enthralled to de Mohrenschildt, the big, suave man of the world, the father figure he never had. They swapped political jokes from either side of the Iron Curtain. The Baron grilled him about his life in Minsk, as if he were conducting an agency debriefing. But Lee didn't seem to mind. He glowed under the older man's attention. Oswald would do anything that de Mohrenschildt told him to do, observed the Baron's son-in-law, Gary Taylor, who lived in Dallas with de Mohrenschildt's daughter, Alexandra. Marina Oswald later agreed that de Mohrenschildt and her husband had been fairly good friends, and that the Baron was a good humanitarian who was interested in other people. But in an interview with FBI agents after the assassination, Marina added a provocative remark about the two men's relationship. Oswald was somewhat afraid of de Mohrenschildt, who was big in stature and talked loudly, she reported. Her husband clearly knew who, between the two of them, had the power. In the end, no Warren Commission witness betrayed Oswald more deeply than George de Mohrenschildt. His testimony before the commission, the lengthiest of the hearings, did more to convict Oswald in the eyes of the press and the public than anyone else. He tied Oswald to the alleged murder weapon, telling the commission about the day when an agitated Marina showed him and his wife the rifle that Lee had stashed in a closet. And most importantly, de Mohrenschildt gave the Warren Commission the motive for killing Kennedy that the panel had sorely lacked. Oswald, the Baron speculated with devastating effect, was insanely jealous of an extraordinarily successful man who was young, attractive, had a beautiful wife, had all the money in the world, and was a world figure. And poor Oswald was just the opposite. He had nothing. He had a difficult wife, had no money, was a miserable failure in everything he did. Shooting Kennedy, he concluded in one of the more memorable phrases produced by the official investigation, made Oswald a hero in his own mind. De Mohrenschildt had enough of a conscience to feel uneasy about his Judas-like performance before the commission, and as if to make amends, he offered contradictory testimony about Oswald. But what I wanted to underline, that was always amazing to me, that as far as I am concerned was an admirer of President Kennedy, he told the panel. During a conversation they had about JFK, acknowledged de Mohrenschildt, Oswald described him as an excellent president, young, full of energy, full of good ideas. Oswald's own words about Kennedy completely erased the motive that de Mohrenschildt proposed to the panel. But the Warren Commission simply glided over the glaring inconsistencies in de Mohrenschildt's testimony. It was the Baron's unfounded and irresponsible remarks about the crazy lunatic Oswald, a man supposedly driven to kill by the resentments born of his pathetic life, that stuck with the commission. De Mohrenschildt took the young man with whom he had spent hours discussing politics and offering advice about love and marriage, the man who hung on his every word, whom he thought of as a son, and threw him under the wheels of infamy. On the morning of April 22, 1964, when he appeared at the Veterans Administration Building in Washington, where the Warren Commission had set up shop, George de Mohrenschildt was not in possession of his customary smooth, self-composed demeanor. The months after the assassination had been extremely difficult ones for the Baron and his wife. He had been summoned to the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince and treated like he was a suspect in the case. His business affairs in Haiti began to suffer as rumors spread about the mysterious Russian who had been Oswald's closest confidant. It is highly unlikely that de Mohrenschildt knew in advance about how Oswald was to be used on November 22, 1963. This sort of messy business was not part of the Baron's portfolio, but he was sharp enough to quickly begin connecting the dots. De Mohrenschildt was not certain how he would come out of the Warren Commission hearings.
Would his career be ruined? Would he be put on trial? Or did he face even more dire consequences? America was not Soviet Russia, but the Baron had learned from his worldwide wanderings that power was capable of anything, no matter where it operated. De Mohrenschildt was quite anxious when he entered the hearing room that morning. His eyes fixed immediately on Alan Dulles. The spymaster did not interfere in the proceedings that day, observed de Mohrenschildt, letting Jenner handle the interrogation. But the Baron found Dulles's silent presence to be unnerving. Moore was there as a distant threat, de Mohrenschildt later wrote in his memoir, a provocative remark that he did not explain further. Was the mere presence of Dulles looming over the proceedings a reminder that de Mohrenschildt must carefully mind his words? The Baron found his entire experience as a star witness for the Warren Commission, which dragged on for 2 days, to be a grueling exercise in intimidation. As he prepared to begin his testimony, de Mohrenschildt later claimed, Jenner put him on stern notice. "We know more about your life than you yourself, so answer all my questions truthful and sincerely," Jenner warned him. Over the next 2 days, Jenner switched between chilly aggressiveness and ingratiating flattery as he worked over de Mohrenschildt. Afterward, Jeanne de Mohrenschildt followed her husband to the witness table, bringing along their 2 Manchester Terriers, Nero and Popea, for emotional support. When the de Mohrenschildt's interrogation was all over, the Baron told his wife, "It was an unpleasant experience, but in Russia we would have been sent to Siberia for life." Jenner raked over the most embarrassing details of de Mohrenschildt's private life, but he stayed resolutely clear of his espionage connections. The Baron realized just how thoroughly the Commission had penetrated his personal life when Dulles got his hands on private correspondence that de Mohrenschildt had exchanged with the First Lady's mother, Janet, following the Kennedy assassination. After divorcing Jackie's rakish father, Black Jack Bouvier, Janet had married Washington stockbroker Hugh Auchincloss, whose family fortune derived from his grandfather's Standard Oil partnership with John D. Rockefeller. De Mohrenschildt was forced by the Warren Commission to read out loud from his own letters to Janet Auchincloss, whom he had known from the time that her daughter Jackie was a girl, romping on the sands of Long Island's Gold Coast. Jenner put the Baron on the spot, asking him to explain why he had questioned Oswald's guilt in one letter he sent Jackie Kennedy's mother. "Somehow," he wrote, Mrs. Auchincloss 3 weeks after the assassination, "I still have a lingering doubt, notwithstanding all the evidence, of Oswald's guilt." Since his letter obviously undermined his own testimony about Oswald as the crazy lunatic who killed the president, de Mohrenschildt was put in the awkward position of trying to clarify his contradictory remarks. After the de Mohrenschildts concluded their Warren Commission ordeal, they were invited by Janet Auchincloss and her husband to their home on O Street in Georgetown. Relaxing with his old friend in the comfortable splendor of her home, the Baron and his wife felt confident enough to voice their true feelings about the assassination. By now, it was dawning on the couple that the Warren Commission was not interested in the real story of the president's murder. They suspected that the true purpose of the investigation was to waste the taxpayers' money and to distract attention of the American people from the involved in the assassination. Jeanne de Mohrenschildt risked upsetting the civility of the gathering by directly challenging Mrs. Auchincloss. "Why don't you, the relatives of our beloved president, you who are so wealthy, why don't you conduct a real investigation as to who was the rat who killed him?" Mrs. Auchincloss regarded Jeanne coldly. "But the rat was your friend Lee Harvey Oswald." She was in no mood to be lectured by friends of Oswald.
Upstairs in her attic, Mrs. Auchincloss was still keeping the blood-spattered pink Chanel suit that her daughter had worn in Dallas. Jackie Kennedy's mother had no doubt arrived at her conviction about Oswald's guilt with the help of her neighbor and family friend, Allen Dulles. Her husband, Hugh, who had served in Navy intelligence before pursuing his investment banking career, and Dulles were from the same world. The Auchinclosses, in fact, had more in common politically with Dulles than they did with the late president. When de Mohrenschildt had bumped into JFK's mother-in-law on a plane trip during the 1960 campaign, he was surprised to hear Mrs. Auchincloss tell him that she was a staunch Nixon supporter and that Jack did not stand a chance. It was a remarkable scene at the Auchincloss mansion that spring evening in 1964. Fresh from their cowardly performance before the Warren Commission, the de Mohrenschildts were now urging JFK's in-laws, who had never supported him politically, to show some moral courage and use their wealth to solve the crime. Despite how his wife had been rebuffed, de Mohrenschildt continued to argue the point with Mrs. Auchincloss. "Janet, you were Jack Kennedy's mother-in-law, and I am a complete stranger. But I would spend my own money and lots of time to find out who were the real assassins or the conspirators. Don't you want any further investigation? You have infinite resources." But Mrs. Auchincloss was unmoved. Jack is dead, and nothing will bring him back. Finally, as the discussion reached an emotional crescendo, the two women, Janet and Jean, fell into each other's arms and began weeping. As if the evening were not unsettling enough, at some point Dulles himself showed up. The spymaster circled in on de Mohrenschildt and began asking him pointed questions about Oswald, as if they were still in the hearing room. Did the accused assassin have any reason to hate Kennedy? The astute Dulles, as the Baron described him, knew that this was the most mixed-up part of de Mohrenschildt's testimony, and it was imperative to fix it if the commission were to succeed in portraying Oswald as a lone nut. But de Mohrenschildt again frustrated Dulles, giving him the answer Dulles did not want to hear. No, he said, Oswald did not hate Kennedy. In fact, he was an admirer of the president. At this point, Dulles would have certainly noted that, despite his accommodating performance before the Warren inquiry, George de Mohrenschildt might pose a problem further down the line. Later that evening, as the de Mohrenschildts took their leave, Janet Auchincloss took the Baron aside. "Incidentally," she said, in a voice now tinged with frost, "my daughter Jacqueline never wants to see you again because you were close to her husband's assassin." "It's her privilege," was the Baron's courtly reply. It was the beginning of another kind of exile for the rootless cosmopolite, who would find himself increasingly banished from the high society world that he depended on for contacts and contracts. It all seemed grossly unfair to the Baron. His only sin had been to believe his CIA friend Moore when Moore told him that Oswald was merely a harmless eccentric who needed some friendly supervision. De Mohrenschildt prided himself on his worldliness, but in the end he realized he had been used, just like Oswald, who, after being taken into police custody, had shouted out frantically that he was a patsy. De Mohrenschildt, too, had been set up to play a role, to incriminate Oswald, and, like Oswald, he didn't realize it until it was too late. In the last years of his life, de Mohrenschildt sought atonement for his sins, to make it right with the ghost of Lee Harvey Oswald. In his memoir, I Am a Patsy, an outpouring from the heart whose raw Russian-accented syntax de Mohrenschildt did not bother to polish, he apologized for the damage he had caused to the memory of Lee, my dear friend.
He proclaimed Oswald's innocence and took back the damning things he had told the Warren Commission. In truth, Lee was not jealous of Kennedy's wealth, he wrote, and did not envy their social positions. Of that I was sure. To him, wealth and society were big jokes, but he did not resent them. De Mohrenschildt had described Oswald to the Warren Commission as a semi-educated hillbilly, someone you can't take seriously, you just laugh at. But now he wrote of his late friend's original mind and his nonconformist thinking. Along with the Titovitz Chronicle, I Am a Patsy stands out as the most convincing portrait we have of the true Oswald. De Mohrenschildt's manuscript, which his wife gave to the House Select Committee on Assassinations after his death, remains unpublished, but is available online. Oswald comes across, in the Baron's memoir, as a budding 60s radical,
a man sensitive enough to identify with the plight of Black Americans and Native Americans in a white-dominated society, and hard-headed enough to recognize the fundamental flaws of American democracy. Under dictatorship, people are enslaved, but they know it, he told de Mohrenschildt, recalling his days in the Soviet Union. Here, the politicians constantly lie to people, and they become immune to these lies because they have the privilege of voting. But voting is rigged, and democracy here is a gigantic profusion of lies and clever brainwashing. Oswald worried about the FBI's police state surveillance tactics, and he believed that America was turning more militaristic as it increasingly interfered in the internal affairs of other countries. Someday, he predicted, there would be a coup d'etat. As de Mohrenschildt contemplated America in the mid-1970s, when he wrote his manuscript, he began to regard Oswald as a prophetic figure. By then, the United States was a country debased by war, assassination, government corruption, and constitutional subversion. My wife and I spent many an agonizing moment thinking of Lee, ashamed that we did not stand up more decisively in his defense, he wrote. But who would have listened to us at the time, and would have published anything true and favorable him? De Mohrenschildt's life took on a frantic quality near the end, as he began working on his memoir and trying to make sense of his entangled relationship with Oswald. In September 1976, he mailed a distraught handwritten letter to his old family friend George Bush, who was then serving as CIA director in the Gerald Ford administration. De Mohrenschildt knew Bush from his prep school days at Phillips Academy, when Bush was the roommate of Dmitri von Mohrenschildt's stepson. Now the Baron was appealing to the CIA director's sense of family and class loyalty to help him. De Mohrenschildt claimed that he and his wife were the targets of some sort of harassment. Our phone bugged, and we are being followed everywhere. We are being driven to insanity by the situation. De Mohrenschildt thought the surveillance campaign began after he suffered the death of a second child from cystic fibrosis. His daughter Nadia, a traumatic event that had made him start behaving very foolishly and delving into his painful past. He began to write, stupidly and unsuccessfully, about Lee H. Oswald, de Mohrenschildt told Bush, and must have angered a lot of people I do not know. But to punish an elderly man like myself and my highly nervous and sick wife is really too much. The Baron ended with a forlorn plea, for old time's sake. Could you do something to remove the net around us? This will be my last request for help, and I will not annoy you any more. Bush sent back a sympathetic reply, assuring de Mohrenschildt that he was not the target of federal authorities, and blaming his troubles on renewed media interest in the Kennedy assassination and overly inquisitive journalists. By the following March, the 65-year-old de Mohrenschildt was separated from his wife, struggling with depression, and living with family friends in a wooden bungalow tucked between the more luxurious mansions that stretched south of Palm Beach. His testimony was once again in demand, this time from the House Select Committee on Assassinations, whose investigators were showing a keener interest in the truth than the Warren panel had. On the morning of March 29, 1977, committee investigator Gayton Fonzie rolled up outside the dark shingled beach house, and when told that de Mohrenschildt was not at home, the congressional staffer left his card with the Baron's daughter, Alexandra. Early that evening, after returning to his Miami motel room, Fonzie got a call from Bill O'Reilly, who was working in those days as a Dallas TV reporter. O'Reilly had some stunning news. George de Mohrenschildt had been found dead at home, his head blown apart by the blast from a 20-gauge shotgun. Fonzie's card was found in the dead man's pocket. In his 2012 book, Killing Kennedy, O'Reilly exaggerated his personal involvement in the drama, placing himself on de Mohrenschildt's doorstep as the shotgun blast rang out. As subsequent news reports pointed out, O'Reilly was actually in Dallas at the time. The Palm Beach County coroner ruled de Mohrenschildt's death a suicide, but his violent demise incited heated public speculation for a time. His death came amid a flurry of other sudden exits during that season of renewed congressional inquiry into the Kennedy case. Witnesses succumbed to heart attacks and suicides or were dispatched in more dramatic ways, as in the case of Mafia CIA go between Johnny Rosselli, who was garroted, chopped up, stuffed into an oil drum, and dumped in Biscayne Bay. Some investigators felt the rising mortality rate of Kennedy witnesses was connected to the creeping dread in Washington that justice was finally to be done. Was de Mohrenschildt murdered before he could begin talking to the House Assassinations Committee? Or did he take his own life in atonement for what he had done with it? Either way, he was one more victim of the past. If a legend was being woven around Lee Harvey Oswald, there was nobody who did more to move Oswald's story along during his days in Dallas, besides George de Mohrenschildt, than a young housewife named Ruth Paine. It was Ruth Paine who took in Marina and her young children as the Oswald's marriage started coming apart. It was she who most closely observed the intimate details of Lee's life. Oswald would plant clues for Ruth, like the draft of a puzzling letter to the Soviet embassy in Washington that he left on her typing desk, that made her suspect he was some sort of spy. Did he do this sort of thing on purpose, she later wondered? Was it part of the profile he was supposed to leave behind? Ruth was the curious type, you could say even a busybody, the sort of woman who felt she could set the world straight, and it was her obligation to do so. After her husband, Michael, took an engineering job at Bell Helicopter in Fort Worth, Ruth found herself marooned in Texas, a lonely, liberal arts-educated Quaker from up north who was stuck in a cowboy culture. Her isolation only grew when she and Michael began drifting apart, and he moved out of the family house into his own apartment in September 1962. So, when a friend invited her to a party at his house the following February, Ruth eagerly agreed to come. Among the other guests who would be there, she was told, was a young couple recently arrived from Russia. Ruth had taken up Russian several years before, and here was an opportunity to polish her skills with people more fluent than she. It was the de Mohrenschildts who brought the Oswalds to the party and who introduced them to Ruth. Later, JFK conspiracy researchers made much of this, suggesting that it was not just an introduction, but a handoff, as the de Mohrenschildts prepared to leave Dallas for Haiti. But if Ruth Paine was assuming de Mohrenschildt's role as Oswald's monitor, she was not doing so as a witting agent.
Paine would later tell the Warren Commission that she had never met Baron de Mohrenschildt before and had not seen him since that fateful evening. Ruth's motives for getting tangled up in Lee and Marina's messy lives had nothing to do with Cold War stratagems. Her reasons were far more human than that. While she found Lee somewhat tedious and full of himself, she was immediately taken by Marina. In spite of my faulty Russian, I found Marina easy to talk to and very personable, she later recalled. Ruth got Marina's address and wrote her soon after, asking if she could come visit her sometime. It was the beginning of a friendship that would change both women's lives forever. Decades later, Paine collaborated with author Thomas Mallon on a best-selling book intended to prove that there was nothing conspiratorial about the events in Dallas, only a kind of terrible serendipity. A generous young mother takes in the family of the future assassin of President Kennedy, and her life is never the same. End of story. Except that it wasn't. Ruth's story was far more interesting than that. Paine is a woman of stubborn conviction, even in quiet retirement at a pleasant Quaker-run home in Northern California. She continues to dismiss all evidence of a conspiracy in Dallas as nonsense, and, in contrast to de Mohrenschildt's late-life conversions, she still insists on Oswald's guilt as the sole assassin. She still wears the same sensible, bobbed haircut that she sported as a Dallas housewife, though now it's snowy white. And, despite her advanced age, she holds herself erect, with the fierce determination of a woman who refuses to bend to time or to new information about her storied past. During a recent visit to her home, some 50 years after the assassination, there was only a fleeting moment when Ruth acknowledged that Oswald might have been a pawn in a historical drama much larger than himself. When her visitor suggested that dreamy-eyed adventurers like Oswald can become easy prey for those with cynical intentions, she quickly nodded. "My parents had a name for that, shut-eyed liberals," she said. It's a term that applies equally to Ruth Paine. In April 1963, she was 30 years old and, like Marina, the mother of 2 small children and estranged from her husband, when she invited the Russian woman and her little girls to move into her modest 2-bedroomed clapboard house in Irving, outside of Dallas. Paine was filled with the generosity of her faith when she took in Marina. She would grow to love Marina, she said later, as if she were a sister. To some, it seemed that Ruth was also romantically infatuated with her exotic houseguest. But despite Ruth's best intentions, she helped lay waste to the Oswalds' lives. In the end, Marina would wish she had never met her rescuer. Ruth Paine has always scoffed at the idea that she played an intelligence role in the Oswald story. A visitor asked her point blank if she had any contact with the CIA. "Not that I'm aware of," she laughed. This is true as far as it goes. Ruth and her husband, Michael, were not the cloak and dagger type. They were too starry-eyed and idealistic for that. But they were the sort of people who would come to the attention of security agencies. In fact, Alan Dulles himself knew all about the unusual family backgrounds of the Paines. Ruth Paine's parents, William and Carol Hyde, who met as Stanford University students in the 1920s, were dedicated foot soldiers in Norman Thomas's Socialist Party crusade. Ruth remembered passing out Norman Thomas presidential campaign buttons at the Socialist Party convention in Washington, D.C. in 1940, when she was just 8 years old. Her parents were also active members of the cooperative movement, and William went to work as an executive for Nationwide Insurance, a company that originated as a co-op. The Hydes' involvement in the Socialist Party and co-op movement brought them into bare-knuckled conflicts with the Communist Party, which was in the habit of trying to muscle in on left-wing enterprises that had energy and promise. The CIA, which took a strong interest in the anti-communist left, eventually took an interest in Ruth's father. According to a CIA document, Hyde was considered for a covert use in Vietnam in 1957, but for unexplained reasons, the agency decided not to utilize him. Hyde did work for a year in Peru, setting up co-op credit unions for the U.S. Agency for International Development, AID, an organization whose work was often entwined with that of the CIA. Government documents suggest that Ruth's sister, Sylvia, later went to work for the CIA, and Sylvia's husband, John Hoke, was employed by AID. In short, the young Dallas housewife who took the Oswald family into her care was not simply a Quaker good-doer, but a woman with a politically complex family history. She grew up in that strongly anti-communist wing of the American left that overlapped with the espionage world. Ruth Paine was not an operative herself, but there was a constellation of dark stars hovering all around her, even if she chose not to pay attention. But it was the family background of Ruth's husband, Michael, that most directly overlapped with Alan Dulles's world. Mary Bancroft, Dulles's mistress, was one of the oldest friends of Michael Paine's mother, also named Ruth. Michael's parents, George Lyman Paine Jr. and Ruth Forbes Paine, were the kind of odd ducks that Mary liked collecting. Quirky offspring of prominent New England heritage with minds as restless as hers. Lyman was an architect and a gentleman Trotskyite whose political activities earned him a place on the FBI's watch list. Ruth Forbes Paine hailed from a Boston blue blood family that had made its fortune from the China tea and opium trade and counted Ralph Waldo Emerson among its progenitors. She would give herself over to the pursuit of world peace and the exploration of human consciousness. In the 1920s, Mary was a regular at the salons presided over by Lyman and Ruth in their spacious studio apartment on the Upper East Side, gatherings that drew a colorful menagerie, including artists, trust fund revolutionaries, truth seekers, and other devotees of the esoteric. Ruth Forbes Paine came from such established Yankee wealth that her family owned its own island, Noshawn Island, off Cape Cod. After she and Lyman divorced, Ruth would take her sons, Michael and Cameron, to summer on the island. The Forbes family often extended invitations to their circle of friends to join them in the cottages on their private paradise. Among those invited to Noshawn Island by Ruth Forbes Paine were Mary Bancroft and Alan Dulles. As the Warren Commission went about its business, Mary wrote Dulles chatty letters about the Forbes and Paine families and their horrified reaction to the events in Dallas, as if she were back in wartime Switzerland and still filing espionage reports. Bancroft reminded Dulles that she had known Michael Paine's mother extremely well for over 40 years and had spent summers with her on Noshawn Island. She enumerated the family's many lovable oddities and their sense of grand entitlement. "I was always fascinated by those proper Boston homes and by the Forbes family at Noshawn, where I spent a lot of time," wrote Mary in a March 1964 letter to Dulles. "In those homes, anyone could say absolutely anything. Everything was accepted and examined. One met labor leaders, pacifists, Negroes, everything but Catholics.
Lyman Payne, Ruth's first husband and Michael Payne's father, came from a similar background, authentic, proper Bostonians, the kind of people who still believe today that the U.S. is their invention on lease to all the rest of us. In another letter to Dulles, Mary summed up the privileged and politically eccentric world of the Paynes by making a devastating comparison, one that had certainly already occurred to Dulles.
I would only like to point out that this is the same kind of background that one runs into with both Noel Field and Alger Hist, this Quaker early American family thing. Dulles knew this type well. He had a history of putting such people to good use. They were the blissful do-gooders who later wondered how they had stumbled into history's grinder. It was another striking coincidence in the endlessly enigmatic Oswald story. The housewife who took the Oswalds under her wing had married into a family whose foibles and weaknesses were well known to Dulles and his mistress. Ruth Payne was aware of her mother-in-law's connection to Bancroft and Dulles. Her mother-in-law, in fact, had told her that she invited the couple to enjoy a getaway on the... I would only like to point out that this is the same kind of background that one runs into with both Noel Field and Alger Hist, this Quaker early American family thing. Dulles knew this type well. He had a history of putting such people to good use. They were the blissful do-gooders who later wondered how they had stumbled into history's grinder. It was another striking coincidence in the endlessly enigmatic Oswald story. The housewife who took the Oswalds under her wing had married into a family whose foibles and weaknesses were well known to Dulles and his mistress. Ruth Payne was aware of her mother-in-law's connection to Bancroft and Dulles. Her mother-in-law, in fact, had told her that she invited the couple to enjoy a getaway on the family island. But with typical obstinacy, Ruth refused to see any particular significance in this Dulles link to her family. Dulles himself acknowledged the flat-out weirdness of these curious facts and, in his own characteristic fashion, simply laughed it off. The conspiracy-minded would have a field day, he chuckled, if they knew that he had visited Dallas 3 weeks before the assassination and that he had a personal connection to the woman whom he identified as Marina Oswald's landlady. But Ruth Payne was more than that. She was also the woman who, the month before JFK's arrival in Dallas, informed Lee about the job opening in the Texas School Book Depository, the warehouse building that loomed over the final stretch of President Kennedy's motorcade route. Ruth had been told about the warehouse job by a neighbor. The building was owned by yet another intriguing character in the Oswald drama, right-wing Texas millionaire David Harold Byrd. D.H. Byrd received scant attention after the Kennedy assassination, despite his building's role in the crime. The Warren Commission never questioned him, and reporters did not profile him, even after the millionaire took the odd step of removing the 8-pane window from which Oswald allegedly fired his shots at Kennedy's limousine and hanging it in his Dallas mansion. Byrd said he feared that souvenir hunters might steal Oswald's so-called sniper's perch from the book warehouse, but he displayed the infamous window in his own home like a trophy. Byrd's name was woven through the turbulent politics of the Kennedy era. He was a crony of Lyndon Johnson and a cousin of Senator Harry Byrd of Virginia, a white supremacist and a leader of the rising conservative movement. He also belonged to the Suite 8F Group, an association of right-wing Texas tycoons that took its name from the Lamar Hotel room in Houston where they held their meetings. The group included George Brown and Herman Brown of Brown Root, a construction giant built on government contracts, and other military industrialists and oil moguls who had financed the rise of LBJ. The owner of the Texas Book Depository was closely associated with a number of passionate Kennedy adversaries, including Curtis LeRae, the Air Force chief whose relentless quest for a nuclear showdown with the Soviet Union caused the president to question the general's sanity. LeMay bestowed a glowing Air Force commendation on Byrd in May 1963 for his role in founding the Civil Air Patrol, the military auxiliary group that counted a teenaged Oswald among its cadets. Did Byrd and his associates in the national security field use Ruth Payne to maneuver Oswald into the Texas Book Depository by passing word of the job opening to her through her neighbor? Always looking for ways to help the distressed couple in her care, Ruth quickly tipped off Lee about the job. The earnest Quaker might have played a pivotal role in unknowingly sealing his fate. But one way or the other, Oswald seemed doomed to end up in the building and to meet his date with infamy.
By October 1963, when he went to work in the building, there were too many unseen forces at work on the young man, who turned 24 that month, for him to call his life his own. In the months leading up to the Kennedy assassination, Oswald was moved here and there with the calculation of a master chess player. In April, he returned to his hometown, New Orleans, with Marina and the girls, where he called attention to himself by jumping into the combustible world of Cuban politics. He reached out to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, the leading pro-Castro group in the United States, which was the target of such heavy FBI and CIA pressure that its two founders later succumbed and offered their services as government informers. At the same time he was dallying with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, Oswald also made contact with the Directorio Revolucionario Estudiantil, a group of young, militant anti-Castro Cuban exiles overseen by the CIA's point man on Cuba, David Phillips. Playing both sides of the Cuba fence, Oswald began passing out fair play leaflets in the streets while working out of the same building where Guy Bannister, a former FBI agent who was involved in anti-communist operations, maintained his office. Oswald's double-dealing was bound to lead to a blow-up, and in August it did, when he was angrily confronted by DRE activists while passing out his pro-Castro flyers. A New Orleans police lieutenant who later investigated the tussle reported that Oswald seemed to have staged the whole thing to create an incident, but when the incident occurred, he remained absolutely peaceful and gentle. The New Orleans fracas recalled Oswald's theatrics in the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, where he had announced his defection. In early September, Oswald popped up again in Dallas, where he and his family would move back later that month. This Oswald sighting is an extremely suggestive one, since he was spotted in the company of none other than David Atlee Phillips, one of the more glaring indications that the ex-Marine was the focus of an intelligence operation. Oswald and Phillips were observed talking together in the lobby of a downtown Dallas office building by Antonio Veciana, a prominent Cuban exile leader whose violent group, Alpha 66, had come close to killing Castro with a bazooka attack. Veciana, who arrived at the Dallas building for his own meeting with Phillips, his CIA supervisor, would later recognize the slight, pale man he had seen with Phillips that afternoon when Oswald's face was splashed across front pages and TV screens. Phillips had trained him well, Veciana later said. He taught me how to remember faces, how to remember characteristics. I am sure it was Oswald. Veciana told his story to House Assassinations Committee investigator Gaetan Fonzi in the late 1970s and later repeated it to journalists. But even when the aging exile leader climbed on stage at a Washington conference of JFK assassination researchers in September 2014, the mainstream press still did nothing to spotlight it. I was trained by the CIA, as was Oswald, said Veciana, who was the accounting manager for a Havana bank before he joined the anti-Castro movement. Oswald and Fidel Castro were ideal scapegoats for the murder of the president. It really was a coup d'etat. In late September, Oswald took a bus trip to Mexico City and again made a spectacle of himself while trying in vain to obtain travel visas for Cuba at the Cuban and Soviet embassies. While Oswald visited Mexico City, someone impersonating him made phone calls to the Cuban and Soviet embassies, calls that were intercepted on CIA surveillance tapes. The agency later claimed that these tapes were routinely destroyed. But J. Edgar Hoover himself listens to them immediately after the assassination, and the FBI chief informed Lyndon Johnson, the new president, that the voice on the tapes was not Oswald's. Both men knew the stunning significance of this audio fakery by the CIA. It showed that Kennedy's alleged killer was somehow entangled in espionage business. He was not simply a deranged loner.
In the final weeks of his life, Oswald was the subject of particularly intense CIA coverage. Much of this scrutiny emanated from the offices of Jim Angleton and David Phillips. After sifting through declassified government documents from this period, John Newman, a University of Maryland history professor and former U.S. military intelligence officer, concluded that the agency had demonstrated a keen operational interest in Oswald. Newman's skilled decryption of the intelligent design behind Oswald's activities, which he first outlined in his 1995 book, Oswald and the CIA, was a historical breakthrough in understanding the alleged assassin's mysterious life. Oswald was ostensibly being closely tracked by the CIA, as well as by the FBI, because he was a recent defector and a self-proclaimed revolutionary. But, as President Kennedy prepared to visit Dallas, something curious occurred within this surveillance labyrinth.
On October 9, Oswald was suddenly removed from the FBI flash list, the Bureau's index of suspicious individuals to be kept under close watch. FBI officials took this surprising step despite Oswald's suspicious behavior in Mexico City. The day after the FBI took Oswald off its watch list, the CIA also downgraded him as a security risk. On October 10, 4 senior counterintelligence officials who reported to Angleton and Helms signed off on a curious cable to the CIA station chief in Mexico City, assuring him there was no reason to be concerned about Oswald because his stay in the Soviet Union had a maturing effect on him. These signals about Oswald circulating in the intelligence community had a fateful effect. By being downplayed as a security risk, Oswald became an unchecked pawn, free to be moved wherever he was useful. Appearing before the Warren Commission, Ruth and Michael Payne seemed confused and tentative when it came to assigning guilt to Oswald. They both agreed that while he was a man of headstrong convictions, he did not impress them as a dangerous sort, and, like George de Mohrenschildt, they said Oswald rather liked Kennedy. "I had never thought of him as a violent man," Ruth testified. "He had never said anything against President Kennedy. There was nothing that I had seen about him that indicated a man with that kind of grudge or hostility." Michaela, a lean man with sensitive eyes and a soft, watery demeanor, seemed particularly at sea when he tried to make sense of Oswald. When Dulles asked him if he was convinced that Oswald was the assassin, Michael launched upon a rambling, only somewhat coherent reply, winding up with this less than decisive conclusion. "I never did discover, and it didn't quite make sense, but for the most part, I accept it, the common view that he did it." In truth, Michael never knew Oswald very well. They only talked at length on about 4 occasions, he told the Warren Commission. They would run into each other some weekends when they visited their wives and kids at the Payne family house in Irving. One evening, Michael took Oswald to a meeting of the local chapter of the ACLU, which the Paynes belonged to. Afterward, Lee told Michael that he could never join a civil libertarian group like that because it wasn't sufficiently militant. Neither of the Paynes was fond of Oswald. To Ruth, he was an opaque, self-involved, and ill-tempered man who could be cruel to Marina. He was just part of the equation that she had to put up with in order to have Marina in her life. "I would have been happy had he never come out, indeed happier had he not come out on the weekends," she would testify. Michael and Lee seemed to have more in common, 2 men who had grown up, for the most part, without fathers, and were now struggling to hold on to their own families. There was something lost about both young men, a searching quality that left them too open to new experience. But they never really hit it off with each other. Lee was too dogmatic for Michael, too set in his Marxist ways. He reminded him of his distant Trotskyite father, too wrapped up in his adamant political theories to connect with other people. Apart from providing a few suspicious circumstantial details, this was the Paynes' main contribution to establishing Oswald's guilt. Guided primarily by Warren Commission lawyers Albert Jenner and Wesley Liebeler, as well as by Dulles, the couple painted a portrait of Oswald as a grim subversive. But the Paynes also confirmed Oswald's guilt by just being themselves. Here were 2 left-wing oddballs, their appearance before the panel seemed to signify, a man and woman with peculiar and vaguely seditious family pedigrees. They were just the type whom you would expect to unwittingly harbor a dangerous man like Oswald. In their immaculate innocence, the Paynes played right into the hands of those who were manipulating Oswald. The Paynes reunited for a time after the assassination, but later divorced. In old age, they now live in the same Quaker retirement compound north of San Francisco, connected by the bonds of time. Not long ago, Michael sat down for an interview at the nearby commune where their middle-aged son, Christopher, and 24 or so others live, a ramshackle collection of cottages in a green gulch near the Russian River that Ruth calls a latter-day hippie ranch. Sitting on a lumpy couch in one of the cottages, the retired engineer came across as boyishly charming and given to whimsical ideas, an innocent, as Ruth described him. While serving with the Army in the Korean War, Michael mentioned at one point during the afternoon, "I thought of going over to the other side and saying to the Chinese, 'We don't have to fight like this.' But I thought I'd be blown up if I did. I also thought it would be unlikely I could find someone I could talk to, and they'd put me in a concentration camp. I prefer democracy, but I thought communism for China was an appropriate thing. They needed to all go in the same direction."
This is the sort of idiosyncratic thinking that might well have made Michael Payne stand out to someone like Dulles. The Paynes seemed to grow more convinced of Oswald's guilt over time. But nowadays, Michael is not as cocksure as Ruth. As he talked about those ancient catastrophic days, he seemed bewildered, like someone trying to explain a collision he had survived long ago. He still wavered back and forth, just as he did with the Warren Commission. Oswald wanted to overthrow something, the enemies, capitalists, the oppressors. He wanted action, and you had to be tough, brutal. But then again, he liked Kennedy. Oh, he did. He said, JFK is my favorite president. Michael Payne still does not know what to think. But perhaps, like the rest of the country, he has found a kind of comfort in his confusion. As November 22, 1963 dawned, the day John F. Kennedy would die, Allen Dulles was away from Washington, as he typically was at the outset of major operations. In September and October, Dulles had maintained the busy schedule of a man still in the thick of clandestine affairs, meeting with key officials from the CIA's covert action side, such as Desmond Fitzgerald, who, along with David Phillips, oversaw the violent intrigue swirling around Cuba, Angleton and his deputy, Cord Meyer, and a top Helms aide, Thomas Karamessinas. All of these men would later be connected by investigators, in one way or another, to the Kennedy assassination. But as Friday, November 22 drew near, Dulles spent much of his time away from his Georgetown home base. His book tour for the craft of intelligence provided the spy master with a good excuse to get away from home. In the days leading up to the assassination, he made bookstore and media appearances in Boston and New York. Early on the morning of November 22, Dulles caught a Piedmont Airlines flight back to Washington, landing at National Airport around 8:30 a.m. He was then driven to a hotel in Williamsburg, Virginia, where he addressed a Brookings Institution breakfast meeting.
After receiving the news from Dallas around 1:30 that afternoon, Dulles took a car back to Washington with John Warner, a CIA attorney. But according to Dulles's datebook, he did not spend the evening at home in Washington. He headed back to the Northern Virginia countryside, where he would spend the entire weekend at a top-secret CIA facility known officially as Camp Perry, but within the agency as the Farm. At the time of the Kennedy assassination, Dulles had no formal role in government. As far as the public knew, he was a figure of the legendary past, a graying gentleman who supplemented his civil service pension by recycling colorful espionage tales of yesteryear and by delivering sobering Cold War speeches. But the Farm was not a club for CIA retirees. It was a bustling clandestine center that Dulles himself had inaugurated soon after taking over as CIA chief, and it served a variety of tightly guarded functions. Before the CIA took over Camp Perry, a sprawling compound in the densely wooded tidelands near Williamsburg, it was used as a Navy Seabees base and then as a stockade for captured German sailors. Dulles turned it into a spy training base for recruits who were headed overseas. According to former CIA agents Philip Auger and Victor Marchetti, among the well-trained professionals turned out by the Farm were skilled assassins. The facility was also what would later be termed a black site, a secure location where enemy captives and suspicious defectors were subjected to extreme interrogation methods. As CIA director, Dulles had built himself a comfortable home at the Farm. Years later, consultants like Chalmers Johnson, an Asian affairs expert who became a scorching critic of U.S. empire, would be housed there during agency conferences. Johnson recalled the retired spy master's well-stocked library, which, as late as 1967, still contained the latest CIA reports, intelligence estimates, and classified journals. The Farm was basically an alternative CIA headquarters, from where Dulles could direct ops, said former congressional investigator Dan Hardway. This is the CIA command post where the retired Dulles situated himself from Friday, November 22nd through Sunday, November 24th, a highly eventful weekend during which Oswald was arrested and questioned by Dallas police. Kennedy's body was flown back to Washington and subjected to an autopsy riddled with irregularities, and Oswald was gunned down in the basement of the Dallas police station by a shady nightclub owner. A year after the assassination, Dulles was interviewed by an old CIA colleague, Tom Braden, for the Oral History Project at the JFK Library in Boston. Braden asked Dulles what he had thought of Kennedy as a man. Dulles put on his mask of mourning and sympathy, as he could do in an instant. "Oh, I rated him high.
I shall never forget when I first heard the news of the Dallas tragedy. I felt that here is a man who hadn't had the chance, really, to show his full capabilities, that he was just reaching a point where his grasp of all the intricacies of the presidency were such that now he could move forward. While serving on the Warren Commission, Dulles told Braden he had the opportunity to examine the assassination in exquisite detail. He talked about the events of that day as if he were inspecting the inner mechanism of a fine watch. He seemed in awe of the intricate meshing of synchronicities that had to occur in order for Kennedy to die that day. His description made it sound like the operation of a lifetime. If the employees of the book depository had eaten their lunch in a little different place, said Dulles, if somebody had been at one place where he might easily have been instead of another at one particular time, the ifs just stand out all over it. And if any one of these ifs had been changed, it might have been prevented. It was so tantalizing to go over that record, as we did, trying to find out every fact connected with the assassination, and then to say if any one of the chess pieces that were entered into the game had been moved differently at any one time, the whole thing might have been different. For the good of the country. In his calendar for October 2, 1963, Dulles penciled in an interesting appointment. Dillon, he wrote, by which he meant C. Douglas Dillon, the Treasury Secretary and former Wall Street financier. After Dillon's name, Dulles scrawled bank reps. There was no further explanation for the scheduled appointment. But the proximity of the meeting to the Kennedy assassination raises compelling questions, particularly since Dillon, as Treasury Chief, was in charge of President Kennedy's Secret Service protection. And the banking industry was locked in a long-running battle with the president over his economic policies. When it came to undertaking secret missions, Allen Dulles was a bold and decisive actor. But he acted only after he felt that a consensus had been reached within his influential network. One of the principal arenas where this consensus took shape was the Council on Foreign Relations. The Dulles brothers and their Wall Street circle had dominated this private bastion for shaping public policy ever since the 1920s. Over the years, CFR meetings, study groups, and publications provided forums in which the organization's leading members, including Wall Street bankers and lawyers, prominent politicians, media executives, and academic dignitaries, hammered out major U.S. policy directions, including the decision to drop atomic bombs on Japan and the Cold War strategy of containment aimed at the Soviet Union. The CIA-engineered coup that overthrew Guatemala's democratic government was put in motion by Dulles after a CFR study group urged tough action against Arbanez's left-wing administration. If CFR was the power elite's brain, the CIA was its black-gloved fist. As the global reach of American industry and finance grew during the post-war era, so did the U.S. national security complex. America's vast system of military and covert power was aimed not just at checking the Soviet threat, but at protecting U.S. corporate interests abroad. Behind the rapid international growth of multinational giants like Chase Manhattan, Coca-Cola, Standard Oil, and GM lay a global network of U.S. military bases, spy stations, and alliances with despotic regimes. The twin exigencies of the Cold War and U.S. empire gave the national security establishment unprecedented free rein to operate. The CIA was empowered not only to engage in the deadly spy versus spy antics against the KGB that became the stuff of Cold War legend, but to subvert democratic governments that were deemed insufficiently pro-American and to terminate these governments' elected leaders. Dedicated to the dark necessities of expanding American power, this security complex began to take on a hidden life of its own, untethered from the checks and balances of democracy. Sometimes CIA officials kept the White House and Congress informed, often they did not. When John Chancellor of NBC News asked Dulles if the CIA made its own policy, the spymaster insisted that during his tenure he had regularly briefed congressional committees about the agency's budget and operations. But, he added, Congress generally preferred to remain blissfully ignorant of the distasteful things done in the government's name. When I appeared before them, said Dulles, again and again I've been stopped by members of the Congress who said, "We don't want to hear about that. We might talk in our sleep. Don't tell us this." This head-in-the-sand attitude gave men like Dulles enormous leverage to take drastic action when they felt so inclined. But Dulles was not some out-of-control freebooter within the system of American power. Though his actions often revealed the knife-cold psyche of a murderer, in many ways he remained a sober-minded corporate lawyer.
When he took extreme action or executive action in the CIA's euphemistic parlance for political murder, he did so with the confidence that he was implementing the will of his circle, not the will of the people, but of his people. Doug Dillon was the kind of affluent Washington power player Allen Dulles listened to. Over the years, the Dulles brothers and Dillon grew quite close. It was in Dillon's comfortable Florida retreat at Hobe Sound where the dying Foster spent some of his final days. And Allen was invited to enjoy himself at the palatial chateau overlooking the legendary vineyards that the Dillon family owned in southern France. The week he once spent at the Dillon's chateau, Haut-Briand, renewing my acquaintance with my favorite wines from the Bordeaux country, was among the most delightful memories of his life, Dulles later wrote Dillon's wife. When it came to taking executive action, Dulles might have been chairman of the board, but he answered to a group of men with far more wealth and, in some ways, more power than he had, men like Doug Dillon. Dulles controlled the country's secret machinery of violence throughout much of the Cold War. But the spy chief's power came from the fact that, even after his departure from the CIA, his wealthy sponsors continued to invest him with it. In retirement, Dulles was still asked to take prestigious positions with the Princeton Board of Trustees, the Council on Foreign Relations, and various defense advisory and blue ribbon committees. Dulles was invited to play leadership roles in these organizations because the men who funded them knew that he shared their aggressive views about maintaining America's wealth and prestige in the world. The men who sat on Dulles' board of directors, as it were, the men with whom he discussed major decisions, exchanged correspondence, and shared sunny getaways, occupied the very center of American power. Threats to these men's wealth and stature brought out their lethal impulses. This is when they turned to Dulles, the gentlemanly enforcer with the ice-blue eyes. Nobody occupied a more central position in the Dulles brothers' power circle than the Rockefeller brothers. Nelson and David were the most public of the 5 grandsons of John D. Rockefeller, the founder of the Standard Oil behemoth, an unprecedented empire of wealth that would grow to include global banks, mining companies, sprawling ranches, and even supermarkets. The glad-handing, irrepressible Nelson would become the cheery face of centrist Republican politics in mid-century America, working as an advisor to President Eisenhower on Cold War strategy, and later becoming a popular governor of New York and perennial factor in Republican presidential equations. His less gregarious and more analytical younger brother, David, would rise to become chief executive of the family's bank, Chase Manhattan, as well as a leading spokesman for international finance. Less well known, both brothers were militant advocates of U.S. imperial interests, particularly in Latin America, where the Rockefeller family had extensive holdings. And they both had backgrounds in U.S. intelligence. During World War II, Nelson did not follow other sons of East Coast high society into the OSS. Instead, the elder Rockefeller brother, who had a strained relationship with top spy Wild Bill Donovan, ran his own private intelligence network in Latin America, as FDR's south-of-the-border point man. Nelson resumed his espionage duties under President Eisenhower, who put him in charge of a special advisory group that oversaw the CIA. In the press, Rockefeller was described as Ike's Cold War general, a title that probably said more about the sway that the Rockefeller name had with the media than about Nelson's actual clout within the administration. Meanwhile, David Rockefeller served with a special army intelligence unit in Algeria during World War II, where he was assigned to spy not on Nazis, but on the country's nascent anti-colonial movement. After being transferred to Paris, he was asked to snoop on the Communist Party elements that had played a key role in the French resistance and were emerging as a strong political force in post-war France. Rockefeller also set up a spy ring inside the provisional government of General de Gaulle, and soon came to dislike the arrogance, inflexibility, and single-mindedness of the French war hero. The Dulleses identified the Rockefeller brothers, who were a generation younger, as up-and-coming players, and they sought to bring them into the inner circle of the Cold War establishment. Over the years, the two sets of brothers became close partners in the country's Game of Thrones, helping advance one another's ambitions. The Dulleses ushered David Rockefeller into the Council on Foreign Relations, where he soon became a major force, and Foster would become chairman of the family-controlled Rockefeller Foundation. The Rockefellers contributed campaign funds to Dulles-favored Republican candidates, including Foster himself when he ran unsuccessfully for the Senate from New York in 1950.
In January 1953, while Allen nervously waited to see whether newly inaugurated President Eisenhower would appoint him CIA director, David took him to lunch in Manhattan and assured him that if things didn't work out in Washington, he could return to New York and take over the Ford Foundation, which, like the Rockefeller Foundation, Dulles had already used to secretly finance CIA activities. After Allen did win control of the spy agency, he again turned to the Rockefellers to help finance CIA projects like MKUltra mind control research. The Rockefeller brothers served as private bankers for Dulles's intelligence empire. David, who oversaw the donations committee of the Chase Manhattan Bank Foundation, was a particularly important source of off-the-books cash for the CIA. Tom Braden, one of Dulles' top propaganda men, later recalled David's largesse. "I often briefed David, semi-officially and with Allen's permission," Braden said. "David was of the same mind as us and very approving of everything we were doing. He had the same sense as I did that the way to win the Cold War was our way. Sometimes David would give me money to do things which worked in our budget. He gave me a lot of money for causes in France. I remember he gave me £50,000 for someone who was active in promoting a united Europe amongst European youth groups. This guy came to me with his project, and I told David, and David just gave me the check for $50,000. When the ambitious Nelson overreached as Eisenhower's Cold War advisor and began to infringe on the Dulles brothers' territory, Foster became exasperated with him and succeeded in having him jettisoned from the administration. But Allen managed to stay on genial terms with Nelson, and with David too. As he left the Eisenhower White House in December 1955, Nelson sent the CIA chief a gushing letter. "I can't begin to tell you how much my association with you over this past year has meant to me," Nelson told Allen. "I have admired tremendously your strength and courage, your understanding, and your penetrating insight into the many problems which confront us. You give yourself quietly and unselfishly, but your qualities of human understanding have shone forth to give courage to us all. Only a few will ever know how great your contributions have been to the security of our country." Even Dulles, who had a robust self-regard, seemed stunned by Rockefeller's effusive praise. "Dear Nelson," he replied, "to say that I appreciate your kind remarks is an understatement. Overwhelmed would be a little more accurate." Dulles and the Rockefellers continued their mutual courtship over the years, with both sides keenly recognizing the value in the relationship. After his 1958 election in New York, Nelson invited Allen to speak at the 1959 Conference of State Governors, which was held in Puerto Rico that year.
While there, Dulles stayed at the exclusive Dorado Beach Club, a palm-shaded luxury resort created by Nelson's brother, Lawrence, on prime coastal real estate owned by the Rockefeller family. When he got home, the CIA director wrote Lawrence asking him to pull strings so that a friend and his wife could become club members, as they are both devotees of golf and swimming. Meanwhile, Dulles supplied the Rockefellers with CIA information about global hot zones like Iran, Cuba, and Venezuela, where the family had petroleum interests. Although Jack Kennedy, as a young congressman and senator, often used the language of the Cold War that was the lingua franca of American politics, he was never fully accepted within this inner sanctum of power. Members of the American elite were uneasy about Kennedy's presidential bid from the very beginning. Their skepticism started with old Joe Kennedy, the candidate's father, who was remembered as an ardent New Dealer despite his prickly relationship with FDR, and as a banking maverick, or some would say traitor, who had agreed to serve as Roosevelt's Wall Street watchdog. Nor did the young senator's provocative criticisms of Western imperialism inspire confidence in corporate circles, where aggressive overseas expansion was viewed as American capital's next great frontier. John McCloy, the diplomat and banker, known as the chairman of the establishment, could not bring himself to support JFK in 1960, despite the two men's shared Irish ancestry. Kennedy's standoffish attitude toward the Council on Foreign Relations crowd put off McCloy, who was the organization's chairman at the time. While McCloy found Nixon hard to warm up to, he dismissed Kennedy as a lightweight who had not been properly indoctrinated in the ways of the American establishment. If the establishment harbored suspicions about the Kennedy family, the feelings were mutual. Despite his privileged upbringing, JFK had imbibed his father's bitter feelings as an Irish Catholic outsider. After he narrowly won the presidency, Kennedy told his aide Theodore Sorensen that he suspected that Wall Street bankers had tried to sabotage his election by spreading word that his election would set off a financial panic. In public, President Kennedy tried to diffuse Wall Street hostility against him with his dry wit. During a June 1962 press conference, Kennedy was asked about a news report that big business was using the current stock market slump as a means of forcing you to come to terms with business. Attitude is now they have you where they want you. After a well-timed pause, Kennedy replied, "I can't believe I'm where business, big business, wants me," to gales of laughter from the press auditorium. But, as usual, there was a point, an edge to JFK's humor. After the laughter died down, he drove home his message, making it clear that he would regard any such corporate sabotage of the economy as beyond the pale of acceptable politics. The growing gulf between Kennedy and the corporate class was epitomized by the increasingly fractious relationship between JFK and the Rockefeller brothers. Kennedy's domestic and foreign policies posed a direct threat to the Rockefeller dynasty on multiple fronts, and, considering the central role in U.S. finance and industry played by the network of Rockefeller interests, any such threats were viewed by the business community as challenges to American capitalism itself. Kennedy's tax reform policies, which sought to place a heavier burden on the super-rich, were a primary source of friction. When the president, who was concerned about the flight of capital in the emerging era of the global market, tried to crack down on overseas tax shelters, international bankers like David Rockefeller cried foul. Wall Street financiers saw the Kennedy move as an assault on their ability to transfer wealth to any corner of the globe as they saw fit. Walter Wristant, the rising young leader of First National Citibank and David Rockefeller's chief competitor in the global finance arena, frankly expressed Wall Street's frustration with Kennedy. "Who is this upstart president interfering with the free flow of capital?" he demanded to know. "You can't damn capital." While many Wall Street executives complained bitterly about JFK in private, David Rockefeller took it upon himself to challenge the president's economic policies in public. Henry Luce helped elevate Rockefeller as a Kennedy antagonist by giving the two men a debate forum in Life, the picture magazine of the American masses. The magazine's introduction to the piece touted the young banker as an eloquent and logical articulator for the sophisticated business community. In the open businessman's letter to Kennedy that followed, Rockefeller took issue with the president's tax policies, which he insisted put too much burden on the investor class, and demanded a material reduction in the corporate income tax rate. The banker also took the president to task for his social spending, urging him to cut expenditures and make a vigorous effort to balance the budget. The Rockefellers were perhaps even more alarmed by Kennedy's foreign policies, particularly in Latin America, which was not only home to the family's oil and real estate holdings, but also the primary target for Chase Manhattan's overseas expansion. It seemed like an affront to the Rockefellers' southern dominion when Kennedy announced the Alliance for Progress in March 1961, a massive foreign aid program for Latin America designed to stimulate economic growth, redistribute wealth, and promote democratic governments in the region. The alliance was spearheaded by Richard Goodwin, one of JFK's youngest and most ardent new frontiersmen. And White House officials made no secret that the program was designed not only to counter Castro's revolutionary appeal in the area, but also to sideline the corporate interests that had long been exploiting the impoverished hemisphere. Goodwin began pushing a variety of measures, which, by the standards of the pro-business Eisenhower era, were decidedly radical, including providing equipment for nationalized mines in Bolivia and offering U.S. government financing to state-run oil companies, even if Standard Oil and David Rockefeller objected, added Kennedy's young Turk. Soon enough, the corporate pushback, along with the inevitable Republican Party and media fireworks, did come. Neither U.S. nor Latin American businessmen took kindly to indications by Richard Goodwin, the president's chief Latin American advisor, that he thought private enterprise had a bad connotation in Latin America because it is associated with U.S. imperialism, harumphed a business newsletter specializing in coverage of south-of-the-border investments. Under increasing political pressure, JFK finally caved on Goodwin, transferring him from the Alliance for Progress to the Peace Corps. But Kennedy continued to resist efforts to privatize the alliance led by David Rockefeller.
America's reputation in Latin America as an imperial bully mortified Kennedy. He was sick of the U.S. government being seen as the representative of private business, he told Goodwin. He was tired of Washington propping up tin-horn dictators and corrupt regimes in countries like Chile, where American copper companies control about 80% of all the foreign exchange. We wouldn't stand for that here, and there's no reason they should stand for it. There's a revolution going on down there, and I want to be on the right side of it. Kennedy's Latin American policies continued to be a point of contention between the Rockefeller brothers and him for the rest of his presidency. Even after JFK's death, his brother continued to fight the battle. During a 1965 tour of Latin America, Robert Kennedy, by then a senator from New York, found himself in a heated discussion about Rockefeller influence in Latin America during an evening at the home of a Peruvian artist that had been arranged by Goodwin.
When Bobby brashly suggested to the gathering that Peru should assert nationhood and nationalize its oil industry, the group was stunned. "Why, David Rockefeller has just been down here," one guest said, "and he told us there wouldn't be any aid if anyone acted against international petroleum." "Oh, come on. David Rockefeller isn't the government," Bobby shot back, still playing the role of Kennedy family tough guy. "We Kennedys eat Rockefellers for breakfast." The Kennedys were indeed more successful at the rough and tumble of politics than the Rockefellers, but, as JFK had understood, that was not the full story when it came to evaluating a family's power. He fully appreciated that the Rockefellers held a unique place in the pantheon of American power, one rooted not so much within the democratic system as within what scholars would later refer to as the deep state, that subterranean network of financial, intelligence, and military interests that guided national policy no matter who occupied the White House. The Kennedys had risen from saloon keepers and ward heelers to the top of American politics, but they were still overshadowed by the imperial power of the Rockefellers. JFK always displayed a sharp curiosity about the much wealthier family, pumping mutual friends like presidential advisor Adolph Burl for inside information about the Rockefellers. Jack and David had been contemporaries at Harvard, but, as David was quick to point out, we moved in very different circles. As Kennedy pursued his own career, he always kept one wary eye on the politically ambitious Nelson, who had openly proclaimed his desire to occupy the White House. "It was an ambition he nursed ever since I was a kid," he once said. "After all, when you think of what I had, what else was there to aspire to?" Nelson let slip his cheery facade only when contemplating looming threats to his family's wealth. He had long fretted about losing our property to nationalist movements overseas. When Castro gave a bearded face to these fears, expropriating the Standard Oil refinery and other Rockefeller properties in Cuba, Nelson was outraged. He grew increasingly frustrated with Kennedy as he sidestepped opportunities to invade Cuba, becoming convinced that the president had cut a deal with the Russians to leave Castro alone. It was Nelson's growing sense of Kennedy as a Cold War appeaser that drove him to begin mounting a presidential challenge for 1964. In his final political speeches before the Kennedy assassination, Rockefeller lashed into the president for his indecision, vacillation, and weakness in foreign policy. The Kennedy administration's dynamic image was a public relations myth, Rockefeller insisted. In truth, he charged, JFK's unassertive leadership had encouraged our enemies and demoralized our allies, and had made the world more dangerous. These views of Kennedy were widely echoed in the pages of the business press, where JFK was portrayed as a soft-spined commander-in-chief who was putting the country at risk and, in the estimation of the Wall Street Journal, an incompetent economic manager with a pronounced hostility to the philosophy of freedom. Like the loose press, the Journal became increasingly vitriolic in its descriptions of the president, describing him as an enemy of big business and as a hopeless left-wing romantic living in a dream world and laboring under the spell of deep and damaging delusion. In short, Kennedy was seen as an aberrant president in elite circles, an unqualified man who, it was broadly hinted, had barely squeezed into office thanks to the underhanded dealings of his Mafia-connected father. The attitudes toward Kennedy were even more rapid in national security chambers, where men like Angleton and LeMay regarded the president as a degenerate and very likely a traitor.
If the Soviets launched a sneak nuclear attack on America, Angleton brooded, the Kennedys would be safely cocooned in their luxury bunker, presumably watching World War III on television, the rest of us burned in hell. Angleton seemed obsessed with Kennedy's sex life. He reportedly bugged JFK's White House trysts with Mary Meyer, the ex-wife of his deputy, Cord Meyer, an artistic blonde beauty with whom Angleton himself was enamored. He told friends and family that Kennedy's rule was marked by sexual decadence as well as criminality, a particularly ironic twist since Angleton himself was later revealed to have been connected to the Mafia ever since his wartime days in Rome. Over the final months of JFK's presidency, a clear consensus took shape within America's deep state. Kennedy was a national security threat. For the good of the country, he must be removed. And Dulles was the only man with the stature, connections, and decisive will to make something of this enormity happen. He had already assembled a killing machine to operate overseas. Now he prepared to bring it home to Dallas. All that his establishment colleagues had to do was to look the other way, as they always did when Dulles took executive action. In the case of Doug Dillon, who oversaw Kennedy's Secret Service apparatus, it simply meant making sure that he was out of town. At the end of October, Dillon notified the president that he planned to take a deferred summer vacation in November, abandoning his Washington post for Hobe Sound until the 18th of the month. After that, Dillon informed Kennedy, he planned to fly to Tokyo with other cabinet members on an official visit that would keep him out of the country from November 21 to November 27. If he was later asked to account for himself, Dillon would have a ready explanation. The tragic events in Dallas had not occurred on his watch. He was airborne over the Pacific at the time. There is no evidence that reigning corporate figures like David Rockefeller were part of the plot against President Kennedy or had foreknowledge of the crime. But there is ample evidence of the overwhelming hostility to Kennedy in these corporate circles, a surging antagonism that certainly emboldened Dulles and other national security enemies of the president. And if the assassination of President Kennedy was indeed an establishment crime, as University of Pittsburgh sociology professor Donald Gibson has suggested, there is even more reason to see the official investigation as an establishment cover-up. Oswald was still alive, and that was a problem. He was supposed to be killed as he left the Texas School Book Depository. That's what G. Robert Blakey, the former Kennedy Justice Department attorney who served as chief counsel for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, later concluded about the man authorities' rush to designate the lone assassin. But Oswald escaped, and, after being taken alive by Dallas police in a movie theater, he became a major conundrum for those trying to pin the crime on him. To begin with, Oswald did not act like most assassins. Those who decapitated heads of state generally crowed about their history-making deeds, sic semper tyrannis. In contrast, Oswald repeatedly denied his guilt while in custody, emphatically telling reporters as he was hustled from one room to the next in the Dallas police station, "I don't know what this is all about, I'm just a patsy." And the accused assassin seemed strangely cool and collected, according to the police detectives who questioned him. "He was real calm," recalled one detective. "He was extra calm. He wasn't a bit excited or nervous or anything." In fact, Dallas Police Chief Jesse Curry and District Attorney William Alexander thought Oswald was so composed that he seemed trained to handle a stressful interrogation. "I was amazed that a person so young would have had the self-control he had," Alexander later told Irish investigative journalist Anthony Summers. "It was almost as if he had been rehearsed or programmed to meet the situation he found himself in."
Oswald further signaled that he was part of an intelligence operation by trying to make an intriguing phone call shortly before midnight East Coast time on Saturday, November 23rd. The police switchboard operator, who was being closely monitored by two unidentified officials, told Oswald there was no answer, though she actually did not put through the call. It was not until years later that independent researchers traced the phone number that Oswald tried to call to a former U.S. Army intelligence officer in Raleigh, North Carolina. CIA veteran Victor Marchetti, who analyzed the Raleigh call in his book, The CIA and the Cult of Intelligence, surmised that Oswald was likely following his training guidelines and reaching out to his intelligence handler. Was probably calling his cutout. He was calling somebody who could put him in touch with his case officer. The Raleigh call probably sealed Oswald's fate, according to Marchetti. By refusing to play the role of the patsy and instead following his intelligence protocol, Oswald made clear that he was trouble. What would be the CIA procedure at this point? Marchetti was asked by North Carolina historian Grover Proctor, who has closely studied this episode near the end of Oswald's life. "It'd kill him," Marchetti replied. "Was this his death warrant?" Proctor continued. "You betcha," Marchetti said. This time went over the dam. Whether he knew it or not, he was over the dam. At this point, it was executive action. Oswald was not just alive on the afternoon of November 22, 1963, he was likely innocent. This was another major problem for the organizers of the assassination. Even close legal observers of the case who continue to believe in Oswald's guilt, such as Bob Blakey, who, after serving on the House Assassinations Committee, became a law professor at Notre Dame University, acknowledged that a credible case could have been made for Oswald's innocence based on the evidence. The 1979 congressional report found that Kennedy was the victim of a conspiracy involving Oswald and other unknown parties. Other legal experts, like San Francisco attorney and Kennedy researcher Bill Simpich, have gone further, arguing that the case against Oswald was riddled with such glaring inconsistencies that it would have quickly unraveled in court. As Simpich has detailed, the ballistics evidence alone was a mess. The bullets and shells from the crime scene did not match the murder weapon and were poorly marked by law enforcement officers. The so-called magic bullet that delivered the fatal blow to Kennedy's skull before proceeding on its improbable course later turned up just as magically, in nearly pristine condition, on a stretcher at Parkland Memorial Hospital where the fatally wounded president was rushed. Then there was the alleged murder weapon, a 19.95 Italian military surplus rifle from World War II with a faulty sight. Using such a clumsy tool to pull off the crime of the century with rapid-fire precision, especially in the hands of a marksman who had a hard time shooting rabbits, simply defied the imagination. There was also the fact that FBI technicians who tested the Manlocarno rifle could find none of Oswald's prints on the weapon. And the Dallas police failed to detect any trace of gunpowder on the arrested man's cheek, which indicated that he had not fired a rifle that day. In addition, Buell Wesley Frazier, the young Texas School Book Depository employee who drove Oswald to work that morning, insisted that the package the alleged assassin carried into the building that day was not big enough to contain a rifle. The 19-year-old Frazier refused to change his story, despite being arrested and subjected to a withering interrogation by Dallas police, including threats to charge him as a co-conspirator. "I was interrogated for many hours. Interrogators would rotate," Frazier recalled years later. "The way they treated me that day, I have a hard time understanding that. I was just a rural boy. I had never been in trouble with the law. I was doing my best to answer their questions." He could never figure out in his own mind whether Oswald was guilty or not. But there was one thing he knew for certain, he told a newspaper reporter 50 years later. The brown paper package that Oswald put on the back seat of his car on the morning of November 22, 1963, did not hold a rifle. There is no way it would fit in that package. And then there was the inconvenient home movie taken by dress manufacturer Abraham Zapruder as Kennedy's limousine passed by him in Dealey Plaza. The film captured the moments JFK was struck by gunfire in gruesome detail and, along with the testimony of dozens of eyewitnesses, graphically demonstrated that bullets were fired from the front as well as the rear of the presidential motorcade. As many as 21 law enforcement officers stationed in the plaza, men trained in the use of firearms, said their immediate reaction to the sound of the gunfire was to go search the area looming in front of Kennedy's advancing limousine, the tree-topped rise that would become famously known as the Grassy Knoll. Even if Oswald did shoot at the president, this meant that there was at least one other gunman and Kennedy was the victim of a conspiracy. The CIA's own state-of-the-art photography analysis unit came to this conclusion after analyzing the Zapruder film. FBI analysts would later concur, but the CIA technician's report was quickly suppressed. The surgeons who labored futilely over the mortally wounded president at Parkland Hospital also saw clear evidence that Kennedy had been struck by gunfire from the front as well as the rear. But the doctors came under severe pressure to remain silent, and it would take nearly 3 decades before 2 of them mustered the courage to speak out. Fortunately for the conspirators, the deeply flawed case against Lee Harvey Oswald never made it to court. The Oswald problem was abruptly eliminated on the morning of Sunday, November 24th, when the accused assassin was shot in the stomach in the basement of the Dallas police station while in the process of being transferred to the county jail.
He died 2 hours later in the same emergency room where President Kennedy was pronounced dead. Oswald's shocking murder, broadcast live into America's homes, solved one dilemma for Dulles as he monitored the Dallas events that weekend from the farm, his secure CIA facility in Virginia. But it soon became apparent that Oswald's murder created another problem, a wave of public suspicion that swept over the nation and beyond. Jack Ruby, Oswald's killer, a stocky, fedora-wearing nightclub operator, looked like a trig man right out of a B-movie. Ruby even sounded like a Hollywood gangster as he gunned down Oswald, snarling, "You killed my president, you rat!" To many people who watched the horrifying spectacle on TV, the shooting smacked of a gangland hit aimed at silencing Oswald before he could talk. In fact, this is precisely what Attorney General Robert Kennedy concluded after his investigators began digging into Ruby's background. Bobby, who had made his political reputation as a Senate investigator of organized crime, pored over Ruby's phone records from the days leading up to the Dallas violence. The list was almost a duplicate of the people I called before the Rackets Committee, RFK later remarked. The Attorney General's suspicions about the death of his brother immediately fell not just on the Mafia, but on the CIA, the agency that, as Bobby knew, had been using the mob to do some of its dirtiest work. Robert Kennedy was not the only one in Washington who immediately sensed a conspiracy behind the killing of his brother. The nation's capital was filled with edgy chatter about the assassination.
Talking on the phone with Kennedy family confidant Bill Walton, Agnes Meyer, the outspoken mother of Washington Post publisher Katharine Graham, snapped, "What is this? Some kind of very banana republic?" Eisenhower, retired on his Gettysburg farm, had the same reaction. He remarked that the bloodshed in Dallas reminded him of his tour of duty in Haiti as a young Army major. When he visited the National Palace in Port-au-Prince, he was shocked to realize that 2/3 of the former heads of state whose marble busts were on display had been slain in office. Meanwhile, down in Independence, Missouri, another retired president, Harry Truman, was fuming about the CIA. On December 22, 1963, while the country was still reeling from the gunfire in Dallas, Truman published a highly provocative op-ed article in the Washington Post charging that the CIA had grown alarmingly out of control since he established it. His original purpose, wrote Truman, was to create an agency that simply coordinated the various streams of sensitive information flowing into the White House. "I have never had any thought that when I set up the CIA that it would be injected into peacetime cloak and dagger operations," he continued. "But for some time I have been disturbed by the way CIA has been diverted from its original assignment. It has become an operational and, at times, a policy-making arm of government. The CIA had grown so removed from its intended role that it is being interpreted as a symbol of sinister and mysterious foreign intrigue. But the increasingly powerful agency did not just menace foreign governments," Truman warned it, "now threatened democracy at home. There is something about the way the CIA has been functioning that is casting a shadow over our historic position free and open society," he concluded ominously, "and I feel that we need to correct it." The timing of Truman's opinion piece was striking. Appearing in the capital's leading newspaper exactly 1 month after the assassination, the article caused shockwaves in political circles. There was a disturbing undertone to the straight-talking Midwesterners' warning about the CIA. Was Truman implying that there was sinister and mysterious intrigue behind Kennedy's death? Could that have been what he meant when he suggested that the agency represented a growing danger to our own democracy? Overseas, the speculation about Kennedy's murder and the suspicious shooting of his alleged assassin was even more rampant. The foreign press was filled with commentary suggesting that there were powerful forces involved in the assassination, and naming Cold War militarists, big business, and Texas oil men as possible culprits. Some of this coverage, unsurprisingly, came from Soviet bloc newspapers, eager to dispel the rumors that Oswald was part of a communist plot, rumors that were often traceable to CIA propaganda shops. But much of the conjecture about Dallas came from publications in the Western European alliance. In Hamburg, the daily Die Welt editorialized that the official handling of the Kennedy and Oswald cases left a forest of question marks. In London, the Daily Mail spoke of whispers that Oswald was a fall guy who was rubbed out.
And the Daily Telegraph derided Police Chief Curry's announcement that Oswald's death put a close to the Kennedy case as a monumental absurdity. And in Italy, where the limitations of the Mannlicher Carcano rifle were well known to a generation of World War II veterans, the newspaper Corriere Lombardo observed that there was no way Oswald could have used the bolt-action weapon to squeeze off 3 shots in 6 seconds, as official reports from Dallas were claiming. Suspicions of a conspiracy were particularly strong in France, where President de Gaulle himself had been the target of CIA machinations and had survived a barrage of gunfire on his own limousine. After returning from Kennedy's November 24th funeral in Washington, de Gaulle gave a remarkably candid assessment to his information minister, Alain Peyrefitte. "What happened to Kennedy is what nearly happened to me," confided the French president. "His story is the same as mine. It looks like a cowboy story, but it's only an OAS story. The security forces were in cahoots with the extremists." As a matter of survival, de Gaulle and his loyal deputies had been compelled to investigate the underworld where intelligence forces, political zealots, and gangsters all converged. More than any other Western leader, he was well aware of how security services, in the name of combating communism, joined hands with some of the most extreme and vicious allies to win their goals. De Gaulle was convinced that Kennedy had fallen victim to the same forces that had tried repeatedly to kill him. "Do you think Oswald was a front?" Peyrefitte asked de Gaulle. "Everything leads me to believe it," he replied. "They got their hands on this communist who wasn't one while still being one. He had a subpar intellect and was an exalted fanatic, just the man they needed, the perfect one to be accused. The guy ran away because he probably became suspicious. They wanted to kill him on the spot before he could be grabbed by the judicial system. Unfortunately, it didn't happen exactly the way they had probably planned it would. But a trial, you realize, is just terrible. People would have talked. They would have dug up so much. They would have unearthed everything. Then the security forces went looking for, they totally controlled, and who couldn't refuse their offer. And that guy sacrificed himself to kill the fake assassin, supposedly in defense of Kennedy's memory? Baloney. Security forces all over the world are the same when they do this kind of dirty work. As soon as they succeed in wiping out the false assassin, they declare that the justice system no longer need be concerned, that no further public action was needed now that the guilty perpetrator was dead. Better to assassinate an innocent man than to let a civil war break out. Better an injustice than disorder. America is in danger of upheavals, but you'll see, all of them together will observe the law of silence. They'll close ranks. They'll do everything to stifle any scandal. They will throw Noah's cloak over these shameful deeds. In order to not lose face in front of the whole world, in order to not risk unleashing riots in the United States, in order to preserve the Union and to avoid a new civil war, in order to not ask themselves questions. They don't want to know. They don't want to find out. They won't allow themselves to find out. These astonishing observations about Dallas were captured in Peyrefitte's memoir, C'était de Gaulle, It Was de Gaulle, which was published in France in 2002, 3 years after the author's death. Snippets of the conversation appeared in the U.S. press, but the book was not translated and published in America, and de Gaulle's remarks about the Kennedy assassination were never fully reported outside of France. A half-century later, this extraordinary commentary by the French leader, a political colossus of the 20th century, remains one of the most disturbing and insightful perspectives on this traumatized American event. They don't want to find out. They won't allow themselves to find out. Allen Dulles knew the danger of words, the wrong kind of words. As CIA director, he had spent an untold fortune each year on countering the Soviet propaganda machine and controlling the world's conversation, including the political and media dialogue in his own country. Within minutes of the Kennedy assassination, the CIA tried to steer news reporting and commentary about Dallas, planting stories that suggested, falsely, that Oswald was a Soviet agent or that Castro was behind JFK's murder. In actuality, both Khrushchev, who broke down weeping in the Kremlin when he heard the news, and Castro were deeply distressed by Kennedy's death.
Both men had been greatly encouraged by Kennedy's peace initiatives in the final year of his presidency, and they feared that his assassination meant that military hardliners would take control in Washington. "This is bad news," Castro muttered to a visiting French journalist who was carrying an olive branch from Kennedy when the Cuban leader was informed of the gunfire in Texas. "Everything is changed." Castro immediately predicted that the agency would try to pin the murder on him, and sure enough, as the Cuban leader and French journalists listened to U.S. radio, a broadcaster suddenly connected Oswald to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. But despite the CIA's strenuous efforts, press coverage of the Kennedy assassination began spinning out of its control. Dulles knew that immediate steps must be taken to contain the conversation. One of his first concerns was the Washington echo chamber itself. He quickly realized the danger posed by Truman's explosive piece in the Washington Post, which instantly caught fire and inspired similar anti-CIA editorials in newspapers from Charlotte, North Carolina, to Sacramento, California. Syndicated columnist Richard Starnes, a bête noire of the spy agency, used the Truman op-ed to launch a broadside against the CIA, calling it a cloudy organism of uncertain purpose and appalling power. Meanwhile, Senator Eugene McCarthy, another agency critic, weighed in with an essay for the Saturday Evening Post, the popular Middle American magazine that featured the homespun art of Norman Rockwell, bluntly titled, "The CIA is Getting Out of Hand." There was no telling how far the media whirlwind would go and what it would stir up. The frenzy of criticism that was suddenly directed at the CIA's cloak and dagger operations seemed to be connected, if only subliminally, to the billowing anxiety that the public felt about the unsolved mysteries in Dallas. If Harry Truman, the man who created the CIA, was worried that it had become a Frankenstein, it might be only a matter of time before prominent European figures, and even some stray voices in America, began to question whether the agency was behind JFK's murder. It was Dulles himself who jumped in to put out the Truman fire. Soon after the Post published Truman's diatribe, Dulles began a campaign to get the retired president to disavow his opinion piece. The spymaster began by enlisting the help of Washington power attorney Clark Clifford, the former Truman counselor who chaired President Johnson's Intelligence Advisory Board. The CIA was really HST's baby, or at least his adopted child, Dulles pointed out in a letter to Clifford. Perhaps the attorney could talk some sense into the tough old bird and get him to retract his harsh criticisms of the agency. Dulles also appealed directly to Truman in a strongly worded letter, telling the former president that he was deeply disturbed by his article. In the 8-page letter that he mailed on January 7, 1964, Dulles tried to implicate Truman himself. Calling Truman the father of our modern intelligence system, Dulles reminded him that it was you, through National Security Council action, approved the organization in CIA of a new office to carry out covert operations. So, Dulles continued, Truman's ill-advised rant in the Post amounted to a repudiation of a policy that the former president himself had the great courage and wisdom to initiate. To an extent, Dulles had a point. As the spymaster pointed out, the Truman Doctrine had indeed authorized an aggressive strategy aimed at thwarting communist advances in Western Europe, including CIA intervention in the 1948 Italian elections. But Truman was correct in charging that, under Eisenhower, Dulles had led the CIA much deeper into skullduggery than he ever envisioned. Unmoved by Dulles' letter, Truman stood by his article. Realizing the threat that Truman posed, Dulles continued his crusade to discredit the Post essay well into the following year. Confident of his powers of persuasion, the spymaster made a personal trek to Independence, Missouri in April, arranging to meet face-to-face with Truman at his presidential library. After exchanging a few minutes of small talk about the old days, Dulles mounted his assault on Truman, employing his usual mix of sweet talk and arm-twisting. But Truman, even on the brink of turning 80, was no pushover, and Dulles' efforts proved fruitless. Still, Dulles would not accept defeat. Unable to alter reality, he simply altered the record, like any good spy. On April 21, 1964, upon returning to Washington, Dulles wrote a letter about his half-hour meeting with Truman to CIA General Counsel Lawrence Houston.
During their conversation at the Truman Library, Dulles claimed in his letter, the elderly ex-president seemed quite astounded by his own attack on the CIA when the spymaster showed him a copy of the Post article. As he looked it over, Truman reacted as if he were reading it for the first time, according to Dulles. He said that was all wrong. He then said that he felt it had made a very unfortunate impression. The Truman portrayed in Dulles' letter seemed to be suffering from senility and either could not remember what he had written or had been taken advantage of by an aide who perhaps wrote the piece under the former president's name. In fact, CIA officials later did try to blame a Truman assistant for writing the provocative opinion piece. Truman obviously was highly disturbed at the Washington Post article, concluded Dulles in his letter, and several times said he would see what he could do about it. The Dulles letter to Houston, which was clearly intended for the CIA files to be retrieved whenever expedient, was an outrageous piece of disinformation. Truman, who would live for 8 more years, was still of sound mind in April 1964, and he could not have been shocked by the contents of his own article since he had been expressing the same views about the CIA, even more strongly, to friends and journalists for some time. After the Bay of Pigs, Truman had confided in writer Merle Miller that he regretted ever establishing the CIA. "I think it was a mistake," he said, "and if I'd known what was going to happen, I never would have done it. Never paid any attention to it, and it got out of hand. It's become a government all of its own, and all secret. That's a very dangerous thing in a democratic society." Likewise, after the Washington Post essay ran, Truman's original CIA director, Admiral Sidney Sewers, who shared his former boss's limited concept of the agency, congratulated him for writing the piece. "I am happy as I can be that my article on the Central Intelligence Agency rang a bell with you, because you know why the organization was set up," Truman wrote back to Sewers. In a letter that Truman wrote to Look magazine's managing editor William Arthur in June 1964, 2 months after his meeting with Dulles, the ex-president again articulated his concerns about the direction taken by the CIA after he left the White House. "The CIA was set up by me for the sole purpose of getting all the available information to the president," wrote Truman. "It was not intended to operate as an international agency engaged in strange activities." Dulles's relentless effort to manipulate Truman, and failing that, the Truman Record, is yet one more example of the spymaster's strange activities. But Dulles' greatest success at reconstructing reality was still to come. With the Warren Report, Dulles would literally rewrite history. The inquest into the death of John F. Kennedy was another astounding sleight of hand on Dulles's part. The man who should have been in the witness chair wound up instead in control of the inquiry. How did Allen Dulles, a man fired by President Kennedy under bitter circumstances, come to oversee the investigation into his murder? This crucial historical question has been the subject of misguided speculation for many years.
The story apparently began with Lyndon Johnson, a man not known for his devotion to the truth. It has been repeated over time by various historians, including Johnson biographer Robert Caro, who one would think would be more skeptical considering the exhaustive detail with which he documented LBJ's habitual deceit in his multi-volume work. In his 1971 memoir, Johnson wrote that he appointed Dulles and John McCloy to the Warren Commission because they were the 2 men Bobby Kennedy asked me to put on it. With Bobby safely dead by 1971, LBJ clearly felt that he could get away with this one. But the idea that LBJ would huddle with the man he considered his rival and tormentor in order to discuss the politically sensitive composition of the commission is ludicrous. The Warren Commission's inquiry had the ability to shake the new Johnson presidency and the U.S. government itself to their very core. In making his choices for the commission, Johnson later wrote he sought men who were known to be beyond pressure and above suspicion. What LBJ really wanted was men who could be trusted to close the case and put the public's suspicions to rest. The Warren Commission was not established to find the truth, but to lay the dust that had been stirred up in Dallas, as McCloy stated, dust not only in the United States, but all over the world.
Equally preposterous is the notion that Bobby Kennedy would nominate Dulles and McCloy, two men who had fallen out with President Kennedy while serving on his national security team, to investigate his brother's murder. Like Dulles, whose former agency Bobby immediately suspected of a role in the assassination, McCloy was a Cold War hardliner. McCloy had resigned as JFK's chief arms negotiator at the end of 1962 in frustration with what he felt was Soviet intransigence. But it was McCloy himself who was the obstacle. Several months after Kennedy replaced him with Averell Harriman, a man the Russians trusted, the two superpowers reached a historic agreement to limit nuclear arms testing. McCloy, who had served as chairman of Chase Manhattan before David Rockefeller moved into the bank's leadership role, was closely aligned with Rockefeller interests. After leaving the Kennedy administration, McCloy joined a Wall Street law firm where he represented anti-Kennedy oil men Clint Murchison and Sid Richardson, with whom he had done business since his days at Chase Manhattan. It was the national security establishment, not Bobby Kennedy, that advised the new president to put Dulles and McCloy on the Warren Commission. And Johnson, finely tuned to the desires of the men who had put him in the Oval Office, wisely obliged them. The Dulles camp itself made no bones about the fact that the old man aggressively lobbied to get appointed to the commission. Dick Helms later told historian Michael Kurtz that he personally persuaded Johnson to appoint Dulles. According to Kurtz, Dulles and Helms wanted to make sure no agency secrets came out during the investigation. And, of course, if Dulles was on the commission, that would ensure the agency would be safe. Johnson felt the same way. He didn't want the investigation to dig up anything strange. William Corson, a former Marine Corps officer and Navy intelligence agent who was close to Dulles, confirmed that the spymaster pulled strings to get on the Warren Commission. He lobbied hard for the job, recalled Corson, who had commanded young Allen Jr. in the Korean War. After he took his place on the commission, Dulles recruited Corson to explore the Jack Ruby angle. After spending months pursuing various leads, Corson eventually concluded that he had been sent on a wild goose chase. "It is entirely possible I was sent on an assignment which would go nowhere." Allen Dulles had a lot to hide. Among those urging Johnson to give Dulles the Warren Commission job were establishment allies like Secretary of State Dean Rusk, former president of the Rockefeller Foundation. These same voices were raised on behalf of McCloy. In fact, the commission was, from the very beginning, an establishment creation. It was sold to an initially reluctant LBJ by the most influential voices of the Washington power structure, including Joe Alsop, the CIA's ever-dependable mouthpiece, and the editorial czars of the Washington Post and the New York Times. Johnson wanted the investigation handled by officials in Texas, where he felt more in control, instead of by a bunch of carpetbaggers. But in a phone call to the White House on the morning of November 25, Alsop deftly maneuvered Johnson into accepting the idea of a presidential commission made up of nationally renowned figures beyond any possible suspicion. When Johnson clung to his idea of a Texas investigation, the sophisticated Alsop set him straight, as if lecturing a country simpleton. "My lawyers, though, Joe, tell me that the White House, the president, must not inject himself into local killings," LBJ said, almost pleadingly. "I agree with that," Alsop said as he smoothly cut him off, "but in this case, it does happen to be the killing of the president." Dulles immediately accepted Johnson's request to join the commission when the president phoned him on the evening of November 29. "I would like to be of any help," Dulles told Johnson, though he did feel compelled to at least raise the propriety of appointing a former CIA director who was known to have a troubled relationship with the deceased president. "And you've considered the work of my previous work and my previous job?" Dulles asked inelegantly. "I sure have," LBJ replied, "and we want you to do it. That's that. You always do what is best for your country. I found that out about you a long time ago." In the end, it all worked out just as the Washington establishment wanted, and as de Gaulle had predicted. The commission to investigate Kennedy's murder was made up of pliable senators and congressmen who were close to the CIA, FBI, and Johnson, and it was dominated by the two craftiest men in the hearing room, Dulles and McCloy. After months of investigative wheel-spinning, the panel would reach its foregone conclusion. Lee Harvey Oswald had acted alone in the killing of the president. Case closed. When President Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, one of the new African leaders who had considered Kennedy a vital ally, was handed a copy of the Warren Report by U.S. Ambassador William Mahoney, he opened it up, pointed at the name Allen Dulles in the list of commissioners, and handed it back to Mahoney. "Whitewash," Nkrumah said simply. It summed up the entire charade. The Warren Commission was named after Supreme Court Chief Justice Earl Warren, the distinguished jurist President Johnson strong-armed into chairing the JFK inquest. But as attorney Mark Lane, one of the first critics of the lone gunman theory, later observed, it should have been called the Dulles Commission, considering the spy master's dominant role in the investigation. In fact, Dulles was Johnson's first choice to chair the commission, but LBJ decided that he needed Warren at the helm to deflect liberal criticism of the official inquiry. Although the Chief Justice was a former Republican governor of California and an Eisenhower appointee to the bench, he had a sterling reputation among liberals for his court's strong record on civil rights. "I don't think Allen Dulles ever missed a meeting," Warren remembered years later. Behind the scenes, Dulles was even more active than the commission chairman. Warren was forced to juggle his commission duties with his ongoing responsibilities on the High Court. But Dulles was the only member of the panel without a day job. He was free to devote himself to commission work, and he promptly began assembling his own informal staff, drawing on the services of his former CIA colleagues and his wide network of political and media contacts.
The other two principal players in the inquest were Dulles' longtime friend and fellow Cold War heavyweight, McCloy, and future President Gerald Ford, who was then an ambitious Republican congressman from Michigan with close ties to the FBI. While the rest of the commission, Congressman Hale Boggs of Louisiana and Senators Richard Russell of Georgia and John Sherman Cooper of Kentucky, shuttled back and forth between the Capitol building and the National Archives, where the panel's legal team had set up shop, the Dulles-McCloy-Ford triumvirate took control of the investigation. The three men demonstrated their dominance at the Commission's first executive session, held on December 5, 1963, when they joined forces to block Warren's strong personal favorite for the chief counsel position, Warren Olney, a longtime political disciple of the Chief Justice. As an assistant attorney general in the Eisenhower Justice Department, Olney had earned the wrath of the FBI's Hoover for his aggressive prosecution of civil rights cases and was suspected of being hostile to the Bureau. Instead of Earl Warren's man, the trio installed their own veteran of the Eisenhower Justice Department, a Republican Party stalwart named J. Lee Rankin. In 1958, Dulles had heartily recommended Rankin for membership in the Century Association, the exclusive Midtown Manhattan social club. As the Warren Commission's lead counsel, Rankin worked closely with the Dulles trio to set the parameters of the investigation, keeping the focus tightly on Oswald and assiduously avoiding any areas that carried the faintest tinge of conspiracy. Dulles tried to establish the framework for the inquiry early on by handing the other commission members copies of a book titled The Assassins by Robert J. Donovan, a Washington journalist. Donovan's history of presidential assassins argued that these dramatic acts of violence were the work of solitary fanatics, not organized attempts to shift political power from one group to another. It was quickly pointed out to Dulles that John Wilkes Booth, who shot Lincoln as part of a broader Confederate plot to decapitate the federal government, rather famously contradicted Donovan's theory. But, undeterred, Dulles continued to push the commission to keep a tight frame on Oswald. Dulles was a whirlwind of activity, especially outside the hearing room, where he deftly maneuvered to keep the investigation on what he considered the proper track. He showered Rankin with memos, passing along investigative tips and offering guidance on commission strategy. There was no detail too small for Dulles to bring to the chief counsel's attention. A great deal of the description of the motorcade and the shooting will be unclear unless we have a street map and, if possible, a photo taken from the sixth-floor window, Dulles wrote Rankin in a July 1964 memo. Is this possible? Dulles was particularly eager to explore any leads suggesting Oswald might be a Soviet spy, a soon discredited idea that Angleton would nonetheless keep promoting for the rest of his life. Despite Dulles' efforts to keep the commission away from any hints of a domestic conspiracy, from time to time uncomfortable questions along these lines cropped up. During an executive session convened by the panel on December 16, 1963, Warren raised an especially sensitive matter: the mysterious failure of the country's security agencies to keep close watch on someone with Oswald's background. How, for instance, did a defector simply stroll into the U.S. Immigration Office in New Orleans, as he did the previous summer, and obtain a passport to return to Russia? That seems strange to me, Warren remarked. Actually, passports were rather easy to obtain, Dulles observed. When the discussion turned to the puzzling ease with which Oswald got permission to return to the United States with his Russian wife, Dulles offered that he would like to get these aspects of the inquiry into the CIA as soon as possible to explain the Russian parts. Senator Russell, long used to dealing with the intelligence community, reacted skeptically. "I think you've got more faith in them than I have. I think they'll doctor anything they hand to us." Russell was edging painfully close to the fundamental problem at the core of the Warren panel's impossible mission. How could the board run a credible inquest when it had limited investigative capability of its own and was largely dependent on the FBI and the other security agencies for its evidence? Agencies that were clearly implicated in the failure to protect the president. The Warren Commission was, in fact, so thoroughly infiltrated and guided by the security services that there was no possibility of the panel pursuing an independent course. Dulles was at the center of this subversion. During the Commission's 10-month-long investigation, he acted as a double agent, huddling regularly with his former CIA associates to discuss the panel's internal operations. Despite the chronic tensions between the CIA and FBI, Hoover proved a useful partner of the spy agency during the JFK inquiry. The FBI chief knew that his organization had its own secrets to hide, related to the assassination, including its contacts with Oswald. Furthermore, taking its cues from the CIA, the Bureau had dropped Oswald from its watch list just weeks before the assassination. An angry Hoover would later mete out punishment for errors such as this, quietly disciplining 17 of his agents. But the FBI director was desperate to avoid public censure, and he fully supported the Commission's lone gunman storyline. Angleton, who had a good back-channel relationship with the FBI, made sure that the two agencies stayed on the same page throughout the Warren inquest, meeting regularly with Bureau contacts such as William Sullivan and Sam Popich. Angleton and his team also provided ongoing support and advice to Dulles. On a Saturday afternoon in March 1964, Ray Rocca, Angleton's right-hand man, ever since their days together in Rome, met with Dulles at his home to mull over a particularly dicey issue with which the Commission was grappling. How could the panel dispel persistent rumors that the CIA was somehow a sponsor of Oswald's actions? The story had broken in the press the previous month when Marguerite Oswald declared that her son was a secret agent for the CIA who was set up to take the blame for the Kennedy assassination. Rankin had obligingly suggested that Dulles be given the job of clearing the CIA by reviewing all of the relevant agency documents that were provided to the Commission. But even Dulles thought this smacked too much of an inside job. Instead, after conferring with Rocca, Dulles proposed that he simply provide a statement to the Commission swearing, as Rocca put it in his report back to Dick Helms, that as far as he could remember, he had never had any knowledge of Oswald at any time prior to the date of the assassination. But Senator Cooper thought the allegations that Oswald was some kind of government agent were too serious to simply be dispelled by written statements. During a Warren Commission executive session in April, he proposed that the heads of the CIA and FBI be put under oath and questioned by the panel. It was a highly awkward suggestion, as Dulles pointed out. "I might have a little problem on that, having been director until November 1961. There was a simple solution, however: put his successor, John McCone, on the witness stand. That was fine with Dulles, because, as he knew, McCone remained an agency outsider, despite his title, and was not privy to its deepest secrets. When McCone appeared before the Warren Commission, he brought along Helms, his chief of clandestine operations. As McCone was well aware, Helms was the man who knew where all the bodies were buried, and he deferred to his number two man more than once during his testimony. Conveniently ignorant of the CIA's involvement with Oswald, McCone was able to emphatically deny any agency connection to the accused assassin. The agency never contacted him, interviewed him, talked with him, or received or solicited any reports or information from him, McCone assured the commission. It was trickier when Helms was asked the same questions. He knew about the extensive documentary record that Angleton's department had amassed on Oswald. He was aware of how the agency had monitored the defector during his exploits in Dallas, New Orleans, and Mexico City. David Phillips, a man whose career was nurtured by Helms, had been spotted meeting with Oswald in Dallas. But when Helms was sworn in, he simply lied. There was no evidence of agency contact with Oswald, he testified. Had the agency provided the commission with all the information it had on Oswald, Rankin asked him. We have all, Helms replied, though he knew the files that he had handed over were thoroughly purged. Helms was the man who kept the secrets, in the words of his biographer, Thomas Powers. Commission staff attorney Howard Willans politely called him one of the most fluent and self-confident government officials I ever met. Helms was the sort of man who could tell lies with consummate ease. It would eventually win him a felony conviction, and he wore it like a badge of courage. When one was defending the nation, Helms would lecture the senators who pestered him late in his career, one must be granted a certain latitude. It was David Slauson, a 32-year-old attorney on leave from a Denver corporate law firm, who was given the unenviable job of dealing with the CIA as part of the Warren Commission's conspiracy research team. Rankin had told Slauson to rule out no one, not even the CIA. If he did discover evidence of agency involvement, the young lawyer nervously joked he would be found dead of a premature heart attack. But Rocca, the veteran counterintelligence agent assigned to babysit the commission, made sure nothing turned up. I came to like and trust, said the young staff attorney, who found himself dazzled by his first exposure to a spy world he had only seen in movies. He was very intelligent and tried in every way to be honest and helpful. Slauson was equally gullible when evaluating Dulles, whom he dismissed as old and feeble, precisely the aging schoolmaster act that the spymaster liked to put over on people. Years later, as the Church Committee began to reveal the darker side of the CIA, Slauson came to suspect that Rocca had not been so honest with him after all. In a frank interview with the New York Times in February 1975, Slauson suggested that the CIA had withheld important information from the Warren Commission, and he endorsed the growing campaign to reopen the Kennedy investigation. Slauson was the first Warren Commission attorney to publicly question whether the panel had been misled by the CIA and FBI. He would later be joined by Rankin himself. And the news story caused a stir in Washington. Several days after the article ran, Slauson, who by then was teaching law at the University of Southern California, got a disturbing phone call from James Angleton. After some initial pleasantries, the spook got around to business. He wanted Slauson to know that he was friendly with the president of USC, and he wanted to make sure that Slauson was going to remain a friend of the CIA. Far from shuffling through the Warren Commission proceedings, the septuagenarian Dulles seemed to spring back to life for the inquiry. In fact, the entire denouement to the Kennedy presidency gave new meaning to his career. While Earl Warren, who turned 73 during the investigation, seemed exhausted and demoralized by the experience, Dulles was energized. When a friend congratulated Dulles on his 71st birthday in April 1964, he responded, "There have been many, too many of them. At least I can say that I don't feel any older, despite the passage of time, and with the work of the President's Commission, I find myself busier than ever." Dulles went about the grave business of probing Kennedy's death with an oddly sprightly attitude. When it came time for the commission to examine JFK's gore-soaked clothing, Dulles stunned his fellow investigators with an inappropriate quip. "By George," he exclaimed, as he inspected Kennedy's tie, which had been clipped off with surgical scissors by the Parkland doctors, "the president wore a clip-on tie." By contrast, when Warren had to view Kennedy's autopsy photos, he later remarked, "They were so horrible that I could not sleep well for nights." His new job on the commission gave Dulles an opportunity to connect with old friends, such as Mary Bancroft and actor Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who passed along tips and bits of gossip related to the case, as well as British novelist Rebecca West. In March, Dulles wrote West, beseeching her to draw on her fertile imagination to come up with possible motives for Oswald's crime.
The commission was so baffled by the question that Warren even suggested leaving that part of the report blank. "I wish sometime you would sit down and write me a line as to why you think Lee Oswald did the dastardly deed," Dulles wrote the novelist in March, as if discussing the plot of a whodunit. "All I can tell you is that there is not one iota of evidence that he had any personal vindictiveness against the man Kennedy." Meanwhile, the following month, Mary relayed a news report about Mark Lane to Dulles, informing her old lover in high dudgeon that Lane had apparently told a conference of lawyers in Budapest that the killers, plural, of JFK were still at large. "Even I am amazed that Lane has the temerity to go to Budapest and shoot off his mouth in that fashion. I regard him as insane, but nevertheless I do hope the FBI has its eye on him." Dulles and McCloy, in fact, were very concerned about European public opinion regarding the Kennedy assassination, and they urged the commission to closely monitor both Lane and Thomas G. Buchanan, a Paris-based American journalist who had written the first JFK conspiracy book, Who Killed Kennedy, an advance copy of which was airmailed to Dulles from the CIA station in London where it was published. During an executive session in April, Dulles even proposed that Buchanan be subpoenaed to appear before the commission. Earl Warren was obsessed with press coverage of the inquiry and agonized over press leaks, including a May report by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, midway through the panel's work, that the inquiry was set to unequivocally reject theories that the assassination was the work of some kind of conspiracy. Warren was very upset by the premature news report, which suggested that the commission had rushed to judgment before hearing all the evidence. The leak was clearly intended to counter the publicity being generated by authors like Lane and Buchanan. While the commission frantically attempted to determine the source of such leaks, the answer was sitting in their midst. The two most active leakers were Ford and Dulles. It was Ford who kept the FBI constantly informed, enabling Hoover to feed the press with bureau-friendly stories about the inquest. And Dulles used the CIA's own network of media assets to spin Warren Commission coverage. The New York Times was a favorite Dulles receptacle. In February, the Times had run another leaked story, also bylined by Lewis, that clearly led back to Dulles. Lewis reported that Robert Oswald, the accused assassin's brother, had testified that he suspected Lee was a Soviet agent. As the commission hunted the source of the leak, a staff attorney suggested that the Times reporter might have overheard a dinner table conversation that he and Dulles had with Robert Oswald at a Washington restaurant, a highly unlikely scenario that nonetheless provided Dulles with the fig leaf of a cover story. There was a smug coziness to the entire Warren investigation. It was a clubby affair.
When Treasury Secretary Dillon finally appeared before the commission in early September, less than 3 weeks before its final report was delivered to the president, he was warmly greeted by Dulles, as Doug Dillon was treated to a kid gloves examination by the commission, even though there were troubling questions left unanswered about the Secret Service's behavior in Dallas, where Kennedy's protection had mysteriously melted away. Led by Wields, the commission staff had tried for months before Dillon's appearance to obtain Secret Service records related to the assassination. Wields believed that the Secret Service appeared to be neither alert nor careful in protecting the president. This was a delicate way of characterizing what was a criminally negligent performance by the service entrusted with the president's safety. The buildings surrounding Dealey Plaza and its shadowy corners were not swept and secured by the Secret Service in advance of Kennedy's motorcade. There were no agents riding on the flanks of his limousine, and when sniper fire erupted, only one agent, Clint Hill, performed his duty by sprinting toward the president's vehicle and leaping onto the rear. It was an outrageous display of professional incompetence, one that made Robert Kennedy immediately suspect that the presidential guard was involved in the plot against his brother. But Dillon stonewalled Wields' efforts to pry loose Secret Service records, and when the commission staff persisted, the Treasury Secretary huddled with his old friend Jack McCloy, and then appealed to President Johnson himself. Dillon was a very shrewd guy, Wields marveled late in his life. I still can't believe he involved President Johnson in this. Instead of being grilled by the commission about why he had withheld records and why his agency was missing in action in Dallas, Dillon was allowed to make a case for why his budget should be beefed up. If the Secret Service was given more money, staff, and authority, Senator Cooper helpfully asked, would it be possible to offer the president better protection in the future?
Yes, I think could, Dillon replied brightly. If any blame was assigned in the death of the president during Dillon's gentle interrogation, it was placed on the victim himself. Soon after the assassination, Dillon and others began circulating the false story that Kennedy preferred his Secret Service guards to ride behind him in motorcades, instead of on the side rails of his limousine, and that Kennedy had also requested the Dallas Police Motorcycle Squadron to hang back so the crowds in Dallas could enjoy an unobstructed view of the glamorous first couple. This clever piece of disinformation had the insidious effect of absolving the Secret Service and indicting Kennedy, implying that his vanity was his downfall. And with Dulles' help, Dillon was able to slip this spurious story into the commission record. When the Warren Commission delivered its 912-page report and 26 volumes of appendices to President Johnson in the White House on September 24, 1964, the towering stack seemed designed to crush all dissenting opinions with its sheer weight. But the bulk of the Warren report was filler. Only about 10% of the report dealt with the facts of the case. On Dulles' insistence, most of it was taken up with a biography of Oswald that, despite its exhaustive detail, managed to avoid any mention of his contacts with U.S. intelligence. The CIA, in fact, was given a clean bill of health by the report, which reserved its modest criticisms for other arms of government. Predictably, the New York Times and the Washington Post set the euphoric tone of the press coverage, with Robert Donovan, the same journalist whose book on assassinations had already proved so useful for Dulles, trumpeting the official report in the Post as a masterpiece of its kind. Newsweek National Affairs editor John J. Iselin sent Dulles a complimentary copy of the issue with the Warren report on its cover, along with a fawning note. Without exception, every one of our editors who was involved in our too hasty assimilation exercise found himself deeply impressed with the judiciousness and thoroughness of the Commission's findings. I think we can all be proud of your labor. Iselin thanked Dulles for helping to guide the magazine's coverage of the report, telling him that the editorial staff's efforts to absorb the massive report on a tight deadline was made easier through your kindness in giving us some idea of what to be on the watch for. Meanwhile, just as he had put Dulles in charge of investigating himself, LBJ put Dillon in charge of implementing the Warren Report's recommendations. This pattern continued into the next decade, when now President Ford appointed Dillon to another panel that examined a possible CIA connection to the Kennedy assassination. The 1975 commission was chaired by a lifelong friend of Dillon, none other than Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. After pondering the matter, the Rockefeller Commission, which also included another old Kennedy antagonist and Dulles ally, retired General Lyman Lemnitz, surprised no one by concluding that any allegations of a CIA conspiracy in the JFK case were far-fetched speculation. Following the release of the Warren Report, there were still a few murmurs of doubt, including some within the commission itself. Senator Russell, who strongly suspected that Oswald had been backed by others, seemed eager to distance himself from the report as soon as it was released. He fled home to Georgia, refusing to make himself available to sign ceremonial copies of the report or to autograph the official group photo of the commission. Some tendrils of suspicion even fluttered here and there in Dulles' own social circle. Bill Bundy over in Foggy Bottom was among those who did not find the Warren Report completely convincing. I think he accepted the Warren Report, but did he believe it? That's another matter, recalled Bundy's daughter Carol after his death. I think he thought it was for the good of the country. This is what we put together, and now we need to move forward. Even those establishment personalities who were nagged by doubts about the official story convinced themselves that the national shame had to be laid to rest. But the nightmare of Dallas kept afflicting the nation's slumber. Its telltale heart kept beating beneath the floorboards where it had been buried. And it would not leave Dulles alone. I can't look and won't look. In December 1965, a year after the Warren Commission wrapped up its business, Allen Dulles agreed to spend a few days on the Los Angeles campus of the University of California as a well-paid Regents Scholar lecturer. All he had to do, for what was described as a princely sum, was to give a few talks and rub elbows with students in casual settings. Dulles, looking forward to a relaxing winter respite in the California sun, brought Clover with him. By this point, however, a wide network of Warren Report critics had begun to flourish, men and women from all walks of life, none of them famous, except for Mark Lane, whose CIA-inspired bad press and bullish personality had rendered him notorious. Among these critics of the official story were a poultry farmer, sign salesman, small-town newspaper editor, philosophy professor, legal secretary, civil liberties lawyer, United Nations research analyst, and forensic pathologist. They spent untold hours poring over the most arcane details of the Warren Report, analyzing photos taken during the fateful moments in Dealey Plaza and tracking down eyewitnesses. Their zeal for the truth would make them the target of unrelenting media mockery, but they were doing the work that the American press had shamefully failed to do, and in many cases they went about their unsung labors with great skill and discipline.
Among this band of loosely connected independent researchers was a 26-year-old UCLA graduate student in engineering and physics named David Lifton. Lifton had not given the Kennedy investigation much thought, assuming, like most Americans, that the distinguished Warren Commission would get it right, until he happened to attend a Mark Lane lecture one evening in September 1964, around the time the report was released. The grad student went to the lecture on a lark. For similar reasons, I might have listened to an eccentric lecturer that the Earth was flat, he later recalled. But as he took in Lane's lawyerly presentation that night at the Jan Hus Theater, inside a hulking, old, red-brick church on New York's Upper East Side, Lifton found it so disturbing that it changed his life forever. Soon afterward, he threw himself into the Kennedy case with an engineer's passion for detail and precision. Back in Los Angeles, Lifton plunked down $76 at a local bookstore to buy the entire 26-volume set of the Warren Report, and spent a full year methodically working his way through its contents. He added another dimension to his understanding of the case by reading the best of the conspiracy literature that was starting to emerge, primarily in left-wing publications like The Nation and Liberation, and in more obscure sources like The Minority of One, a cerebral monthly published by a brilliant Auschwitz survivor named Menachem Arnoni that boasted such luminaries as Albert Schweitzer, Bertrand Russell, and Linus Pauling on its editorial board. Lifton further honed his analysis of the assassination by intellectually sparring with Wesley Liebler, one of the few members of the Warren Commission legal staff to at least consider the possibility that their report was flawed, whom he found teaching law at UCLA. By the time Alan Dulles arrived at UCLA, David Lifton was ready to do battle. Contacting the student who was acting as Dulles' host, Lifton passed word that he would like to sit down with the spy master for a private 15-minute interview to discuss the Warren Report. Dulles refused to meet with Lifton alone, but did agree to answer his questions in public at a student chat session scheduled for that evening in a dormitory lounge. The student host warned Lifton not to badger Dulles. Another Warren Report critic had tried to get the best of Dulles the previous night, the host told Lifton, and the wily old spook had made mincemeat of him. That evening, when Lifton showed up at the Sierra Lounge in Hedrick Hall, he was racked with anxiety. "I have never been more frightened in my life in connection with speaking to anyone," he later wrote Vincent Salandria, a Philadelphia lawyer who had established himself as one of the foremost critics of the Warren Report. Dulles entered the lounge with Clover and the evening's moderator. He lit up his trademark pipe and leaned back in his chair. Still alert at 72, Dulles scanned the group of 40 or so students sitting in chairs arranged in semicircles in front of him, quickly picking out the young man positioned front row center who had obviously come to duel with him. Lifton had brought along an arsenal of evidence, including 2 hefty volumes of the Warren Report, a file box filled with documents, and photo exhibits of Dealey Plaza, including copies of the kill shot frames from the Zapruder film. The engineering student had made a point of wearing his best suit, and his friends who accompanied him for moral support were similarly attired. "It was obvious," he told Salandria, "we were not beatniks of any kind." After Dulles wittily deflected a question from a student about the CIA budget, the spymaster suddenly found himself confronted by the earnest, bespectacled student sitting directly in front of him. Lifton, not knowing how long he would be given the floor, leaped right to the heart of the matter, directly challenging the foundation of the Warren Report. "Mr. Dulles," he began, "one of the most important conclusions of the Warren Commission goes something like this. There was no evidence of a conspiracy." "Wasn't it? We have found no evidence of conspiracy," interrupted Dulles. There was a twinkling charm to his manner, but he made clear that he was prepared to counter Lifton every step of the way. Undeterred, Lifton plunged forward. Contrary to the Commission's conclusion, he asserted, there was ample evidence to suggest a conspiracy, not least of which was the Zapruder film, which graphically demonstrated that Kennedy's head was thrust violently back and to the left by shot.
Lifton knew his law of physics, and the conclusion was unavoidable to him. This must imply someone was firing from the front. Dulles would have none of it. He calmly informed the gathering that he had examined the film 1,000 times, and that what Lifton was saying was simply not true. At this point, Lifton walked over to the evening's honored guest and began showing him grisly blow-ups from the Zapruder film. "I know these are not the best reproductions," said Lifton, "but the images were clear enough." Nobody had ever directly confronted Dulles like this before, and the old man grew agitated as he glanced at the photos that Lifton had thrust onto his lap. "Now what are you saying? Just what are you saying?" Dulles sputtered. "I'm saying there must be someone up front firing at Kennedy," Lifton responded. "Look," Dulles said, in lecture mode, "there isn't a single iota of evidence indicating conspiracy. No one says anything like that." But now it was Lifton's turn to school Dulles. Actually, the engineering student informed Dulles, of the 121 witnesses in Dealey Plaza, dozens of them reported hearing or seeing evidence of gunfire from the grassy knoll. People even saw and smelled smoke. "Look, what are you talking about?" fumed the now visibly angry Dulles. "Who saw smoke?" Lifton began giving the names of witnesses, citing the research done by Harold Feldman, a freelance writer for scientific journals. "Just who is Harold Feldman?" Dulles scornfully demanded. Lifton informed him that he frequently wrote for The Nation. This elicited an explosion of derision from Dulles. The Nation? Ha 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 ha. If Dulles assumed the group of students would join in his mocking laughter, he quickly discovered that he was alone. "It is to the everlasting credit of the students," Lifton later remarked, "that even if they did not understand the full meaning of the dialogue that was taking place, they did sense the obscenity of that laugh, that it was an attempt to intellectually smear, in disguise, and not one student laughed. Alan Dulles laughed all alone." Dulles tried to retrieve the upper hand by making his antagonist look like an obsessive time hog, as Lifton put it. "Look," the distinguished guest said to the group, "I don't know if you're really all interested in this, and if you're not, we'd just as well." But the students emphatically assured him that they were very interested. "No, no," they insisted, "keep going." So, with a shrug, Dulles was forced back into the ring. But having failed to knock out Lifton with his display of contempt, he seemed at a loss how to continue the battle. "I can't see a blasted thing here," the old spy angrily muttered, taking another look at the hideous photos in his lap. "You can't say the head goes back. I can't see it going back. It does not go back. You can't say that. You haven't shown it." But after passing the photos around the room, Lifton had the final word. "Each student can look and see for himself," he told Dulles. After the heated exchange between Lifton and Dulles, the evening began to wind down. Dulles was given the opportunity to restore some of his dignity when a star-struck student asked a question that allowed him to discourse at length on Cold War spycraft. Then Dulles bade goodnight to the students, and he and Clover retired to their campus quarters. As Dulles withdrew, dozens of students gathered around Lifton, peppering him with questions about the assassination, and for the next 2 hours, he gave a presentation based on the pile of evidence that he had brought with him. "It was really a neat night," he reported to Salandria. "I really felt tonight as if I'd won." But talking about that evening nearly 50 years later, Lifton conveyed a darker feeling about his encounter with Dulles. He had the sense he was in the presence of evil that night, recalled Lifton, who by then was a man in his 70s, like Dulles at the time of their UCLA duel. It was the way he looked, his eyes. He just emoted guile, and it was very, very scary. David Lifton was the only person who ever gave Alan Dulles a taste of what it would have been like for him to be put on the witness stand. No doubt Dulles would have reacted the same way if he had ever been cross-examined. First, he would have tried charm to disarm his prosecutor, then scorn, and finally an eruption of fury, perhaps accompanied by vague threats, as he did with Lifton, when he suggested that the grad student should submit to an FBI interrogation if he had anything new to report. Dulles' performance at UCLA offered a glimpse of how vulnerable the spymaster was underneath all his bluster, and how quickly he might have cracked if he had been subjected to a rigorous examination. But with the failure of Congress and the legal system, as well as the media, to investigate the assassination more closely, it was up to freelance crusaders like Lifton to hold Dulles and his accomplices accountable.
Dulles would be forced to spend the rest of his life grappling with the charges leveled by these headstrong men and women, trying to discredit their books, sabotage their public appearances, and, in some cases, to destroy their reputations. He had written Jerry Ford in February 1965, telling him he was happy to note that attacks on the Warren Report have dwindled to a whimper. But it was wishful thinking. The whimper of criticism was about to become a roar. Sometime in the winter of 1965-66, after Dulles's showdown at UCLA, he suffered a mild stroke. But he soon rebounded, and Clover despaired that she would ever persuade him to slow down. In February 1966, she wrote Mary Bancroft, asking her advice for how to convince Alan to take some care. He insisted on keeping up his busy social schedule, Clover complained, even when he wasn't feeling well. He quite often gets a chill, and as I give him electric pads, hot water bottles, etc., he says he will be getting up in a minute. This morning he said he didn't feel well. He had done too much, 2 dinners in the same evening, one from 5:30 to 7:30 where he spoke, the other purely social, and that he wouldn't go out to lunch at the club. But of course he went, and the chill came next. I try to wash my hands of it all when I see I do no good, but when I think of how awful for him, and for everybody, if his next stroke was worse, then I start once again, thinking of how to present the prospect of taking some care of himself. The 2 women knew that Dulles would not scale back until his health failed him. He was the shark, propelling himself relentlessly forward. If he slowed down, it would mean the end of him. He dined with old CIA friends like the Angletons and hosted overseas guests like Dame Rebecca West and her husband Henry Andrews when they visited Washington. He hopped up to New York for meetings at the Council on Foreign Relations with longtime associates like Bill Bundy and Hamilton Armstrong. And in November 1966, he even sat for Heinz Warnecke, a German-born sculptor best known for his depictions of animals, who produced a bas-relief of Dulles for the lobby of CIA headquarters. That same year, Dulles published a rose-colored memoir of his World War II spy days, The Secret Surrender, and with the help of former CIA comrade Tracy Barnes, he tried to turn the book into a Hollywood movie. But the project never went beyond the Tinseltown wheel-spinning stage, demonstrating that when it came to dealing with the movie industry labyrinth, even espionage wizards were sometimes at a loss. Or perhaps trying to turn SS General Wolf into a screen hero proved too much even for Hollywood's imagination. Much of Dulles' time during his golden years was absorbed by the growing controversy surrounding the Warren Report. He knew that his legacy was tied to the credibility of the investigation, and he took the lead in defending the report, while encouraging other commission pillars to also engage in the propaganda battle. By 1966, Dulles and his commission colleagues found themselves besieged by skeptical reporters and filmmakers, as best-selling books like Mark Lane's Rush to Judgment, Edward J. Epstein's Inquest, and Harold Weisberg's Whitewash ripped holes in the Warren Report, soon to be followed by Josiah Thompson's 6 Seconds in Dallas, which was excerpted in the deeply middle-American Saturday Evening Post. Thompson's book would even land the Haverford philosophy professor turned private eye an editorial consultancy with Luce's Life magazine, which had earlier played a key role in the Assassination cover-up by buying the Zapruder film and locking it away in the company vault. Dulles was particularly disturbed by Inquest, a methodical dissection of the report's weaknesses that had begun as Epstein's master's thesis at Cornell. To their later regret, some commission staff members had cooperated with Epstein's research, which gave the book more credibility than other attacks on the Warren Report. In July 1966, Dick Goodwin lauded the book in the Washington Post and used his review to call for a reopening of the investigation, a bombshell that marked the first time a member of Kennedy's inner circle had issued such a call. Alarmed by the steady erosion of support for the Warren Report, Dulles anxiously conferred with Lee Rankin and Arlen Specter, the future senator from Pennsylvania, who had been one of the commission's more ambitious young attorneys, concocting the infamous magic bullet theory to reinforce the lone gunman storyline. As the groundswell for a new investigation grew, Dulles realized that a major counteroffensive needed to be mounted. Once again, he rallied his media allies, like U.S. News World Report founder David Lawrence, whom Dulles described to Rankin as an old and close friend of mine, who published a ringing defense of the Warren Report by Specter in October. The propaganda campaign on behalf of the Warren Report was primarily run out of the CIA by Dulles stalwarts like Angleton and Ray Rocca.
A 1967 CIA document, later released under the Freedom of Information Act, stated that growing criticism of the report was a matter of concern to the U.S. government, including our organization. In response, the agency sought to provide friendly journalists with material for countering and discrediting the claims of the conspiracy theorists. One way that its media assets could impugn conspiracy theorists, the CIA suggested, was to portray them as Soviet dupes. Communists and other extremists always attempt to prove a political conspiracy behind violence, declared another agency document. As part of the campaign to smear Warren Report critics, Dulles compiled dirt on Mark Lane, whom he considered a particularly terrible nuisance because of his growing media visibility and his influence overseas, where he was often invited to speak. Dulles received one report from an unidentified source that amounted to a sludge pile of salacious, unsubstantiated rumors about Lane. I have been told that his wife was, even is, a member of the Communist Party, and I have also been told that Lane is not divorced from his wife as some people claim. A district attorney in Queens has in his possession, the report continued, showing Lane engaged in highly inappropriate conduct with minors. I have not seen these pictures personally, but know those who have.
Lane has the most unsavory possible reputation. Dulles' informer also offered some crude observations about the lawyer's race, ethnicity, and mental status. He is supposedly Jewish, but there are those who claim he is half Negro or at least has Negro blood. He is very dark-complexioned, wears horn-rimmed glasses, and is always in a hurry. My own personal opinion is that he is deranged. According to Lane, the CIA went beyond spreading ugly gossip about him, subjecting him to relentless surveillance and harassment. As his public profile started to grow, the agency pressured TV and radio programs to cancel interviews with him. When he traveled to foreign countries to speak about the Kennedy assassination, the agency sent bulletins to the U.S. embassies there announcing that Lane's local appearances had been canceled. Dulles assiduously avoided direct confrontations with his articulate nemesis. In August 1966, when he was asked to debate Lane by the producer of a TV public affairs program in New York City called The Open Mind, Dulles declined. Perhaps the old man figured that if a UCLA student could rattle him in a casual campus forum, he would be seriously outmatched in a televised duel with an aggressive legal warrior like Lane. Dulles also rejected an invitation to be interviewed for a British documentary in which Lane was involved. The spymaster preferred more nimble surrogates like the Warren Commission staff attorneys to do his fighting for him. As time went by, even friends of Dulles began to air their doubts to him about the Warren Report. His European friends grew particularly skeptical, but some of his intimates closer to home, including Mary Bancroft, also started challenging Dulles' explanation of the assassination. After feeding Dulles with tattletale reports about the quite fiendish Lane throughout the Warren Commission inquiry, Bancroft, a weather vane of shifting opinion in her Upper East Side circles, started to consider whether the outspoken critic might be right after all. After listening to him, even I begin to wonder, Mary wrote Dulles in July 1964. By 1966, Dulles' longtime confidant had gone over to the other side, much to his chagrin. That November, after Mary sent Clover a letter about the Commission's many failings, Allen wrote back, telling her, "I imagine that we will have to agree to disagree about the Warren Report. I respect your views, and I doubt whether I can have any great influence on them, but I may make a try when we next get together." By 1967, polls showed that 2/3 of the American public did not accept the Warren Report's conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin. That same year, against the backdrop of growing public skepticism, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison launched the first, and what will likely be the only, criminal investigation related to the Kennedy assassination. At the beginning of the investigation, Garrison later wrote, "I had only a hunch that the federal intelligence community had somehow been involved in the assassination, but I did not know which branch or branches." As time passed and more leads turned up, however, the evidence began pointing more and more to the CIA. In February 1968, Garrison subpoenaed Dulles to testify before an Orleans Parish grand jury, which undoubtedly came as a cold slap for a man long accustomed to being invited to speak before gatherings of the Brookings Institution, Princeton Alumni Association, Council on Foreign Relations, Carnegie Endowment, and other august forums. As Garrison and his investigators examined the work of the Warren Commission, they discovered that leads pointing to the CIA had been covered up neatly by point man for intelligence issues, former CIA Director Allen Dulles. Everything kept coming back to Cuba and the Bay of Pigs and the CIA. The New Orleans district attorney wanted to question Dulles under oath about the CIA's connections to Oswald and to local figures in the Kennedy case, like David Ferry and Guy Bannister, whose paths had crisscrossed intriguingly with that of the accused assassin. The Garrison investigation set off alarm bells in CIA headquarters. It soon became clear, however, that the authority of a crusading district attorney was no match for the U.S. intelligence establishment. Days after Garrison sent off the Dulles subpoena to the nation's capital, he received a letter from the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C., who tersely informed the DA that he'd declined to serve the subpoena on Dulles. Meanwhile, the CIA, which by then was led by Helms, mounted an aggressive counterattack on the district attorney. Subpoenas like the one sent to Dulles were simply ignored. Government records were destroyed, Garrison's office was infiltrated by spies, and agency assets in the media worked to turn the DA into a crackpot in the public eye. Even the private investigator Garrison hired to sweep his office for electronic bugs turned out to be a CIA operative. After Dulles was subpoenaed by Garrison, the security specialist Gordon Novell phoned the spy master to slip him inside information about the DA's strategy. In the end, Garrison's powerful enemies managed to turn the tables on him, and the New Orleans prosecutor himself became the target of an investigation on trumped-up federal corruption charges. "This is what happens to you," he observed years later, "when you do not go along with the new government's ratification of the coup." Despite the public's overwhelming rejection of the Warren Report, Dulles could count on the unwavering support of the Washington establishment and the corporate media. An exchange of letters between CBS News director William Small and Dulles in July 1967 summed up the media's lockstep allegiance to the official story, no matter how many holes were punched in it by new research. "I hope you had a chance to view the 4-part series on the Warren Commission," wrote Small, referring to his TV network's massive apologia for the Warren Report. "We are very proud of them, and I hope you found them a proper display of what television journalism can do." Dulles commended Small for a job well done, although he noted that he had missed the 3rd installment. After reviewing transcripts of the entire series that Small had obligingly provided him, Dulles assured the CBS News executive, "If I have any nitpicking to pass on to you, I shall do so as soon as I have read them." The spy master was always happy to offer guidance to his media friends, down to the smallest details. Even the prominent group of men who had served President Kennedy were loath to break ranks with the establishment on the Warren Report. Dark talk of conspiracy had begun circulating within the Kennedy ranks immediately after Dallas, but with the exception of Dick Goodwin, no one dared to voice these suspicions in public. Arthur Schlesinger was cast adrift by Kennedy's murder. The scholar had thrived in Kennedy's court, where his intellectual and political aspirations intersected. Working in the Kennedy White House not only gave Schlesinger a voice in global affairs, it offered the decidedly unglamorous intellectual a chance to rub elbows with everyone from French novelist and cultural minister André Malraux to Hollywood siren Angie Dickinson. He gossiped over lunch with the sultry actress about Frank Sinatra, who had been deeply wounded when he was jettisoned from the Kennedy circle because of his association with the mob. Schlesinger was sipping midday cocktails with publishing queen Kay Graham and her Newsweek editors, who had flown him to New York to advise them on a magazine makeover when the devastating news from Dallas was announced. Schlesinger soon realized that he was odd man out in the anti-intellectual Johnson administration.
More than a month after the assassination, Schlesinger confided woefully in his journal. He still had not received a single communication from the president, not a request to do anything, or an invitation to a meeting, or an instruction, or a suggestion.
Not even the photographs or swimming or cocktail invitations which have gone to other members of the Kennedy staff. The entire mood of the White House suddenly shifted under Schlesinger's feet. LBJ differs from JFK in a number of ways, most notably perhaps in his absence of intellectual curiosity, Schlesinger observed. He has the senatorial habit of knowing only what is necessary to know for the moment, and then forgetting it as soon as the moment has passed. LBJ lacks the supreme FDR-JFK gift of keeping a great many things in his mind at the same time, remembering them all, and demanding always to know new things. On January 27, 1964, 2 months into Johnson's presidency, Schlesinger submitted his resignation. It was accepted with alacrity, he dryly noted. Schlesinger's early resignation from the Johnson administration, which came 7 months before Bobby Kennedy's own departure to run for the Senate, solidified his position of trust within the Kennedy enclave. The historian was the recipient of murmured confidences from Bobby, Jackie, and members of their entourage. Schlesinger heard disturbing reports about the events in Dallas. RFK told him that he was racked with suspicions about what had happened to his brother. Even CIA Director McCone thought there were 2 people involved in the shooting, Kennedy confided to Schlesinger. Meanwhile, Air Force General Godfrey McHugh, who had served as JFK's military aide in Dallas, gave Schlesinger a harrowing account of that ghastly afternoon when they bumped into each other at a French embassy party in June. McHugh had found LBJ huddled in the bathroom of his private quarters on Air Force One before the plane took off from Dallas. The panic-stricken Johnson was convinced that there was a conspiracy and that he would be the next to go. Schlesinger took an interest in the first wave of Kennedy conspiracy articles that began appearing in the press, sending RFK a piece titled Seeds of Doubt from the December 21, 1963 issue of the New Republic. Nobody was more aware than Schlesinger of the explosive tensions that had surged within the Kennedy presidency. Certainly, we did not control the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the historian would acknowledge late in his life, and, as he knew from his futile efforts to reform the CIA, the Kennedy White House perhaps had even less control over the spy agency. But despite Schlesinger's inside knowledge of the Washington power struggle during the Kennedy years and his ability to see through such shoddy work as the Warren Report, the historian did nothing to explore the truth about Dallas. In the years after the assassination, Schlesinger secured his reputation as the official historian of Kennedy's Camelot, with his epic, Pulitzer Prize-winning book on the abbreviated presidency, 1,000 Days. The 1965 bestseller, which carefully avoided the dark, unanswered questions about Kennedy's murder, burnished the historian's intellectual celebrity and opened new doors for him on the cocktail party circuit. His bold-faced name popped up in New York gossip columns, including a sighting at a raucous Norman Mailer party in January 1967, highlighted by a trapeze apparatus that the more daring guests used to go flying through the air. "Any party with Arthur Schlesinger Jr. and me in it can't be a failure," chirped Monique Lanvoren, a Belgian-born actress who was once the va-va-voom girl of the moment. Schlesinger was frequently invited to appear on talk shows, and that year he found himself at a Los Angeles TV station where he was the guest of local news personality Stan Borman. After the show, Borman asked Schlesinger whether he would be willing to meet backstage with Ray Marcus, a respected Warren Report critic. Marcus, who had concluded that the official report was the most massively fraudulent document ever foisted on a free society, thought it was urgent that former Kennedy officials like Schlesinger examine his photographic evidence. He was certain that it would convince the new frontiersmen that there had been a conspiracy. But when Schlesinger set eyes on Marcus's display, which included the Zapruder film's infamous frame 313 kill shot, he visibly paled. "I can't look and won't look," Schlesinger said, turning his head and walking briskly away from Marcus. This was a perfect summation of the prevalent attitude among the Kennedy crowd. It was best not to linger on the horrors of Dallas. Despite the bad blood between Kennedy and the CIA, Schlesinger managed to maintain affable relations with the spy set after Dallas. As he had throughout his career, Schlesinger kept up a friendly, chatty correspondence with Dulles.
In December 1964, Schlesinger even commiserated with the spymaster over Hugh Trevor Roper's disgraceful piece in the London Sunday Times, in which the eminent Oxford historian denounced the Warren report as suspect and slovenly. After Dulles thanked him for the letter, Schlesinger wrote again in January, informing Dulles that British political scientist and dependable Cold War pundit Dennis Brogan was working on a detailed dissection of Trevor Roper for the CIA-funded Encounter magazine. "Perhaps if you are feeling up to it," Schlesinger warmly signed off, "I could come by and see you one of these afternoons." Schlesinger's courtship of Dulles in the midst of the Trevor Roper controversy was oddly sycophantic, especially considering the fact that Schlesinger himself shared some of the British historian's doubts about the Warren report. The cordial relationship between Schlesinger and Dulles suffered a bit of strain in the summer of 1965, when Life magazine ran an account of the Bay of Pigs that was excerpted from 1,000 Days. In his book, Schlesinger put the onus for the disaster on the CIA, which, he accurately wrote, had maneuvered Kennedy into the sand trap. Dulles found the Life article, along with a similar one that Look magazine excerpted from Ted Sorensen's memoir, Kennedy, deeply disturbing and highly misleading. The Schlesinger and Sorensen broadsides on the Bay of Pigs spurred Dulles into action, but after wrestling with a long, belabored, and unbecomingly bitter response for Harper's, he decided it was best to take the high road. President Kennedy had done the honorable thing and taken responsibility for the fiasco, he told journalists calling for comment, and he would leave it at that. By November, Dulles had resumed amiable relations with Schlesinger, sending him condolences on the death of his father. In October 1966, Schlesinger again rushed to Dulles's defense when the secret surrender was harshly reviewed in the New York Review of Books by revisionist historian Gar Alperovitz, who suggested that the spymaster had helped kick off the Cold War by going around Stalin's back to cut a deal with Nazi commanders in Italy. "I was so irritated by the wild Alperovitz review that I sent a letter," Schlesinger wrote to Dulles. In his letter to the review, Schlesinger ridiculed the attempt to blame the Cold War on poor old Allen Dulles. Nothing the United States could have done in 1945 would have dispelled Stalin's mistrust, short of the conversion of the United States into a Stalinist despotism. When it came to fighting the cultural Cold War, Schlesinger and Dulles were still brothers in arms. It was not until many years later, long after Dulles was dead, that Schlesinger began to question his cozy relations with the Georgetown CIA crowd. By then, some of the skeletons in the CIA closet had come rattling out the door when it was opened just a crack by post-Watergate congressional investigations.
In 1978, seated at an awards banquet next to Jimmy Carter's CIA director, Admiral Stansfield Turner, who was trying to at least straighten up the closet, Schlesinger listened wide-eyed as Turner regaled him with CIA horror stories. Many of the CIA director's astonishing tales related to Jim Angleton, who, though deposed 3 years earlier, still cast a shadow over the agency. Turner obviously regards Angleton as a madman and cannot understand a system under which he gained so much power, Schlesinger later wrote in his journal. In September 1991, Schlesinger found himself at the Sun Valley estate of Pamela Harriman, Averill's widow, with fellow guest Dick Helms, with whom he had been friends ever since their days together in the OSS. Schlesinger characterized their relationship as a rather wary friendship, since we both know that there are matters on which we deeply disagree, but about which, for the sake of our friendship, we do not speak. Still, he had socialized regularly with Helms over the years, sipping cocktails with him at the Wisners, swapping information with him over lunch during the Kennedy years, and later, during the 1970s, playing tennis and enjoying barbecues in the backyard of Dick and Cynthia Helms' comfortable home near Washington's Battery Kemble Park. One evening, Schlesinger's son Andrew accompanied him to a Helms barbecue. I remember feeling kind of weird about, but my father thought he was the most honorable of the CIA people. By 1991, however, Schlesinger had begun to question his assessment of Helms. He had recently read a series of articles about the CIA's brainwashing experiments on Canadian medical patients, in which Helms had played a central role. It is a terrible story of CIA recklessness and arrogance, compounded by an unwillingness to assume responsibility that went to the point of destroying incriminating documents, Schlesinger wrote in his journal.
Helms was a central figure both in recommending the experiments and in getting rid of the evidence. Now Schlesinger found himself relaxing in Idaho's alpine splendor with the man who had been convicted of one felony, lying to Congress, and undeniably should have been prosecuted for more. But the historian held his tongue. In view of my long truce with Dick Helms and my liking for him, I certainly did not bring up, but I did wonder a bit at one's capacity to continue liking people who have been involved in wicked things. Bill Casey is another example, though my friendship with Helms is considerably closer. Kissinger, I guess, still another. Is this deplorable weakness or commendable tolerance? It's a measure of Schlesinger's decency that he could raise these painful, introspective questions, and it's a sign of his weakness that he could never break with these wicked men. In the 1990s, Schlesinger found himself dragged back into the Kennedy assassination swamp with the release of Oliver Stone's explosive 1991 movie JFK, a fictional retelling of Garrison's ill-fated investigation that proposed Kennedy was the victim of reactionary forces in his own government. On Halloween evening that year, Stone himself showed up at the door of Schlesinger's New York apartment. The filmmaker had ignited a media uproar, stoked in part by the CIA's reliable press allies, and Stone, looking for support in the Kennedy camp, was reaching out for Schlesinger's support. The historian found the director a charming, earnest man, but, I surmise, scarred into paranoia by his experience in Vietnam and dangerously susceptible to conspiracy theories. In truth, Schlesinger had long been racked by his own doubts about the Warren Report. His second wife, Alexandra, firmly believed that JFK was the victim of a conspiracy. But, to her endless frustration, Schlesinger evaded the tough question by declaring himself an agnostic on the subject. As his son Andrew later observed, the historian simply didn't have the emotional resources to confront the sordid facts surrounding the assassination. Near the end of his life, when Schlesinger was weakened by Parkinson's disease and withering away, Andrew asked him if there was one book he never wrote but wished that he had. His father got a little agitated, recalled Andrew. He said he wished he'd written a book about the CIA. He felt the CIA was terribly corrupting our democracy. He emotionally was saying. He believed until the end that the CIA was undermining our democracy. Endgame. It was always difficult for Angelina Cabrera, the woman who managed Senator Robert F. Kennedy's New York office, to grab a few minutes of his time. As the freshman senator from New York during the volcanic 60s and the inheritor of his brother's heavy legacy, Bobby was always in demand, always on the move, always in the middle of the growing debate over the Vietnam War and the fight for social justice. Cabrera was respectful of the time that the senator needed to himself behind his closed office door, and she was keenly aware of the shadow that always seemed to loom over him. He was sad most of the time, she recalled years later. He was preoccupied most of the time, about something, probably his brother. I had the thought that he would not make it. I was praying for him. The grief that clung to Bobby did not make him a remote figure in his New York office. He had a gentler aura after his brother's death, and he created a sense of warm camaraderie among his staff. Aides felt they could challenge him, joke with him, and he responded in kind, with his dry and lightly teasing sense of humor. The senator dearly loved Angie Cabrera and, remembered RFK aide Peter Evelman, he loved them very dearly. He just enjoyed being around them. It was kind of a one big happy family thing. Cabrera would accompany Bobby to political rallies in Spanish Harlem and Bedford-Stuyvesant, where Kennedy's commitment to community development and empowerment made him an increasingly popular figure. Cabrera, whose parents had emigrated from Puerto Rico to Brooklyn Heights and who had worked as an executive secretary for the governor of Puerto Rico, helped connect RFK to his Hispanic constituents. In 1967, Bobby and Ethel invited her to fly with them to the island, where he was scheduled to speak in the old Spanish colonial city of San Germán. Kennedy was stunned by the size and exuberance of the crowds that greeted him in Puerto Rico. Everywhere he went, people celebrated him as if he were their best and brightest hope. He was the second coming of his brother. One day, that same year, while working in the New York office, Cabrera barged through Bobby's door with a timely item of business. She caught him as he was finishing what seemed like an intense phone call. As I walked in, he thought I might have heard, Cabrera later recounted. Actually, I didn't hear what he said, and I had no idea who he was talking to. But he thought that I did, and he trusted me. After he hung up the phone, he turned to me and said, "There's something more to this. I've got to pursue who really killed my brother." In the hours and days immediately following his brother's assassination, Bobby had frenetically chased every lead he could think of, quickly concluding that JFK was the victim of a plot that had spun out of the CIA's anti-Castro operation. But after this initial burst of clarity, Bobby soon sank into a fog of despair, unable to develop a clear plan of action. His depression came, of course, from the devastating loss of his beloved brother, the Northern Star on whom he had fixed his life's course. But Bobby was also filled with despair because there was no clear way to respond to his brother's murder. His mortal enemy, Lyndon Johnson, was in charge of the government, and his own power as Attorney General was dwindling so quickly that J. Edgar Hoover, another bitter opponent, no longer bothered responding to his phone calls. Meanwhile, Kennedy antagonists such as Hoover and Dulles were in control of the official murder investigation.
If RFK tried to circumvent the system and take his suspicions directly to the American people, he risked sparking an explosive civil crisis. The astute writer and political activist M.S. Arnone, in fact, drew such a chilling scenario in a December 1963 article he published in The Minority of One, a publication to which Kennedy's Senate office subscribed. To move against such formidable conspirators might start a disastrous chain of events. It could lead to American troops shooting at other American troops. It could lead to a direct takeover by a military clique. To avert such catastrophes, it might well be considered prudent to pretend utter ignorance in the hope that the conspirators might be removed from power discreetly at a later date, one by one. And so, for the most part, Bobby Kennedy maintained a pained silence on the subject of his brother's assassination. In private, he dismissed the Warren report as a public relations exercise. But he knew that if he attacked the report in public, it would set off a political uproar that he was in no position to exploit. When the report was released in late September 1964, Bobby was on the Senate campaign trail in New York. He tried to avoid commenting at length on the report by canceling his campaign appearances that morning. He was obliged to issue a brief statement, giving the inquiry his perfunctory blessing, but adding, "I have not read the report, nor do I intend to." It was an impossible balancing act that Bobby would strain to make work for the rest of his life. The CIA used Kennedy's silence to bolster the Warren report. Note that Robert Kennedy would be the last man to overlook or conceal any conspiracy. The CIA instructed friendly journalists in its 1967 memo on how to rebut critics of the report. But by 1967, emboldened by the growing campaign to reopen the JFK case and Jim Garrison's investigation, Bobby began to refocus on Dallas. Before, he had deflected friends' efforts to discuss their suspicions about the case, but now he tentatively began probing the agonizing wound. After seeing Garrison's face on a magazine cover at an airport newsstand, the senator turned to his press aide, Frank Mankiewicz, and asked him to begin reading all of the assassination literature he could find. "So, if it gets to a point where I can do something about this, you can tell me what I need to know." Meanwhile, Kennedy sent his trusted friend and longtime investigator, former FBI agent Walter Sheridan, to New Orleans to size up Garrison's operation. The buttoned-down ex-G-man took an immediate disliking to the flamboyant DA and reported back to Bobby that Garrison was a fraud. Sheridan's take on Garrison, which was reflected in the harsh NBC News special that Sheridan helped produce in June, foiled Garrison's efforts to build an investigative alliance with RFK. The Garrison camp implored Kennedy to speak out about the conspiracy, arguing that such a public stand might even protect his own life by putting the conspirators on notice. But RFK preferred to play such deeply crucial matters close to the chest. He would reopen the case on his own terms, Kennedy confided to his closest aides, suggesting that day would come only if he won the executive powers of the White House. "One of the things you learned when you were around Kennedy, you learned what it was to be serious," said RFK Senate aide Adam Walensky. Serious people, when faced with something like that, you don't speculate out loud about it. He had an acute understanding of how difficult that kind of investigation is, even if you had all the power of the presidency. On March 16, 1968, Robert F. Kennedy announced his candidacy for the presidency of the United States. He was motivated, he said, by his desire to end the bloodshed in Vietnam and in our cities, and to close the gaps that now exist between black and white, between rich and poor, between young and old in this country. Kennedy left unstated another reason for his White House run, to finally close the case that still tormented his family and the nation. RFK launched his presidential campaign in the same chandeliered room in the old Senate office building where his brother had declared his bid for the White House 8 years earlier. But a more somber mood hung over Bobby's announcement. Not only was the country and RFK's own party more torn by war and racial divisions than in 1960, but there was an acute sense that his own life might be at stake. After Richard Nixon and several aides sat watching Kennedy announce his presidential run on a hotel room television, the TV was turned off, and Nixon sat silently looking at the blank screen for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, "Something bad is going to come of this." He pointed at the dark screen. "God knows where this is going to lead." A few days after RFK's announcement, Jackie Kennedy, who had begged him not to run, fell into a bleak conversation with Schlesinger at a New York party. "Do you know what I think will happen to Bobby?" she said. "The same thing that happened to Jack." Robert Kennedy, the father of 10 children, with an 11th on the way, was terribly aware of the risk he was taking. But notwithstanding the youthful euphoria around Senator Eugene McCarthy's children's crusade for president, there was no political figure in America besides Bobby who had the ability to win the White House and heal the country. Kennedy spent many days and long anguished nights wrestling with his decision. At one point, he sought the advice of Walter Lippmann, one of the last of his breed of Washington wise men. "Well, if you believe that Johnson's re-election would be a catastrophe for the country, and I entirely agree with you on this," said the sage, "then, if this comes about, the question you must live with is whether you did everything you could do to avert this catastrophe." Kennedy's mere entry into the race was enough to panic LBJ into abandoning his re-election bid. But there still was Johnson's surrogate, Vice President Hubert Humphrey, to contend with, as well as the specter of Nixon, rising from the ashes. Entering the campaign late, Kennedy threw himself into the primary race with raw determination, knowing that he was fighting an uphill battle against the Democratic Party establishment, as well as competing with McCarthy for the anti-war vote. Bobby waded, virtually unprotected, into frenzied crowds on every stop of his campaign. His presidential race was perhaps the bravest and most reckless in American history. "Living every day is like Russian roulette," he told political reporter Jack Newfield. RFK was so moved by something Ralph Waldo Emerson had written that he copied it down and carried it with him. "Always do what you are afraid to do." Bobby's courage gave strength to those around him, to those ambitious, idealistic men who had served his brother and were now following RFK on his perilous path. His heroism inspired their own. Men like Schlesinger, who could not break from the establishment without a Kennedy leading the way. And Kenny O'Donnell, who had begun drinking himself to death instead of telling the world what he had seen that day in Dealey Plaza with his own eyes. And even Robert McNamara, who had allowed himself to be debased by his allegiance to Johnson and the folly of his war. They now rallied around this new Kennedy crusade, and they were better men for doing so. They joined the battle for America's soul as if it were their own. JFK's assassins knew that Robert Kennedy was the only man who could bring them to justice. They had sought to keep him close after Dallas, with Dulles showering his condolences on the Kennedy family. "You have been much in my thoughts, and Jackie, Ethel, and you have my deep respect and admiration," the spymaster wrote RFK in January 1964. He made sure that Bobby, as well as his parents and siblings, received complete bound sets of the Warren Report.
He fell all over himself with unctuous eagerness to respond to queries from RFK, including Bobby's request that he sit for an interview with the Kennedy Library. In his oral history for the library, Dulles further disgraced himself and the memory of John F. Kennedy by singing false praises of the slain president. But when Robert Kennedy announced his run for the presidency, he became a wild card, an uncontrollable threat. The danger grew as Kennedy got closer to his goal of winning the Democratic nomination. The June 4 California primary would be the make-or-break moment of his campaign. If he won the Golden State, the pundits declared, his momentum would be unstoppable. Oh God, not again. That was the collective moan that erupted from deep within the crowd at Los Angeles Ambassador Hotel on the night of Kennedy's victory as he lay mortally wounded on the grimy floor of the hotel pantry. As in Dallas, official reports immediately pinned sole responsibility for the shooting on a troubled loner, a 24-year-old Palestinian immigrant named Sirhan Sirhan. The accused assassin was undeniably involved in the assault on Kennedy as the senator and his entourage made their way through the crowded, dimly lit hotel pantry on the way to a press briefing room. But numerous eyewitnesses, including one of the men who subdued Sirhan, insisted that the alleged assassin could not have fired the shot that killed Kennedy. Sirhan was several feet in front of Kennedy when he began firing with his revolver. But the fatal shot, which struck RFK at point-blank range behind the right ear, penetrating his brain, was fired from behind. Furthermore, evidence indicated that 13 shots were fired in the pantry that night, 5 more than the number of bullets that Sirhan's gun could hold. Dr. Thomas Noguchi, the Los Angeles coroner who conducted the autopsy on Kennedy, thought that all of the evidence pointed to a second gunman. Thus, I have never said that Sirhan Sirhan killed Robert Kennedy, Noguchi would flatly state in his 1983 memoir. Then there was Sirhan himself. Like Oswald, he did not claim credit for the assassination. In fact, from the moment he was taken into custody, he seemed utterly perplexed by the tragedy in which he found himself playing the starring role. The dazed Sirhan had no memory of attacking Kennedy. He struck many observers, including hypnosis experts who interviewed him, as a Manchurian candidate, an individual highly susceptible to mind control programming. A security guard named Thane Eugene Caesar, who guided Kennedy into the pantry, later fell under suspicion. He was seen pulling his gun as the chaos erupted that night in the cramped passageway. But investigators quickly cleared Caesar, and his gun was never tested. Over the years, Caesar's possible role in the assassination of Robert Kennedy has been debated by researchers and lawyers associated with the case. Some, like Sirhan's current legal team, declare that Caesar, if not the actual assassin, played a role in the plot, perhaps helping set up Kennedy as a target. Others, like investigative journalist Dan Moldea, author of a book on the RFK assassination, insist on the innocence of Caesar, who is still alive. Gene Caesar is an innocent man who has been wrongly accused in the Robert Kennedy murder case, and any claim to the contrary is simply not true, Moldea emailed the author in 2015, adding that he now acts as the reclusive spokesman and has his power of attorney. John Meyer, a former executive in Howard Hughes's Las Vegas organization, has tied Caesar to CIA contractor Bob Maheu, who was hired by Hughes to run his Vegas operation in the 1960s. Meyer claims he was introduced to Caesar in Las Vegas before the RFK assassination by Jack Hooper, Maheu's security chief. Meyer also stated that after Kennedy's murder, he was warned by Maheu and Hooper never to mention Caesar's name or his connection to Maheu. But Maheu strongly denied the accusations. "Everything about S was a lie," he snarled during an interview at his Las Vegas home before his death in 2008. He was a 14-carat phony. Caesar, too, has rejected Meyer's accusations, with Moldea speaking on behalf of the former security guard, dismissing them as just more garbage being peddled by Meyer. Maheu pointed out that Meyer was accused of evading taxes on money he allegedly skimmed from Hughes mining deals and was convicted on a related charge of forgery. But it was Maheu himself who was the biggest crook in his Nevada organization, Hughes told the press after fleeing Las Vegas in 1970. "Maheu was a no-good, dishonest son of a jerk who stole me blind," fumed the eccentric billionaire.
While running Huggis gambling casinos, Maheu had made sweetheart deals with mobsters and allowed the CIA to pay off politicians with Hughes' cash and to exploit Hughes's corporate empire as a front for spy activities. While Maheu was being paid over $500,000 a year by Hughes as his Las Vegas overseer, he still treated the CIA like his top client. Maheu never concealed his hatred for the Kennedys. He even accused JFK of homicide during his testimony before the Church Committee for withholding air support from the Bay of Pigs invaders. "As far as I'm concerned," he said, "those volunteers who got off the boats that day were murdered." But Maheu denied playing a role in the Kennedy assassinations. As with his brother's death, the investigation into Robert Kennedy's murder would become clouded with murky agendas. There were hints of CIA involvement, Mafia corruption, and once again glaring displays of official negligence. Sirhan's prosecution was a streamlined process, with the defendant often seeming like a confused bystander at his own trial. Just like the JFK inquest, the outcome was never in doubt. Sirhan has spent the bulk of his life in prison, with his periodic requests for a retrial routinely denied. Allen Dulles, who turned 75 in April 1968, kept up a busy schedule all that year, despite Clover and Mary's concerns about his health. Dulles continued attending meetings of the Council on Foreign Relations Intelligence Study Group and the Princeton Board of Trustees. There were luncheons at the Alibi Club, embassy parties, and regular get-togethers with old CIA comrades like Angleton, Jim Hunt, and Howard Roman. And he continued to appear as a special guest on radio and TV shows. Not even the civil unrest in Washington ignited by the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. that April seemed to faze Dulles. After King's assassination, his followers took their fallen leader's Poor People's Campaign to the nation's capital, erecting the protest encampment on the National Mall that they christened Resurrection City. On June 24, after more than 1,000 police officers swept into the camp, dispersing the protesters, riots again broke out in the streets of the capital, prompting officials to call out the National Guard and declare a curfew. But Dulles did not let the disturbances affect his social life. Lest you worry at the news of a curfew in Washington, Dulles wrote the following day to Clover, who was visiting Alan Jr. and Joan in Switzerland at the time, "You can rest assured that everything remains quiet here." Dulles had invited their old friend Helen Magruder, the widow of OSS Deputy Director Brigadier John Magruder, for dinner at Q Street. "After supper," he wrote, "we were able to get a taxi shortly, and Helen returned home in safety." That afternoon, Dulles continued, he planned to go to a CIA social gathering with Jim Hunt and his wife. "I am afraid I will have to pass up Marion Glover's afternoon affair, as I cannot get to both," he told Clover. There was always too much for Dulles to do in his leisure years. That same month, Dulles found time to sit down and write a condolence letter to the brother of another murdered Kennedy. "Dear Ted," he wrote, the last Kennedy brother, "I join with a multitude of others in expressing to you my deep sorrow.
I had the opportunity of working with Bobby on many occasions and had great respect for his dynamic approach to our national problems and for his vigor and forthrightness in dealing with them. His death is a great loss to the country, and especially to those like yourself who were so close to him. I send you my profound sympathy." Once again, Dulles's flawless civility is chilling to behold. Ted Kennedy responded warmly to Dulles' letter, in a way that the spy master must have found reassuring. "Joan and I want you to know how grateful we are for your message," the senator wrote on his personal stationery. "At a time of sadness, nothing is more helpful than hearing from a friend. I hope we will see each other soon." It was clear that there would be no trouble from the youngest Kennedy brother. On July 8th, according to his day calendar, Dulles made time to meet with Dr. Stephen Cho, an American university professor who was an expert in Chinese and Russian brainwashing techniques. Dulles had known Cho, a former CIA researcher, for some time. The mind control expert had reached out to Dulles in June, arranging a time to discuss his latest work on political psychology. Then, on July 13, 1968, a few days after his meeting with Cho, Dulles met with Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the CIA's pharmaceutical wizard who was involved in the agency's assassination and MKUltra mind control programs.
These meetings on the Dulles calendar are particularly intriguing, coming just weeks after the assassination of Robert Kennedy and the arrest of Sirhan Sirhana, a man who appeared to be in a hypnotic or narcotic state when he was taken into custody, and, to some mind control experts, seemed to fit the mold of an MK Ultra subject. That summer, Dulles also continued to keep a close watch on Jim Garrison's investigation. In July, Angleton deputy Ray Rocca phoned Dulles to discuss an article about the New Orleans prosecutor by Edward J. Epstein in The New Yorker. In September, CIA mole Gordon Novell called Dulles to give him another inside report on the Garrison probe. The old man's main social event of the fall season was the Washington Fete in honor of Reinhard Gehlen, the West German spy chief Dulles had resurrected from the poison ashes of the Third Reich. On September 12th, Gehlen's U.S. sponsors threw a luncheon for him, and that night there was a dinner for Hitler's old spy chief at the Maryland home of Heinz Herre, Gehlen's former staff officer on the Eastern Front, who had become West Germany's top intelligence liaison in Washington. That fall, Dulles eagerly anticipated the long-delayed presidential election of Richard Nixon, the Dulles brothers' former disciple. He got involved in the Nixon campaign, joining fundraising committees and contributing his own money. On Halloween, Nixon sent Dulles a telegram thanking him for his support and appointing him vice chairman of the Eisenhower team for the Nixon-Agnew ticket. The old man had visions of returning to the center of official Washington, perhaps with a prominent appointment in the new Nixon administration. But Clover and others close to him knew the truth. He was slowly fading away. At times, in the midst of his frenetic schedule, Dulles would suddenly seem lost. Uncle Allen would go off to lunch at the Metropolitan Club or Alibi Club and forget how to get home, said his cousin Eleanor Elliott. Sometimes he would just get lost in the neighborhood, and people who recognized him would bring him back. Clover was so worried. In December, working with Howard Roman, his longtime collaborator, Dulles finished editing a collection of espionage yarns, great spy stories, featuring selections by masters of the genre such as Eric Ambler, Graham Greene, Ian Fleming, and John le Carré. In the book's foreword, Dulles offered his final observations on the stealthy profession to which he had dedicated himself. In the past, he wrote, the spy was generally thought of as a rather sneaky and socially unacceptable figure. But World War II and the Cold War, he observed, had turned spies into dashing heroes. The spy has the muscle and the daring to take the place of the discarded hero of yore. He is the new model musketeer. None of the blood and sorrow that had flowed all around him had left a mark on Dulles. He continued to have the highest esteem for himself and his craft. As he neared the end of his life, there was no self-reflection, only more tale-spinning for a public that could not get enough of the cool romance of 007. Soon after finishing the book, Dulles came down with a bad case of the flu, which confined him to bed. By Christmas Eve, the infection had settled in his chest and turned to pneumonia, and Dulles was admitted to Georgetown University Hospital. Over the following month, he struggled to recover, rallying at one point to write a congratulatory note to Nixon on his inauguration. But on January 29, 1969, Dulles died of complications from his illness. Even after his death, the secret organism that Dulles had created continued to pulse. A team led by Angleton swept into the old man's home office while Clover lay in bed upstairs and rifled through his files. CIA technicians installed secure phone lines to handle the flood of condolence calls. An effusive eulogy was crafted for his memorial service at Georgetown Presbyterian Church. The soft-spoken church minister, who was used to writing his own funeral orations, balked at reading the bombastic address that had been written by longtime Dulles ghostwriter Charles Murphy, with input from Angleton and Jim Hunt. But the Dulles team quickly set the cleric straight. This is a special occasion, the minister was informed by an official-sounding caller the night before the funeral. The address has been written by the CIA. The next day, the minister stood up in his church, whose pews were filled with the solemn ranks of CIA spooks and political dignitaries, and recited the eulogy as instructed. It is as a splendid watchman that many of us saw him, he declared, a famous and trusted figure in clear outline on the American ramparts, seeing that the nation could not be surprised in its sleep or be overcome in the night. It fell to Allen Dulles to perfect a new kind of protection, continued the preacher, not knowing how ironic the words he spoke were.
Or us, as for him, patriotism sets no bounds on, the defense of freedom and liberty. Dulles' funeral oration was a celebration of the lawless era that he had inaugurated. Under Dulles, America's intelligence system had become a dark and invasive force, at home and abroad, violating citizens' privacy, kidnapping, torturing, and killing at will. His legacy would be carried far into the future by men and women who shared his philosophy about the boundless authority of the national security system's splendid watchmen. Dulles had personally shaped and inspired some of these watchmen, including Helms and Angleton, as well as the power players of future administrations, like William Casey, President Reagan's defiantly law-breaking CIA director, and Donald Rumsfeld, President George W. Bush's smugly confident conqueror of desert sands. And though they never met, Dulles also provided a template for Bush Regent Dick Cheney's executive absolutism and extreme security measures in the name of national defense. These men, too, firmly believed that patriotism set no bounds on their power. Today, other faceless security bureaucrats continue to carry on Dulles' work, playing God with drone strikes from above and utilizing Orwellian surveillance technology that Dulles could only have dreamed about, with little understanding of the debt they owe to the founding father of modern American intelligence. Dead for nearly half a century, Dulles' shadow still darkens the land. Those who enter the lobby of CIA headquarters are greeted by the stone likeness of Alan Welsh Dulles. His monument is around us, reads the inscription underneath the bas-relief sculpture.
The words sound like a curse on the men and women who work in the citadel of national security, and on all those they serve. That little Kennedy, he thought he was a god. The words were sharp and wrong, like a curse, shattering the civility of the soft evening air. They seemed particularly strange coming from the genial older gentleman strolling by Willie Morris' side. In fact, they were the only strident remarks that Morris had heard him utter in the past few days, as the graying spymaster regaled his young visitor with a lifetime of covert adventures. And then the storm passed. The man was himself again, the chatty and amiable Alan Welsh Dulles, a man whose conviviality masked a world of dark secrets. The two men continued their walk on that Indian summer evening in 1965, ambling along the rust-colored brick sidewalks as the lampposts began casting their yellow light on picturesque Georgetown, home of Washington hostesses, martini-loving spies, influential newspapermen, and the assorted insiders who fed off the fizz and sizzle of the nation's capital. Turning the corner from the unassuming two-story brick mansion on Q Street that Dulles rented, they now found themselves on R Street, straddling the vast greenery of the Dumbarton Oaks estate. Dulles, the creator of America's sprawling intelligence empire, had summoned Morris, a rising young editor at Harper's Magazine, to help him set the record straight on the most cutting humiliation of his career. He wanted to write his side of the story about the Bay of Pigs. The words alone still brought a spasm of pain and rage to Dulles' face. It was just a spit of sand and scrubby palms along Cuba's southern coast, but it was the scene, in April 1961, of the biggest disaster in the CIA's history, a motley invasion that fell ignominiously short of toppling Cuba's dangerously charismatic leader, Fidel Castro. The failed invasion, Dulles said, was the blackest day of my life. In public, the newly minted president, John F. Kennedy, took responsibility for the fiasco and made gracious remarks about Dulles as he prepared to usher the aging spy out the door, after a half-century of public service, encompassing 8 different presidencies. But in private, a vicious war had begun between the Kennedy and Dulles camps, with the two men and their advocates working the press and arguing not just the botched mechanics of the invasion, but the past and future of U.S. foreign policy. The Bay of Pigs came after a long string of Dulles victories. Given free rein by President Eisenhower to police the world against any insurgent threat to U.S. dominion, Dulles' CIA overthrew nationalist governments in Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East, and even targeted troublesome leaders in allied European countries. Dulles called himself the Secretary of State for Unfriendly Countries, which had an ominous ring when one took note of what happened to unfriendly countries in the American century. Meanwhile, his brother John Foster Dulles, Eisenhower's official Secretary of State, brought the gloom of a doomsday-obsessed vicar to his job, with his frequent sermons on communist perfidy and his constant threats of nuclear annihilation. John Foster Dulles needed communism the way that Puritans needed sin, the infamous British double agent Kim Philby once remarked. With his long, dour face, topped by his ever-present banker's Homburg, the elder Dulles always seemed to be on the brink of foreclosing on all human hope and happiness. By 1959, John Foster Dulles was rapidly succumbing to stomach cancer. It was as if the bile building up inside him all those years over the fallen state of the world had finally devoured him. And by then, Eisenhower himself was heart-troubled and weary of his job. Only Allen Dulles still stood firmly at the top, past retirement age at 66, but still determined that the ancient regime must continue. When President Kennedy began his vigorous new reign in 1961, he decided to keep Allen Dulles as CIA chief, despite the obvious differences in their world outlooks. With his brush mustache, wire-rimmed glasses, tweed suits, and beloved pipe, Dulles could have been one of the elderly dons that young Jack Kennedy had studied under at Harvard. As a young senator, JFK had broken from the Eisenhower-Dulles regime over the older men's nuclear brinksmanship, a game that Kennedy felt courted the abyss. Kennedy had also signaled an eagerness to dramatically change America's hostile relationship to the developing world, expressing a sympathy for the national liberation movements in Algeria, the Congo, Vietnam, and elsewhere that he saw as historically inevitable. While President Eisenhower viewed the onrush of anti-colonial independence in the Third World as a destructive hurricane, Kennedy recognized it as the future. Though their visions for how the United States should navigate the globe were profoundly far apart, Kennedy was loath to completely overturn the old ruling order that had been presided over by a popular World War II hero. Keeping Eisenhower men like Dulles and other Republican pillars of power like Wall Street banker and statesman C. Douglas Dillon, whom JFK named his Treasury Secretary, was the new president's way of assuring the nation that he would be leading an orderly transition to the new frontier. But Kennedy soon realized that when it came to men like Dulles, his political calculation was a grave mistake. Allen Dulles was one of the wiliest masters of secret power ever produced by America, and his most ambitious clandestine efforts were directed not against hostile governments, but against his own. While serving in multiple presidential administrations, he learned to manipulate them and sometimes subvert them. In the view of the Dulles brothers, democracy was an enterprise that had to be carefully managed by the right men, not simply left to elected officials as a public trust. From their earliest days on Wall Street, where they ran Sullivan and Cromwell, the most powerful corporate law firm in the nation, their overriding commitment was always to the circle of accomplished, privileged men whom they saw as the true seat of power in America. Although Foster and Allen did not come from the same wealthy families who dominated this elite club, the brothers' shrewd talents, missionary drive, and powerful connections firmly established them as top executives in this rarefied world. As younger men, the Dulles brothers were obsessive chess players. When they faced each other over a chessboard, everything else faded away. Even during his whirlwind courtship of Martha Clover Todd, a free-spirited beauty from a prominent family to whom he proposed after a 3-day siege, Allen could not be distracted from a lengthy joust with his brother. The Dulleses would bring the same strategic fixation to the game of global politics. John Foster Dulles would rise to become the chief counsel for American power, a man destined to quietly confer with kings, prime ministers, and despots. He liked to think of himself as chess master of the free world. His younger brother would become something more powerful still, the knight-errant who enforced America's imperial will. As director of the CIA, Allen Dulles liked to think he was the hand of the king, but if so, he was the left hand, the sinister hand. He was master of the dark deeds that empires require. The Dulles brothers were not intimidated by mere presidents. When President Franklin Roosevelt pushed through New Deal legislation to restrain the rampant greed and speculation that had brought the country to economic ruin, John Foster Dulles simply gathered his corporate clients in his Wall Street law office and urged them to defy the president. "Do not comply," he told them. "Resist the law with all your might, and soon everything will be all right." Later, when Allen Dulles served as the United States' top spy in continental Europe during World War II, he blatantly ignored Roosevelt's policy of unconditional surrender and pursued his own strategy of secret negotiations with Nazi leaders.
The staggering sacrifice made by the Russian people in the war against Hitler meant little to Dulles. He was more interested in salvaging the Third Reich's security apparatus and turning it against the Soviet Union, which he had always regarded as America's true enemy. After the war, Dulles helped a number of notorious war criminals escape via the Nazi rat lines that ran from Germany down through Italy to sanctuary in Latin America, the Middle East, and even the United States. Allen Dulles outmaneuvered and outlived Franklin Roosevelt. He stunned Harry Truman, who signed the CIA into existence in 1947, by turning the agency into a Cold War colossus far more powerful and lethal than anything Truman had imagined. Eisenhower gave Dulles immense license to fight the administration's shadow war against communism. But at the end of his presidency, Ike concluded that Dulles had robbed him of his place in history as a peacemaker and left him nothing but a legacy of ashes. Dulles undermined or betrayed every president he served in high office. Dulles would serve John F. Kennedy for less than a year, but their briefly entwined stories would have monumental consequences. Clearly outmatched in the beginning by the savvy spy master, who beguiled Kennedy's into the Bay of Pigs disaster, JFK proved a quick learner in the Washington power games. He became the first and only president who dared to strip Dulles of his formidable authority. But Dulles' forced retirement did not last long after Kennedy jettisoned him from the CIA in November 1961. Instead of easing into his twilight years, Dulles continued to operate as if he were still America's intelligence chief, targeting the president who had ended his illustrious career. The underground struggle between these two icons of power is nothing less than the story of the battle for American democracy. Walking through Georgetown on that warm September evening, Willie Morris was perplexed to hear Dulles erupt with such scorn at the mere mention of Kennedy's name. But there was a reason that nearly 2 years after JFK's bloody end, Kennedy's hold on the public's imagination still disturbed Dulles. He knew who the real god was, and it was not Jack Kennedy. After their stroll, the two men returned to Dulles' home for drinks and dinner, and then more work on his article, which was to be titled My Answer to the Bay of Pigs. There was a sad stillness to the Dulles residence. Clover was away, at the family's summer retreat on Lake Ontario. Their son, Alan Jr., a brilliant young man who had suffered a grievous head wound in the Korean War, was in and out of sanitariums. Their grown daughters, Joan and Toddy, had their own worries and misfortunes. There was nothing to distract Morris and Dulles, besides the fleeting presence of 1 or 2 servants. Morris proved a good companion, a son of Mississippi who knew how to keep up his end when the bourbon and conversation began flowing. And he was the most touted magazine editor of his generation, on his way to becoming the youngest editor of the venerable Harper's at age 32. Under his leadership in the late 60s, Harper's would glow with the vibrant writing of Norman Mailer, William Styron, and David Halberstam. But in the end, even with Morris's expert hand, Dulles could not wrestle his manuscript into shape, and the old spook withdrew it from publication. By the time Dulles finally gave up, after months of toil, the article had gone through multiple drafts, adding up to several hundred coffee-stained pages. The drafts, now stuffed into boxes at a Princeton library where the Dulles papers are housed, are a window into Allen Dulles's tortured relationship with the young president. In finally abandoning the massive project, which one historian later called The Confessions of Allen Dulles, the old spy master seemed to conclude that he was saying both too much and too little about what he had been through with Kennedy. By writing the article, Dulles had set out to rebut charges made by JFK loyalists Theodore Sorensen and Arthur Schlesinger Jr. that Kennedy had been tricked by his intelligence advisors into the disastrous Cuban adventure. But instead, the spy master's scribblings, in between angry eruptions at Kennedy and his White House circle of doubting Thomases and Castro admirers, revealed the myriad ways that Dulles's CIA had indeed contrived to lure the young president into the Cuban sand trap.
When the Bay of Pigs operation was underway and the chips were down, Dulles wrote, he was confident that JFK would be compelled to do the right thing and send in the awesome power of the U.S. military to rescue the invasion. That's the way the CIA game was played. There was a certain amount of hoodwinking and massaging of White House anxieties, and then the president fell in line. But this time, the president, despite his youth and the collective browbeating of his gray-haired national security ministers, stood his ground. Kennedy said no to expanding an operation that he had felt all along was sordid. And the long reign of Allen Dulles came crashing down. At least, that's the way Dulles's story is told in biographies and CIA histories. The truth is that Dulles's reign went on, deeply cloaked, toward an even more catastrophic conclusion. In the first days and weeks after his ouster, Dulles' world caved in. Suddenly unmoored from the daily routines of power he had known ever since he was a budding young spy in the service of Woodrow Wilson, Dulles seemed a very tragic man, in the words of one CIA colleague. He shuffled around his Georgetown home, with his gout-ridden feet softly coffined in bedroom slippers. But Dulles's tragic period did not last long. He soon began meeting with a surprising range of CIA officers, men from the top rungs of the agency, as well as agents from the field. They paraded in and out of the brick manor on Q Street, huddling with him in his book-lined study, and on sunny days quietly chatting on his walled-in terrace. His day calendar was filled with yet more meetings at his favorite Washington retreats, the Alibi Club and the Metropolitan Club, where he dined with the same generals and national security wise men with whom he had done business at the CIA. It was, in fact, as if he had never left the spy agency. Dulles would turn his Georgetown home into the center of an anti-Kennedy government in exile. As time went by, the Dulles circle became ever more disenchanted with JFK's foreign policy, which they considered appeasement of the communist enemy. Dulles grew bolder in his opposition. He met with a controversial Cuban exile leader named Paulino Sierra Martinez, a former henchman for the deposed dictator Fulgencio Batista. Sierra, whose anti-Castro activities were underwritten by the Mafia and U.S. corporations with a stake in Cuba, later fell under Secret Service suspicion in a conspiracy against President Kennedy. The topic of Sierra's meeting with Dulles in April 1963 remains a mystery. By October 1963, Dulles felt confident enough to speak out against Kennedy's foreign policy in public, ignoring the Washington etiquette that deemed it bad form to criticize a president whom you recently had served. Dulles declared that the Kennedy presidency suffered from a yearning to be loved by the rest of the world. This weakness was not the mark of a global power, insisted Dulles. I should much prefer to have people respect us than to try to make them love us. In the weeks leading up to the assassination of President Kennedy on November 22, 1963, the flurry of meetings at Dulles's home intensified. Among the CIA men coming in and out of Q Street were several who later came under investigation by the House Select Committee on Assassinations and other probes for their possible connection to the president's murder.
And on the weekend of the assassination, Dulles hunkered down for unexplained reasons at a secret CIA facility in Northern Virginia known as the Farm, despite the fact that he had been removed from the agency 2 years earlier. Such was the odd swirl of activity around the retired Dulles. After Kennedy's assassination, Dulles would again push himself into the Washington spotlight, lobbying President Lyndon Johnson to appoint him to the Warren Commission. Dulles was so actively involved in the official investigation of Kennedy's murder that one observer remarked it should have been called the Dulles Commission. He worked carefully behind the scenes with his former CIA colleagues to steer the inquiry away from the agency itself and toward lone gunman Lee Harvey Oswald. How did a bitter political enemy of President Kennedy wind up playing a lead role in the official investigation into his death? It was just one more mystery in a lifetime full of enigmatic twists and turns. Just as puzzling is why the American press never troubled itself to explore this intriguing question. Over half a century later, many questions about JFK's violent end remain unspeakable, in the words of Kennedy biographer James W. Douglas, at least in the carefully controlled arena of media discourse.
It is even more unthinkable in these circles to explore the suspicion that Allen Dulles himself, a towering pillar of the U.S. establishment, might have played a role in the epic crime against U.S. democracy that took place in Dallas. But this is just one of many taboo and top-secret areas of Dulles' life explored in this book. The Allen Dulles story continues to haunt the country. Many of the practices that still provoke bouts of American soul-searching originated during Dulles' formative rule at the CIA. Mind control experimentation, torture, political assassination, extraordinary rendition, massive surveillance of U.S. citizens and foreign allies, these were all widely used tools of the Dulles reign. Dulles was capable of great personal cruelty to his intimates as well as his enemies. Underneath his twinkly-eyed personality was an icy amorality. Our faults did not often give us a sense of guilt, remarked Eleanor Dulles, who followed her two brothers into the Washington arena. Allen was less troubled by guilt or self-doubt than any of his siblings. He liked to tell people, and it was almost a boast, that he was one of the few men in Washington who could send people to their deaths. But Dulles was not a rash man, he was coldly calculating. As the chairman of Cloak and Dagger America, he would never initiate a high-stakes operation unless he felt he had the support of the principal members of his board, the Washington and Wall Street men of influence who quietly dominated the nation's decision-making. What follows is an espionage adventure that is far more action-packed and momentous than any spy tale with which readers are familiar. This is a history of secret power in America. We often forget how fragile a creation democracy is, a delicate eggshell in the rough and tumble of history. Even in the cradle of democracy, ancient Athens, rule by the people could barely survive for a couple of centuries. And throughout its brief history, Athenian democracy was besieged from within by the forces of oligarchy and tyranny. There were plots led by generals to impose military rule. There were secret clubs of aristocrats who hired squads of assassins to kill popular leaders. Terror reigned during these convulsions, and civil society was too intimidated to bring the assassins to justice. Democracy, Thucydides tells us, was cowed in mind. Our country's cheerleaders are wedded to the notion of American exceptionalism, but when it comes to the machinations of power, we are all too similar to other societies and ones that have come before us. There is an implacable brutality to power that is familiar throughout the world and throughout history. And no matter where power rules, there is the same determination by those in high places to keep their activities hidden. The Devil's Chessboard seeks to shine a torch down the well of deep politics, as Peter Dale Scott, an important scholar of American power, has termed this underworld of unaccountable authority. Until we have a full reckoning of the Dulles era and its high crimes, the country cannot find its way forward. In the course of researching this book, I came to know Joan Talley, one of the 3 children of Allen Dulles. When we met in her Santa Fe cottage, in a room cluttered with books and artifacts, Joan was nearing 90, and, after a long career as a Jungian therapist, devoting herself to editing the searingly intimate diaries of her mother. Our conversations at times took on a therapeutic character, as we wrestled with the painful legacy of her father and, more broadly, the American soul. In an effort to understand her family and her own life, Joan had delved deeply into the historical literature on the Cold War and the CIA. She had read all about the coups and trenchcoat mayhem. "It seems we just went wild," she told me, "and the CIA was leading the way." But as she pored through her mother's diaries, Joan also was seeking a deeper understanding of her father than mere history can provide. One afternoon, she invoked Jung's Red Book, the master's night journey into his own tortured soul. "Jung says you must embrace the dark as well as the light to understand life," remarked Joan, sitting in the passenger seat as I drove her dusty Prius through New Mexico's high desert chaparral. The next morning, we spoke again over the phone. Joan was still agitated by our conversations about her father the previous day. She was trying to make sense of how she could have been so oblivious to this violent rush of history as a younger woman, even when it roared right through her own living room. Life sweeps you along. You see people floating by. Everyone is so busy and in the moment. It's only later that you realize what happened and how alarming it all was. You read books and you finally try to put it all together, and you don't know what to believe. But it's very important to understand it all, the dark and the light.
The double agent Alan Dulles went to war on November 9, 1942, crossing into neutral Switzerland from Vichy, France, just minutes before the Nazis closed the border. He later told the story of his border crossing with pulse-racing, dramatic flair. But in reality, it went surprisingly smoothly, especially considering the 49-year-old Wall Street lawyer's high international profile. After presenting his passport to the French gendarme at the border station near Geneva, Dulles paced the train platform while the policeman made a phone call to Vichy authorities. Then, after a hovering Gestapo agent conveniently disappeared, the gendarme obligingly waved Dulles through. It was almost as if Dulles was expected. There was nothing undercover about Alan Dulles's wartime exploits in Switzerland. Afterward, he made much of his espionage adventures, with a sympathetic press and then equally credulous biographers dutifully repeating his beguiling tales. But in truth, there was little daring involved, for a very simple reason. Dulles was more in step with many Nazi leaders than he was with President Roosevelt. Dulles not only enjoyed a professional and social familiarity with many members of the Third Reich's elite that predated the war, he shared many of these men's post-war goals. While serving in his Swiss outpost, Dulles might have been encircled by Nazi forces, but he was also surrounded by old friends. After crossing the border, Dulles wasted no time in settling into Bern, the scenic Swiss capital, where he had begun his espionage career a quarter-century earlier as a junior member of the U.S. legation during World War I.
The medieval city, built on cliffs overlooking the glacial green Ahr River as it flowed down from the white-capped alpine peaks on the horizon, held a treasure of memories. During the earlier war, there had been embassy parties and rounds of tennis, with balls arriving in diplomatic pouches from back home, courtesy of his brother Foster. There was an international parade of mistresses, young secretaries from the consulates that filled the city's diplomatic quarter, as well as free-spirited women from the local art colony. He met his conquests for drinks and pleasure at the Bellevue Palace Hotel, the elegant Art Nouveau fortress that dominated the old city's skyline. Dulles affected the look of a dashing Continental cavalry officer in those days, with a waxed mustache, slim waist jacket, and high starched collar. One of his affairs during the First World War had a brutal ending. She was a young Czech patriot who worked alongside Dulles in the U.S. legation offices. British agents concluded that she was using her position to pass information to exiled Czech leader Jan Masaryk as well as to the Germans. When the British confronted Dulles with their suspicions, the ambitious young diplomat knew he was in an awkward spot, and he quickly complied with their plans. One night, Dulles took the woman to dinner, and afterward he strolled with her along the cobblestone streets to an agreed-upon location, where he handed her over to 2 British agents. She disappeared forever. When Dulles returned to Bern in 1942 for the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, America's World War II spy agency, he set up his base of operations in his residence, the ground-floor apartment of a handsomely renovated 14th-century mansion at 23 Herrengasse, near the city's majestic cathedral. Dulles later insisted that he had carefully chosen the location with security in mind, since the street ended in a cul-de-sac. He prevailed upon municipal authorities to extinguish the lamplight outside his building, giving late-night visitors a measure of anonymity as they slipped in and out. Guests seeking more confidentiality could enter Dulles' apartment from the rear, climbing an ancient flight of stone steps that rose steeply to his back terrace from the grape arbors and dark river below. But all this cloak and dagger was a bit of a charade. As soon as Dulles showed up in Bern, his arrival was reported in one of Switzerland's leading newspapers, which announced him, to the spy's great delight, as the personal representative of President Roosevelt. This afforded Dulles a status that would be very useful as he pursued his various intrigues. After arriving at 23 Herrengasse with such great fanfare, Dulles found himself under intense scrutiny. Although the newly arrived American spy had enjoyed long friendships with many in the enemy camp, each side trusted the other only up to a point. From across the street, Nazi agents kept close watch on the Dulles residence 24 hours a day. The Germans also infiltrated his staff, his cook turned out to be a spy, and his janitor stole carbon copies of his documents out of his trash. Meanwhile, Swiss intelligence agents, who worked closely with their Nazi counterparts, eavesdropped on Dulles' phone conversations. There was little that was secret about the American spy's life in Bern. None of this seemed to disturb Dulles, who wandered openly through the streets of Bern in a rumpled raincoat and a fedora cocked carelessly on the back of his head. He did not have a bodyguard, and he did not carry a gun. He met openly with informers and double agents in cafes and on the city streets. Too much secrecy can be self-defeating, he observed. This strategy of hiding in plain sight did not make much sense from an espionage point of view, and it confounded and angered Dulles' counterparts in the local office of MI6, the British spy agency, who dismissed the American as a rank amateur. But Dulles was involved in something far more ambitious than mere spy games. He was running his own foreign policy. William Wild Bill Donovan, director of the OSS, originally wanted to station Dulles in London, but Dulles insisted on Bern, and he prevailed. Donovan was a legend, a World War I combat hero and self-made Wall Street millionaire lawyer who had charmed FDR and outmaneuvered powerful rivals like J. Edgar Hoover to build the country's first international intelligence agency. Undaunted by Washington bureaucracy, Donovan had recruited an impressively eclectic array of talent for his new spy agency, from Ivy League adventurers and society girls to safecrackers and professional killers. But Dulles, who moved in the same social circles as Donovan and competed aggressively with him on the tennis court, was not awed by his boss. He thought he could do a better job than Donovan of running the show. Dulles knew that the isolated splendor of Bern would afford him free rein to operate as he chose, with only tenuous supervision from back home. Dulles also positioned himself in Bern because the Swiss capital was the center of wartime financial and political intrigue. Bern was an espionage bazaar, teeming with spies, double agents, informers, and peddlers of secrets. And, as Dulles knew, Switzerland was a financial haven for the Nazi war machine. The Swiss demonstrated that they were masters of duplicity during the war. Banks in Zurich and Basel allowed the Nazis to stash the treasure they were looting from Europe in secret accounts, which Germany then used to buy the essential products from neutral countries that fueled the Third Reichstag. Ton from Spain, oil from Romania, steel from Sweden, beef from Argentina. Swiss bankers promised the Allies that they would block Germany's stolen assets, but all the while they reaped huge profits from their behind-the-scenes deals with the Nazi Reichsbank. Dulles knew many of the central players in the secretive Swiss financial milieu because he and his brother had worked with them as clients or business partners before the war. Sullivan and Cromwell, the Dulles brothers' Wall Street law firm, was at the center of an intricate international network of banks, investment firms, and industrial conglomerates that rebuilt Germany after World War I. Foster, the law firm's top executive, grew skilled at structuring the complex merry-go-round of transactions that funneled massive U.S. investments into German industrial giants like the IG Farben chemical conglomerate and Krupp Steel. The profits generated by these investments then flowed to France and Britain in the form of war reparations, and then back to the United States to pay off war loans. Foster Dulles became so deeply enmeshed in the lucrative revitalization of Germany that he found it difficult to separate his firm's interests from those of the rising economic and military power even after Hitler consolidated control over the country in the 1930s. Foster continued to represent German cartels like IG Farben as they were integrated into the Nazis' growing war machine, helping the industrial giants secure access to key war materials. He donated money to America First, the campaign to keep the United States out of the gathering tempest in Europe, and helped sponsor a rally honoring Charles Lindbergh, the fair-haired aviation hero who had become enchanted by Hitler's miraculous revival of Germany. Foster refused to shut down the Berlin office of Sullivan and Cromwell, whose attorneys were forced to sign their correspondence Heil Hitler, until his partners, including Allen, fearful of a public relations disaster, insisted he do so. When Foster finally gave in at an extremely tense 1935 partners meeting in the firm's lavish offices at 48 Wall Street, he broke down in tears. Foster still could not bring himself to cut off his former Berlin law partner Gerhard Westrick when he showed up in New York in August 1940 to lobby on behalf of the Third Reich.
Setting himself up in an opulent Westchester County estate, Westrick invited influential New York society types for weekend parties, taking the opportunity to subject them to his pro-Hitler charm offensive.
Westrick's guest lists were dominated by oil executives because he was particularly keen on ensuring the continued flow of fuel supplies to Germany despite the British embargo. The lobbyist finally went too far, even by the hospitable standards of the New York society set, when he had the gall to throw a gala party at the Waldorf Astoria on June 26, 1940, to celebrate the Nazi defeat of France. Westrick's shameless audacity created an uproar in the New York press, but Foster rushed to the Nazi promoter's defense, insisting he had a high regard for his integrity. Until late in the day, Foster harbored sympathy for the devil himself, Adolf Hitler. Even after the Nazi regime pushed through the anti-Semitic Nuremberg laws of 1935 and unleashed waves of terror against Germany's Jewish population, Foster clung to a sympathetic view of the Führer. He could not help being impressed by a man who, from humble beginnings, has attained the unquestioned leadership of a great nation, Foster told a friend in 1937. By 1939, Eustace Seligmann, a Jewish senior partner at Sullivan and Cromwell, had become so fed up with Foster's position on Nazi Germany that he confronted his boss, telling Foster he was hurting the firm's reputation by publicly suggesting that Germany's position is morally superior to that of the Allies. Like his brother, Allen Dulles was slow to grasp the malevolence of Hitler's regime. Dulles met face-to-face with Hitler in the Führer's Berlin office in March 1933. He was ostensibly on a fact-finding mission to Europe for President Roosevelt, but Dulles was particularly interested in determining what Hitler's rise meant for his law firm's corporate clients in Germany and the United States. As Dulles subsequently informed Foster, he did not find Hitler particularly alarming, and he was rather impressed with Joseph Goebbels, remarking on the Nazi propaganda chief's sincerity and frankness. After Dulles and fellow U.S. statesman Norman Davis returned to the Adlon, their luxury hotel across from the Brandenburg Gate, Davis was unnerved to find the word Juden scrawled crudely on the door of his room, even though he was not Jewish. The conditions are not quite as bad as anxious reports about Hitler would indicate, Dulles nonetheless wrote Foster from Germany. By the late 1930s, Dulles' views finally shifted, and he came to dismiss Nazi leaders as those mad people in control in Germany. He grew increasingly certain that the United States must prepare for an inevitable showdown with Hitler. But, out of deference to Foster, Allen was reluctant to make his opinions public. He also continued to do business with the Nazi financial and industrial network, joining the board of J. Henry Schroeder Bank, the U.S. subsidiary of a London bank that Time magazine in 1939 called an economic booster of the Rome-Berlin axis. And Allen and his wife, Clover, continued to socialize with the Lindberghs, who were their neighbors on Long Island's Gold Coast shore. Lindbergh, enamored of Hitler, noted in his diary that he and Dulles have somewhat similar views in a number of instances. Even after Dulles was recruited into the OSS by Donovan in October 1941, his loyalties were still questioned by some administration officials, including Roosevelt himself. Dulles's various financial connections to the Nazi regime prompted FDR to place the Wall Street lawyer under close surveillance when he began working in the OSS's 36th floor suite in Rockefeller Center. Monitoring Dulles proved an easy task since he shared office space with a massive British spy operation run by legendary Canadian secret agent William Stevenson, who would become famous as the man called Intrepid. At one point, Stevenson's Rockefeller Center operation, which was tucked away under the colorless name British Security Coordination, grew to as many as 3,000 employees. It was a remarkably ambitious covert enterprise, particularly considering that England was operating on friendly soil. Stevenson had been sent to the United States in 1940 by his enthusiastic patron, Winston Churchill, Britain's newly elected Prime Minister, after the evacuation of British forces from the beaches of Dunkirk. With Hitler's forces overrunning Europe and turning their gaze toward an increasingly isolated England, Churchill knew that his nation's only hope was to maneuver the United States into the war. Roosevelt was a strong supporter of the British cause, but with as much as 80% of the American public against entering the European war and Congress equally opposed, both FDR and Churchill realized it would take a major propaganda offensive to sway the nation. The British government and the Roosevelt White House faced not only a deeply wary American public with understandable concerns about the costs of war, but a well-financed appeasement lobby with strong links to Nazi Germany.
With the fate of nations at stake, the shadow war in America grew increasingly ruthless. Churchill made it clear that he was quite willing to engage in what he euphemistically called ungentlemanly warfare to save his nation, and he enjoyed Roosevelt's firm support. Stevenson, Britain's point man in the underground war against Nazi Germany on American soil, was a suave operator with a flair for hosting lively cocktail parties at his penthouse suite in Midtown Manhattan's Dorset Hotel. But, like James Bond, the fictional spy partly modeled on Stevenson by his colleague Ian Fleming, Stevenson was also willing to do the dirty work of espionage. The slim, slight Stevenson, who arrived in New York at the age of 44, had the springy step of the boxer he once was and the smooth self-assurance of the self-made millionaire he had become. He proved an adept practitioner of the black arts of espionage, working his far-flung press contacts in America to expose Nazi front companies, including some of the Dulles brothers' corporate clients, and pressuring Washington to deport Nazi lobbyists. Stevenson's operatives also undertook a variety of black bag operations, such as breaking into the Spanish embassy in Washington, where they stole the secret codes for diplomatic messages flowing between General Francisco Franco's fascist government and Berlin. Stevenson was even authorized to kill members of the Nazi network in the United States, including German agents and pro-Hitler American businessmen using British assassination teams. One of the men considered for elimination was none other than Dulles's business partner Gerhard Westrick. The big-spending Hitler lobbyist was eventually simply deported. It was this decidedly ungentlemanly Stevenson tactic that inspired Fleming to grant his hero the license to kill. Fleming was a great admirer of Stevenson, whom he called a magnetic personality and one of the great secret agents of World War II. The novelist, who worked with Stevenson's operation as a British naval intelligence agent in Washington, also praised the spy master's martinis, which he served in quart glasses, as the most powerful in America. But, as Fleming himself observed, even his fictional hero James Bond was not in fact a hero, but an efficient and not very attractive, blunt instrument in the hands of government. Years later, when James Jesus Angleton and William K. Harvey, two legends of U.S. counterintelligence, were searching for assassins to kill Cuban leader Fidel Castro, they sought advice from a British colleague named Peter Wright. "Have you thought of approaching Stevenson?" Wright suggested. "A lot of the old-timers say he ran this kind of thing in New York during the war." President Roosevelt was well aware that the Dulleses were at the center of Wall Street and Republican Party opposition to his presidency.